Chapter 1 The Queen Mother is indeed unfathomable. Theodictoth Empress being proclaimed, appointing Menkings was emperor. The emperor, born blind and disinclined to see others, shall henceforth hold his employing. Thuzatis decreed. What? The current emperor say out devoid of background, status, and cultivation? Absurd. Such a far-seen vitesse ridicule from all nations. Depose Emperor Menkingzo on selectenu sovereign, Heisenworthy. According to Ormers, Emperor Mengus entirely unaware of Empress true identity, oblivious to the truth. In the Great Jin Dynasty. The Imperial Palace, Tai Chi Hall. I am man of striking appearance, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, is shrouded in a black satin cloth that obscures his sight. Menkingzo watering the flower sand plants within the confined soft courtyard, holding a kettle in hand. Let's see, if this been 3 years since it traversed in this world, Menkingzo murmured softly, lost in thought. He wasn't see an ordinary office worker, one fateful night, after finishing a novel titled Striving for Supremacy, awoke to find himself within the narrative of the story. Having thoroughly acquainted himself with the plot, he recognized it as a typical tale of a protagonistic with boundless potential. Unwilling to be merito all for the protagonist's grandiosity, Menkings horsalitlico return to the countryside. At that moment, the system awakened. The blind sword saint system bisialing Isaias and confining. His consciousness could entirely detach from the external world and continue to grow stronger. Every passing moment, Menkings' cultivation and sword intent surged uncontrollably. Without hesitation, Hekazitozialis vision and the ability to probe with his consciousness. After all, he was not reliable and would unveil these went the day Camathe the student revealed in the world. Thus, Menkings who became Eganu and Eblin's swordsman, wandering Gaulin through Haversand lakes. Having just list this, has struggled to adapt even eating post a college, given his shallow cultivation. Just ashuas and thebring cough starvation, he encountered a unguman and strucadiel. The maiden, named Dongfangliuli, wased tope the daughter of the family in a nearby village, who, under pressure from Erfamalitamari, Sufsimianato act as a placeholder. In exchange for Menkingzo agreeing to become her live-in husband 3 years since, she promised Dadario Fintail soft gold. Without much thought, Herodili accepted, reasoning that perhaps in time, these wealthihiris would find her Tremach and Marilamari Himof. However, to his astonishment, over 3 years later, Dongfang Liuli indeed sent Sumiana to retrieve him, demanding he fulfill their agreement. Menkingzhou, possessing Galade back disposition, Sonorizon Tab reached the contract hand, thus accepted his Roliezeus Bandinlo with a clear conscience. Half a month had swiftly passed since the Thuading day. At present, Menkings had reached mountain moving realm, and disword in 10 thad matured significantly. Division of realms 9 tunerank, soaring cloud realm, mountain moving realm, overturning sea realm, moonlight radiance realm, morning sun realm, sky piercing realm. In the mid-stage soft the novel, the mountain moving realm was considered a formidable figure, not to mention Menkingzhou, who possessed top tier's word intent, could undoubtedly think beyond his rank. Ding! Accumulated blindness for 3 years. Triggering this superword. 100-fold critical word. Celestial quality. Time space sword intent. This word intent can influence a theta dimension soft timey and space to ascertain extent, and when cultivated to perfection, can reverse a time with a single strike or distort space with another. Onoft hemist powerful and versatile sword intents. Menkings breathe a gruievi, and the usual placid motion surge to pest. The system occasionally triggered words, categorically divided into 8 levels Wang, Xin, Di, Tian, Xian, Emperor, Great Emperor, and Supreme. It resembled a frivolous game from his previous life, where Ekapingwood could yield experience, and occasionally, exquisite equipment. In 3 full years, Menkings who had never encountered a celestial word thighs was the fierce, and it was the encompassing sword intent he had longed for. Heffelt the sword intent within him transforming, and of his cultivation soared dramatically. Menkings how near lilist control off the surging sword intent within his body, and mere lie releasing ga fraction off it disrupted the clouds above, creating a gapping hole spanning 100 meters. How formidable! My realm remains the mountain moving realm, yet my overall strength has dulled. Atlas managing totemeth time space sword intent, Menkings how exhaled in relief. Fortunately, her reside in the mundane world, Where a neighbors were ordinary folk clacking gani cultivation otherwise, such avial and tan turbulence were would undoubted lie attract the attention of other cultivators. Just as Ming kings who felt the tis decision to live incognito and develop ways independent, suddenly, the courtyard gate to a spashetapin from the outside, and a woman garbed in a light bluress rushed in, her expression fraught with worry. Ming kings who were had long since it hair approached though his eyes and consciousness were indiretless, his shearing ways exceptionally acute, and nothing with an android notice. Su Kinkyo hurried forward, reaching out to check Ming Qingzhou, her tone filled with concern. Master, are you all right? It just feared some commotion are you hurt? Ming King's smile pinched Su Kinkyo's cheek, marveling Gaty's delicate softness, and in word lie Siadon's Marie. The Dongfang family weighs indeed 3 altheists in the village, even their maid servants were nurtured to be tender and exquisite. Thanks to Su King Kai's relentless persuasion over the past half-month, Ming kings who were had comatorger disli fin theramota village of Jin Zhao village a name signifying to drink con bimera to disediwelived. Master, you mustn't believe the maid. Su King Kaya pouted reproachfully, Harosyllaps burst, Asher delicate hands bushed against Ming king's house grasp. 3 years spreer, when Ming kings who first roamed Thiver San Lakes and met Dongfangli, Su Kinky Wad Bean be his side, and the relationship had flourished. Reluctant lie releasing his shoulder, Ming King Zhou inquired with his smile. Qingqiu, do you wish to learn this word? Su King Kaya rubbed her reddened cheek and nodded adorably yes. You wish to learn this word to protect you want the mistress. That works coincidentally, Ire Kalaz wordsmanship scripture gifted to me by an old man with a ite beardering me travels Sego. Is shall sharite with ya, Ming King's house said, lifting his garment and sitting gate stonable, pouring himself facupoff hadia. Thuffy cold not see. Ming kings who possess a Dane extraordinary perception of his surroundings, allowing him to curate the locati objects as if you were no different from any other person. Su King Kaiu blinked in confusion and asked, Master, how do you know it weighs an old man with a eye beard? Ming Qingzhou. Oh no, I forgot he was blind. Should I confessed hat thee so called old man with a eye beardo as no texist, and the swordsmanship scripture I am about to recite is merely a reflection of my own insights? Will you listen or not? Making Hauko cuffed lightly, urging her. Of course, Su Kinky quickly replied, obediently kneeling beside Ming Qingzhou, under her red bethidist, gazing up with them with eager eyes. With that, Ming King's steadied his mind and began to recount the scripture. As time passed, Ming King's housed it like a penitentiary, reciting the swordsmanship scripture. Conceal thiege within the sheath, gather strength for release, Themon's breath harmonizing with force. Su Kinky Wheeltan gazed up, initially figning interest, for her true identity was to Tofa talented sword cultivator. Yet as Shelliston, Shebekam a thorough lie captivated, unknowingly entering Gastat of enlightenment. Around her, blossom soft sword marks began to materialize, and blue's word symbols coalesced within the depths of her pupils. After about the fatus word half time, Su King Kaiu awakened from Araviri, heard a Katef frame shivering with shock and excitement, reflecting within heart. This profound insight must Buthard be a master of this word, comparable to the elucidation of swordsmanship. E heavy actual eye broken through Toth soaring cloud realm. Su Kinky looked at Ming Qingzhou, Husdeminorek Sudi Dan ethereal calm, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Unaware of Su Kinky's thoughts, Ming Kings who had since a day nigh cis word and tin emanating from her. With his consciousness restricted, Hakuden lyrily and his feelings to discern, that Su King Kaiu Wei say genius of swordsmanship. With this in mind, Ming King's house softly spoke. I still recall numerous swordsmanship texts in the future. Wintum eppermits, Yuma kumi often, Anisha recount them to. Su Kinky is sheer traced, her breath momentarily stilled. More as scripturist the trival the elucidation of swordsmanship's telexist? Suprecious is scripture, King Kaiu feels sunworthy to receive it. Su Kinky replied. Ming King's how chuckled softly, the black satin veil over his irving slightly. Fear not, Tome, the seerbu texture in all possessions. Su King Kaiu tightened the gauze garment over her wardrobe, her clear gaze reflecting the figure of te blackladouth, silently thinking, the emperor's indeed unfathomable. Please read to theme do not skip chapters, I've seechia. Enotis said Simi have been skipping, but the highlights awaitin' he later sections restas seward. It will be thrilling. Don't it skip? Additionally, I kind larquist encouragement from Alifayu, and perhaps a fusmal gifsto haston updates. the empress named this secluded paradise Jinqiao village, a homophone for Jinqiao. Her intention was to prevent Ming King Zhou from becoming embroiled in the political affairs of the nation, fearing it might be exploited by those with ulterior motives, which is why she orchestrated laboratories. However, at this moment, the once tranquil Jinqiao village is no suffused with an atmosphere of impending doom. All the villagers simultaneous lighter net here heads, their gazes piercing through their thin houses stofaza to upon that small structure with azurettles. Occasionally intrigued, the current chief minister Jiang Songhai, Hohud Komodo Playthorolio village Ekif, remarked gravely, "What a terrifying sword intent, it seems capable of disregarding spatial distances, traversing to meet his lathy childian suas. Theli drove the imperial guards, selling wine, felt ghost bumps a lover, gazing you pat the sword intent that pierced the heavens, sensingit wasperilis la close, reddit acclaimus li fetinimament. Thatis the emperor's sleeping quarters subject smas noten trud. Beautif theory assassins, how can the emperor be safe? Theli drove the imperial guards begin to feel restless. Chief Minister Jiang Kang replied, "No need for concern, a have you'll reticent word to his majesty. Someone you will go to ascertain his situation." Zhao Go, the seemingly unremarkable hero of Chu domain, scoffed, a mere commoner, lacking cultivation and knowledge, and at cripply at the twatmerit douche passesto berthetite, leafed great Jin emperor? If an assassination were to occur, I twould saveth the various nations from ridicule. Zhao Gao did not conceal his disdain, his voice loud and clear. Sukkadesha's words when tongue collinged, notive in be Jiang Songhai, Thepalerov Tenation and a veteran of 3 dynasties, Woko si Tonyaretha Mazif Hehid Nathird. The empress decision, without T consent of T court, to appoint a Blindman as emperor weighs already against ancestral traditions, inciting widespread discontent among the populace. Chief Minister Jiang Kanghai harbored similar grievances. Selecting a consort weighs a matter of great significance. The emperor's choice must at least embody virtue, wisdom, physical prowess, beauty, and diligence, alongside a formidable family background to help solidify the throne. This Ming Qingzhou, who seemed to have sprung from nowhere, was Yaro Gef from the entirely unworthy of the tightly emperor from a perspective. If the Shirwurakasan as emperor, the vast territory would serve as your stronghold, that 100,000 troops offshore weighty orcommand. Zhao Gu spoke with palpable jealousy and resentment, histon dripping with bitterness. Thethotov having coveteth impress force along, only to have a blind man in treaty and steal haraway, filled him with the desire to eliminate Ming Qingzhou. As he spoke, a figurio fun paralleled beauty descended from Theski, hastily interring Thesmal azuratil debode. Up and seeing this figure, Theli drove the imperial guards revealed look of astonishment. It is the impress word-bearing attendant, known as cold and enigmatic sort of mortal, Suqingqiu. At such a ungage, she hassle redirichet the fierce greater realm Javin time. She will become a formidable master of this word. The mention of Su King Kai U caused many ministers to shift their gazes. Entering the sword Patha 3, comprehending the heavens and achieving the 9th greater realm at 4, traversing Thiversan lakes and vanquishing Galpir Satin, recruited by the prestigious heavenly sword mountain at 12, reaching the peak of the 1st greater realm at 14, and slaying an elder Fronin. Following Thempress at 16, Shebekam renowned throughout Helland, the dream of countless talents. After a length of pause, Aspthali drove the imperial guard Sangxia sly fidgeted. The courtyarder finally opened. Suqingqiu, with an indifferent expression, waved her hand to the crowd outside, signaling Thalwaswal. "I have alongered that Miss King Kaius breathtaking, beautiful meeting here in person truly live jup to the reputation," Zhao remarked, blocking her path with a light laugh. Su King Kaiu couldn't be bethired to me this gaze, coldly stating, "Make way. I've heard that Miss King Kaya possesses extraordinary talent, having reached at the peak of the 1st greater realm at 14 iat, toy shave passed with no advancement. He happened to possess her elixithok when breaking through to the cloud ascension realm," Zhao Gu said, presenting a black jade box to Suqingqiu. Zhao Gaoxia's brazen lyro amid of her Suqingqia's alluring figure, his throat bobbing the opportunity to brain eye through was within reach, and he could not believe who dressest. His heart traced, and dunable to obtain Thempress Forno, the scold and enchantings were nice. "Come now. Remove a theta lu fake and plead with him, and the exertial beers." The passers beyond the street cast their gazes toward them, non-entering to intervene. Get lost, Su Kinki wa fed coldly, her imposing presence se sweeping gover Zhao Go. His expression shifted slight lia she stepped back a few paces, looking down to Fin the black jade box reduced to Cloud Ascension Realm? Zhao Go exclaimed in disbelief. Not long ago, Yoari the peacock he first greater realm how kudai u suddenly. Su King Kaiu glanced back at the closed courtyard door, her expression somewhat complex. Thanks to the Emperor's guidance, experience a momento of enlightenment and broke free from his hackles. Il destroy ir elixir nor punishment to fighter at once ult me again. Shall meet in Thebadal fieldo fly fan death. With that, Su King Kaya made no further delay and turned Talif. Zhao Gaosi eastward and in disbelief, his expression contorted. How is this possible? Ablenman with no cultivation could guide a peak first greater realm practitioner to brain eye, through toth cloud ascension realm in an instant? Theaches in between he first greater realmanth cloud ascension realmus vistananth grade warrior is but immortal, will lead cloud ascension real malos natoso or through heskies and wield extraordinary powers. Zhao Go, hailing from Shu, had spent what a cad's meticulous cultivating, utilizing countless surrary sources, toberleast pintethef fierce laroft cloud ascension realm. That disparity I soon imaginable. Tobable Toan Lightina first grades words man and toth cloud ascension realm with just a few words, one wood hava ta possess the prowess sofa grand master orthian sight so fainir saint. Thea therministers, eavesdropping, worry expression softshik, unable to belly vitheriers. Theli drove the imperial guards murmured, cold at Bethet, themperoras a vast knowledge? Jiangkang high smirk yuldai sparkled with a glimmer of inside of thizistru. Thinner emperoris nerdinary individual. In the imperial study. Dongfang Li Uladonda crystal red phoenix robe, her graceful figure burly concealed shasadeth her desk reviewing memorials, her long, fair fingers gently massaging her brow, her stunning featureless market be a hint of sorrow. Her surnamized Qin, yet she'll so bears the surname Dongfang, thus Heisel so called Qinliuli. The name Dongfang is sewn shekis for herself, symbolizing Thurising Sunine Theist, representing the ho po fenu done after century of soft turmoil among the nations, signaling themed off strife. Thus, even if Menkings who were well versed in the plot, could never reconcile it to gent-leaned virtuous Dongfang Liula with that decisive formidable Qin from the narrative. Your Majesty. Su King Kaiyu appeared silently beside Dongfang Liuli, kneeling gano nini in reverence. There are no signs so fast as scenes breaching Taiji Hall Emperor safe, and we could not locate Tessorsiof Tessorin's intent. Dongfang Lula nodded slightly, casting a glance either, and inquired, Cloud Ascension Realm? It seems Sayu Haviel's comprehended sword intent quite impressive. How did you achieve this? Su King Kaiyu did not withhold the truth and direct counteth events had transpired, downplaying the severity. Shine cluded this word scripturous recited be Mingqingzhou, which she had noted on a report. Isithim? Dongfang Liuli instinctively furrowed her brow, questioning, such profound comprehension of swordsmanship how could immortal obtain it? The marriage between Empress Dongfang Liuli and Menkings who was, in essence, a transaction. Minion the court harbored ill intentions, constantly inciting her to establish an emperor, hoping to butai trap to corrupt the ruler. But was Dongfang Liuli? A rare empress thruff out theas, her ambition serenado engulfed world she has no desire itosi common, thus Hestra could deal with Menkings who do effective Liesel and Sethi courtiers. Come with Meadow to Kieluk, Dongfang Liula Sudan lie expressed curiosity, rising to her feet to head outside. Additionally, continue investigating Thessorsiof Tessoring sword and Tonata Simperative Etoidify its origin. Yes, Sukinkiabo Wetterhead. Dongfang Lula Wetterhand. And with a gust of wind, she vanished, leaving gone lie the curtains fluttering. P.S. Li-Fi's notice Yafimili University student Tisseling Hurdle and Spleesafari Hour Support. Chapter 3. For I am the prophet, Jin Chao Village. Meng Qingzhou, leaning on a straight and stout cane, could no longer bear the tedium and decided to venture out to procure some vegetables. The village, though modest in size, was replete with all necessities, boasting a bustling market, taverns, and even brothels. Little Meng, off to buy vegetables again, called out the village head, Jiang Songhai, his hunched form greeting him with a jovial smile. Meng Qingzhou, intrigued, leaned in and remarked, Jiang Songhai, it has been a while since we last crossed paths. I thought you were holed up in some remote corner, counting down the days to your demise. Jiang Songhai chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Nonsense. This old man is still as spry as ever." "That remains to be seen," Meng Qingzhou retorted without missing a beat, pressing his hand against Jiang Songhai's forehead, his expression turning serious as he formed a hand sign. This was the dragon-seeking and bone-touching technique, a celestial-level method capable of predicting celestial phenomena and peering into the fates of individuals. Jiang Songhai's face stiffened, his beard quivering as he restrained himself from delivering a sharp slap to this audacious young man. Meng Qingzhou, puzzled, remarked, "Your fate is quite complex, resembling that of a celestial star destined for great wealth and power. Perhaps to serve as a minister or even ascend to the heavens as an immortal. How is it that you find yourself merely a village head?" Though he could not probe with divine awareness. The technique did not require sight or divine perception. Merely by touching the person's face, he could envision their likeness and deduce their fate. Jiang Songhai attempted to intervene, forcing a smile. "Little Meng, perhaps you should remove your hand." But Meng Qingzhou grasped Jiang Songhai's nose firmly, commanding, "Stay still. Your fate is troubling. The path ahead is shrouded in darkness, with the ominous glimmer of blood suggesting imminent peril. This is not a matter of natural death. Someone seeks to harm you." Now thoroughly exasperated, Jiang Songhai pushed Meng Qingzhou's hand away, fuming, "Do not lay your hands on an old man." Unperturbed, Meng Qingzhou placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I am merely offering you a well-intentioned warning. Take care in the coming days. Whether you live or die depends on your strength." Having said his piece, Meng Qingzhou felt satisfied. A good word is often wasted on those destined for misfortune. Whether the old village head heeded his warning was of little consequence, for he had spoken his mind. The captain of the guard selling liquor next door struggled to suppress his laughter. Astonished that even the formidable chief minister could find himself at the mercy of such an audacious youth, passers-by stumbled in shock, casting admiring glances at Meng Qingzhou, who dared to proclaim the impending death of a man even the empress dared not offend. As Jiang Songhai regained his composure, he began to ponder deeply. The emperor seemed to possess genuine insight. Having claimed that the old minister was indeed facing a crisis, the captain of the guard approached. Intrigued, remarkable, to predict so accurately without sight. Jiang Songhai shot him a sidelong glance, calmly responding, "So, the emperor's claim of impending bloodshed is indeed true." The captain of the guard fell silent. Meanwhile, Meng Qingzhou strolled confidently towards the market. Having become acquainted with many neighbors and familiar with the layout of Jinchao village during his brief stay of merely half a month in the marketplace, the young Lord Zhao Go, masquerading as a vegetable vendor, was scheming to instigate chaos within the Great Jin. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Vendor, do you have garlic sprouts?" Zhao Go, without raising his head, waved his hand impatiently. "Are you blind? Can't you see for yourself?" Meng Qingzhou pointed to the black silk band covering his eyes and replied, "Indeed, I am blind." Taken aback, Zhao Go looked up to see the man he despised most, his expression darkening further. "Yes. How many do you require?" "3 or 4 will suffice," Meng Qingzhou stated. Zhao Go, grimacing, tossed the sprouts toward his adversary, 1 copper coin. After paying, Meng Qingzhou lifted the sprouts to his nose, inhaling their unique fragrance. "This is the distinctive aroma of the region of Shu. Vendor, did you procure these from there? Is that a problem? Must you chatter so much over a simple purchase?" Zhao Go retorted. Feeling cornered, Meng Qingzhou leaned in conspiratorially. "Are you from Shu? You seem like an honest man. Let me share a piece of news with you. Hurry back and bring your wife and child here. Do not linger in Shu." "Why?" Zhao Go inquired, perplexed. "The Prince of Shu is about to incite rebellion. Your son, Zhao Go, has traveled thousands of miles to the capital to stir up trouble, aiming to create chaos within the great Jin dynasty." Allowing his father to seize the opportunity for rebellion, Meng Qingzhou asserted emphatically, this revelation. Zhao Go's complexion shifted dramatically, nearly overturning the table, as he instinctively reached for the concealed sword amidst the vegetables, ready to flee. "What the hell? I haven't even set my plans in motion. How did you come by this information?" "Most critically, what you say aligns too closely with the truth." Fortunately, reason prevailed, and Zhao Go suppressed his inner turmoil, refraining from rash actions. "What is the meaning of this?" he thought, cold sweat pouring down his brow as his mind raced with various possibilities. Meng Qingzhou cannot possibly know he is the emperor. He likely believes himself to be a mere son-in-law living in a remote village, without cause to deceive me. Moreover, Meng Qingzhou was a blind man lacking any cultivation, incapable of discerning his true identity. Then, Zhao Gou's eyes widened in realization, his heart racing. There was only one explanation. News of the Zhao family's treason had already spread far and wide, becoming common knowledge. Is it possible that my intentions are known to all? How do you know that the Prince of Shu is plotting rebellion? Zhao Gou, clinging to the last vestiges of hope, gazed at Meng Qingzhou with apprehension. Meng Qingzhou smiled mysteriously, because I am the prophet. Zhao Gou nearly choked, stifling a cough as he erupted in a flurry of curses. Get lost. Go as far away as you can, or I'll... Before he could finish, an enticing fragrance wafted through the air, revealing a stunning woman in red gracefully approaching. The newcomer was none other than the empress of the Great Jin, Dongfang Liuli, accompanied closely by Su Qingqiu. Zhao Gou's heart sank, his expression turning to ash. This was it? The empress must have overheard my earlier words. What brings you here? Meng Qingzhou called out cheerfully from a distance. Even without sight, he could sense her presence from the fragrance alone. Dongfang Liuli maintained her distance, her demeanor indifferent as she replied, just taking a stroll, and happened to cross paths as she spoke, her cold, phoenix-like gaze fixated on Zhao Gou, her tone calm yet probing. What were you just discussing about the Prince of Shu plotting rebellion? I would like to hear about it in an instant. The entire street fell silent, all eyes in the marketplace, be they passers-by or vegetable sellers, turned towards them with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Su Qingqiu remained silent, her fingers lightly tracing the hilt of the sword hidden within her thigh, icy killing intent locking onto Zhao Gou. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Zhao Gou felt a surge of anxiety. However, he quickly regained his composure. Meng Qingzhou had no evidence. Could mere words condemn him? This was nothing more than ramblings, claiming he could foresee the future and predict the Prince of Shu's rebellion, urging me to flee with my family. Zhao Gou shook his head, chuckling at the absurdity. As he spoke, the lightheartedness returned to the marketplace, with some individuals rolling their eyes at the audacity of the one who dared mock a prince in public. Meanwhile, many court officials exchanged furtive glances, veins bulging on their foreheads, silently vowing to report the emperor at the next morning's court session. To casually accuse the Prince of Shu of treason, regardless of his status as emperor, was utterly unacceptable. He must face severe consequences. Indeed, such words could mislead the masses. If the emperor were not shown the error of his ways, he would become uncontrollable. It was best to take this opportunity to bring him down a peg or two. He was utterly unworthy of his position. Oh, is that so? Dongfang Liuli nodded, seemingly unfazed. However, Meng Qingzhou shook his head with feigned seriousness. Who claims I am spouting nonsense? Today, I am in a cheerful mood and wish to elaborate on this matter. Chapter 4. My husband is actually a saint. Zhao Gou gazed at Meng Qingzhou, deep sarcasm lurking in the depths of his narrowed eyes. To slander a meritorious prince is a grave offense. And regardless of your intentions, this alone is enough to condemn you. As Zhao Gou spoke, a gaze filled with desire subtly swept across the alluring visage of Dongfang Liuli, causing him to swallow hard. At that moment, he resolved to incite the court officials to pressure the empress to dismiss Meng Qingzhou from his esteemed position, which would undoubtedly plunge the Grand Jin dynasty into political chaos. Such a move would serve a dual purpose. It would fulfill his father's directive and provide him with the opportunity to ascend to the harem, claiming the woman at the pinnacle of the Jin's power hierarchy. Dongfang Liuli, proud and domineering, resembled a solitary flower blooming in a desolate realm, her verdant crimson eyes concealing a tempest of tranquility. She understood that Zhao Yuhuan harbored disdain for her, despite being a prince with dominion over vast territories. He coveted the imperial throne. The Prince of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan, was unwilling to relinquish the kingdom to a mere girl. Should Zhao Yuhuan learn that the empress's only consort was openly spreading rumors of his treasonous intentions, he would undoubtedly exploit this matter to exert pressure on her. Dongfang Liuli cast a glance at Meng Qingzhou without uttering a word, eager to discern what cards the emperor still held. "I, Ming, am not one to spread rumors," Meng Qingzhou remarked, a confident smile gracing his lips as he spoke with an air of calm. "If you wish to know why I am so certain that Prince Zhao Yuhuan is plotting rebellion, allow me to explain." Standing tall with flowing hair, his voice soft yet resonant, Meng Qingzhou continued, "The great tides of the world inevitably shift from unity to division. Nations have been embroiled in chaos for centuries. With countless heroes rising in the fray in mere years, many valiant figures have been swept away. Any discerning eye can see that the unification of the 8 desolations is imminent, and no nation wishes to become a stepping stone. Hence the need for preparation. Zhao Yuhuan does not trust Her Majesty, believing that a mere woman cannot lead the Jin dynasty to triumph. Ever since the empress ascended the throne 3 years ago, Zhao Yuhuan has begun amassing troops and expanding his territory, actively recruiting practitioners. Is his ambition not evident enough? The marketplace fell into a hushed silence, with onlookers gaping at the eloquent young man. What a bold statement about the 9 clans! The chief minister, Jiang Songhai, displayed a flicker of astonishment, murmuring to himself, "Unity follows division." Well said. The commander of the Imperial Guard, drawn by the commotion, could not suppress a quiet cheer. Filled with admiration, to possess such insight from a remote corner of the realm, though physically impaired, the emperor possesses great wisdom. Could he truly be the fabled sage? Jiang Songhai replied, "Who knows? A sage, regardless of their cultivation level, is one who comprehends the way of heaven. In the eyes of such a sage, there are no secrets in this world." The commander of the Imperial Guard gasped, "Is it truly that remarkable? Do sages really exist?" Jiang Songhai shook his head. "Historically, there has only been one sage recorded in 3,000 years, a mortal who lived for but a century." Yet, no matter how eloquent Meng Qingzhou was, Zhao Gou's remained calm, showing no signs of panic. Disguised as a humble farmer, Zhao Gou scoffed. What does that prove? Can the mere act of gathering troops and expanding territory imply that the Prince of Shu is plotting rebellion? Meng Qingzhou chuckled. "Do not rush. I have not finished speaking. Though Prince Zhao Yuhuan has not left Shu, his own son, the heir Zhao Gou's, has already entered the capital just days prior. At this point." Meng Qingzhou paused, turning his head toward Zhao Gou's, his gaze seemingly penetrating the black satin that enveloped him. In that moment, Zhao Gou's felt as if a prehistoric beast had set its sights upon him. Instinctively stepping back, What is wrong with Zhao Gou's? The villagers of Jinqiao had been diligently playing their roles, thus the significant affairs of the world were not concealed from them. Whenever Meng Qingzhou ventured out to purchase vegetables, he gleaned insights from the conversations of passers-by and compared them with the narratives in his mind, allowing him to grasp the current situation. Tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, with sunlight illuminating his profile, Meng Qingzhou stated, "Zhao Gou's purpose in entering the capital is straightforward. He seeks to undermine the internal affairs of Jin. He is leading a group of assassins who have already infiltrated the city. Zhao Gou's is indeed the spark that ignites the rebellion. It is likely that Prince Zhao Yuhuan has already amassed 1,000,000 troops, gathered in a certain location, waiting for Zhao Gou's to create an opportunity for them." As these words fell, Zhao Gou's felt utterly numb, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. What is happening? Zhao Gou's found himself questioning life itself. Previously, he had harbored a sliver of hope, believing that Meng Qingzhou might possess extraordinary insight to predict the signs of the prince's impending rebellion. However, such a notion was trivial to Zhao Gou's. Yet, every word that Meng Qingzhou uttered struck like a hammer upon his soul. For Meng Qingzhou spoke with unerring precision. It was essentially the rough outline of the plan. "There is a traitor." This was Zhao Gou's immediate reaction, but soon he was engulfed in confusion. The entirety of the plan was known only to him and his father. "Could it be that I am the traitor?" Zhao Gou's face contorted with bewilderment, feeling as if the world was spinning around him. The empress, Dongfang Liuli, narrowed her phoenix eyes, perceiving Zhao Gou's abnormality. Deeply shaken, she glanced at the self-assured Meng Qingzhou, wondering if he had truly hit the mark. The atmosphere in the marketplace plummeted to freezing point, and the court officials present, all of whom were astute, immediately discerned Zhao Gou's unease. "Ultimately, you still lack evidence." Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Zhao Gou's forced a stiff smile. Meng Qingzhou was at a loss for words, questioning, "What does it matter to you? Why must there be evidence?" This humble farmer was quite inquisitive, relentlessly digging deeper into the matter. Dongfang Lieli's tone turned grave as she softly inquired, "Meng Qingzhou, I too wish to know if you possess any evidence to support your claim that Zhao Gou has entered the capital to aid the prince in rebellion." Meng Qingzhou was taken aback, not expecting the empress to be so curious. He promptly replied with a smile, "Very well, since you are also curious, I shall share." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gou swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on Meng Qingzhou with uncertainty. "Do you truly have evidence?" All eyes in the marketplace turned toward him. Meng Qingzhou replied nonchalantly, "From my deductions, the assassins led by Zhao Gou have quietly infiltrated Chief Minister Jiang Songhai's residence, preparing to assassinate him." Chief Minister Jiang Songhai's face darkened, realizing that the gossip had unexpectedly turned on him. The crowd silently stared at village chief Jiang Dahai, their eyes wide with shock. Zhao Gou dares to assassinate the chief minister? Jiang Songhai discreetly gestured to the commander of the Imperial Guard, silently uttering two words, "Severe investigation." Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the commander of the Imperial Guard hurriedly departed. "I shall await the outcome." Dongfang Lieli said with a charming smile, her crimson eyes devoid of warmth. "What is there to anticipate? News will likely emerge in a few days, at which point you can see if it aligns with what I have said." Meng Qingzhou responded nonchalantly. Before long, the commander of the Imperial Guard returned silently, his expression grave and solemn as he gently nodded toward Empress Dongfang Lieli. Without needing to say, it was evident that the assassins had been captured. Confirming that every word Meng Qingzhou spoke was true, Zhao Gou's truly led assassins into the capital, planning to ambush and assassinate Chief Minister Jiang Songhai, intending to instigate chaos within Jin. "Have you discovered who orchestrated this?" Jiang Songhai inquired telepathically. The commander of the Imperial Guard glanced at the stunned Zhao Gou and replied, reporting to the chief minister, "Upon probing the souls of the captured assassins, they indeed serve under the heir Zhao Gou." Everyone was in disbelief, their gazes converging on the young man standing beside the empress. Some widened their eyes, their voices trembling, "Sage, sage." Just a few words had propelled a noble to the clouds. Is it not a sage who can deduce the affairs of the world from a remote corner? Dongfang Lieli found it hard to believe, involuntarily turning her gaze to scrutinize Meng Qingzhou closely. My husband is actually a sage. Chapter 5. The opening sacrifice to the fated protagonist Zhao Gou never anticipated that a plot he had meticulously crafted over the years would be unraveled in mere moments by a blind man's few words. Absurd, utterly absurd. Enraged, Zhao Gou's expression twisted into a fearsome grimace. The aura of nobility he had cultivated over time dissipated, morphing him into a ghoul ready to devour at any moment. What the hell? Can someone tell him where this Meng Qingzhou came from, wandering over and blabbering, ultimately dismantling a struggle for the throne? Zhao Gou thought frantically, contemplating the act of eliminating Meng Qingzhou when suddenly, the empress, exuding an icy murderous intent, made no effort to engage in idle talk. She simply struck down upon Zhao Gou, sealing away all his spiritual power. The once proud heir of Shu, Zhao Gou, collapsed to the ground like a desiccated catfish, writhing in futile resistance. Some court officials who had covertly supported Zhao Gou felt a chill run down their spines, recognizing that the situation was dire. Anyone with eyes could see that Zhao Gou was doomed. The commander of the Imperial Guard sighed softly. Despite the empress being female, her ruthlessness could rival that of infamous historical assassins. Meng Qingzhou felt a flicker of intuition. Yet alas, the surge of spiritual energy swiftly vanished without a trace. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion, attributing it to the passing of a cultivator, and thought little of it. "Heed my advice, hasten to depart from Shu," he urged. Although Zhao Yuhuan possesses grand ambitions, the depth of Shu is too shallow to contend with an entire dynasty. To stand against it, he must summon soldiers, regardless of their cultivation level, age, or gender. When that time comes, every household in Shu, numbering in the millions, will hang white silk at their doorsteps. A grim sight indeed. Turning to Zhao Gou, who lay prostrate on the ground, unable to utter a word, Meng Qingzhou offered one final piece of counsel. Unbeknownst to him, his words had already caused the heir of Shu to fall from grace, now rendered a prisoner, unable to move. A swell of pride surged within Meng Qingzhou. Indeed, a good deed accomplished today. He had saved a soul. Meanwhile, Zhao Gou's chest felt as if it might explode from rage, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at Meng Qingzhou, wishing he could sink his teeth into him. That damned blind man feigned concern, oblivious to the fact that his well-meaning advice had utterly incinerated years of scheming in Shu. Had his mouth not been sealed, Zhao Gou would have cursed Meng Qingzhou's ancestors for generations and revealed the identity of the empress. The court officials, who had been eavesdropping in the marketplace, were taken aback by the revelation. Was this yet another prophetic vision from a sage? Zhao Yuhuan sought to drain the entire region of Shu, sparing no expense in manpower to seize the throne. Even the empress, Dongfang Lieli, found herself deep in thought, compelled to take this issue seriously. I shall take my leave now, Meng Qingzhou said politely, bowing to Dongfang Lieli, as he gracefully lifted his basket of vegetables, preparing to depart. Let us return together, the empress stated, her gaze fixed intently on him for a few moments, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in her eyes as she followed a few steps behind. Meng Qingzhou tilted his head in acknowledgement. Very well, allow you to savor my culinary skills. Indeed, Dongfang Lieli replied tersely. The two walked side by side, the atmosphere harmonious and amiable, resembling a pair of affectionate companions. Meanwhile, Zhao Gou lay on the ground like a dead dog, his mouth stuffed with grievances, his eyes welling with tears as he emitted mournful whimpers. The courtiers posing as commoners, eunuchs, and palace maids gazed after Meng Qingzhou. Their expressions mingled with respect, contrasting sharply with their previous disdainful attitudes. Seize him. I shall personally interrogate him, Zhang Songhai commanded with a wave of his hand. Immediately, a contingent of armored cultivators emerged from all directions, escorting the heir Zhao Gou toward the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Zhang Songhai stood still, watching Meng Qingzhou's retreating figure, stroking his beard in contemplation. The chaotic times have arrived. A sage shall emerge. Does this mean that destiny favors our great Jin? No. Perhaps it is precisely because our great Jin has an empress that a sage of such rarity has been drawn here. Qin Fenghua, the Minister of War and concurrently the Grand General of the nation, stepped forth from the swirling folds of spatial turbulence, stating, according to historical records, a sage comprehends the heavenly path and must act in accordance with it. They cannot become a cultivator who acts against the heavens. If the emperor truly is a sage, he would possess a lifespan of merely a century. Qin Fenghua, known for his forthrightness and decisive actions, declared, while the emperor still draws breath, we must hasten to wage war, utilizing the sage's prophecy to sweep through the nations. Zhang Songhai was rather taken aback. He had not anticipated the notion of instigating war through the sage's prophecy. Yet the fool had thought of it first. Thus he replied, further verification is required. Once we have fully confirmed that the emperor is indeed a sage, the unification war can commence. The Qinghua Cottage, also known as the Taiji Hall, served as the royal palace of the empress of the Great Jin. Wisps of smoke rose from the kitchen chimney, and shortly thereafter, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Although Meng Qingzhou was blind, his hands were remarkably deft, skillfully measuring out the precise amounts of oil, salt, and vinegar. Give it a taste, he said, presenting the final dish of braised pork ribs to the table. Wiping his hands on his apron with a smile, Dongfang Lieli gazed at the table laden with dishes, her eyes sparkling as she exchanged a glance with Su Qingqiu. This method of cooking, I have never encountered before. As she spoke, Dongfang Lieli picked up her chopsticks, lifted a piece of steamed pork, and after a few chews, the perfectly balanced morsel melted in her mouth. So fragrant. Dongfang Lieli's face brightened, her already stunning beauty radiating even more vibrantly, akin to a blooming begonia. Yet, such a splendid scene was one Meng Qingzhou could not witness. To this day, he remained unaware of whether Dongfang Lieli was beautiful or not. Thus he felt no need to restrain himself in her presence. What is the name of this dish? Dongfang Lieli inquired, her phoenix-like eyes gleaming as she tasted a piece of the crimson ribs. Eagerly seeking an answer, Braised pork ribs, Meng Qingzhou replied generously. If you find yourself craving it in the future, do not hesitate to let me know. Very well, Dongfang Liuli said, taking out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. Sensing she had momentarily lost her composure, she cleared her throat to regain her cold and dignified demeanor. Having sampled countless delicacies painstakingly crafted by the imperial chefs, none could compare to Meng Qingzhou's humble home-cooked dishes. However, this style of cooking was one even the exalted empress had never encountered. Gulugulu. Su Qingqiu stood by, her eyes fixated on the spread, her stomach audibly protesting. Come, let us sit and dine together. We need not adhere to formalities in private. Meng Qingzhou said, unable to suppress a chuckle as he gestured for Su Qingqiu to take a seat. Su Qingqiu hurriedly shook her head, attempting to retreat. I insist you sit. Meng Qingzhou grasped her sleeve, compelling her to sit beside him, thoughtfully providing an extra set of utensils. Eat, do not hold back. Stealing a glance at Dongfang Liuli, Su Qingqiu found reassurance in the empress's nod, timidly tasting a dish. Her eyes shining as she gave Meng Qingzhou a thumbs up. Realizing Meng Qingzhou's lack of response due to his blindness, Su Qingqiu playfully stuck out her tongue and whispered, "It's delicious." After about half an hour, the two ladies elegantly polished off several plates of food as Su Qingqiu patted her round belly, a satisfied smile gracing her face. "Qingzhou," Dongfang Liuli said, sipping her tea, "I wish to know your thoughts on the future of the Great Jin. What is your view on the current emperor, Qin Liuli?" Chapter 6. The blind son-in-law's prophetic insights. Meng Qingzhou served a plate of dessert, stating, "I know not, care not, and shall not comment. Occasionally discussing state affairs is acceptable. But in this remote town, news travels slowly and fails to attract the attention of those with ill intent, merely earning me the title of a boastful braggart among neighbors. Yet to spend my days idly predicting future trends would be akin to dancing on the edge of a volcano." Dongfang Liuli seemed to discern Meng Qingzhou's hesitation, chuckling lightly, "Fear not, it is merely idle chatter. I shall not speak of it outside." Meng Qingzhou picked up a piece of honey osmanthus cake, holding it near his mouth for a prolonged moment before setting it down. "Very well, in light of your kindness towards me, I shall indulge you with my thoughts." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Liuli and Su Qingqiu straightened in their seats, the latter discreetly producing paper and pen, ready to take notes. Meng Qingzhou looked up, recalling the plot from the novel. In the original narrative, the heir of Shu, Zhao Go, as the sole male protagonist, made a grand entrance into the capital to aid Zhao Yuhuan's rebellion. Secretly followed by 100 assassins, Zhao Go participated in various banquets, while a group of highly skilled assassins infiltrated the estate of the prime minister, Jiang Songhai, nearly succeeding in assassinating him, which left Jiang Songhai gravely ill. Without Jiang Songhai's support, the empress struggled to manage state affairs. Subsequently, Zhao Go won over court officials, using the absence of a consort in the imperial harem as leverage to persuade the empress to confer the title of emperor upon someone else. Then, the Shu forces, lying in ambush across the Great Jin, disguised themselves as refugees and bandits, igniting the flames of war. Under the weight of triple oppression, the empress Qin Liuli found herself overwhelmed, and chaos began to seep into the internal affairs of the Great Jin. In a mere 6 months, the territory of the Great Jin was divided in two, with the court split into factions, one supporting the Empress Qin Liuli and the other backing Zhao Yuhuan. Ultimately, the Empress Qin Liuli succumbed to the halo of the protagonist Zhao Go, leading to a change in dynasty and a new surname, Zhao. Zhao Go ascended to become the crown prince. Armed with extraordinary cultivation, Qin Liuli carved a path through the battlefield, ultimately transforming into the malevolent antagonist, determined to seek revenge against Zhao Go. Yet, as Zhao Go was the archetypal protagonist, Qin Liuli stood no chance against him, and eventually fell to Zhao Go's later growth. Zhao Go sought to take her into his harem, but Qin Liuli, steadfast in her principles, chose to end her own life rather than submit, thus dissolving into the ether. In summary, the Empress Qin Liuli played the role of the antagonist in the novel, while Zhao Go was the archetypal hero, and the Empress was fated to lose. Reflecting on this, Meng Qingzhou sighed softly. The fortunes of the Great Jin are flourishing. Perhaps in the future, it may unify the 9 provinces and bring the realm under one banner. Dongfang Liuli's brow relaxed, smiling. Is that not splendid? Why the sigh? Meng Qingzhou replied, I do not lament the great Jean, but rather the current empress, Qin Liuli. Curiously, you share her name. Dongfang Liuli overlooked the latter part of his statement, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart as she pressed. What of the empress? Even Su Qingqiu felt a surge of tension. Could it be that, in the eyes of the sage, the empress's fate was destined to be tragic? Meng Qingzhou explained. The empress possesses both literary prowess and martial skill. Her cultivation unparalleled. She is undoubtedly a commendable ruler. However, she is too hasty, unaware that the true calamity has long lurked in her midst. The grand state of Dejin flourishes like a raging inferno. Yet if one fails to heed the lurking wolves of treachery, the future unification of the realm may indeed belong to Dejin, but it may not bear the surname Qin. Meng Qingzhou rose to his full height. Using his cane as a sword, pointing towards the northwest, and declared in a clear voice, Zhao Yuhuan's ambitions are as blatant as the sun, and he possesses remarkable cunning. On the surface, the military strength in Shu is a mere 500,000. Yet hidden in the shadows are formidable troops numbering 150,000. Furthermore, over the years, Zhao Yuhuan has been skillfully winning over court officials. He is astute, deliberately avoiding alliances with ministers above the fourth rank, instead focusing on those below, such as county magistrates and regional governors. Once civil war erupts, a significant portion of cities outside the capital will swiftly turn against us. Meng Qingzhou then turned his gaze towards Dongfang Liuli and inquired, if you were the empress, how would you defend against this? His words left Dongfang Liuli momentarily stunned and rendered Su Qingqiu speechless with shock. They had not anticipated that Meng Qingzhou, who appeared rather ordinary aside from his pleasing exterior and ethereal demeanor, possessed such profound knowledge of hidden affairs. Dongfang Liuli had always been skeptical of claims regarding Meng Qingzhou's sage-like wisdom, but now her belief wavered. The secrets Meng Qingzhou spoke of could easily be unveiled within 3 days if Dongfang Liuli were willing to invest manpower and resources into an investigation. Could it be that she simply picked an individual who is, as the legends say, a sage? Dongfang Liuli furrowed her brows and pondered for a moment before saying, issue a decree to command the border troops to march into the capital to protect the throne, and order General Qin Fenghua to lead an army of 500,000 to strike at Huanglong and advance towards Shu. To attack is the best means of rescue, and Zhao Yuhuan will surely be thrown into chaos. Meng Qingzhou nodded in approval. Clever. A perfect response. Were it not for my prior knowledge, I would almost suspect you to be the reigning empress. Upon hearing this, an odd sensation arose within Dongfang Liuli, while Su Qingqiu stifled a laugh beside her. Meng Qingzhou shifted the conversation and posed another question. What if the heir Zhao Go were to instigate sabotage within the capital, deposing the empress's right-hand man, the Chancellor Jiang Songhai, and then use the excuse of the empress not having a consort to coerce her? What should be done then? Su Qingqiu could no longer contain her laughter. The empress already had a suitable match and was not without a consort. As for Chancellor Jiang Songhai, he was quite safe, having reportedly discovered hidden assassins. Dongfang Liuli cleared her throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Meng Qingzhou opened his mouth but fell silent for a long time. What was happening? This script was not right. How could the empress be permitted to marry? She was destined to be a solitary sorceress for life. Jiang Songhai could not possibly have discovered the assassins ahead of time. Otherwise, how could the protagonist Zhao Go execute his plans? Are you jesting? Meng Qingzhou asked earnestly. No. If you simply inquire of anyone, you will learn the truth. There is no need to deceive you, Dongfang Liuli replied. Meng Qingzhou felt bewildered, rubbing his temples. Do not speak. Allow me to gather my thoughts. Dongfang Liuli did not interrupt, resting her chin on her hands, quietly observing Meng Qingzhou, her amber-red eyes flickering with a different emotion. For the first time since her birth, she felt a sense of security in relying on another. Were it not for Meng Qingzhou's predictions, she could scarcely imagine the situation. With 1 million troops stationed in Shu, over half of the counties within Dejin had secretly pledged allegiance to King Shu. Coupled with Zhao Go's actions to depose Chancellor Jiang Songhai and force the empress to establish a consort, Zhao Go and Zhao Yuhuan were working in tandem, and under the dual pressures of internal strife and external war, Dongfang Liuli found it difficult to breathe just contemplating the scenario. Delving deeper into the predictions, she surmised that barring any unforeseen circumstances, She could only hold out for 3 years at most before Dijin's reign would be renamed Zhao. Thank you, Dongfang Lily said softly. Meng Qingzhou dismissed her gratitude with a smile and a shake of his head. What is there to thank? I merely satisfied your curiosity. An impulsive urge surged within Dongfang Lily as she asked, what do you think of the Empress as a person? She wished to know what kind of evaluation Meng Qingzhou held of her in his heart. In terms of cultivation talent, few in the world could match her. At the tender age of 21, she had already attained the moonlit realm, a rarity throughout history. Meng Qingzhou replied, of course, no matter how exceptional the Empress's talent is, it cannot surpass mine. I have only practiced for 3 years and am already in the initial stage of the mountain-moving realm, Meng Qingzhou continued. In terms of strategy and tactics, the Empress led an army of 50,000 at the age of 13, decisively defeating the 300,000 troops of the Lulan Kingdom. In terms of talent, she is well-versed in poetry, prose, and song. In terms of beauty, she is breathtakingly stunning, a rare blossom unmatched in time. Undoubtedly, the Empress is a flawless woman. Meng Qingzhou spoke with enthusiasm, all his descriptions drawn from the narrative of a novel. When he initially read this book, half of his interest was directed towards the Empress, only to discover later that she was the antagonist rather than the protagonist's romantic interest. Are you blind? How do you know the Empress is beautiful? Su Qingqiu queried in confusion. I am a man as well. Merely hearing the legends of the Empress is enough for me to conjure an image of her unparalleled beauty, Meng Qingzhou replied unabashedly. Dongfang Lily felt a chuckle rising within her. Even if you truly were a sage, do you not realize that the flawless Empress you speak of is sitting right before you and is, moreover, your publicly acknowledged wife? Then let me offer you an opportunity to enter the Empress's harem. What say you? Dongfang Lily said with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou shook his head vigorously. No, I would rather not. The reason being, he valued his life. Following the path of the malevolent Empress would surely place him in opposition to the protagonist. Long out Yin, Meng Qingzhou expressed a desire to survive a few more years, a mere pretense of liking dragons. Dongfang Liuli's expression turned icy. Chapter 7. Who is disturbing the plot? Meng Qingzhou pushed a pastry across the table and said, let us not speak of such matters. The Empress's character has little bearing on me. I am more curious about your earlier mention of Chancellor Jiang Songhai discovering hidden assassins within his estate. What of Zhao Go, the heir of Shu? Was he not discovered? Meng Qingzhou's heart was rife with suspicion. Logically, the plot of the novel should not deviate. How could Zhao Go, crowned with the halo of the protagonist, perish before his plans could come to fruition? If the assassins had been discovered, then Zhao Go could not have met with misfortune as well. The heir of Shu, Zhao Go, has reportedly committed treason and has been personally suppressed and imprisoned by the Empress. You should now feel reassured, Dongfang Lily said, pinching a piece of pastry, savoring a bite, and subsequently devouring the entire piece in one go. Meng Qingzhou could only place his hand on his forehead, smiling bitterly. The Empress is foolish. The smile lingering on Dongfang Liuli's lips froze, and she replied dryly. What prompts such a statement? The invisible Su Qingqiu silently raised her thumb in admiration. To scold the Empress for her foolishness in front of her and not face immediate retribution. Truly a feat unmatched throughout history. Meng Qingzhou, in frustration over her ignorance, smacked his thigh and lamented. Of course. It is foolish to let a grave internal threat slip right by her. Does she not consider who Zhao Go is? He is the only legitimate son of King Zhao Yuhuan, daring to enter the capital alone to incite rebellion. How could King Zhao trust him to risk his true self? Dongfang Lily's phoenix eyes widened in shock. Suppressing her rising anger, she feigned nonchalance and replied, Are you suggesting that the Zhao Go in the capital is merely a vessel? Meng Qingzhou shrugged. Indeed, King Zhao Yuhuan has spared no expense in crafting a perfect avatar that resonates with Zhao Go's intentions. Unless one possesses the prowess of the moonlit realm to meticulously investigate the internal structure of the avatar, it is exceedingly difficult to discern any clues. In other words, Zhao Yuhuan has long been preparing to initiate rebellion on this day, having meticulously planned everything, yet it remains unclear what unforeseen circumstance led to Zhao Go's premature exposure. Even Meng Qingzhou, well versed in the novel's plot, found himself utterly perplexed. Could it be that the storyline was beginning to deviate from its intended course? Who could be meddling behind the scenes? If I catch you, I shall ensure you reap the consequences. Meng Qingzhou felt a surge of frustration that struck deep within his core, losing interest in their conversation. Well, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Dongfang Liali said hastily, rising to bid Meng Qingzhou farewell. Take care. I shan't see you off. Meng Qingzhou waved his hand. Xu Qingqiu bowed slightly and, with a hint of shyness, said, Master, this servant takes her leave. Meng Qingzhou's face lit up with a smile as he warmly replied, Ah, do come and visit often. Meanwhile, far from the capital of Dejin, on a distant mountain peak, the exterior of this mountain appeared lush and unremarkable. Yet within, it had long been hollowed out to serve as a war fortress and the dark stone chamber. A young man clad in dark robes and a golden cloak, whose appearance was rather unremarkable, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a piercing scream. Ah, no, damn you, Meng Qingzhou, I, Zhao Go, will never rest until I see your demise. The young man in dark robes was the true form of the heir Zhao Go. Due to the restriction that the distance between his avatar and true body could not exceed 200 kilometers, he had sent his avatar into the capital while concealing his true self in a mountain outside the city. Everything experienced by the avatar was perceived clearly by the true self. After a prolonged period of calming himself, Zhao Go gradually returned to normal, then took out a palm-sized antique round mirror from his bosom. Using his spiritual energy to activate the long-distance communication disc, starlight flickered within the round mirror, gradually forming the visage of a middle-aged man who exuded an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. What is it? Zhao Yuhuan's tone was indifferent. Father. Zhao Go lowered his head in shame, biting his lip tightly. The plan has failed. The avatar has self-destructed. Zhao Yuhuan's sharply defined eyebrows, akin to the edge of a blade, suddenly furrowed in anger as he exclaimed, Incompetent fool! You cannot even manage such a trivial matter. What use are you to me? Zhao Go, unwilling to yield, retorted, You cannot place the blame entirely on me. If there is fault to be found, it lies with Meng Qingzhou. He seems to possess an uncanny ability to foresee our plans, accurately articulating them before my very eyes, which ultimately led to our avatar's capture. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuhuan expressed skepticism. Meng Qingzhou? That name rings a bell. Is he not the newly appointed emperor established by the empress just half a month ago? Indeed, it is he, Zhao Go declared, his murderous intent surging forth. Father, I believe this individual is far too sinister. Allowing him to roam unchecked will undoubtedly lead to endless trouble. I propose we eliminate Meng Qingzhou beforehand. Killing him would serve a dual purpose. Not only would we remove a lurking threat and prevent him from causing further mischief, but it would also incite chaos within the court. Zhao Yuhuan scrutinized him for a moment, aware of Zhao Go's ulterior motives. It was evident that he coveted the empress's beauty and harbored jealousy towards Meng Qingzhou. As for the notion of foresight, Zhao Yuhuan considered it merely a jest, taking it not at all seriously. He chose not to expose Zhao Go's intentions and issued a stern warning. Agreed? But you must succeed. Failure is not an option. Remember to execute the task cleanly, leaving no trace. Once you have slain Meng Qingzhou, return immediately. In the meantime, I shall incite the governors and magistrates across the regions to ignite conflict throughout the vast territory of the Great Jan. Drawing Qin Liuli's attention away, Zhao Go was elated, responding, Thank you, Father, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Very well. As he watched Zhao Yuhuan's figure gradually fade from the communication disc, Zhao Go's smile faded, and he coldly commanded, Wu Dai! From the depths of the dark stone cavern, the sound of delicate footsteps echoed. A figure, gracefully curvaceous, slowly entered Zhao Go's line of sight. She wore a form-fitting purple gown that accentuated her ample bosom and alluring hourglass figure. Her fair skin glowing under the flickering candlelight, Wu Dai approached with a flirtatious smile, slightly bowing. What command does the young master have for me? Zhao Go, with his narrow eyes concealing a fiery desire, swallowed nervously and beckoned. These past few days, I have tasked you with guarding the gate. You have worked hard. Come, let me see if you've gained weight. Wu Dai sauntered over, her voice cool and distant. I am a vessel of poison. more fearsome than the mandrake flower. Each strand of my hair is laced with corrosive toxins. Would you dare to touch me, young master? Zhao Gou's expression shifted slightly. Instinctively taking a step back, cursing inwardly, wretched temptress. Teasing without yielding, Wu Dai's deep violet eyes glinted with mockery and disdain as she observed Zhao Gou's retreat. I summoned you for a purpose, Zhao Gou stated. I need you to kill someone. The great Jin Emperor, Meng Qingzhou. With a light laugh, Wu Dai replied, I can do that, but young master, what reward can you offer me? Zhao Gou replied nonchalantly, upon completion of the task. I promise to reunite you with your brother. Upon hearing this, Wu Dai's breath caught in her throat, her voice trembling. Is that true? I am a man of my word, Zhao Gou said, narrowing his eyes. Adding silently, too bad your brother has long since perished. He mused that by the time she returned from her task, his supreme detoxifying elixir would likely be ready. Then, this enchantress would be at his mercy. Chapter 8. Then let her ride the carousel ding. Successfully suppressed the destined protagonist Zhao Gou, reducing his fortune value by 500. Zhao Gou's fortune value is now 4,000 to 5,500. Reward 1. Celestial Grade Spiritual Herb. 9 Sun Blazing Heart Lotus. Quality classification for skills, physique, weapons, etc. Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Immortal, Emperor, Great Emperor, Supreme. Reward 2. 100 kilograms of celestial grade dog food, delicious and inexpensive. Even a devoted follower would praise it, and divine beasts would wag their tails in delight after consuming it. Meng Qingzhou, lounging in a chair basking in the sunlight, was carelessly tossing celestial-grade spiritual pills into his mouth when he was suddenly startled by the system notification. Meng Qingzhou was taken aback, casually tossing the earthly-grade spiritual pill into the chicken coop to feed the chickens. What does this mean? The destined protagonist is being suppressed. How does that concern me? Why am I receiving rewards? With a befuddled expression, he pondered for some time before concluding that as long as Zhao Gou faced suppression, preventing Long Outyin from becoming proud, he would reap rewards. To the kind-hearted individuals persecuting Zhao Gou, I apologize for my previous misunderstandings. You are indeed a good person. Silently, Meng Qingzhou sent a good person card to the anonymous benefactor, accepting the system reward with tears in his eyes. After reviewing the system rewards again, Meng Qingzhou clicked his tongue in disappointment. Another pile of useless junk. The 9 Sun Blazing Heart Lotus is indeed a treasure, but it holds no value for me. 100 kilograms of celestial grade dog food. This is utterly absurd. It took me 3 years to sign in for a single celestial grade item, and now dog food is being treated as waste. The name 9 Sun Blazing Heart Lotus sounded familiar. Meng Qingzhou stroked his chin, suddenly recalling why it was so recognizable. In the original novel setting, the Empress endured great hardships to stabilize her throne, even entering the millennial extreme pool to cultivate. Although she successfully broke through to the Moonlight Realm, she subsequently contracted a cold ailment, suffering excruciating pain every night. The 9 Sun Blazing Heart Lotus is precisely the celestial-grade spiritual herb that could cure the Empress's cold ailment. Despite her arduous efforts, she had been unable to locate it. Offering it to the Empress would yield no benefits and could easily entangle him in the main plotline. It would be far better to bestow it upon his beloved wife. The 9 Sun Blazing Heart Lotus has boundless uses. For an ordinary person like Dongfang Lieli, consuming it would at least extend her life by a century. Let us do it. Meng Qingzhou retrieved the 9 Sun Blazing Heart Lotus from the system warehouse, plucked a petal, crushed it into juice, and then placed it into the celestial-grade treasure, the 10,000 Beasts Cauldron, simmering it alongside other herbs to temper its ferocity into gentleness. Meanwhile, in the Qian Kuan Palace, the Empress sat at her desk, pressing her fingers against her brow, discarding a stack of intelligence reports to the side. General Qin Fenghua, a collateral relative of the Empress, rushed over upon hearing the news, his eyes widening with fury as he declared, as I suspected, Zhao Yuhuan is indeed harboring malicious intentions, feigning to summon young Zhao Gou to the capital, when in fact he is but a mere avatar. Your Majesty, allow me to lead the troops to eradicate this rebel. Just moments ago, the Empress had personally visited the most secure cell in the criminal department, where Zhao Gou was imprisoned, and had confirmed that the Zhao Gou found dead in the cell was merely an avatar. The empress, having meticulously investigated, finally acknowledged that Meng Qingzhou's predictions were coming to fruition one by one. Dongfang Liuli had no choice but to believe that the Zhao Yuhuan she had long dismissed would become her greatest obstacle on the path to unification. "Uncle, you should return and rest. I have my own strategies," Dongfang Liuli replied calmly. Qin Fenghua, feeling anxious, couldn't help but picture a familiar figure, blurting out, "Why not? Consult the emperor to see if he has any strategies for quelling the rebellion." Dongfang Liuli hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "We'll speak of it later." At that moment, a soldier rushed in, stumbling into the Qian Kuan palace, collapsing to the ground as he shouted, "Your Majesty! Reports are flooding in from across the Great Jin. 32 prefectures and 108 counties are experiencing rampant banditry. The total exceeds 100,000, and many counties are in complete disarray." As he spoke, the soldier presented a jade slip containing the reports. Although this world lacked technology, it was an era where everyone practiced cultivation, possessing incredible supernatural abilities, allowing for communication over vast distances with ease. The reports of banditry had emerged, and they were already in Dongfang Liuli's hands. "Huh?" Dongfang Liuli gave a cursory glance at the slip before tossing it onto the table, sneering, "The emperor's words ring true. Zhao Yuhuan has indeed ensnared a significant portion of the high-ranking officials across the nation. Otherwise, such rampant banditry could not have emerged so suddenly. No bandit would recklessly gather an army of over 100,000, most of whom were cultivators, directly heading for the armories, granaries, and treasure towers of major towns. Zhao Yuhuan, I have underestimated you. Had it not been for Meng Qingzhou's foresight, Dongfang Liuli would likely still be in the dark. Failing to suspect those high-ranking officials, I will not let Zhao Yuhuan's ambitions flourish." Dongfang Liuli closed her eyes, slowly reopening them, filled with chilling murderous intent. "Uncle, you will personally investigate the cities afflicted by banditry. Probe the governors, magistrates, and other officials of the 7th rank and above. Those who refuse to cooperate shall have their souls extracted. Anyone colluding with the enemy shall face extermination." Upon hearing this, even the hot-tempered Qin Fenghua was rendered speechless. Staring in disbelief, "Your Majesty, is this not a bit excessive?" Dongfang Liuli smiled, her expression cold and bloodthirsty. "Zhao Yuhuan believes I will not take him seriously, which is why he acts so recklessly. If I do not act decisively and ruthlessly, would I not be falling right into the hands of the Prince of Shu?" Dongfang Liuli rose, gazing towards the direction of Jinchao village, and said calmly, "Withdraw. I wish to meet the emperor." After finishing her words, the empress, clad in a resplendent red robe, vanished in an instant from the Qian Kuan palace, in Jinchao village. Within the Tai Chi hall, Meng Qingzhou had just prepared a bowl of medicinal porridge. Despite its modest appearance, this small bowl contained at least 4 or 5 varieties of heavenly spirit herbs, along with the exceedingly rare Jiuyangji Xian Lian. In terms of value, it was enough to purchase a small to medium-sized city. However, he realized with dismay that he had no idea where Luli resided. Meng Qingzhou slapped his forehead while holding the bowl. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the willow branches to sway lightly. With a creak, the courtyard door was pushed open from the outside. Dongfang Liuli, wearing a hint of a smile, said, "After just half a day apart, my husband already misses me." Meng Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. Aware that this woman was deliberately teasing him, with a beaming smile, he held out the bowl of porridge and replied, "You're back, come, have a bowl of porridge to ease your weariness." This scene resembled the ordinary lives of a young couple, where the husband, exhausted from a day's work, pushes open the door only to be greeted by his fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged wife, who, donning an apron, turns around and says, "Hurry up and wash your hands. Dinner is ready." Simple yet warm, this everyday life was a beauty that countless people could only dream of. Meng Qingzhou's lips curled upwards as he thought to himself, "You think you can tease me? Don't you know I was once known as the master of romance in my past life? As the saying goes, if she is inexperienced in the world, take her to see the grandeur of life. If she has seen it all, take her for a ride on the carousel." Dongfang Liuli stood there, momentarily dazed, gazing at the bowl of porridge he offered, then at Meng Qingzhou, who was clad in black and exuded an air of calmness and poise. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though her heart had been struck. After a long silence, Dongfang Luli finally accepted the bowl and took a sip of the light porridge. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment. This is boom. A tempest surged within her heart as she realized it contained Jiuyangji Xianlian. The sensation was akin to discovering something she had long sought yet never found, only to turn around and find it transformed into a simple bowl of porridge, offered by that person with such nonchalance. Dongfang Luli savored the porridge in small bites, and her previously troubled mood lightened in an instant. Chapter 9. I insist on forcing my way, is it good? Meng Qingzhou took the empty bowl from her and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the corner of her mouth. Dongfang Luli felt as if her mind had gone blank. The barrage of emotions had made her forget her identity as the empress, as well as her expertise in manipulating others. For the first time, she felt the warmth of homecoming. For the first time, someone alleviated her troubles. For the first time, someone wiped the corner of her mouth for her. As she experienced the gentle warmth spreading through her limbs, the rays of sunlight melted the coldness within her meridians. When she looked at Meng Qingzhou, she suddenly realized that this man possessed quite an appealing appearance. Broad shoulders, a tall stature, a face like a jade crown, and a demeanor that was both refined and approachable. He was indeed pleasing to the eye. Not bad. Dongfang Luli refrained from inquiring how the Jiuyangji Xianlian found its way into the porridge. Merely smiling faintly, hearing the tremor in her voice, Meng Qingzhou felt a surge of pride. He had won this round. You think you can compare your teasing skills with someone who has been tempered by the modern internet? Dongfang Luli gazed at him, a thought forming in her mind as she spoke. I've never told you what the Dongfang family does. Aren't you curious? Meng Qingzhou replied. I am curious. But I want to ask. After all, we are not truly husband and wife, so there is no need to delve deeply in the past. Dongfang Luli would have dismissed such words without a second thought. But now, for some reason, her heart felt suddenly empty, and she forced a smile that it's fine to tell you. The Dongfang family has been ministers of the great Jin dynasty for generations, and I am a female official close to His Majesty. If I were to require your service for the emperor, would you be willing? Meng Qingzhou unhesitatingly declined, not willing. His response was decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Dongfang Luli tilted her head, brows furrowing in confusion. Why? A man of ambition should aspire to serve the emperor. Isn't that a dream job for every man? I am too carefree. I am not suited for such a position. Meng Qingzhou gently refused again. Go ahead and speak sweetly. I simply want to do it. Seeing his vehement refusal, Dongfang Luli inexplicably felt anger rise within her. What is this? Am I a wolf or a tiger? I want to eat you. All right, you refuse, is it? I have my ways to make you comply with that. Dongfang Luli left, leaving behind the words, suit yourself. I shall take my leave. She didn't even bother with the questions she had intended to ask earlier. What nonsense about Zhao Yuhuan. Today, she would indulge herself for once. Meng Qingzhou scratched his head, utterly perplexed. What is going on? Did I mess it up? Feeling like he had failed in his attempt to flirt, he tossed the porcelain bowl aside. Indeed, I am not cut out for this. The following day, until the evening of the next day, Meng Qingzhou had not seen Dongfang Luli at all. The unpredictability of a woman's heart was truly astonishing. The ancients were not wrong. Meng Qingzhou was at a loss, unable to comprehend where he had gone wrong. The textbooks had taught him otherwise. Just as Meng Qingzhou was lost in thought, a sharp, piercing voice echoed throughout Jinchao village. The emperor has arrived. Commoner Meng Qingzhou is summoned to meet His Majesty. What? The emperor? Did I hear that wrong? Meng Qingzhou, lying on his bed, turned over and scratched his rear. Then, another sharp voice called out, Commoner Meng Qingzhou, come forth to meet His Majesty at once. Oh no. This is not a hallucination. Meng Qingzhou sprang up as if propelled by springs. The capital was 100 miles away. How could the empress come to a remote village to meet a mere son-in-law? This was bizarre, far too bizarre. The narrative was all wrong. Meng Qingzhou anxiously paced in the courtyard. He had intended to refuse any involvement in the main plotline. Preferring not to associate with either the antagonist or the protagonist, it was highly likely that the divine prediction from a few days prior had reached the empress's ears, prompting her visit to recruit him. Thus, if he were to meet the empress, it would signify joining her faction and opposing the protagonist, Long Aota, though refuse, was also inappropriate. Wouldn't that be akin to defying the emperor's will and openly turning against the sovereign, thus inadvertently aligning himself with the protagonist? Just imagining the wicked empress, who was solely focused on revenge in the later chapters of the novel, sent shivers down Meng Qingzhou's spine, as the saying goes. To wash away the white takes away 3 points of weakness, to blacken it opens a path to power. The empress was no different. After her dark transformation, she had slain Zhao Go on multiple occasions. And had it not been for the protagonist's aura, Zhao Go would have perished hundreds of times over. A woman who could overpower even the protagonist, Meng Qingzhou estimated that he would likely not fare any better. Bang! The courtyard door swung open, revealing Su Qingqiu, her face flushed from suppressing laughter, struggling to feign panic as she called out, "Master, the empress has arrived. You must come out." A group of villagers gathered before the green-tiled house, all wearing expressions of confusion. "Prime Minister, what on earth does the empress intend with this display?" The commander of the Imperial Guard squeezed through the crowd, eager for gossip. Jiang Songhai stroked his beard, pondering for a long while under the expectant gazes of those around him. Known as the strategist of the Great Jin, he finally uttered 3 words. "I don't know." The commander of the Imperial Guard secretly rolled his eyes at this. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Su Qingqiu tugged at the resistant Meng Qingzhou, pulling him out of the courtyard. "Oh, whether it is a blessing or a curse, one cannot escape destiny," Meng Qingzhou muttered to himself. Although he could not see nor utilize divine perception, making him no different from a typical blind person, he sensed a vast aura standing just a few meters ahead. It was as formidable as a mountain. Without a doubt, it was the reigning empress, Qin Luli. "Commoner Meng Qingzhou pays his respects to your majesty." Meng Qingzhou immediately prepared to kneel. A eunuch rushed forward to assist him, preventing him from kneeling. "What a joke! You are the emperor. How could you truly kneel before the empress?" Dongfeng Luli, adorned with a crown of glimmering pearls, reclined lazily upon a palanquin that towered several meters high. Her emerald-like red eyes gazing downwards, her lips curving into a smile. "There is no need for such formalities, sir. I have come here specifically to extend an olive branch to you. I wonder if you would be willing to accept?" Meng Qingzhou did not detect any difference in her tone, as Dongfeng Luli had always used a false voice while playing her role at this moment. The commanding presence she exuded was the true embodiment of Dongfeng Luli. "Commoner's abilities are limited. I fear I may not be up to the task," Meng Qingzhou replied, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Dongfeng Luli remained silent, exchanging glances with Su Qingqiu standing nearby. Su Qingqiu understood the unspoken cue and stepped forward, whispering, "Master, please do not refuse. The empress is determined to take you with her this time. The young lady has also gone to the capital and won't be returning anytime soon. Don't you wish to see her again? Moreover, the empress is ruthless. If you refuse again, it might provoke her anger, and you could end up losing your head." Meng Qingzhou contemplated for a long time, then sighed deeply, his expression grave and tragic. "I can accompany the empress to the capital, and I can serve, but I only wish to hold an honorary title. If the empress does not agree, I would rather die." To refuse any further would be impolite. At that point, neither the protagonist Long Outyin nor the empress would find favor, leading to even greater trouble. Moreover, the plotline has already begun to unravel, and aligning with the empress would likely pose no issues. At worst, one could maintain a low profile, striving to become a mere shadow. With so many capable ministers and formidable generals under the empress's command, could it be that all are adversaries of Long Outyin? On the imperial carriage, Dongfeng Liuli, hearing the satisfactory response, could no longer contain her mirth and said, "Very well, I grant you my consent. Meng Aiqing, hasten to pack your belongings. I await your return to the capital." In any case, there were no expectations for Meng Qingzhou to accomplish anything. Serving the empress was merely a means to draw closer to one another, laying the groundwork for future revelations of identity. How amusing! Without revealing your true identity, do you think I cannot subdue you? Today, I shall take the initiative, and the more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. Chapter 10. The first day of official appointment. The king of Longshan, the prime minister, having seen the emperor, instructed everyone to silence their tongues, forbidding any leakage of information. Dongfang Liuli slightly parted her crimson lips and conveyed her thoughts. Jiang Songhai clasped his hands within his sleeves, casting a deep glance at Dongfang Liuli, then silently nodded. Once Meng Qingzhou had gathered his luggage and joined Su Qingqiu, they boarded the flying beast. The empress's imperial carriage soared with the wind, pursuing the fading rays of the setting sun until they vanished beyond the horizon. After a considerable time, Jiang Songhai marveled, the emperor must not meddle in governance, and furthermore, there are concerns that the emperor's identity may be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Thus, it is advised that the emperor adopt a new identity upon returning. The arrival of a sage into the court heralds chaos. Your Majesty truly possesses remarkable means to avoid arousing Meng Qingzhou's suspicions. The flock of flying beasts trailing behind the imperial carriage circled above the capital for quite some time before gradually descending into the imperial palace. Sitting atop the flying beast, Meng Qingzhou inhaled the air of the palace deeply, murmuring, as expected, "This is the supreme hall of power. The air here is permeated with the scent of wealth and extravagance." On the imperial carriage, Dongfang Liuli, who was eavesdropping, curled her lips in disdain. Yu Qingqiu couldn't help but glance at Meng Qingzhou several times, wanting to speak but hesitating, thinking, "Where is there any scent of wealth? We merely circled around and returned." The only difference is that the imperial carriage stopped at the Golden Luan Hall, rather than the rebuilt Taiji Hall, Jinqiao Village. Jinqiao Village has been sealed. Without the empress's decree, no one may trespass. "Aiqing, come here," the empress beckoned as she alighted from the imperial carriage. Meng Qingzhou stepped forward. "Your Majesty." Dongfang Liuli gazed at Meng Qingzhou, who appeared like a submissive little wife, and couldn't help but feel a mix of pride and excitement. She chuckled lightly. "Aiqing, I command you to change your name. In the capital, you shall be called Meng Qing. Do you understand?" Meng Qingzhou was puzzled. "Why must I change my name? Is my name not suitable?" Dongfang Liuli replied, exasperated. "No means no. There are no multitude of whys," leaving Meng Qingzhou in a state of confusion. "What nonsense is this? Why must I hide my identity? Furthermore, why does the empress's tone carry a hint of playfulness? It's all gone awry." Utterly chaotic, Meng Qingzhou muttered to himself. The Golden Luan Hall was not resplendently gilded but rather elegantly simplistic and black. The interior space was vast, extending several hundred meters deep, forged from the rarest and finest spirit jade, which could extend the life of any ordinary person merely by inhaling its air. 81 deep black dragon pillars stood on either side, reaching up to the highest seat of the empress. Furthermore, several hundred elite guards of the peak of the cloud-riding realm stood like statues, their cold eyes visible only through the slits in their helmets. Majestic, imposing, and overwhelmingly powerful, beneath the throne, civil and military officials, holding jade tablets, were already waiting in neat rows. Clad in a black robe adorned with dragon motifs, Meng Qingzhou leaned on his cane, lightly tapping it against the ground, producing a crisp sound. Under the watchful eyes of the officials, he slowly made his way forward, stopping at the front, clasping his hands in salute. "I, Meng Qing, pay my respects to your Majesty." The throne was veiled by a sheer red silk, and the empress raised her hand, coolly saying, "Rise." Dongfang Liuli continued, "Meng Aiqing, your talents are extraordinary and rare. I have decided to promote you to the position of Deputy Minister of Rights. Do you have any objections?" Meng Qingzhou's eyelids twitched violently. What a grand title! This was a meteoric rise. If the minister is akin to a head of department, then the deputy minister is comparable to an undersecretary, with the former being of the second rank and the latter of the third. Jiang Songhai, positioned at the forefront of the civil officials, glanced at the composed Meng Qingzhou, remaining silent. Indeed, the current minister of rights, who also serves as the prime minister, is Jiang Songhai himself. He was among the few aware of Meng Qingzhou's true identity. Hence there was no surprise, nor would there be any objections. However, few had seen the emperor's visage. Among the gathered officials, only two recognized him, Jiang Songhai and Lin Lu, the commander of the imperial guard. The uninformed ministers, weary and with drooping eyelids, suddenly widened their eyes in horror, turning to Meng Qingzhou with expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. a mere commoner, devoid of any official background or remarkable achievements. On his first day in court, was directly elevated to the third rank of deputy minister. This was outrageous. Some speculated whether this Meng Qingzhou was favored by the empress as a consort. Several young and vigorous military officers exchanged furtive glances. It seemed the empress had a penchant for the blind, and rumors suggested the emperor himself was blind. Now another one appeared. Perhaps we should also blind ourselves. Who knows, we might catch the empress's eye. The officials, filled with discontent, suddenly exploded with emotion, rising to protest. This cannot be. Your Majesty, you are disregarding the national system. If this continues, who will dedicate themselves to the governance of the state? Meng Qin, I have never heard of this individual. He is neither of noble lineage nor a top scholar. Without any official background or achievements, how can he be directly promoted to the third rank? A mere commoner, even with unparalleled talent, a seventh-rank position would suffice. Where did this wild young man come from? Your Majesty, please do not be deceived by him. Dongfeng Lieli smiled, reclining with one hand propping her chin, not intervening in the fervent protests of her ministers, defying the will of the sovereign. This was your punishment, of course, but also a test. Her eyes held a hint of anticipation. If Meng Qingzhou could win the hearts of the ministers, that would be ideal. Conversely, she would send him back to Jinqiao village to live as an untroubled blind son-in-law. Meng Qingzhou was filled with indignation and spoke with sharp words, akin to slapping the faces of the officials. He had no desire to meddle in court affairs, reluctantly coming to the capital to serve the empress out of respect. Yet, he had not even lost his temper, and a group of clowns was already belittling him. Furrowing his brows, Meng Qingzhou turned to face the assembled officials, declaring, I was but a commoner, fortunate to have your Majesty's favor, traveling a great distance to be summoned. I had thought that those who stand in this golden Luan hall are all dragons among men. Yet it appears they are merely a gathering of arrogant individuals. Arrogant, presumptuous. What skills do you possess? Show me. If you are merely seeking fame, do not blame me if I take your head, a prince. Adorned in a robe of four-clawed golden dragons, coldly scoffed. Meng Qingzhou turned toward the voice, inquiring, May I ask who you are? The king of Longshan, of the third rank, named Ouyang with the single-character Shang. Ouyang Shang sneered disdainfully. Still a cripple, this man dares to aspire to greatness and stand equal with me? What a joke! Meng Qingzhou's brow furrowed, searching his memory, pondering deeply. Seeing this, Ouyang Shang displayed an expression of smug certainty, concluding that Meng Qingzhou lacked true skill. Just as Ouyang Shang revealed a victorious smile, Meng Qingzhou's lips curled into a cold arc. He struck his cane against the ground, silencing the clamor of the Golden Luan Hall, and spoke. Though I am blind, I can see through the mysteries of fate. Just now, I calculated your destiny and caught a glimpse of a hidden truth. Ouyang Shang clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes narrowing, a hint of derision as if watching a clown perform. Ouyang Shang, a resident of Longshan County in Qingzhou, had risen from poverty in his youth by relying on military merits to defy fate and become a third-rank prince. Is this not common knowledge? How dare you say such things? Wang Sheng laughed. Only Jiang Kanghai and Lin Lu, the commander of the Imperial Guard, exchanged secret glances, realizing what Meng Qingzhou was doing, a sage's prophecy. Meng Qingzhou ignored him and continued. In mid-year of the previous year, 10 counties in Qingzhou, with a population nearing 100,000, succumbed to a mysterious poison, resulting in death. This dreadful calamity ultimately left the source undiscovered. Fading into obscurity. At this juncture, Meng Qingzhou paused, his expression darkening like water, imbued with a murderous intent. Yet the truth is, the king of Longshan, Ouyang Shang, in his pursuit of breaking through to the mountain-moving realm, resorted to forbidden practices, sacrificing 10,000 lives to further his own power. A heinous crime beyond redemption. Ouyang Shang's expression shifted slightly, his pupils contracting as he barked, Dare you slander me, believe it or not? I will have your head. Meng Qingzhou leaned on his cane, advancing step by step toward Ouyang Shang, coldly stating, Do you also seek evidence? Very well, I shall provide it. Having spoken, Meng Qingzhou whispered, uttering a string of twisted and awkward incantations. In the next moment, The originally graceful king of Longshang let out a pained roar from his throat, his eyes turning pitch black as his spine protruded like a blade. The courtiers were taken aback, unable to believe the scene unfolding before them. This was an ancient summoning spell. How could the king of Longshang have fallen into the path of darkness? The deputy minister of rites did not speak in vain. Ouyang Shang, that treacherous scoundrel, was indeed the mastermind behind the calamity in Qingzhou 2 years prior. A population of 100,000 was sacrificed at his whim. How ruthless! The officials, adept at navigating the winds of fortune, were quick to point fingers, seeing the king of Longshang descend into darkness, confirming him as the perpetrator of the Qingzhou disaster from 2 years ago. The empress waved her hand, declaring with a chilling tone, "Take him away and execute him by slow slicing. Let the flesh and blood of the king of Longshang serve as an offering to the 10,000 souls wrongfully perished in Qingzhou." My beloved minister continued. At her words, everyone present felt a chill. Meng Qingzhou smiled inwardly, thinking, "The empress understands me. Those who previously doubted me will now line up for their reckoning." Meng Qingzhou smiled warmly. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to move. "Get moving," Dongfang Liuli said indifferently. Chapter 11. The chancellor's reputation ruined by Meng Qingzhou in the Golden Hall. The officials stood in a line, their heads drooping and eyes evasive, as if hiding a guilty conscience, fearing that Meng Qingzhou would see through them. The primary cause for their anxiety was the hysterical cries echoing from outside. "Your Majesty, I am wronged. Meng Qin is slandering me. Please investigate thoroughly." The once imperious king of Longshang, merely questioning, was stripped bare by Meng Qingzhou, his powers sealed by the empress, reduced to a lifeless dog, facing imminent execution. Who among the officials was without their own scandals? Some were both shocked and terrified, yet the empress's prestige was too formidable, having reached the moonlight realm, leaving them too frightened to protest. Who would have thought that Meng Qin could divine the hidden truths? Was the empress intent on cleansing the court, wielding a dragon-slaying sword? Some ministers regretted their past actions. As the saying goes, "Do not be the bird that sticks its neck out." An elderly man, nearing the end of his days, wept with regret. A handsome young scholar spoke calmly, "Do not be too pessimistic. How could anyone truly divine the secrets of heaven? Moreover, I just investigated this Meng Qin. He possesses no spiritual energy, he is just a commoner. In my opinion, the empress aims to support Meng Qin but lacks a solid reason to persuade the court, so she has thrown the king of Longshang out as a scapegoat." The crowd waiting in line nodded silently. In agreement, it seemed they had overthought the situation. It was just unfortunate for the king of Longshang, a nobleman not yet 40, to become a scapegoat for someone like Meng Qin, who appeared from nowhere at this moment. It was the turn of the handsome young scholar. He glanced at the officials ahead of him, who were wiping sweat off their brows, relieved to have escaped disaster. Yet none dared to explode in anger. This bolstered the young scholar's confidence, standing tall and proud. "What is your name?" Meng Qingzhou inquired. "Liu Beichuan," the young scholar replied calmly. Meng Qingzhou nodded. "Ah, Liu Beichuan, the top scholar from 3 years ago. Involved in examination fraud. Evidence. Your father sold all his assets to purchase a heavenly-grade spiritual sword to bribe the exam proctor, but you may not know that your father, fearing the proctor would not recognize the gift, engraved your name on the hilt of the sword." The young scholar's confident demeanor evaporated instantly, his lips draining of color. How could he know such a secret? He thought, swallowing hard, his legs trembling like a sieve. A chill running up his spine. 2 words echoed in his mind. "It's over. Investigate thoroughly. If the situation is verified, punishment will follow," Dongfang Liuli said coldly, fully trusting Meng Qingzhou's prophetic abilities. Were it not for the need to display to others, she would have loved to wield a great blade beside Meng Qingzhou, allowing him to name names while she executed justice. The young scholar collapsed onto the ground, muttering, "No, I am the hope of my family. I cannot come to harm." Yet the Imperial Guard did not indulge him, shackling his spiritual powers and dragging him away. Meng Qingzhou, devoid of compassion, finished naming names and awaited the next fortunate soul. Of course, he could not foresee the dark histories of everyone. He relied on his familiarity with the plot of the novel, recalling the vividly outlined character traits of supporting roles. For instance, the king of Longshang, who was currently facing execution, would later rebel against the court and ally with the king of Leshu, Zhao Yuhuan, becoming a notorious dark overlord. The trembling young scholar seated on the ground was destined to become a great corrupt official in the Dajin dynasty. As for some lesser characters, Meng Qingzhou had never heard of them. Never mind, this is a minor affair. Let us move on to the next. Meng Qingzhou waved his hand, generously releasing an unnamed minor official. This nameless minister, who didn't even have a name in the novel, left with a grateful glance. Revenge aside, establishing authority required some level of restraint. One could not afford to offend all the civil and military officials entirely. Some mercy must be shown. Chancellor Zhang Songhai. When it was Zhang Songhai's turn, Meng Qingzhou furrowed his brow. Sensing something amiss, he acted swiftly as lightning, his hand exploring Zhang Songhai's aged face. Zhang Songhai. This familiar sensation? This familiar formula? How deeply do you cherish the visage of this old minister? Meng Qingzhou mused, as he persistently grasped Zhang Songhai's face, who repeatedly attempted to pry his hand away, his expression darkening with exasperation. Gradually, however, Meng Qingzhou's demeanor became serious. Witnessing this, everyone held their breath in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Could it be that even the chancellor harbored a dark past? Even the usually laid-back Dongfang Liuli sat up straight. Holding her breath in tense anticipation, Zhang Songhai was one of the pillars of the Dajin dynasty. If he had serious issues, it would signify the utter ruin of the nation, and any thoughts of domination would be futile. Do I have a problem? Zhang Songhai asked, his confidence shaken, racking his brain to recall his past. Under the scrutiny of Meng Qingzhou's still debated sage status, Zhang Songhai had no choice but to take it seriously. Yet, after pondering for a long time, the subject appeared utterly bewildered. Could it be that he had committed some disgraceful act while sleepwalking? Then, Meng Qingzhou spoke solemnly. Chancellor, do you have a long-lost twin brother? The officials exchanged puzzled glances while the empress raised an eyebrow. Zhang Songhai, confused, asked, What do you mean? Meng Qingzhou continued earnestly, To be honest, there is a village chief named Zhang Dahai in my hometown, whose birth date and destiny are remarkably similar to yours. No, it cannot merely be similar. They are practically identical. I suspect he is your long-lost twin brother. What do you think? Zhang Songhai nearly choked. Caught by surprise. What? So that's what you meant. Of course, he's similar because I played the role of village chief Zhang Dahai. You've already divined my fate twice. Zhang Songhai was furious yet had to lie under the weight of his conscience. Well, it is indeed true. The Zhang Dahai you mentioned is my elder brother. We have already recognized each other, so there is no need for you to worry, Meng Qingzhou. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou touched his nose, secretly astonished. There really was a twin brother. How come this was not mentioned in the plot? The lazy author must have been slacking off. Zhang Songhai's frustration was palpable as he silently turned to the empress, his gaze seemingly pleading, Your Majesty, look at the predicament you've caused. I have never lied since childhood, yet now, nearing my end, I must be forced to fabricate tales. Is this not absurd? Dongfang Liuli, rarely displaying guilt, scratched her forehead, her gaze averted, refusing to meet Zhang Songhai's eyes. Upon hearing the chancellor's admission of a long-lost twin brother, the officials began to murmur, speculating how they might find Zhang Dahai to flatter their leader and offer their condolences to the chancellor's elder brother. Zhang Songhai closed his eyes, nearly shedding tears. My reputation is ruined. Chapter 12. Empress. Is your wife beautiful? This anti-corruption campaign continued until the early hours of the morning. Following the king of Longshang and the young scholar, 2 additional 5th-rank officials were apprehended, both irredeemable villains. In light of these comparisons, others felt grateful, believing that Meng Qingzhou had shown them mercy. Little did they know, Meng Qingzhou did not recognize these nameless minor officials at all. As the sweeping purge of officials ranked 5th and above concluded, no one dared to further investigate Meng Qingzhou's promotion to Deputy Minister of Rights. The court dismissed without further ado. The empress waved her sleeves and gracefully rose to depart. The courtiers bowed, retreating from the Golden Hall. Congratulations, Meng Qingzhou, on your promotion. Please continue to offer support and care in the future. Lord Ming, take it easy. The steps are steep, watch your footing. Lord, might you pause for a moment and join me for a couple of drinks at my humble abode? Recently, I have come across a remarkable beauty, and would you believe it? She too bears the surname Ming. Perhaps you are long-lost siblings? Why not take her back and inquire further? Ah, surely, Lord Ming is not one to be swayed by mere beauty. I possess a treasure of ancient lineage, said to be a relic left by a supreme being from the realm of dawn. Might you lend your discerning eye to it? Along the way, many approached with flattering intentions, eager to ingratiate themselves, almost as if they wished to embrace Lord Ming Qingzhou's feet in adoration. Grateful for your affections, I must return home where my wife awaits. I bid you farewell. Lord Ming Qingzhou hastily clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, preparing to slip away. Just then, a shadow obscured the stars and moon, and everyone felt a sudden darkness. Soon after, they beheld the Empress's imperial carriage descending from the heavens, hovering above them. The Empress stood poised against the wind, hands clasped before her, her hair elegantly styled, exuding an air of grace, as she gazed down at Lord Ming Qingzhou and said, "Ming Qing, you have no residence in the capital. Why not accompany me back to the palace for a while?" The Empress was exceedingly pleased with Lord Ming Qingzhou's performance today. Even she had not anticipated such playful interpretation of the sage's prophecy, which truly expanded her horizons. In her elevated spirits, the Empress resolved to indulge whimsically one last time, taking Lord Ming Qingzhou back to the palace. After all, he is the emperor. It is entirely reasonable for him to reside in the imperial chambers. And I have not transgressed any ethical boundaries. Lord Ming Qingzhou replied awkwardly. Isn't that inappropriate? What could possibly be inappropriate? Indigene, none would dare to gossip about me, spoke Dongfeng Lieli nonchalantly. Lord Ming Qingzhou, somewhat speechless, patiently replied, I have a wife waiting at home. I fear she might worry if I return late. Draping the tiger skin to create a banner, as long as I do not speak. Who would know that Dongfeng Lieli and I are but a feigned couple? So it is. Dongfeng Lieli fell into contemplation, carefully savoring the word wife, an indescribable, peculiar sensation washing over her, her lips curling slightly. I am rather curious. Do you hold great affection for your wife? Lord Ming Qingzhou felt exasperated. Why was this empress so chatty? She bore no resemblance to the ethereal, aloof sovereign depicted in tales. There are sentiments, I suppose. Lord Ming Qingzhou replied vaguely. Dio elaborate. Dongfeng Lieli pressed. Well, Lord Ming Qingzhou mused, does it matter? To a blind man, beauty holds little significance. But if I must say, he recalled the corny love lines from his past life, and spoke with fervor. In this world of myriad beings, my love is threefold. 1 for the sun, 2 for the moon, and 3 for you. The sun beckons at dawn, the moon bids farewell at dusk, and you are my constant from dawn to dusk. The Empress trembled slightly, her phoenix eyes widening in astonishment. Is there more? Lord Ming Qingzhou raised his chin, the silvery moonlight illuminating his chiseled profile. His voice deep. At dawn I gaze at the heavens, and at dusk I watch the clouds. Whether I walk or sit, I am ever thinking of you. The first encounter brings surprise and joy, and prolonged companionship ignites the heart. Dongfeng Lieli's lips parted slightly. After a moment she cleared her throat, somewhat flustered, waving her hand dismissively. I understand now. You may return. With that, Dongfeng Lieli vanished in an instant. As if fleeing, the onlookers regarded Lord Ming Qingzhou with peculiar glances, none uttering a word. His plain yet piercing words struck deep, devoid of excessive embellishment, akin to life itself, simple yet imbued with genuine emotion. Truly, Lord Ming Qingzhou is a man of great talent. One official, a former top scholar, gave a thumbs up, offering such praise. Another official, who had intended to bestow a beautiful woman as a bribe, suddenly realized something, exclaiming, I was reckless just now. I had no idea Lord Ming shared such heartfelt sentiments with his esteemed wife. I shall host a banquet to atone for my folly. Lord Ming Qingzhou slapped his forehead, finally recognizing that modern sophisticated love words were still too advanced for the people of this world, akin to a dimensional strike. Farewell, farewell. Lord Ming Qingzhou felt overwhelmed and hurriedly departed. by the time he left the palace. It was already deep into the night. The streets were desolate, and finding an inn to rest was a challenge. With a deep sigh, Lord Meng Qingzhou lamented the tribulations of life, resolving to seek refuge in a dilapidated temple for the night, planning to devise a means of finding lodging in the morning. Suddenly, a gentle breeze wafted by, bringing with it a familiar fragrance. Outside the palace gates, Dongfang Lioli, now clad in simple attire, stood with her sword against the wall, quietly observing Lord Meng Qingzhou. Following her was Su Qingqiu, dressed in a plain white gown, peering out to scrutinize him. Earlier, Su Qingqiu had concealed herself in the imperial carriage, having distinctly heard Lord Meng Qingzhou's declaration of affection for Dongfang Lioli. A blank slate, Su Qingqiu had never witnessed such a scene, and her mind was still in a whirl, echoes of Lord Meng Qingzhou's heartfelt words resonating in her ears. The first encounter brings surprise and joy, and prolonged companionship ignites the heart. I in this world of myriad beings, my love is threefold. 1 for the sun, 2 for the moon, and 3 for you. Simple yet profoundly moving. Oh, what brings you here? Lord Meng Qingzhou inquired in astonishment. Waiting for you, Dongfang Lioli replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, her voice firm. Lord Meng Qingzhou recalled Su Qingqiu mentioning that Dongfang Lioli had also come to the capital and would not be leaving anytime soon. It seemed she had received word and was specifically waiting here. Let us return home. Dongfang Lioli turned and walked away, her tone cold. Yet, Lord Meng Qingzhou noted that she deliberately slowed her pace to accommodate him, even making her footsteps deliberately heavy, ensuring he heard each step, guiding him past obstacles. By the way, since I have entered the family, I have yet to meet my uncle and aunt. Should I not pay my respects? Lord Meng Qingzhou attempted to strike up a conversation. I have neither father nor mother. The Dongfang family consists only of myself and one clan uncle, Dongfang Lioli replied. Lord Meng Qingzhou fell silent. Indeed, it seemed he was ill-suited for flirtation, only capable of uttering overly sentimental lines. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at a modest residence, with a plaque bearing the character for Qin. In the bustling capital, possessing a residence was no small feat, a testament to the Dongfang family's prominence. Unbeknownst to him, this was not merely an ordinary dwelling but the ancestral home of the Dejin royal family, a structure of even greater significance than the palace itself. Lord Meng Qingzhou, his pockets emptier than his countenance, was truly astounded. Woof, woof, woof. A dog in the courtyard approached, barking incessantly at Lord Meng Qingzhou. Go away, he scolded, unyielding, and kicked the oblivious creature aside. Do you not see the master has returned home? Have some awareness. Su Qingqiu pursed her lips, glancing at the kicked creature, then quickly averted her gaze. The Dejan guardian beast rolled on the ground twice before lying there in contemplation, then realized something was amiss. I am the guardian beast, and this blind fool dares to treat me like a mere dog. The large yellow dog bared its teeth, looking fierce. Lord Meng Qingzhou slightly turned, sensing an unidentifiable threat, and subtly released a hint of his sword intent to probe. The large yellow dog suddenly bristled, its pupils dilating in shock. The supreme aura of slaughtering sword intent. This blind man is a sword saint. Chapter 13. Treating the guardian beast as a dog. That a night passed in silence. The following morning, Lord Meng Qingzhou opened the door to the guest room and, noticing Dongfang Lioli's chamber tightly shut, attached a leash to the large yellow dog, securing it to a stone pillar. He then retrieved various flowers and plants from his system's warehouse, which were all rewards from his 3 years of signing in. While the warehouse was filled with divine medicines and treasures, they were of little significance to him. After a busy morning, Lord Meng Qingzhou even prepared breakfast. Big Yellow, it's time to eat. He pulled out a bag of top-quality celestial beast feed, pouring it into the dog bowl and pushing it in front of the large yellow dog. Yao Ri Shin Jun, I am the guardian beast of Dejin, with a lifespan of 300,000 years. Having followed the founding emperor, and in times of national crisis, I turned the tide to save countless lives, and now I am being fed dog food. If not for a grave mistake that led to my realm being severed, causing me to transform into a dog and even lose my ability to speak, I would be the strongest in Dejin. How can I endure such humiliation? Indeed, it seemed best to just kill this blind fool. But upon reflection, Knowing this blind man was a sword saint, Yao Ri Shunjun decided to spare his life for the moment. Suddenly, Yao Ri Shunjun's nostrils flared as he caught a tantalizing scent. Lifting a piece of dog food with his paw and tasting it. This dog food, it contains the bloodlines of myriad spirit beasts. After savoring it, his heart was shaken, and his canine eyes sparkled with light. It even has a hint of divine beast flesh. Yao Ri Shunjun gaped, stunned for a long moment, before diving headfirst into the bowl, ravenously devouring the dog food. Delicious. The taste is exquisite. Whatever dignity a divine beast possesses pales in comparison to the allure of good food. Creak. Dongfang Lioli, looking weary, emerged in her nightgown. She had tossed and turned all night, her mind revolving around those love lines. Having savored the essence of Dongfang Lioli, the lingering impressions remained unassuaged in a side chamber. Su Qingqiu emerged, impeccably attired, her lustrous black hair cascading down her back, exuding an air of cool elegance. She stealthily offered a respectful bow to the empress, just as she was about to prepare breakfast for Dongfang Lioli as per usual. Her gaze fell upon the spread of dishes adorning the stone table in the courtyard. As Su Qingqiu surveyed her surroundings, she was greeted by a riot of blooming flowers and verdant plants, each shimmering with ethereal luminescence. Could it be the nine-yang heart-burning lotus? Dongfang Lioli's attention was drawn to a flame-shaped lotus blossoming in the pond, nearly eliciting an exclamation of surprise. The shadows of Yuhuang grass, pure space Buddha's handflower, and Dao heart tree saplings danced around her. Su Qingqiu's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the array of celestial-grade spiritual flora. The courtyard was a veritable tapestry of vibrant colors, and any single plant plucked from this bounty could incite a frenzy within the cultivation world. Yet here, they served merely as ornamental embellishments amidst a sea of hues. Am I dreaming? Su Qingqiu rubbed her eyes, unsure if she had fully awakened. Dongfang Lioli cast a deep glance at the nine-yang heart-burning lotus in the pond, realizing that Meng Qingzhou had repeatedly challenged her understanding over the past few days. Today, she suddenly found herself unable to fathom this man any longer. Ah? The divine monarch, Su Qingqiu gasped, covering her mouth as her previously aloof demeanor dissipated. Dongfang Lioli turned her head, only to be met with darkness. She stumbled, nearly losing her footing. Before her stood the national protector beast of the Great Gene, the solar divine monarch, currently tethered by a dog leash, with its head buried eagerly in a dog bowl. After devouring the bowl of dog food, the solar divine monarch, unsatisfied, squatted on the ground, extending its long tongue, its canine face expectantly gazing at Meng Qingzhou. More. The divine monarch hasn't had enough. The solar divine monarch licked its lips, pawing at the bowl with an almost petulant whine. You can have more this evening. Control your portions, Meng Qingzhou advised. Dongfang Lioli and Su Qingqiu exchanged glances, both revealing the same incredulity. This is the national protector beast of our Great Gene? My lord, how could you feed it such meager rations? Su Qingqiu exclaimed, stamping her foot in urgency. It's not meager rations. It's highly nutritious dog food, Meng Qingzhou clarified. Seizing the dog bowl, Su Qingqiu tossed it aside and retrieved a chunk of exotic beast meat from her storage ring. Placing it on the offering platform, Divine Monarch, you cannot have dog food. This is meat from specially raised exotic beasts. Su Qingqiu unfastened the solar Divine Monarch's leash, stating firmly, away with you. The anthropomorphized big yellow dog displayed a disdainful expression, casting a sidelong glance at the exotic meat on the offering platform. Ugh, rubbish. Fresh goods from the blind are far superior, rare and exquisite. Subsequently, the big yellow dog willingly reattached its leash, nuzzling against Meng Qingzhou's feet. Swaying its rear playfully, the divine monarch couldn't resist. Just a little more, please, Meng Qingzhou. What kind of charm have you cast upon the divine monarch? Dongfang Lioli asked, perplexed. A dignified national protector beast reduced to a mere dog? How could this be? In just one night, this creature, imbued with the bloodlines of the gluttonous and the phoenix ancestors, had transformed into this pitiful state. What's the matter? Meng Qingzhou questioned, bewildered. Dongfang Lioli rubbed her temples. At a loss for words, forget it, it's nothing. Now, let me ask you, where did you procure the spiritual herbs and plants in the garden? Her curiosity was barely contained. Su Qingqiu also looked on, harboring questions. For this inquiry, Meng Qingzhou had prepared a response, feigning nonchalance. Oh, those were given to me by a white-haired elder I encountered during my travels, as a gift. When faced with uncertainty, blame the nameless old man. In the cultivation world, there are seldom explanations. It's all about seizing opportunities. Su Qingqiu blinked. I recall that the swordsmanship texts you possess were also gifted by a white-haired elder, right? That old man is quite generous. Bestowing so many treasures. Dongfang Lily sighed. What a perfunctory excuse. Yet, she refrained from pressing further, both parties having concealed certain truths. As Dongfang Lily assumed the role of a secretary in the Hanlin Academy. She hastily departed after breakfast, with Su Qingqiu in tow, preparing to visit the Minister of Rites. Zhang Tsangha, my lord. Someone delivered court robes yesterday. Will you wear them? Su Qingqiu inquired, peeking in with the formal third-rank dragon robe. Meng Qingzhou thought of the need to present himself formally to his superior upon assuming office. The first rule of the king's law: never seek special treatment, never detach from the masses. The more one adheres to decorum and politeness, the less one attracts attention. Wear it. Meng Qingzhou nodded. Su Qingqiu dutifully assumed the role of maid, personally assisting Meng Qingzhou in dressing. Her delicate fingers, as soft as a whisper, unfastened his garments, inadvertently brushing against his firm chest, causing the cool and elegant sword immortal's face to flush, retracting her hand as if shocked. Perhaps I should do it myself, Meng Qingzhou suggested awkwardly. Unaccustomed to being attended to. No. I can manage, Su Qingqiu resolutely countered. However, the process of dressing proved quite arduous. Meng Qingzhou felt akin to a bare wire, every accidental touch eliciting a flinch from Su Qingqiu. After much effort, when Su Qingqiu at last removed his robe, she beheld Meng Qingzhou's bare torso, sculpted with chiseled muscles and a perfectly proportioned physique, nearly causing her to faint, then, overcoming her shyness. Su Qingqiu, holding the formal third-rank dragon robe, encountered further difficulty. This attire required precise knowledge of how to wear it, and she was utterly unfamiliar. My lord, please wait. Let me figure this out, Su Qingqiu said. Her expression earnest. All right, Meng Qingzhou sighed in exasperation. After a full hour of laborious effort, they finally managed to complete the dressing process, leaving Meng Qingzhou's knees weak and Su Qingqiu drenched in perspiration, panting heavily. After a brief rest, let us go pay our respects to the minister, Meng Qingzhou proclaimed with a smile, grasping his cane. Su Qingqiu's fair complexion still bore a rosy hue, too embarrassed to look at Meng Qingzhou. Murmuring yes. Chapter 14. The emperor and his favorite are both mine. In the capital, at the minister's residence, as the prime minister of the realm, concurrently serving as the minister of rites, he was responsible for strategizing on behalf of Her Majesty the Empress, alleviating the burdens of governance, overseeing sacrifices, ceremonial rites, and even the selection of candidates for the imperial examinations, all requiring Zhang Songhai's endorsement. The Great Jin dynasty had two principal pillars. One was General Qin Fenghua, a formidable figure at the half-stepped Dawn realm, and the other was Zhang Songhai. Yet, in the eyes of the common folk, Zhang Songhai's renown vastly eclipsed that of Qin Fenghua. The foremost pinnacle of authority beneath the empress was not a mere title. Each day, a throng of officials bearing heavy gifts gathered outside the prime minister's residence, all eager to ascend the ranks by aligning themselves with Zhang Songhai. As Meng Qingzhou made his way through the streets, he overheard the townsfolk animatedly discussing the monumental event that transpired in the Golden Luan Hall the previous day. Did you hear? The empress has a penchant for the blind. It's said that yesterday, during a court meeting, she recommended a blind man, devoid of any cultivation, for the position of third-rank minister of the interior, facing vehement opposition from the other ministers. Yet this blind man is no ordinary fellow. He can discern heavenly secrets and exposed a cadre of corrupt officials right then and there, even executing a noble lord. Heavens! On his first day in office, he executed a noble lord. One could only wonder how the singular and legitimate emperor would react upon hearing this news. What could he think? As the sovereign of a nation, could the emperor truly adhere to a monogamous system? What harm would be there in taking on another favored minister? Would the emperor dare to object? Indeed, moreover, Meng Qingzhou also heard that some self-proclaimed handsome young lords were planning to poke out their own eyes with sticks, masquerading as blind heroes, inciting a trend in the capital. Being blind was no longer a disability to be scorned, but rather a key to the empress's heart. Wearing a conical hat, Su Qingqiu nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation at the absurdity. What nonsense! Who claims the empress has a penchant for the blind? This crowd is clearly overindulged. All along, the new favored minister and the emperor are the same person. Yet Meng Qingzhou fell into deep contemplation, muttering to himself, "The empress favors the blind? That explains it. I wondered why she treated me so differently despite our lack of kinship." Indeed, Meng Qingzhou was convinced. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of malicious intent. Goodness! The author failed to mention that the illustrious empress harbored such peculiar tastes. I certainly do not wish to become the empress's confidant. Always remember this truth. The reason Long Outyin is called Long Outyin is that he plays by his own rules. Rules are constraints for side characters, while the protagonist is meant to break them. Thus, Meng Qingzhou had no desire to provoke the main character, Zhao Guo. Of course, the primary reason was the lack of benefits. I could simply recline and enter early retirement. Why expend effort to clash with others? Su Qingqiu hesitated, wanting to speak. The emperor is not like that. Don't misunderstand Her Majesty. As they walked, the passers-by continued their chatter until they spotted a blind youth clad in a black and gold dragon robe, leaning on a cane, passing by them. Could it be a third-rank official's robe, blind, youthful, and quite handsome? Could it be? Suddenly, the entire street fell into a hushed silence. The crowd parted, creating a clear path for Meng Qingzhou to pass through. Who understands? This scenario resembled a group of townsfolk disparaging Ma Baba, only to turn around and find him grinning behind them. How surreal! You all continue. Don't mind me. Meng Qingzhou sensed something unusual and smiled. Nodding in acknowledgement, the crowd murmured, "My lord, please leave quickly. Who would dare speak ill in your presence? You are the ruthless one who executed a prince on your very first day at work. We, mere common folk, are we to provoke the living Yama? Please hurry, do not trouble the people." Meng Qingzhou replied and promptly departed with quickened steps, followed closely by Su Qingqiu, who held her sword tightly. Soon, they arrived at the residence of the prime minister. Standing at the entrance, Meng Qingzhou politely greeted the guard. "Would you be so kind as to announce my arrival? Just say Meng Qin has come to pay a visit." The guard, glancing at him with impatience, instinctively retorted, "Off with you." The prime minister is not available, however. Upon noticing the ceremonial attire Meng Qingzhou wore, he turned pale with fright. "I am truly blind. I shall go inform him immediately." The guard stumbled as he pushed through the door to report, leaving Meng Qingzhou bewildered. He touched his own face, pondering. Am I really that intimidating? I am not the Grim Reaper. Why does everyone look at me as if they have seen a ghost? Su Qingqiu whispered. You executed a prince on your first day in office. Is that all? Meng Qingzhou tilted his head. Confused, Miss Dongfang said nothing yesterday. She didn't seem surprised at all. I thought it was a common occurrence. Su Qingqiu was speechless, of course. Miss Dongfang is the reigning empress. The death of a notoriously wicked third-rank prince is hardly noteworthy. Before long, the guard respectfully ushered Meng Qingzhou and Su Qingqiu inside. After meandering through the vast estate for over 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the door of a study. The prime minister is inside. Please, you may enter. Meng Qingzhou nodded and gently knocked on the door. Come in, came the rich and gentle voice of Jiang Songhai. As Meng Qingzhou entered, he discovered that he was not alone with Jiang Songhai. Several officials from the Ministry of Rites stood at the desk, glancing back at him. Greetings, Prime Minister. Meng Qingzhou intended to bow respectfully. Jiang Songhai quickly rose to assist him, laughing. There is no need for such formalities. Sir, please have a seat. After all, you are the true sovereign, and I would not dare ask you to bow. If His Majesty were to find out, he might suspect I am plotting treason. Meng Qingzhou did not adhere to formalities either. Sitting gracefully across from the desk, clasping his hands. I have just assumed my position and have come to pay my respects to the Minister of Rites. Should there be any tasks? Please do not hesitate to assign them to me. Jiang Songhai waved his hand dismissively. I am quite idle. There is no work to be done. Even if there were, I would not dare to impose on you. Meanwhile, several officials from the Ministry of Rites whispered among themselves. One woman, whose ample robes could not conceal her alluring figure, quietly inquired, "Who is this?" An older official with a long mustache expressed surprise. "You do not recognize the newly appointed Minister of Rites deputy?" "I do not know. Do tell," the alluring woman urged. The mustached official, eyeing her beauty and figure, swallowed hard and whispered, "This gentleman is named Meng Qin. He was just appointed yesterday, has no past achievements or examination records, and has been directly promoted to the third rank." The civil and military officials, of course, objected vehemently, and then this gentleman executed a prince. It is rumored that he may have some connection to the empress. Perhaps, I say perhaps, he might be her favored consort. Upon hearing this, the alluring woman's eyes sparkled with delight, a smile forming at the corners of her mouth. "Truly, heaven is aiding me, just as I was seeking a way to approach the great Jin Emperor. This opportunity has presented itself." The enchanting woman was none other than Wu Dai, an assassin sent by the heir of the king of Shu, Zhao Go. Wu Dai contemplated. "I can first approach this deputy minister. An ordinary man without cultivation, who will be powerless against my charms. By controlling this deputy minister, leveraging his ambiguous relationship with the empress, infiltrating the harem should be no trouble at all together. We shall surely succeed in assassinating the emperor. I am truly a genius." Wu Dai rejoiced in her thoughts. Chapter 15. Your virtuous wife is the current empress? I can manage alone. Deputy Minister, you should return and rest, Jiang Kenghai remarked. Meng Qingzhou naturally felt pleased and unhesitatingly rose to take his leave. In that case, I shall not impose further. No work is best. I can return home to play with my cat and walk my dog. Not so fast, Wu Dai interjected, placing her delicate hand on Meng Qingzhou's shoulder. Her fingertips brushing across his chest, speaking softly, "Deputy Minister Meng, might you pause for a moment and hear my words?" Meng Qingzhou discreetly stepped back, attempting to distance himself from this boundaryless woman. Yet, despite several attempts to shift away, Wu Dai remained steadfastly at his side, her hand still resting on his shoulder. Reluctantly, Meng Qingzhou inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Wu Dai, a sixth-rank official in charge of the Ministry of Rites." Wu Dai smiled lightly. Jiang Songhai's brow furrowed at this display. "Tio, openly flirt with the current emperor. Do you wish to test whether the emperor's blade is sharp?" Su Qingqiu's face turned frostier than snow, her eyes brewing a storm, coldly staring at Wu Dai. Just as Meng Qingzhou began to feel impatient, Wu Dai smiled and withdrew her hand, maintaining a respectful distance. The initial physical contact might sway some innocent young men's hearts. But to leave just as they begin to entertain thoughts of intimacy creates a sense of dissonance, a common tactic of seductresses. Meng Qingzhou remained silent, yet he had already discerned the woman's manipulations. He concluded that this woman was exceptionally skilled at playing with emotions. As expected, Wu Dai adopted a calm, professional tone, turning to Jiang Songhai. "Prime Minister, I have a suggestion. Deputy Minister Meng has made quite a stir on his first day, executing a prince, and there are rumors circulating about his relationship with His Majesty. If the Ministry of Rites were to grant special privileges again, allowing Deputy Minister Meng to remain idle at home, it would not only tarnish his reputation but also undermine the state's institutions." Jiang Songhai nodded, replying nonchalantly, "And so? What do you propose?" Wu Dai's heart leaped with joy, but her exterior remained composed as she said, "Did the Prime Minister not assign a task to your subordinate earlier? I wish to work alongside Deputy Minister Meng to accomplish it. This way, should anyone dare to speak ill of Deputy Minister Meng, questioning his abilities, we can use this matter to silence them." An impeccable argument, perfectly crafted. Meng Qingzhou could not help but marvel. He had encountered such tactics in his past life. When one aims to achieve a certain goal without stating it directly, it is wise to adopt an alternative approach. For instance, when trying to navigate through a crowd, rather than saying you are in a hurry, you might declare, "I am carrying molten iron at 1,000 degrees Celsius and wish not to be burned. Kindly step aside." The enchantress employed the same strategy. Every word she spoke was for Meng Qingzhou's benefit, yet the true intentions remained unknown. Jiang Songhai chuckled softly, casting a glance at Wu Dai and then back at Meng Qingzhou, as if he had a thought, and shook his head with a smile. "Very well, as you wish." You and Yu Dai shall organize the emperor's birthday banquet, Deputy Minister Meng. Is that agreeable? Organizing the empress's birthday banquet? Such a significant task is to be entrusted to the two of us. Meng Qingzhou nearly slammed his cane down on Wu Dai's head, muttering, "Very well, Wu Dai." Unaware of Meng Qingzhou's thoughts, felt exhilarated, secretly celebrating that the first step of her plan had succeeded. Creating an opportunity for the two to be alone, she could then utilize her charms to gradually manipulate Meng Qingzhou. Upon leaving the prime minister's residence, the two women and one man walked down the street. Meng Qingzhou borrowed a hat from the prime minister and donned a blue cloak, this time attracting no attention from passers-by. Wu Dai beamed with delight, stepping lightly as if she were a cat, her voice soft and sisterly. "Deputy Minister, with less than 7 days until the emperor's birthday banquet, I believe we should find a secluded place, free from interruptions, to discuss matters in detail. What do you think?" As she spoke, Wu Dai cast a sidelong glance at the coldly disdainful Su Qingqiu, her brows slightly furrowing. This maid possesses considerable cultivation. If she were to remain by his side, it would complicate matters. I must find a way to send her away. Suddenly, Su Qingqiu sensed something amiss, turning her head to look, her gaze icy and unyielding. Her thumb lightly tapping her sword hilt, the blade glinting menacingly, the threat implicit. A woman's intuition is often the most accurate. Since Su Qingqiu first laid eyes on Wu Dai, she had felt an immediate discomfort. This harlot, is she not attempting to seduce the emperor, hoping to climb the social ladder? How audacious! Were it not for the empress's repeated instructions not to reveal her cultivation in Meng Qingzhou's presence, Su Qingqiu's temperament would have already had her sword at Wu Dai's throat. Heh. Wu Dai smiled charmingly, unafraid as she met Su Qingqiu's gaze. The two women exchanged glances, sparks igniting between them, while Meng Qingzhou walked in between, completely unaware. Passers-by turned their heads, the men envious and the women jealous. The envy stemmed from Meng Qingzhou's fortuitous situation, seemingly blessed by the heavens for saving the world in a past life. The jealousy, however, arose from the striking beauty of the two women. Work is certainly important, but it is lunchtime now. Even the gravest matters can wait until I have eaten and rested. Meng Qingzhou shook his head in refusal. He was of a steady disposition, unwilling to involve himself in the main plot and stir up trouble, not out of cowardice. Anyone who dared to disturb his resting time, regardless of the urgency, would find the sacred sword of the unfortunate equally detrimental. Perfect timing. Yu Dai has just arrived in the capital and has no place to stay. I would like to taste Deputy Minister's culinary skills. Would that be acceptable? The gentle and soft voice of Wu Dai was laced with a hint of coquetry. Su Qingqiu coldly retorted, "No. The minister already has a wife. Please conduct yourself with propriety." Wu Dai blinked innocently. "I merely wish to share a meal. I seek nothing more, and you, this maid, what are you thinking?" She emphasized the word maid with intent to provoke. Enough. Meng Qingzhou interjected, sensing the palpable tension between the two women. "I am but a son-in-law by marriage, with little say in my own household. You may come along for now, but should my wife take offense, I kindly ask that Miss Yu Dai take her leave." Upon hearing this, Wu Dai was momentarily taken aback, her mind reeling. A dignified third-rank minister, reduced to living off his wife's support? No problem, she stammered, her curiosity piqued. What sort of extraordinary woman could subdue such a formidable figure? One who executed a prince on his very first day? "My lord," Su Qingqiu began, her discontent evident. "No need," Meng Qingzhou replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, a weak yet desperate shout pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of applause from a crowd. Meng Qingzhou, perplexed, inquired, "What is happening?" Su Qingqiu cast a sidelong glance and replied, "It is Ouying Sheng from Longshang, being executed by slow slicing at the market entrance. It has been a full day, and it is still not over?" Meng Qingzhou expressed his astonishment. Wu Dai hastily interjected, "Minister, you may not be aware, but according to the laws of Dejin, slow slicing is reserved for the most heinous criminals. It typically lasts for 3 days and nights. With each slice of flesh as thin as a cicada's wing, salt must be applied to the wound, and 10 minutes must elapse before the next cut. This continues until the 3rd night at midnight. When the life of the condemned is finally extinguished, Meng Qingzhou nodded, his resolve firming within him. He must not offend the empress. To anger a protagonist like Long Outyin would lead to a swift death. But to offend the empress could result in a torturous demise spanning 3 days and nights, with no hope of escape. "Qingqiu, let us go," he said, his expression unyielding, devoid of fear or pity. For the massacre of countless innocent lives. The punishment of the Longshan king is well-deserved. Wu Dai, who had been observing Meng Qingzhou, turned her gaze towards Su Qingqiu upon hearing the name Qingqiu. A cold, sword-like intent emanated from her, the legendary sword fairy. Su Qingqiu? Wu Dai stumbled, nearly falling, as disbelief washed over her. Was she truly the famed cold and enchanting sword fairy, not to mention a devoted follower of the Empress Qin Liuli? How could she be serving as a maid to someone like Meng Qingzhou? Moments later, Meng Qingzhou and his companions returned to the Qin residence, where they found Dongfang Liuli, dressed simply in the attire of a housewife, her apron tied around her waist, emerging from the kitchen with steaming dishes. "Hurry and wash your hands for dinner," she said, her gaze lingering on the alluring Wu Dai. "Who is she?" "We are colleagues in the same court, sharing a meal together," Meng Qingzhou responded. A flicker of displeasure crossed Dongfang Liuli's eyes. But she merely smiled and said, "Very well." However, Wu Dai had succumbed to a state of shock, her mind overwhelmed as if struck by thunder. She stared incredulously at Dongfang Liuli. "Is she the empress?" Chapter 16. This is bad. Her Majesty is serious. The Qin residence served as the ancestral grounds of the Daijian royal family, concealing a divine formation that safeguarded the nation, with a mythical beast stationed there. What appeared to be an ordinary courtyard pond was, in fact, several thousand meters deep, occasionally revealing glimpses of dragon-like shadows beneath the surface. Due to historical reasons, only the Empress Qin Liuli and the great General Qin Fenghua remained of the Daijian royal lineage. This ancestral abode had now become the Empress's private palace, known only to a select FEW. The dining table. Wu Dai fidgeted anxiously, her thoughts racing, cold sweat beading on her smooth forehead. The location of the Daijian royal ancestral residence had always been a closely guarded secret. Even the king of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan, was unaware, a testament to its concealment by the empress. Now that she had inadvertently uncovered the truth, what if the empress sought to silence her? Wu Dai remained calm. Fully aware of the vast disparity in power between herself and the empress, akin to the difference between a dragon and an ant, confronting her head-on would be tantamount to seeking death. A more cunning approach might offer a glimmer of hope. "Your Majesty?" Wu Dai's red lips parted, but Dongfang Liuli pressed a slender finger to her lips, glancing at Meng Qingzhou. Wu Dai quickly understood. Nodding vigorously and falling silent, continuing to eat, so it was. The virtuous wife spoken of by Minister Meng was indeed the empress, and Meng Qingzhou himself was oblivious to the truth. "I'm probably going to die." Wu Dai's mind raced, contemplating the implications of having stumbled upon several of the empress's significant secrets. Surely, she would not let me live to tell the tale. Wu Dai hesitated, her chopsticks poised over a piece of fish. Her heart racing that a sudden realization struck her. The empress had been secretly maintaining a young lover outside the palace, deliberately concealing her identity and masquerading as an ordinary couple, while allowing Emperor Meng Qingzhou to attract the world's gaze and malice, facilitating their carefree and shameless existence. In no wonder the rumors circulated that the empress rarely returned to the palace. On her wedding day, she was busy reviewing documents in the minister's office. The emperor was merely a jester, likely having never even touched the empress's finger. Poor emperor, what if I can't bear to kill him? Wu Dai sighed lightly, bringing the piece of fish to her mouth. Pfft. So bitter, so spicy, so salty, so fishy. Wu Dai clamped her mouth shut, nearly retching, her vision swimming. What is this? How can it be so unpalatable? Does the empress know I am an assassin and has set a trap for me? Wu Dai cautiously glanced around, only to find that both Meng Qingzhou and Su Qingkai wore ashen faces, their throats bobbing as they struggled to swallow. "Is it difficult to eat?" Dongfang Liuli asked expectantly. Noticing their discomfort, simultaneously, they exclaimed, "Very difficult to eat." Meng Qingzhou nodded earnestly. "Delicious." Wu Dai gave a thumbs up. That I find it acceptable, Su Qingqiu mumbled, discreetly rinsing her mouth with tea. Dongfang Liuli nodded, her gaze lingering on Wu Dai's voluptuous figure, particularly at her bosom, before pushing an entire plate of fish toward her. If it's delicious, have more. Wu Dai opened her mouth, staring blankly at Meng Qingzhou, wanting to ask, are you straight? How can you so calmly declare it unpalatable? Eat, Dongfang Liuli urged again. All right, Wu Dai's brows furrowed, her alluring eyes filled with reluctance as she took several deep breaths. After what felt like an eternity, she finally finished a plate of fish, and it seemed as if her great-grandmother was coming to escort her away. Look at you, devouring your food. Don't rush. There is more here, Dongfang Liuli chuckled, pushing several more plates toward her. No, I can't eat any more. Wu Dai clutched her mouth, gagging, tears of saliva spilling from her lips. Her eyes rolling back. I would rather die than eat any more. Meng Qingzhou could no longer bear to watch and collected the remaining plates, stating, I will help you with the cooking again. This is my first time in the kitchen. It must not go to waste, Dongfang Liuli replied, her tone unconsciously tinged with authority, her phoenix eyes widening. Meng Qingzhou smiled warmly. That is incorrect. What do you mean incorrect? Dongfang Liuli was taken aback. I am merely suggesting improvements, correcting errors, and innovating upon the original. How can that be deemed a waste? Meng Qingzhou continued with his persuasive charm. For instance, the emperor and his ministers. The emperor charts the course and lays out grand plans, while ministers repair and refine the ship based on the emperor's vision. Who is truly failing whom? He spoke with a rich, gentle voice, a smile gracing his lips. As his words settled, the courtyard fell silent. The empress rendered speechless. The sun god awakened. The cold and enchanting sword fairy dropped her chopsticks, and the alluring assassin was utterly astonished. Such bold declarations. Was this a confession? Wu Dai marveled inwardly. What eloquence! The manner of confession for a scholar is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the empress would risk her reputation to secretly support a young lover. Now it made sense. Having such a sweet-tongued husband, thoughtful and handsome, who could resist? The emperor and his ministers? Dongfang Liuli's composure faltered as she fixed her gaze on Meng Qingzhou. The current situation mirrored the emperor, the empress, and the minister, the son-in-law. It's merely a metaphor. What is wrong with that? Meng Qingzhou replied, nothing. Dongfang Liuli stammered, clearing her throat and waving her hand. As you wish, go ahead and make your corrections. Even the large yellow dog that had been basking in the sun at the entrance opened its sleepy eyes, casting a look of admiration. The youth of today truly are bold, teasing the empress before the ancestors of the Qin family. Meanwhile, Su Qingqiu was like an eager student, hastily pulling out a notebook to jot down notes, muttering to herself as if rehearsing this even aloud. As the midday butterfly entered the Grand View garden, she resembled a simpleton, utterly astonished. A fleeting glance at the empress revealed a shocking sight. Her delicate, milk-white ears were now flushed with a vibrant crimson hue. Turning her gaze towards Meng Qingzhou, whose face radiated with mirth and whose demeanor was effortlessly composed, she realized he remained blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently stirred the empress's affections once more. The midday butterfly felt her worldview shatter violently. The empress and the diligent Meng Shirlang were indeed a pair of pure-hearted warriors in love. Su Qingqiu also noticed the empress's ears, now a deep shade of crimson, and inwardly pondered whether Her Majesty was engaging in self-wooing. Could this be what people referred to as unrequited love? It was all the emperor's fault for being so adept at charming young women. Despite the empress's exceptional martial prowess and her rule over the vast realm, at her core, she was merely a girl who had just turned 20. She was unafraid of the intricate schemes of power or the violence of battle. But when it came to matters of the heart, she was entirely naive. Oblivious to this, Meng Qingzhou returned to the kitchen with several plates of food, busily preparing and cooking with fervor, at the table. The three young women harbored their own thoughts, creating an atmosphere that felt both uncanny and serene. The empress cast a sidelong glance towards the kitchen, wondering if Meng Qingzhou had somehow discerned her true identity. If he had not, what could his earlier words possibly signify? Were they merely spoken in jest? Su Qingqiu, with her head lowered, her large eyes darting about, thought to herself, "Oh no, the Empress may be seriously falling for him." The midday butterfly discreetly peered at the notes in Su Qingqiu's hand, filled with astonishment. The Empress in unrequited love? Meng Shirlang truly was a remarkable individual, daring to toy with the Empress's emotions. How admirable! When Meng Qingzhou cheerfully returned with the dishes, he immediately sensed an unusual tension in the air and quickly subdued his smile, carefully taking his seat. What on earth was happening? Meng Qingzhou scratched his head in bewilderment and inquired. The Empress shook her head. Nothing, then elegantly selected a piece of meat and placed it delicately in her mouth. Instantly, an unprecedented flavor tantalized her taste buds. Her slender frame trembled slightly. She rarely felt hunger. Yet now she yearned for more to satiate her appetite as for the emperor and his minister. Perhaps he truly was a sage. Even his casual remarks might harbor some hidden celestial intent. You are right, it is indeed delicious, the Empress beamed, her smile illuminating the room for the first time in over 20 years. However, Meng Qingzhou sensed something was amiss, an indescribable sense of dissonance, yet he smiled and encouraged. Then eat more. The Empress revealed her pearly teeth in a smile, her adorable little canine teeth sparkling in the sunlight, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering as they fixated intently on Meng Qingzhou, declaring, "Of course. I haven't had enough yet." Su Qingqiu pursed her lips, too intimidated to speak, while secretly thinking, "Your Majesty, you are doomed. You are indeed falling in love." Chapter 17. Get lost, Lord Fenghua. After the meal, Meng Qingzhou fed a bit of dog food to the big yellow dog. Reclining on a chair as he leisurely sipped afternoon tea, as time passed, the Empress finally took her leave to deal with Zhao Yuan. Su Qingqiu, vigilant as a guard, kept a watchful eye on the midday butterfly, who clung closely to Meng Qingzhou, refusing to depart. She understood that the Empress dared not reveal her identity before him. It was akin to holding a golden ticket to safety. Once her assassination mission was complete, she would whisk her brother away and flee the capital under the cover of night, seeking refuge overseas, shunning worldly affairs to devote herself to cultivation. However, despite her waiting, Meng Qingzhou showed no signs of leaving. "Sir, we should attend to the task assigned by the Prime Minister," the midday butterfly urged. "In a rush," Meng Qingzhou replied, standing up and taking the dog leash in hand. "Big Yellow, let us go for a walk." The sun god, Meng Qingzhou tugged on the leash, only to find Big Yellow stubbornly squatting on the ground, refusing to budge. He gave a swift kick, exclaiming, "Get up! We're going out for a walk to relieve yourself." The sun god furrowed his brow, 3 lines of frustration etched on his forehead. "How dare this mere mutt defy me, the mighty national guardian beast? Additionally, beasts of my caliber do not require such trivialities. Count to 3. If you do not rise, there will be no more dog food for you," Meng Qingzhou warned. The sun god promptly lifted his rear, panting as he rubbed against Meng Qingzhou's ankle, playfully whining, "Father, this is all in jest. Let me enjoy the fun of being a dog." "Now that's more like it," Meng Qingzhou nodded in satisfaction, leading Big Yellow out while holding his cane. Su Qingqiu hesitated, wanting to speak but ultimately remaining silent. The 2 young women reluctantly accompanied Meng Qingzhou on his stroll with the sun god. Even now, Su Qingqiu could not comprehend how the once mighty sun god had devolved into such a simpering creature in just one day under Meng Qingzhou's influence. Recalling the past, the sun god, with the bloodline of the gluttonous and the immortal fire phoenix, had roared across mountains and rivers, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. During the early days of the great Jin dynasty, the first emperor had fought alongside the sun god, vanquishing countless powerful foes and leaving behind innumerable legends. If the founding emperor were to learn of this, he would surely rise from his grave, pointing at Big Yellow and scolding, "You shameless creature! I couldn't even ride you back then, and now you allow others to walk you like a pet?" The midday butterfly had been keenly observing Su Qingqiu's expression and noticed her frequent glances towards Big Yellow, filled with conflict and confusion, which piqued her curiosity. This dog, could it be? The midday butterfly's jaw nearly dislocated as her beautiful eyes widened in alarm. The legendary guardian beast of the great Jin dynasty, said to have a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years, had once made a grievous mistake that cost it its status. yet it had the power to engage in mortal combat with the mightiest of foes. Later, as the Great Qin dynasty stabilized and grew increasingly powerful, that guardian beast had retreated into seclusion within the ancestral residence of the Qin royal family, safeguarding the Qin family estate. The midday butterfly turned to see the ancient seal inscribed with the character Qin at the entrance of the courtyard. Connecting this with the Empress and Su Qingqiu's inscrutable gaze, she began to realize. The dog that Meng Shilang was leading, could it be the national guardian beast of the Great Qin? The midday butterfly gaped, her mouth agape enough to swallow an egg, momentarily rendered speechless. Suddenly, the big yellow dog, leading the way, turned sharply to wink at her, nostrils flaring as two jets of flame shot forth. It was true? Oh no! The midday butterfly's mind went blank as she accidentally stepped wrong and tumbled forward. This was absurd. So utterly bizarre that she began to question her own sanity. It wasn't until Meng Qingzhou's voice broke through her daze that she regained her senses. Are you all right? And no, I'm fine. The midday butterfly hastily scrambled to her feet, dusting herself off as she regarded Meng Qingzhou with newly transformed eyes. This man was far more complex than he appeared. With a benevolent empress for a wife, a cold and elegant swordmaster as a maid, and even a guardian beast as a companion. If he were without cultivation and background, she herself would find it hard to believe. Meanwhile, General Qin Fenghua returned home, unnoticed by anyone. Not a dimwit. Not a dimwit. Just as Meng Qingzhou had predicted, a significant portion of the officials managing the provinces had secretly allied with Zhao Yuhuan. Thank goodness he discovered it early. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Qin Fenghua couldn't help but feel relieved. If it weren't for Meng Qingzhou, they could have been nurturing a tiger cub. Regardless of what others thought, Qin Fenghua had unwavering faith in Meng Qingzhou's sage identity, elevating his stature in Qin Fenghua's eyes, second only to the empress. Qin Fenghua shook off his fatigue, plopping down in a chair and commanding, "Bring me ink and paper." For 3 consecutive days, relying on his half-step morning radiance cultivation, he had traversed tens of thousands of kilometers, covering multiple states. He had apprehended over 5,000 treacherous officials and personally executed more than 2,000, totaling nearly 7,000. Such staggering figures caused cold sweat to bead on Qin Fenghua's back as he hastily picked up his brush to summarize the events of these past few days for the empress. One must not underestimate Zhao Yuhuan. This scoundrel harbored ambitions to usurp the throne. Deliver this letter to Her Majesty, Qin Fenghua instructed, folding the message and handing it to a trusted aide. Understood. The aide silently vanished into the shadows. With that done, Qin Fenghua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having dealt with the bloodshed, the rest would be left to Jiang Songhai, that old fool. Qin Fenghua chuckled heartily as he strode out. He intended to pay Meng Qingzhou a visit, hoping to glean insights from the sage's prophecies on how to defeat Zhao Yuhuan. Disguised in plain clothes, he wandered the streets, occasionally hearing whispers of living Yama and the empress's consort. "You, come here." The more Qin Fenghua listened, the more uneasy he felt. He seized a hapless bystander who had been speaking ill and demanded, "What do you mean by the empress's consort, the new living Yama?" "Damn it. I was gone for just 3 days, and it feels like I've been away for 3 years. Which little pretty boy has the audacity to seduce Her Majesty? Is he not jeopardizing the relationship between the emperor and the empress? If the emperor gets angry and refuses to grant prophecies anymore, what shall we do?" "I'm not too sure, but I only heard that," the bystander stammered, visibly intimidated by Qin Fenghua's formidable presence, and relayed everything he knew. Qin Fenghua furrowed his brow, releasing the nearly frightened bystander, and waved his hand dismissively. "Get lost. In the future, should I ever hear you maliciously conjecturing about His Majesty again, be wary of your head being relocated." Indeed, passerby found it difficult to voice a dissenting word, harboring secret resentment while contemplating the ebb and flow of fortune over 30 years. Thus, he left in a dejected manner. Only Qin Fenghua remained. Rooted in place, plunged into deep thought. Could it be that His Majesty has a penchant for the blind? Qin Fenghua murmured to himself. A blind man peering into the mysteries of heaven. Meng Qin, no. I shall not permit anyone to disrupt the bond between the emperor and His Majesty. I must rectify this. What does it matter to pry into heavenly secrets? At most, it amounts to a high-spec version of a fortune teller. How could that possibly compare to the prowess of a sage? As long as the emperor presides over the great Jin dynasty, the unification of the realm shall no longer be a mere dream. Rest assured, in public, a lord is a lord, and a minister is a minister. Behind closed doors, I am your imperial uncle, a senior to Dongfang Lieli. Fear not, Qing Zhou, for your uncle shall take charge. Qin Fenghua stood tall and proud, poised to seek a heartfelt conversation with Dongfang Lieli, when out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Emperor, Qing Zhou, Qin Fenghua called out loudly. Not far away, Ming Qingzhou was tugging at a large yellow dog, urging, "Hurry up after wandering around for so long. Have you not yet found a favorable site?" The large yellow dog, seemingly indifferent, squatted by the roadside, unashamedly relieving itself. "Hurry up," Ming Qingzhou chided. The sun god sighed, contemplating that since there were no acquaintances around, and Su Qingqiu was rather thoughtless, perhaps in a few days she would forget. As for Wu Dai, if the opportunity arises, she could be dealt with. Ming Qingzhou was blissfully unaware of his identity. With this thought, the sun god resolutely closed his eyes and raised his hind leg toward a large tree. Just then, a voice called out, "Qingzhou." Upon hearing this voice, the sun god felt a profound sorrow wash over him. Painfully shutting his eyes, "It is over. Completely over. My illustrious reputation is ruined." At this point, there was no stopping the inevitable. He could only wait in silence for the release to conclude. Then, the sun god shook himself, calmly lowered his hind leg, yet his doggy eyes lost their luster, resembling a Buddha who had seen through the essence of life, indifferently turning to glance at Qin Fenghua, who stood behind him, astonished and wide-eyed. "You, sun god?" Qin Fenghua stammered, at a loss for words. "What an astonishing spectacle!" The esteemed sun god squatting by the roadside like a dog marking a tree. It was utterly terrifying. Was the apocalypse upon them? Qin Fenghua began to doubt his own sanity, wondering if he was suffering from dementia and hallucinating. The sun god turned his head back, feigning ignorance. "After witnessing my dark history, our long-standing friendship was, alas, irrevocably severed. Away with you, Fenghua." Chapter 18. A surge of rewards, late phase of the oversea realm. The sun god. Qin Fenghua's lips moved slightly as he inquired telepathically. The large yellow dog pretended to be deaf and mute, adopting an expression of "I don't know you. Don't talk to me," indeed. Qin Fenghua felt as if struck by lightning, confirming the identity of the sun god upon seeing the proud and embarrassed expression of the large yellow dog. Just as he was lost in thought, Ming Qingzhou tugged on the dog leash, leading the large yellow dog forward, recognizing that hearty and boisterous voice, and exclaimed in delight, "Blacksmith, weren't you in the village? How did you end up in the capital?" Qin Fenghua's face twitched as he suddenly recalled that he had once taken on the role of a blacksmith in Jinzhai village. Ming Qingzhou, unaware of the Grand General of Zhuguo, only knew him as the blacksmith from the Qin Sanhua forged. Came to the capital to visit relatives. Qin Fenghua chuckled awkwardly. The most delightful thing is to encounter an old friend in a foreign land. Ming Qingzhou threw an arm around Qin Fenghua's shoulders, grinning, "Come, let me treat you to a drink. We won't return until we're intoxicated." Qin Fenghua's eyes were constantly darting toward the large yellow dog, responding with vague sounds. Meanwhile, Wu Dai, still recovering from the shock, turned around only to see Ming Qingzhou and the Grand General of Zhuguo chummily linking arms, conversing merrily, and she felt as if struck by lightning once more. Her entire being left charred and tender. The so-called sharpest blade of the great Jin, who had once single-handedly annihilated 6 nations in battle, had faced down 3 late-phase ancestors of enemy nations and defeated them all. This had directly established the current territory of the great Jin dynasty. How could Qin Fenghua, who was subtly the strongest in the great Jin dynasty, appear so humble and reserved before Ming Qingzhou? Even when the reigning empress dared not be negligent, Wu Dai felt numb, muttering to herself, "Just an illusion. It must be an illusion, my lord." Su Qingqiu tugged at Ming Qingzhou's sleeve, softly saying, "Aren't you supposed to be organizing the emperor's birthday banquet?" Ming Qingzhou slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I forgot. Today is not the day. Brother Qin. We'll gather again some other time. With that, Meng Qingzhou prepared to return home, leading the dog. Qingzhou, hold on. Qin Fenghua recalled the important matter and hastily said, May I ask, how are you and your esteemed wife faring lately? Upon broaching this topic, Qin Fenghua felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. It was quite awkward. Your esteemed wife? Dongfang Lioli? Meng Qingzhou pondered. Stroking his chin, and after a moment of reflection, replied, It's going well, except there's a certain troublemaker stirring up chaos in the court, causing my wife to be rather busy. Indeed, that's correct. He was speaking of you. The troublemaker, king of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan. Although they were merely a nominal couple, Dongfang Lieli had been consistently caring and attentive to him over this time. Meng Qingzhou was not heartless, thus he was well aware of the situation. Dongfang Lieli, working for the empress, Qin Lieli, had recently become quite occupied, which surely related to Zhao Yuhuan's rebellion. Naturally, he felt discontent toward the king of Shu. Qin Fenghua was taken aback, contemplating, so it is true. A troublemaker in the court, causing the empress to be busy. This could only imply that there was a siren enticing the empress. Indeed, a rift had emerged between the emperor and his majesty. All due to that damned Meng Qin. If the emperor were merely a mortal, the empress marrying as many handsome men as she wished, even with 3,000 beauties in the harem, would be inconsequential. How unfortunate that the emperor is a sage. Fear not, I shall take charge for you. Qin Fenghua earnestly patted Meng Qingzhou's shoulder and then disappeared into the crowd, leaving Meng Qingzhou, bewildered, alone in the wind. Dazed for a while before turning to Su Qingqiu, asking, What does the blacksmith mean? What does he intend to take charge of? Su Qingqiu shrugged, saying, I do not know, my lord. Just then, a system notification sounded in Meng Qingzhou's ear. Leaving him momentarily stunned, Ding successfully suppressed the fated protagonist Zhao Go, reducing his fortune value by 800. The fated protagonist Zhao Go, fortune value 3,500 to 82700. Reward 1. A celestial grade supreme technique, 1 Qi, transforming 3 purities. Quality classification for techniques, physiques, weapons, etc. Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Celestial, Emperor, Great Emperor, Supreme. Reward 2. 10 years of experience, Blind Sword Saint. The longer the blindness, the stronger the power. The host has been blind for 3 years, thus the reward automatically increases by 10 years. In an instant, Meng Qingzhou felt the spiritual energy within him boiling, surging forth like a tidal wave. The position 3 inches below his navel. A vortex of spiritual energy erupted violently, dissipating into a vast ocean of spiritual energy. The transformation of spiritual energy into an ocean is a hallmark of the oversea realm cultivator. Simultaneously, the oversea realm signifies that a cultivator of this level possesses the strength to overturn mountains and seas. Due to the system's quirks, as long as he refrained from taking action, even a formidable presence from the sky-piercing realm would be unable to discern his level. Thus, even standing in the bustling streets, none noticed anything amiss. Breakthrough. Mid-phase of the mountain-moving realm, breakthrough. Late phase of the mountain-moving realm, breakthrough. Pinnacle of the mountain-moving realm, breakthrough. Half-step oversea realm, breakthrough. Early oversea realm, breakthrough. Late oversea realm. After a considerable time, Meng Qingzhou, with tightly shut eyes, slowly opened them, revealing a gaze devoid of spirit, yet brimming with the sharpness of sword intent. His level had stabilized at the late phase of the oversea realm. Were it not for his fear of instability, he could have surged forth to the pinnacle of the oversea realm in one breath. At this moment, Meng Qingzhou felt as though a mere finger could pierce the heavens. A single sword could vanquish all enemies. Of course, this was merely a side effect of a sudden surge in power. It was not as exaggerated as he imagined. However, facing an ordinary early-phase Moonlight Realm cultivator would be a walk in the park. And even against a mid-phase Moonlight Realm opponent, he had a 1/3 chance of turning the tables. The rewards this time were rather excessive. Meng Qingzhou found it hard to believe, regardless of who had suppressed the fated protagonist Zhao Go. In Meng Qingzhou's eyes, it must be a benevolent disruptor. When they meet again, he would surely raise a cup in gratitude. Yet, the rewards revealed this time surpassed the total of the rewards he had laboriously triggered over 3 years of blindness. Thus, Meng Qingzhou reached a conclusion. The dog system was enticing him to confront the fated protagonist Zhao Guo. Why bother? I hold no grudge against Zhao Guo. Why must it be a life-and-death struggle? Meng Qingzhou sighed. He then meticulously examined the rewards to celestial grade technique. 1 Qi transforming 3 purities. The technique of the Tao ancestor. Meng Qingzhou felt a tingle run down his spine. The technique of the 3 purities of the Tao ancestor from the myths of the primordial world was an unparalleled boon. No less than the sword intent of time and space. Who could this extraordinary figure be, to so effortlessly strip Zhao Guo of 800 fortune values? Moreover, this Zhao Guo was akin to a treasure rat. Meng Qingzhou felt a stirring within. Even the most upright and honest person could be swayed by interests. If not, it meant the offering was insufficient. If the opportunity arises, I shall seize it once more. But I shall not be greedy, Meng Qingzhou resolved quietly. Ding! It has been detected that the host has unlearned techniques. Automatic installation initiated, learning celestial grade supreme technique. 1 Qi transforming 3 purities. Installation and learning in progress. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the celestial grade supreme technique. 1 Qi transforming 3 purities. Meng Qingzhou sensed the influx of martial arts knowledge within his mind. Truly, this was the Tao ancestors' technique. If I were to comprehend it at my own pace, who knows when I might even begin to grasp the fundamentals, let alone master its application. The ability to manifest 3 avatars, each possessing 60% of the original's prowess. And furthermore, each avatar being in perfect synchrony with the main body. This was nothing short of miraculous. It was utterly extraordinary. Meng Qingzhou marveled. In mere moments, his strength underwent a cataclysmic transformation. After integrating the essence of the 3 purities, his power escalated to a terrifying new level. As Meng Qingzhou regained his composure, an anxious voice gradually became clear beside him. My lord, my lord? Meng Qingzhou affectionately ruffled Su Qingqiu's hair, feeling elated. It's nothing. Let us go. Wu Dai exhaled with relief, fearing that Meng Qingzhou might once again embark on some whimsical endeavor. Finally, she had a chance for solitude. If only she could shake off the bothersome Su Qingqiu, she would be free to enchant Meng Qingzhou, slowly gaining control over this man for whom even the empress willingly toiled in domesticity. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her heart, a sense of foreboding that warned her against such actions. Should she proceed, doom would surely follow. Wu Dai furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, just an illusion. The sun god, having recently suffered a social demise, suddenly detected a wave of unsettling energy that sent shivers down its spine. But it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. Who was it? The sun goddess fur bristled, its back arched in a defensive posture, sensing a formidable threat. Could it be this blind swordsman? The sun goddess' gaze shifted cautiously, uncertainty clouding its mind. Not long ago, it had been plotting revenge against Meng Qingzhou for its recent humiliation. But now, with a clearer head, it recognized that the horrifying energy it had sensed was no mere figment of its imagination. The blind sword saint seemed to have inexplicably grown stronger. It had not witnessed him training, so why did his aura feel increasingly formidable? Could it be that some ancient being was restoring its former power? Never mind, the blind one is not to be blamed. For now, I shall let him be. This is not an act of cowardice, but rather a testament to my magnanimity, the sun god reassured itself. Chapter 19. There must be enigmatic figures offering guidance in the northwest, in the land of Shu. Long plagued by the ravages of war, compounded by extreme weather, the region remained desolate year-round. Parched earth bore no crops, and the winter's heavy snow blanketed the land in a thick shroud. To the edge of a cliff bordering the great Jin dynasty, King Zhao Yuhuan of Shu, clad in a black velvet cloak, with deeply sunken eyes, gazed into the distance. Warriors! The great Jin dynasty is so affluent, its people live in peace and prosperity, free from the suffering of cold and hunger. Do you envy them? Behind him, the setting sun cast a golden hue over hundreds of thousands of black-armored soldiers, shimmering like waves of light in the skies. Hidden within the depths of the clouds, countless cultivators could be faintly discerned rising and falling. Envy? Roared the valiant men of Shu, their voices resonating through the heavens. their spirits soaring like a rainbow. Their eager gazes converged upon the imposing figure of their king, as if revering the visage of a deity. Each of them understood the gravity of their actions, defying the empress, committing the treasonous act of rebellion. Yet, none felt remorse. For the sake of their homeland, to preserve the countless lights behind them from being extinguished by the storm, they willingly bore the weight of eternal infamy. Did they not wish to seize the great gene and reap its bounty of food and beauty? Indeed, however, the empress remained indifferent to the people of Shu, allowing them to fend for themselves. So, the question arose, should I rise against her? Yes. A smile crept across Zhao Yuhuan's weathered face, etched with deep lines, stirring the hearts of the people, performing righteous deeds under the banner of justice, and seeking the welfare of the masses. This eternal strategy remained the most effective. In truth, the empress had never abandoned the people of Shu. It could be said she exerted tireless efforts to assist them. With a quarter of the national treasury flowing into Shu, aware of Zhao Yuhuan's ambitions, her response was clear. The common people are innocent. Should the king of Shu dare to rebel, I shall not hesitate to strike. But the foolish populace remained unaware, oblivious to the fact that the empress was on the verge of forging a celestial treasure capable of altering the climate, banishing the harsh winter and revitalizing the soil of Shu. Thus, Zhao Yuhuan felt a sense of impending crisis. Fearing the empress would fully win the hearts of the Shu people, he knew that once she succeeded, he would have no further opportunities and thus initiated his plans ahead of time. Casting a glance at the fervent soldiers, he smirked internally. Foolish mortals, believing me to be a savior sent by the heavens, unaware that I am the very demon leading you toward the abyss. You have misguidedly directed your blades at the true deity. Urgent news from afar. Suddenly, a cultivator of the mountain-moving realm shattered the void, hastily arriving and shouting, Your Majesty, the majority of the officials we covertly incited years ago have perished. It was General Qin Fenghua who took action personally. The banditry across the Great Gene has been quelled by the army. What? Zhao Yuhuan was instantly thrown into disarray, seizing the cultivator by the collar. He bellowed, How is this possible? The empress cannot possibly react so swiftly without ascertaining the truth and then indiscriminately slaughter officials. The messenger stammered, I know not, but it is the truth. I witnessed General Qin Fenghua behead a provincial official with my own eyes. Zhao Yuhuan staggered back several steps, furiously tossing the cultivator aside. He could not comprehend how the empress had the audacity to engage in widespread slaughter without knowing the facts. Unafraid of inciting panic, besides, the empress had always regarded him with disdain, not considering him a formidable adversary. She had generally adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards his actions. Why had she suddenly changed her approach? Becoming so foreign, Zhao Yuhuan immediately contacted Zhao Go, demanding, Do you know why the empress suddenly dispatched Qin Fenghua to eliminate the officials I incited? Holding the long-distance communication jade slip, Zhao Go was struck as if by lightning, exclaiming, What? So, our initial plan has utterly failed. The so-called first phase of the plan involved Zhao Go infiltrating the capital to create chaos, assassinating the empress's advisor Jiang Songhai, rendering her a headless chicken, and stirring up banditry to ensure the empress was overwhelmed, at which point Zhao Yuhuan would unleash his hidden army of 150,000 into the capital. However, now Zhao Go had been discovered, achieving nothing and losing an invaluable avatar in the process. Jiang Songhai remained alive, and the banditry had been decisively quelled. Even the incited officials had been eradicated. This meant the first phase of the plan had completely failed. The only course of action remaining was to abandon all schemes and confront the battlefield head-on. The success rate had plummeted by more than 50%. Zhao Go felt a crushing pain in his chest, struggling to articulate, I am unaware. The empress must have secretly dispatched Qin Fenghua. Zhao Yuhuan retorted, Impossible. Could the empress possess foresight? If so, why should I rebel? Indeed, a spark of realization flickered in Zhao Go's mind as he recalled the blind Emperor Meng Qingzhou, stating, I just remembered someone, the Emperor Meng Qingzhou. He possesses an extraordinarily peculiar ability capable of foreseeing the future. He once told me that Shu would soon rebel, even accurately revealing my plans, leading to the capture of my avatar. Zhao Yuhuan recalled Zhao Go's previous words, which he had dismissed at the time. Now, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He lamented that he should have eliminated Meng Qingzhou beforehand. This individual posed a greater threat than the empress. No wonder. He had wondered why the empress had suddenly become so astute. It turned out she had an enigmatic figure guiding her, cursed Meng Qingzhou, who time and again thwarted my endeavors. I demand that you silence Meng Qingzhou completely within 3 days. Can you accomplish this? Zhao Yuhuan commanded. Zhao Go replied earnestly, rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations. After severing the long-distance communication, Zhao Go's demeanor grew increasingly solemn. He had never anticipated that in just a week's time, a plan he had meticulously devised over several years would be entirely dismantled by the sudden emergence of a blind emperor. The half-step mountain-moving Wu Dai could effortlessly alter her appearance. Mimicking the aura of others, assassinating an ordinary mortal should pose no challenge. Zhao Go held great confidence in Wu Dai and trusted her loyalty, especially since her non-existent brother was still in his possession. With this thought, Zhao Go retrieved from his storage ring a peculiar eyeball emanating an overwhelming aura. This eyeball was a remnant of a once mighty figure known as the Unrivaled with twin pupils. A being who traversed the realms. Anyone marked by this eyeball could be surveilled from any distance, regardless of the formidable barriers surrounding them. Naturally, Wu Dai had also been marked by him. Zhao Go activated the eyeball, and the dark cavern was suddenly illuminated by a dazzling brilliance. A beam of light projected from the eyeball, and Zhao Go looked on with eager anticipation, only to behold, in a courtyard adorned with various exotic spiritual plants. Beneath a peach blossom tree, a handsome youth clad in azure robes, his black silk bound, sat opposite Wu Dai, who had already altered her appearance and aura. Sir, what gift are you preparing for the empress's birthday banquet? Wu Dai asked, cradling her face in her hands, her arms resting on the table as she gazed intently at Meng Qingzhou. Meng Qingzhou chuckled. I haven't decided yet. Wu Dai pressed on. Then? Sir, how do you train the big yellow dog? Meng Qingzhou replied earnestly. If it misbehaves, I hit it. If it listens, I feed it. In a lively exchange between the two, vibrant peach blossoms fluttered down, complementing the picturesque scenery. The handsome man and beautiful woman shared a harmonious atmosphere, reminiscent of a couple playfully flirting. To my astonishment, Zhao Go, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of darkness wash over him and collapsed backward. Chapter 20. My familiarity with Zhao Go. Wu Dai would not betray me. There must be some hidden truth behind this. Indeed, it must be that she is ensnaring Meng Qingzhou, manipulating his thoughts and emotions. Zhao Go wore a strained smile, yet his countenance grew increasingly grim, finally unable to contain his ire. But the assassination target sits before you, utterly defenseless, with no one else around. What are you charming for? A swift strike to the throat and be done with it. Zhao Go's heart raced with unease, his eyes bloodshot, akin to a frenzied beast, fixating intently on the luminous screen. I in the image, Meng Qingzhou remained oblivious. His consciousness sealed, his sensory abilities no different from an ordinary person. Even with a formidable cultivator standing before him, he struggled to discern their true realm, let alone perceive the gaze of a powerful figure from the Dawnsun realm observing him from afar. Sir, how should we arrange the empress's birthday banquet? Wu Dai asked, cradling her face, her captivating eyes blinking alluringly. Meng Qingzhou replied nonchalantly, simple. It's just a company gathering. First, announce it to the world, symbolizing universal celebration, then invite prominent figures from various fields for a feast. After dining, we can arrange some minor performances, have everyone line up to present gifts, and conclude with a martial arts tournament, poetry recitals, song and dance, and theatrical performances. All done. As he spoke, Meng Qingzhou brushed his chest and retrieved a jade slip from a concealed storage pendant within his clothing. Handing it to Wu Dai. I prepared this long ago. Simply arrange the event as per the plan outlined here. In truth, this was a scheme Meng Qingzhou had just inscribed, as a cultivator of the sea-overturning realm could effortlessly write 100,000 words with a mere thought. For him, crafting a banquet plan was a trivial task. Wu Dai took the jade slip and pressed it to her forehead for inspection. After a brief moment, she exclaimed, Sir, your brilliance astounds. The invitation should employ gilded jade, intricately carved with a phoenix rising from the flames, radiating across the 9 provinces, symbolizing the empress's destined unification of the realm and showcasing her majesty. Dinner cannot be too casual. It must be stratified into ranks. Either based on strength or esteemed status, Wu Dai paused, sifting through her mind for flattering phrases, and smiled sweetly. Furthermore, the martial arts tournament is also meticulously arranged, such as establishing rankings and conducting one-on-one matches through a lottery system. With corresponding rewards for the top 10, Wu Dai chattered on for quite some time, casting flirtatious glances, yet Meng Qingzhou remained unresponsive. She rubbed her dry eyes, feeling a twinge of sorrow. It was as though her charms were wasted on a blind man. This individual possessed a will of iron. Despite my earlier attempts to subtly influence his emotions, I could not sway his feelings even a fraction. For ordinary cultivators, even those slightly more powerful than I could easily manipulate their emotions. But just now, it felt as if I were striking an iron pillar, resulting in my own injury. Wu Dai's heart churned with tumultuous waves. Such a situation could arise from only 2 possibilities. First, the opponent's cultivation vastly surpassed hers. Wu Dai, at the pinnacle of the cloud-riding realm, with unparalleled skills and talents, practiced emotional manipulation, easily controlling others' feelings unless faced with a peak mountain-moving realm expert. Otherwise, it was inconceivable for her to be utterly ineffective. Second, the opponent's resolve was as hard as iron, forged through countless trials and tribulations. For instance, in ancient mythological times, there existed a type of immortal species, devoid of cultivation or realm, weak as ordinary people. Yet, they possessed a lifespan of millions of years, witnessing the rise and fall of dynasties, and through the erosion of time, their will had solidified into an unyielding stone. However, these immortal beings could not cultivate. A mere mortal wielding a kitchen knife could slay them, gradually leading them to fade from the annals of history. With no detectable fluctuations in cultivation, what, then, had he endured to forge such a steely heart? Wu Dai found it difficult to fathom. The deeper she delved into understanding this man, the more elusive he became, as if shrouded in clouds and mist, lost within a labyrinthine complexity. Suddenly, Meng Qingzhou inquired, "Your name is Wu Dai, is it not?" Wu Dai, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "Yes." Meng Qingzhou furrowed his brow. For a brief instant, his emotions had been stirred by an external force, yet fortunately, the caster's realm was not high. Or the consequences could have been dire. After much contemplation, Meng Qingzhou grew suspicious of Wu Dai. In the narrative, there was no character by the name of Wu Dai. However, there was another character named Wu Dai, a supporting actress. Yet, Wu Dai was an assassin for the protagonist, Long Aotian. Thus, he cautiously probed, "What do you think of the heir Zhaogo?" Wu Dai, initially startled, then disdainfully retorted, "An arrogant second-generation scion, relying on a fortunate father, bullying the weak and committing all manner of misdeeds, a maggot-wasting heir, a mere pest." At this point, Wu Dai paused, glancing at Meng Qingzhou, and gently added, "Zhaogo cannot compare to even a single hair of yours. Not to mention your handsome visage. He resembles a toad." Meng Qingzhou silently nodded. Indeed, with such intense animosity, it was certainly Wu Dai. "What does Zhaogo want? I have no grievances or enmity with him. Why send an assassin to lurk beside me?" Unable to comprehend, Meng Qingzhou chose to dismiss the thought. Wu Dai was no ordinary woman. A prodigy in the spiritual realm, she would eventually become a formidable expert in the Dawn Sun realm in the later parts of the story, providing significant aid to Zhaogo, an indispensable companion in his quest for dominion. However, Wu Dai's life was filled with sorrow. Her younger brother had long since perished, and Wu Dai remained oblivious, naively serving Zhaogo in his murderous endeavors, unaware of the truth surrounding her brother's demise until it was too late. Meanwhile, within a cave 100 kilometers from the capital, Zhaogo's face flushed with rage as he shattered a priceless 9-dragon cup. Wine splattering across the floor. "Wretched woman!" Zhaogo spat through clenched teeth, his hair standing on end, a tempestuous aura enveloping him as he bellowed, "Jian Lao! Eliminate those 2 wretched lovers for me." Zhaogo was aware that the empress had appointed a minister. Yet he did not delve into such trivial matters. thus remained ignorant that Ming Qin and Ming Qingzhou were, in fact, the same person. He believed Wu Dai had betrayed him, and his fury erupted in a thunderous roar. A gaunt elder clad in a black and white Yinyang robe, bearing an ancient sword tarnished with rust, appeared silently and spoke solemnly, including Wu Dai? Yes, Zhao Go seethed. That wretched woman, who has followed me for 5 or 6 years. I haven't even touched her, and she keeps her distance of 5 or 6 meters, never uttering a single flattering word. Yet, when it comes to Ming Qingzhou, her demeanor is entirely different. She would gladly cleanse herself and offer herself up to him. No, Zhao Go reconsidered, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Kill Ming Qingzhou, cripple Wu Dai's cultivation, and bring her back. Let her learn the price of betraying this heir. Understood. Jian Lao nodded, neither servile nor haughty. His narrow eyes devoid of joy or sorrow. In the next moment, Jian Lao vanished without a trace. After a pause, Zhao Go pondered, stroking his chin. Could it be that Wu Dai does not recognize Ming Qingzhou? After all, she has never seen him before. Never mind, Zhao Go shook his head, for he merely coveted Wu Dai's body. If soft approaches failed, he would resort to force, indifferent to notions of right or wrong. On the other side, Ming Qingzhou's ears were once again filled with the system's notification. Zhao Go, in a fit of rage, has suffered a mental blow and lost his reason. The protagonist's luck value has decreased by 100. From 2400 to 2300. Reward obtained. Heavenly Grade Supreme Cultivation Method, Zhou Gong Ming Dai. Another piece of equipment drop. Ming Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, curious about which formidable individual managed to continuously deal damage to the protagonist. Long AOT on. The spiritual path was of little use to me, and Ming Qingzhou felt a tinge of disappointment. However, it would be highly compatible with Wu Dai Chapter 21. From now on, I shall call you Ming Xianyu. In the evening, Ming Qingzhou had prepared the meal in advance, warming it in the pot, while lounging in a rocking chair, admiring the afterglow of the setting sun. Not long ago, Wu Dai had hurriedly departed. Fearing another encounter with the empress, as she left, she posed a question that left Ming Qingzhou in contemplation. She asked, Mr. Ming, do you know the emperor? Coincidentally, both the sir and the emperor share the same surname and are favored by the empress. Ming Qingzhou naturally replied that he did not know him, despite his curiosity about this extraordinary individual, whether he was stunningly handsome or possessed unparalleled talent. What could have prompted such a shift in the plot? Leading the solitary empress to entertain thoughts of family? After much deliberation, Ming Qingzhou decided not to pursue the matter further. Supporting characters or background figures often knew too much, inadvertently embroiled in unnecessary turmoil. Falling victim to the conflicts between protagonists and antagonists. Ignoring the affairs of the world, focusing solely on trivial matters, what concern was it of mine? Ming Xianyu, rare to feel a surge of interest, spoke up. Qingqiu, let me share with you the scriptures of the sword path. The secretly cultivating Su Qingqiu, upon hearing this, hurried over, joyfully exclaiming, Thank you, sir. Having tasted the sweetness of knowledge, the little glutton immediately brought a small stool. Eagerly gazing at Ming Qingzhou, I shall impart to you a heavenly grade supreme sword classic, of course, one passed down by a kind-hearted old man with a white beard. Ming Qingzhou cleared his throat and spoke. Su Qingqiu curled her lips in disdain. What white-bearded old man? Does he really think I am a fool? Su Qingqiu harbored no doubts. After all, the sage knows the affairs of the world, which certainly includes the cultivation of techniques. He is a sage, after all. It makes sense. The sun god, tethered by a dog leash, lazily opened one eye as he lay on the ground, his canine face filled with contempt. Bah, what a farce. That so-called white-bearded old man is clearly the sword saint himself. The sun god appeared weary, his expression deep and profound, as if he had seen through everything. Unfortunately, due to his past transgressions and the countless sins he had committed, he could no longer utter a word. Otherwise, he would surely expose them. The couple, a female emperor feigning the role of a virtuous wife, and a sword saint pretending to be a blind son-in-law, had the god feeling overwhelmed. Gradually, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the stars began to twinkle as the full moon ascended. Creak. The courtyard gate swung open, revealing Dongfang Liuli dressed in a simple white gown, her eyes heavy with fatigue. "You're back? Qingqiu, please heat up the food and bring me the silver ear and lotus seed soup I prepared." Meng Qingzhou, hearing the commotion, waved his hand in acknowledgement. Understood. Still kneeling on the ground, engrossed in the study of swordsmanship scriptures, Su Qingqiu rose and bowed before heading to the kitchen. Dongfang Lily cast a glance at Su Qingqiu's retreating figure, slightly taken aback. If she was not mistaken, Su Qingqiu's sword intent had indeed advanced, breaking through to the mid-stage of the cloud-riding realm. Such rapid progress was rather astonishing. When Su Qingqiu returned with the food, the three gathered around the table. Dongfang Liuli, through a thought transmission, inquired, "Did Qingzhou explain the swordsmanship scriptures to you?" "Yes." Su Qingqiu's face lit up with joy, her cold beauty transforming into a charming smile. "The scriptures imparted by the emperor are filled with profound mysteries and have greatly inspired me." Dongfang Liuli silently regarded Meng Qingzhou, pondering. What more has this fellow concealed? He remains ever elusive, like a multi-layered pastry, each layer revealing yet another. The silver ear and lotus seed soup nourished the heart and lungs, perfect for alleviating fatigue. Meng Qingzhou pointed to a bowl and said, "This one." Dongfang Liuli chuckled lightly, casting aside her doubts to relish this precious moment of tranquility. Unbeknownst to her, she suddenly realized that since Meng Qingzhou's arrival, she had seldom found herself dozing off amidst the towering piles of documents. Each time she returned to this little home, her sense of urgency inexplicably vanished. "Leisurely duties, not exhausting," Dongfang Liuli remarked calmly. "You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me." The troublemaker Zhao Yuhuan harbors ambitious designs, stirring unrest in the Great Jin, and as a minister under the female emperor, your workload will naturally increase. Meng Qingzhou stated. Dongfang Liuli sipped the lotus seed soup, only then realizing that the lotus seeds in the bowl were from the Nine Suns' fiery heart lotus. The silver ears were also top-tier spiritual plants. "Do you know the value of this bowl of soup?" Dongfang Liuli raised her gaze and asked. Meng Qingzhou shrugged and replied, "Heavenly-grade top-tier spiritual plants could likely buy the life of a mountain-moving realm cultivator. However, as the saying goes, a common man is innocent but bears the guilt of possessing a treasure, so I trouble you to eliminate these hidden dangers." Meng Qingzhou had no desire to cultivate a persona that made him seem formidable. As if he could have as much of these things as he wished. Dongfang Liuli chuckled softly, "You are indeed broad-minded. Back in my hometown, we refer to such individuals as salted fish." Meng Qingzhou spread his hands in response. Dongfang Liuli laughed heartily, the moonlight casting a glow upon her face, making her appear more radiant than the moon, more dazzling than the stars. It was a pity that a certain someone was a veritable blind man, unable to witness such beauty. "How amusing from now on. I shall call you Meng Xianyu," Dongfang Liuli declared with a laugh. Meng Qingzhou replied with a faint smile. "As you wish." Dongfang Liuli, with a gentle smile, finished her lotus seed soup, feeling her cold ailment alleviating significantly, the chill in her meridians dissipating considerably. "Old sir, the Nine Suns' fiery heart lotus would be beneficial for the young lady. Could you?" Su Qingqiu spoke up. Dongfang Liuli, unable to bear asking for help, yet knowing that Su Qingqiu was pained by her nightly suffering from the cold ailment, wished for the female emperor to heal quickly. "Certainly, I shall brew it for you daily," Meng Qingzhou readily agreed. Dongfang Liuli cradled the bowl, her head nestled against her ample bosom. At that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived, revealing Qin Fenghua sneaking around at the entrance. The keen-nosed sun god immediately snapped the dog leash and leapt up, executing a flying kick. The strike landed precisely on Qin Fenghua's head, sending him soaring through the air. "Get lost, old rascal. Are you here to mock me again?" "God, I came to find the female emperor." Qin Fenghua deliberately did not dodge, knowing the sun god had suffered embarrassment today and letting him vent his frustration. However, as the dog opened its mouth to bite him, Qin Fenghua quickly explained through thought transmission. "What?" The sun god grew angrier, flames spewing from his nostrils, his eyes filled with ferocity. "You still wish to share the tale of me urinating by the roadside with Her Majesty the Emperor? I can endure, but my wife cannot. Just watch, I shall bite you to death." Didn't you mention marking the trees by the roadside? There are other urgent matters. Qin Fenghua again attempted to explain through thought transmission. After a considerable time, battered and bruised, nearly driven mad by the sun god's wrath, he finally managed to pacify the god's anger and limped into the courtyard. You're, Liuli girl. Qin Fenghua opened his mouth to greet, only to find Meng Qingzhou present, quickly altering his demeanor, laughing heartily. Oh, Qingzhou, you're here too? Haha. Meng Qingzhou wore a peculiar expression. This is my home. Should I not be here? Brother, what do you mean? There's a rather strong undertone in your words. A slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Qin Fenghua nervously laughed and said, Actually, I am the female emperor's distant uncle. Uncle. Meng Qingzhou sprang to his feet, astonished. Good son-in-law, please sit. Qin Fenghua, drenched in cold sweat. His mind a tangled mess. Originally, Qin Fenghua had planned to advise the female emperor to remain steadfast and quickly send that Meng Qingqin away, allowing the emperor Meng Qingzhou to live happily. Unexpectedly, Meng Qingzhou was also here. He couldn't possibly stand before Meng Qingzhou and say, Your Majesty, please hasten to dismiss Meng Qingqin. Do not let the emperor wear a green hat. Dongfang Lily cast a sidelong glance at Qin Fenghua. Her gaze laced with scrutiny and doubt, as if to say, You disturb my peace, and if you do not provide me with a clear explanation, you shall bear the consequences. Qin Fenghua, drenched in cold sweat, after a long pause, managed to utter, I merely came to recognize the place. I have no other business. I shall take my leave now. With that, Qin Fenghua dashed away. He ran a full 3 miles before awakening to the realization. What a magnificent sovereign the empress is. How could mere words from others sway her? The only course left is to compel her to make a choice. A smile crept across Qin Fenghua's face as he thought of a brilliant plan. Come the empress's birthday banquet, I shall publicly question the qualifications of the pretty boy Meng Qingqin, then pose a challenging riddle. Should he fail to solve it, that pretty boy Meng Qingqin must leave the capital and return home. I am truly clever. How could the likes of Jiang Songhai compare to me? Ha! Chapter 22. Drink, kill, and provide entertainment. In the days that followed, Meng Qingzhou lived a fulfilling life. He rose early to cook, fed and walked the dog, watered the flowers, planted vegetables, and found time to share insights on swordsmanship scriptures with Su Qingqiu. During lunchtime, he dined with Dongfang Lieli, noticing that her frequency of returning home had increased. Whenever she had free time, she would rush back in the afternoon. He conferred with Mu Dai on perfecting the ceremonial protocols for the empress's birthday banquet. Yet, for some reason, Mu Dai persistently hinted at matters regarding the empress. And during such moments, the eager Su Qingqiu would always rush to deflect, preventing Mu Dai from probing further in the blink of an eye. Only 2 days remained until the empress's birthday banquet. Meng Qingzhou had nearly completed his tasks, with the arrangements for the banquet largely in order. However, Mu Dai continued to intrude upon him, seeking various excuses to linger a while longer. Is my charm truly this great? Meng Qingzhou mused, stroking his face, feeling a bit inflated. Little did he know, Mu Dai felt even more distressed. Nearly going and it had been several days, and she had not only failed to sway Meng Qingzhou's emotional threads, but had also found no means to infiltrate the inner palace. Sir, Mu Dai has an ungracious request, and I hope you can assist. Mu Dai's tone was shy and timid, easily evoking a man's protective instincts. Meng Qingzhou, stern and unyielding, immediately waved his hand. Since it is an ungracious request, then do not ask. His intuition told him that Mu Dai was working for Zhao Guo, and it was likely a crucial task. Such a plot in a novel would undoubtedly be a main storyline, cautioning secondary characters to tread lightly lest they face dire consequences. Mu Dai was taken aback, not expecting such a decisive refusal. Still, she mustered the courage to say, I wish to ask you to help me enter the inner palace. I want to meet the emperor. Is that possible? Meng Qingzhou inquired in confusion. Why do you wish to see the emperor? Mu Dai, tearfully pitiful, replied, To be honest, I am the current emperor's wife. He has forsaken family for the sake of his career. And I wish to see if this heartless man possesses any conscience. How could they abandon the two of us to our own devices? Sobbing. As she spoke, Wu Dai began to cry, her weeping melodious. evoking sorrow in those who heard it and tears in the eyes of onlookers. Meng Qingzhou rubbed his brow, undoubtedly skeptical of Wu Dai's claims. Had he not been privy to her true identity beforehand, he might have been persuaded. So, it seemed Wu Dai's target was the reigning emperor, connecting the dots with Zhao Go and the Shu king Zhao Yuhuan. Meng Qingzhou pieced together the narrative and discerned Wu Dai's intentions. Wu Dai aimed to assassinate the emperor, inciting turmoil in the court. Indeed, it was the main plotline. Thankfully, my wit and vigilance saved me from being deceived. This particular twist was absent from the narrative. Likely a result of narrative breakdown, creating a butterfly effect, Meng Qingzhou sighed softly and remarked, "It is not that I wish to refrain from assisting you. I simply have no means to do so. As a subject, how could I intrude upon the emperor's palace?" Wu Dai nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. Anyone could say such things, but not you. The gallant man who entices the empress, you are so imposing and powerful. If you merely showed a hint of charm, the empress would pluck stars from the heavens to present to you. And yet, you claim a subject cannot intrude. Are you even a proper subject? You are a traitor to the emperor. Then, might you accompany me for a stroll? Wu Dai inquired. Meng Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, but it cannot be for long. I shall not waste your time." That Wu Dai smiled, a flicker of guilt passing through her eyes. Since she could not control her own thoughts, she resolved to take a more forceful approach, to compel Meng Qingzhou into the emperor's palace to meet the emperor by means of coercion. Throughout their time together, Wu Dai had developed a favorable impression of Meng Qingzhou, even harboring a degree of admiration, and thus did not wish to harm him. However, for the sake of her brother, Wu Dai felt compelled to eliminate the empress. "Let us be off." Meng Qingzhou stood upright, addressing Qingqiu. "You remain here to tend to the residents," as Qingqiu hesitated, saying, "But the young lady instructed me to ensure your safety." "It is of no consequence. Miss Yudi would not harm me." Meng Qingzhou glanced sideways at Wu Dai, inquiring, "Would you not agree? Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. If misfortune comes, it cannot be evaded, my lady. I hope you make a wise choice. I truly do not wish to harm a delicate flower." Wu Dai lowered her head and replied, "Of course." Following this, the two strolled through the capital, enjoying melodies at the opera house, galloping at the racetrack, and admiring the flowers and koi in the gardens. Wu Dai had never felt so carefree and joyous, her vivacity radiating without the need for her usual seductive demeanor. Resembling a lively sprite. Yet gradually, a sense of melancholy began to settle in her heart. Meng Qingzhou treated her with kindness and concern, while she harbored ulterior motives, plotting to use him to assassinate the great Jin emperor. After half a day of recreation, both were fatigued, and Wu Dai proposed to ascend Qingliang Mountain at the southern edge of the capital to enjoy the breeze. Meng Qingzhou remained silent, nodding in agreement, sighing inwardly. Must we truly reach this juncture? His intent in indulging Wu Dai in her explorations of the capital was to make one final attempt to awaken her compassion. Unsurprisingly, he failed. At the summit of Qingliang Mountain, Wu Dai stood overlooking the scenery of the capital. "Sir, may I pose a question?" she asked. Meng Qingzhou nodded. "Why did you not bring Su Qingqiu along? Is it a matter of intent or neglect?" Wu Dai inquired. Meng Qingzhou, hands clasped behind his back, stood against the wind with an air of indifference. "I had the intent, yet deliberately left her behind." Meanwhile, a figure clad in a rain cloak and conical hat stood beneath a pavilion, hands dangling by his sides, his slender form resembling a sword. The elderly man adjusted his hat and raised his gaze slightly, his eyes piercing through the distance, landing upon the young man in the green robe with blindfolded eyes. This place was sparsely populated, far from the great Jin imperial city, located at the southernmost point of the capital, a scenic spot known as Qingliang Mountain. From the mountain, one could behold the entirety of the capital's landscape. A trace of a smile lingered on Wu Dai's face, yet it gradually solidified. Her back turned to Meng Qingzhou as she softly spoke. "Sir, I know you are a good person. You are so intelligent. Surely you must have guessed my nefarious intentions. Why then do you accompany me? There is no one here to protect you. Are you not afraid?" Meng Qingzhou leaned upon his blind staff, allowing the mountain breeze to tousle his dense black hair. Responding, "If I cannot evade it, Then I shall not bother to hide. He was averse to unnecessary trouble, wishing to preserve the rare tranquility, yet when confronted with matters, he did not shy away. Otherwise, what use would his cultivation be? Before Wu Dai could utter another word, Meng Qingzhou casually remarked, "You are not called Yudi. Your true name is Wu Dai, and you are not the sixth-grade official of the Ministry of Rites, but rather a killer under the heir Zhao Jiu the pinnacle of the cloud-riding realm, skilled in mental and poison arts. You are undoubtedly a prodigy. You must have altered your appearance, intending to use me to infiltrate the palace and assassinate the reigning emperor. Am I correct?" Wu Dai's pupils constricted sharply, her expression one of shock and disbelief as she gazed at him. "How do you know so much? My true name has never been revealed to many, and even my cultivation techniques are." In that moment, Wu Dai genuinely felt the pressure emanating from Meng Qingzhou. When someone articulates your concealed secrets with such familiarity, appearing blind to the world yet seemingly capable of seeing through everything, such a person is undoubtedly the most terrifying. "Sir, why must you feign ignorance? We could still be friends in the future." Wu Dai felt both guilt and shame. Unable to meet Meng Qingzhou's gaze, "I apologize, sir." She gathered her spirit needle, flicking her fingers, sending an invisible spirit needle piercing into Meng Qingzhou's brow. "Rest assured, I will not harm you. The spirit needle will transform into threads, entwining and controlling your soul. Afterward, I will erase all traces, ensuring you are not implicated." Meng Qingzhou stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back. As though ensnared, Wu Dai, feeling a sense of impending doom, observed for a while before finally exhaling in relief. "You truly present me with a dilemma." Suddenly, Meng Qingzhou spoke languidly, maintaining his upright posture, leaning on his blind staff at the mountain's edge, stating, "To kill you would plunge me into chaos. To spare you would be tantamount to harboring a criminal. What do you suggest?" Meng Qingzhou turned, revealing his cold profile, murmuring, "What should I do?" Wu Dai felt as if struck by lightning, her heart racing, stumbling back a few steps. She attempted to retract the spirit needle, but found she had lost all connection. Once the spirit needle entered Meng Qingzhou's brow, it vanished without a trace. "Who exactly are you?" Wu Dai's delicate face turned pale as she questioned, her voice trembling. Meng Qingzhou replied nonchalantly, "A leisurely person who wishes to avoid trouble." Just then, the elderly figure in the rain cloak stepped forward, the air rippling like water, and in the blink of an eye, he shattered the void, appearing before Meng Qingzhou. "Have you finished your conversation?" The sword elder spoke coldly, retrieving a jar of wine from his storage ring, then pouring a cup and filling it before handing it to Meng Qingzhou, saying, "A farewell drink for the journey. Finish it, and leave your sorrows behind on the Yellow Springs Road." Wu Dai turned abruptly, and upon recognizing the newcomer, exclaimed, "Sword Elder, what brings you here? What is happening? As the protector of the heir Zhao, why are you in the capital?" The Sword Elder ignored Wu Dai, extending his arm straight, offering the wine. Meng Qingzhou accepted the cup, swirling the liquid within, smiling as he remarked, "The funeral guest, Jin Wuming, the strongest trump card under Zhao, with a half-step oversee realm cultivation. He enjoys offering a farewell drink before killing. It is a peculiar habit." The Sword Elder slowly drew the rusted ancient sword from his back, meticulously wiping it with a handkerchief, remaining silent. Meng Qingzhou, curious, pondered whether the Sword Elder would kill him if he refused to drink the wine. After a moment's thought, Meng Qingzhou tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp, casually tossing aside the cup, saying nonchalantly, "Very well, I shall indulge today. Let us drink, kill, and enjoy." Chapter 23. The Sword Intent of Time and Space Unleashed. Sword Elder, what brings you here? For the first time, Wu Dai displayed a look of fear, staring blankly at the elderly figure in the rain cloak, about to speak when she noticed Meng Qingzhou had finished the farewell drink and brazenly declared his intent to kill for enjoyment. "Sir, you must leave this place at once and seek the Emperor's protection." Meng Qingzhou smiled, shaking his head. "There is no need. With a half-step oversee realm cultivation, a single thought can traverse thousands of miles, capable of stirring up great waves. Where could I possibly escape to?" Upon hearing this, Wu Dai grew frantic, pleading, "Sword Elder, I implore you to spare Ming, sir. Within the Great Jin dynasty, a ninth-grade cultivator is regarded as a martial arts master, while a first-grade cultivator is seen as a terrestrial immortal in the eyes of mortals. The cloud-riding realm can dominate a region, while the mountain-moving realm can establish a sect, becoming the leader of a small to medium-sized sect. The oversea realm cultivator is perceived as a living immortal, a mysterious being whose presence is as elusive as a dragon in Wu Dai's eyes. The Sword Elder, with his half-step oversea realm, was akin to a divine being. The Sword Elder poured the remaining wine from the jar onto the rusted ancient sword, proceeding with calm deliberation, stating coldly, "The young master entrusted me to eliminate this person and to strip you of your cultivation before bringing you back. I believe you should plead for your own sake first." Upon hearing this, both Wu Dai and Meng Qingzhou were taken aback, their expressions one of utter confusion. "Huh?" Meng Qingzhou exclaimed. "Has the protagonist gone mad? Such assistance, and you intend to strip her of her cultivation? What nonsense is this?" Wu Dai was baffled, questioning. "What do you mean?" The Sword Elder replied. "I do not know, nor do I care. Will you self-destruct your cultivation, or should I assist you?" As the noon butterfly became bewildered, she pondered the absurdity of the situation. "Here I am, straining every sinew to assist you in vanquishing foes. Yet my mission remains unfulfilled, and you dare to send others to betray me? To stab allies in the back and strike at comrades is utterly shameless." Despair washed over the noon butterfly. Yet she maintained her composure, her icy gaze fixed upon the old swordsman as she resolutely stated, "Sir, you must descend the mountain at once. I shall hold him off." Witnessing this, Meng Qingzhou found solace in the unfolding scene. Initially perturbed, having been unwittingly ensnared in the main narrative by this woman, he recognized her predicament. In her final moments, she exhibited such resolve, revealing her inherently good character and gentle nature. The idle chatter ceased as the old swordsman's eyes narrowed. Fixated on Meng Qingzhou, who spoke in a calm yet chilling tone, "You may proceed on your journey." The noon butterfly positioned herself protectively in front of Meng Qingzhou, casting a backward glance with a bittersweet smile. "I apologize for dragging you into this, sir. Please, flee." Upon uttering these words, the noon butterfly bit her tongue, igniting her vital essence to forcibly enhance her strength, preparing to delay the old swordsman at the cost of her own life. Thud, 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 thud. The old swordsman approached the pair with deliberate pace. Each footfall reverberated through the cool breeze mountain, reminiscent of a dragon stirring beneath the earth. A sharp, piercing sound of the sword echoed through the air as the bronze blade, tarnished with age, emanated a chilling sword intent. Around the old swordsman, the void was cleaved into fragments, with turbulent currents howling from the depths of nothingness, presenting him as a sovereign of the sword path, as if he had returned from an ancient epoch. Suddenly, the noon butterfly coughed up blood. Without even engaging in combat, she was grievously wounded by a mere thread of sword intent. Remarkable. She collapsed to the ground, her almond-shaped eyes filled with resignation and despair, murmuring, "Brother, I can no longer save you." In an instant, a surge of vibrant sword intent erupted skyward, transforming even the gentlest breeze into a razor-sharp blade. The noon butterfly was momentarily stunned, then turned in shock to see Meng Qingzhou standing behind her, his figure tall and resolute, his expression icy. "Sir, you?" Her face paled in disbelief. She, being exceptionally astute, instantly connected the dots. The gentleman was not an unremarkable mortal. "You believe victory is assured, do you?" Meng Qingzhou's voice was laced with lethal intent. "Old man, remember, there are always greater powers beyond your kin." With the heavenly edict in his mouth, each word he uttered transformed into a majestic flow of sword energy, suppressing the old man's sword intent entirely. "I have granted you an opportunity, yet you failed to appreciate it." The old swordsman squinted, abruptly halting his steps, astonished to gaze upon Meng Qingzhou. "The information was erroneous. You are a sword cultivator? Your mastery is considerable, intriguing." Meng Qingzhou's murderous intent intensified as his patience waned. He had already acted with enough restraint, attempting to avoid entanglement in the main plot, fearing the wrath of the protagonist and the arch-villain. However, After merely a month of tranquil existence, Zhao Go had inexplicably sent trouble his way. What have I done to provoke you? We have never even crossed paths. Meng Qingzhou smirked derisively. Even when facing death, you maintain the demeanor of a master. Old man, I suspect you've overdosed on brain tonic. With that, he lifted his blind staff and lightly tapped the void, instantly reversing all shattered space and raging currents. Surroundings lost their color, transforming into shades of black and gray that resembled a photograph from a black and white camera, as birds in mid-flight retreated frame by frame. And leaves fluttered back to their branches in a staccato rhythm. The old swordsman froze, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, his expression growing increasingly grave. Sword word true meaning, break? He bellowed, unleashing a sword like a dragon. A colossal wave of sword light surged toward Meng Qingzhou, its terrifying power capable of annihilating all. Meng Qingzhou's lips curled into a smile as he coldly declared, suppress. In that instant, the sword intent met an invisible barrier, unable to advance even a fraction further. Subsequently, the torrent of sword energy shattered, dispersing into countless fragments that returned to the old swordsman's body. Meng Qingzhou uttered another word. Rewind. Instantly, the world lost its color, reverting to black and white as the scenery receded, akin to riding a train with the surroundings flowing backward. What is this? The old swordsman could no longer maintain his composure, horrified to discover that the spiritual energy he had previously unleashed was now slowly returning. The void, once severed by sword intent, was reassembling. The laws of time. The old swordsman found himself uncontrollably drawn back to the origin, exclaiming, "This is impossible." The laws of time integrated into the sword path. Such a concept is unheard of. Utterly absurd. Cut. Meng Qingzhou enunciated a single word. In the next instant, a fragment of memory materialized in the old swordsman's mind. It was a recollection from 10 years prior, the day he breached the threshold of the half-step oversea realm. At that time, he bore little resemblance to the present old swordsman. Seated cross-legged within his cave, drenched in cold sweat, he was on the cusp of a breakthrough when a beam of light suddenly pierced the darkness. It was a short sword, forged from the currents of time, that severed one of his arms with a swift stroke. Consequently, the startled old swordsman failed his breakthrough, his cultivation plummeting to the peak of the mountain-moving realm. An illusion? The old swordsman snapped back to reality, dismissing the notion. Yet, upon glancing down, he was met with the shocking sight of his missing arm, the severed stump marred by an unsightly scar. Not only that, but he inexplicably found himself reduced to the peak of the mountain-moving realm. Your sword intent can mark a target, rewind time, and interfere with the past, solidifying the present and future as an inescapable truth. The old swordsman's face contorted in terror, his teeth chattering as he spoke. Curse you, Zhao Go. Who the hell have you entangled me with? Is the intelligence organization filled with fools? Such a terrifying sword saint. And you claim he is merely a mortal? I have been thoroughly ensnared by a pig teammate. Zhao Go, you have brought me great misfortune. The old swordsman frantically pleaded, Senior, spare my life, and I shall pay any price. Meng Qingzhou flashed a toothy grin. Knowing my cultivation, you are beyond redemption. As a sword cultivator, witnessing this temporal sword intent, you shall die without regret. Depart with dignity. I offer you my utmost respect. These words. Cold sweat trickled down the old swordsman's forehead, and he gritted his teeth. Do not force my hand. Senior, if cornered, I could exchange my life for your grievous injury. Meng Qingzhou remained silent, his murderous intent intensifying. A life for an injury? I'm afraid you underestimate the power of temporal sword intent. Suddenly, the old swordsman appeared momentarily dazed, shaking his head and chuckling to himself. What am I saying? Interfering with the past. Temporal sword intent? I have always been at the peak of the mountain-moving realm. I previously attempted to break through to the half-step oversea realm, but alas, it ended in failure. As for my arm, I cannot recall. Perhaps it was injured in some battle. Meng Qingzhou's smile radiated brilliantly, revealing a row of pristine teeth, as he warmly responded, You are indeed correct. Yet this smile struck fear into the heart of the noon butterfly. leaving her pale-lipped and wide-eyed in shock at Ming Qingzhou. For the first time, she truly comprehended what genuine terror entailed. Chapter 24. Sir, I wish for your assistance in my cultivation. In the grand palace of the Dajin dynasty. Within the secretary's office, Empress Dongfang Lieli was perusing memorials, while the Prime Minister, Zhang Songhai, sat across from her. Dongfang Lieli remarked, "The bandit threat has been largely quelled, though the losses across various states and counties are substantial. With thousands of officials at various ranks captured, either imprisoned or executed, resulting in significant personnel shortages. These issues must be addressed promptly." Zhang Songhai nodded calmly, stating, "I possess a list of names, comprising corrupt officials and evidence against the sects within Dajin. The financial losses can be recuperated from them. As for the personnel shortages, I propose implementing a biannual imperial examination, divided into spring and autumn sessions. I will also oversee the construction of spiritual treasures to monitor the examination sites, preventing any fraudulent activities. Once the autumn examination concludes, the selected talents will be dispatched to various regions. A group of officials from the Ministry of Rights, kneeling before them, could not help but marvel inwardly at the Prime Minister's astuteness, which rightfully earned him the title of Dajin strategist. Standing nearby like a statue, Qin Fenghua could not restrain himself from interjecting, "Scholar, you must have anticipated today's predicament long ago, haven't you?" Zhang Songhai replied nonchalantly. "Ever since the emperor presented the sage's prophecy, I have remained vigilant and prepared preventive measures. Do you truly believe I am idle?" Qin Fenghua smirked. "Ultimately, it all hinges on the emperor's prophecy. What use are you?" "You?" Zhang Songhai bristled at the retort. At that moment, Dongfang Lieli waved her hand. "Enough. Let us proceed as the Prime Minister suggests. Furthermore, there have been unusual fluctuations detected along the border adjacent to Shu territory. I suspect it may be the hiding place of the traitor Zhao Yuhuan. Send someone to keep watch." Pausing briefly, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in her phoenix eyes. "Qin Fenghua, I command you to locate Zhao Yuhuan within 7 days. I shall personally sever his head to honor the innocent lives lost." Qin Fenghua's playful demeanor vanished, and he replied solemnly, "Understood. All right, you may all depart." Dongfang Lieli gestured for them to leave. Just then, Su Qingqiu hurried in, whispering in the Empress's ear, "Your Majesty, the Lord has been taken away by that enchantress, claiming they are going for leisure." The officials who had yet to exit, all possessing at least the peak of the first rank in cultivation, distinctly heard Su Qingqiu's words. "Are you referring to the 6th rank official you die from the Ministry of Rights?" Zhang Songhai halted and inquired. Su Qingqiu nodded. "Yes." Zhang Songhai furrowed his brow, glancing at the Empress. "You die may be problematic. I suspect someone has impersonated her, altering her appearance." Upon hearing this, the Empress sprang to her feet, her voice laced with fury. "Then why was I not informed? I wish to cast a long line to catch a great fish." To unveil the puppeteer behind the scenes, Zhang Songhai fell to his knees with a thud, pleading, "I am guilty, Your Majesty. I beseech you to investigate the whereabouts of Yudi promptly." The remaining officials of the Ministry of Rights were visibly shaken, exchanging bewildered glances. "Who, pray tell, is the master that Su Qingqiu speaks of?" It has incited the Empress's wrath, leaving the Prime Minister in such trepidation. In the face of rebellion and the disputes among nations, the Empress remained composed and unperturbed. Yet the Prime Minister, who had recently been entrusted with significant responsibilities, immediately prostrated himself in penance. One can only imagine the weight the master holds in the Empress's esteem. The Empress closed her eyes, her consciousness unfurling to envelop and scan the entirety of the imperial city. After a substantial interval, she opened her eyes and decreed, "There are signs of temporal disruption at Qingliang Mountain in the southern outskirts. The adversary comes prepared. Mobilize the troops to seal off Qingliang Mountain immediately. The rest shall accompany me." The essence of temporal sword intent, sever. Ming Qingzhou's expression remained impassive as he aligned his fingers, pointing towards Sword Elder with a deliberate gesture. The essence of temporal sword intent once more rewound, flowing against the river of time, journeying back to the era of Sword Elder's prime. In the next instant, Sword Elder's other arm vanished, his cultivation level plummeting to the late stage of the mountain-moving realm. Wu Dai's eyes widened in horror as she instinctively took a step back. This was indeed the cruelest form of punishment, the most terrifying method of assassination, reversing the flow of time, striking at the past, wielding a blade towards the future. Even if one were to lose all the fruits of their arduous cultivation, upon regaining consciousness, they might foolishly mistake it for a mere memory glitch, if you approach with murderous intent. Be prepared to meet your own demise, Meng Qingzhou remarked calmly. Sword Elder stood dazed, his ancient sword clattering to the ground, heaving a resigned laugh. I have grown old. My mind has dulled. I have stagnated at the late stage of the mountain-moving realm throughout my life. How could I have envisioned the vistas of higher realms, foolishly imagining myself a half-step into the sea-overturning realm? How laughable! Upon hearing this, Wu Dai felt an even greater chill run down her spine, goosebumps rising on her fair skin. Meng Qingzhou continued to press his fingers, the temporal sword intent tracing back to Sword Elder's youth. Sword Elder's cultivation swiftly diminished, a century of hard work dissipating in a single moment. Mid-stage of the mountain-moving realm, sever. Early stage of the mountain-moving realm, sever. Peak of the cloud-walking realm, sever. Late stage of the cloud-walking realm. Moments later, Sword Elder had regressed to the early stage of the cloud-walking realm. Empty sleeves hanging limply, his expression vacant and numb. Have I lost my wits? To think that I, an early cloud-walking realm cultivator, dared to confront a peak cloud-walking realm master and a formidable figure whose depths I cannot fathom. Sword Elder's previous arrogance had vanished, replaced by an expression of genuine fear and trepidation. He collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Esteemed seniors, I was blind and have offended you both. I beg for your mercy." Meng Qingzhou remained silent, turning his head to say, "The choice is yours. Whether to kill or spare, it is entirely up to you." The reason he allowed Wu Dai to live and did not reduce her alongside Sword Elder to ashes was to seize a thread of fortune from the dragon's favored son. Not to mention, the rewards from fate were simply too enticing. Even the most cautious could hardly resist. After all, Wu Dai sought to kill the emperor, which had little bearing on him. The fate of the emperor was of no concern to Meng Qingzhou. Sword Elder immediately turned to Wu Dai, bowing fervently, his forehead bloodied from repeated prostrations, humbly beseeching, "I implore you, spare my life. I do not wish to die." Wu Dai, as if in a dream, felt her head spinning. She gazed at the half-step sea-overturning realm master she had once feared, now reduced to a pitiful early cloud-walking realm youth. It felt surreal, almost dreamlike. "I choose." Wu Dai inhaled deeply, her gaze turning resolute and cold as she declared, "Kill." To spare him would only invite disaster. Meng Qingzhou nodded, withholding further comment, and with a flick of his sleeve, Sword Elder's expression of terror froze, his body disintegrating into ashes carried away by the wind. Witnessing Sword Elder's demise, once a figure of great renown, now reduced to a supplicant, Wu Dai deeply felt the cruelty of the cultivation world. No matter how formidable one may be, in the eyes of those at higher echelons, you are but an ant easily extinguished with a mere gesture. And no wonder the master, so powerful, chose to remain anonymous, disguising himself as an ordinary mortal. It seems he had long understood this truth. After this incident, Wu Dai suddenly felt that retreating to a pastoral life might not be so bad. She could cultivate her strength and return to seek vengeance upon Zhao Go. Quite astute. Meng Qingzhou remarked nonchalantly, "Do you feel unsettled?" Wu Dai nodded honestly, "A little." Sword Elder was merely following orders and did not deserve such humiliation. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou chuckled, "Then allow me to share something with you. But do not blame me for not letting you deal the final blow to Sword Elder." Wu Dai tilted her head, curiosity piqued. "What is it?" Meng Qingzhou's expression sobered as he replied, "Your brother actually died 3 years ago. Slain by Sword Elder himself. Zhao Go feared revealing this to you, lest he lose leverage over you." "What?" Wu Dai felt as if she had been struck deaf. She forced a smile. "Master, what did you just say?" "You heard correctly. Face the reality," Meng Qingzhou stated. "I know this is harsh, but to shatter any delusions, the bloody truth must be unveiled. You have seen it. I can rewind time, severing the past with a single sword. I have deduced the heavenly secrets, discerning life and death with a few words. You know I have no reason to deceive you and possess the ability to unveil the truth. Wu Dai's beautiful eyes glazed over, losing their color as crimson tears streamed down her cheeks. Drip. She did not scream or shout. Instead, she stood there quietly, allowing the blood tears to fall. Thank you for informing me. I shall take my leave now. Wu Dai said, wiping her tears with a light smile. Dio, you wish to grow strong. Meng Qingzhou made no move to detain her, stating, I possess a heavenly grade supreme spiritual technique. If you master it, you may seek vengeance against Zhao Go or use it for self-preservation. However, I advise you, Zhao Go is favored by destiny. Your chances of successfully killing him are exceedingly slim. Wu Dai stamped her foot, suddenly turning to embrace Meng Qingzhou's waist, unable to contain her emotions, and burst into tears. Her tears soaked his garment. No. Meng Qingzhou nearly blurted out a plea for her to maintain her composure, but reconsidered and gently patted her back, offering comfort. Take heart. Master, you have bestowed upon me great kindness. I am willing to serve you as a slave for life. I only ask for your assistance in my cultivation, so that one day I might personally slay that treacherous Zhao Go. Wu Dai's heart brimmed with hatred. Her silver teeth clenched tight. Meng Qingzhou was about to speak when suddenly, a cold and authoritative voice pierced the air. Am I interrupting your little rendezvous? Chapter 25. The Emperor's Infidelity? In the southern outskirts of the capital, at Qingliang Mountain, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Lin Lu, led 3,000 peak, first-grade cultivators to seal off the entire mountain. Empress Dongfang Liuli, along with a multitude of court officials, traversed the void, arriving instantaneously above Qingliang Mountain. Qin Fenghua, perceiving the unease in the Empress's heart, offered reassurance. Do not worry. We are in the capital. The villains dare not act recklessly. Empress Dongfang Liuli remained silent, hastily extending her consciousness to survey Qingliang Mountain. What she beheld was Wu Dai, weeping in Meng Qingzhou's embrace, a scene of raw emotion. In an instant, the atmosphere descended into an eerie silence. Qin Fenghua opened his mouth, his eyes bulging in disbelief, unable to articulate a single word. This? You two are quite the pair, aren't you? Just the other day, I was contemplating how to remove the green hat from the Emperor's head. Yet, here the Emperor is, playing even more ruthlessly, tossing a green hat onto the Empress's head. Your Majesty, there must be some hidden circumstances. Let us not rush to conclusions, Zhang Songhai said, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Forcing a laugh. Even the so-called wisest strategist of the Great Jin found himself at a loss in such a scenario. The Emperor's infidelity had left the Empress in a most humiliating predicament. Any emperor with a semblance of dignity would have unsheathed his sword to slay the two treacherous lovers without a second thought. The remaining oblivious officials cast furtive glances towards the scene below the clouds. Upon witnessing the embrace between the minister Ming and Wu Dai atop the mountain, the courtiers erupted in applause, laughing and murmuring, "So it is him. I had heard tales of a virtuous and beautiful wife. Seeing her today, it is indeed true. What great fortune! The master spoken of by Miss Su, could it be him? Who would have thought the Empress valued him so highly? They must tread carefully and not offend him lightly." Qin Fenghua cleared his throat, his eyes blazing with indignation as he glared at the crowd of oblivious fools. Can you not see? This is the Emperor. Before the Empress, you dare to praise the Emperor and his mistress as compatible? Do you wish to remove your heads for some amusement? Oh, you two find them compatible? The Empress's expression remained impassive, but beneath the surface, turbulent waves churned. The courtiers exchanged perplexed glances, wondering why the Grand General Qin appeared to have lost his senses. Glaring at them as if they had committed some grave offense. We are merely praising the compatibility of Minister Ming and his lady. What business is it of yours? Why, they are truly a match made in heaven. The ministers hurriedly raised their thumbs in approval. It was only until someone belatedly recalled the Daming Qin was conferred that doubts arose, with whispers suggesting he was the favored consort of the Empress. Furthermore, there was the intimate maid of the Empress, Su Qingqiu, who had referred to him as my lord. The ministers were taken aback, a chill running down their spines as they exchanged glances, and a substantial number of them fell to their knees in midair. Your Majesty, We had no knowledge of his, they stammered, unable to utter the term consort in public. Qin Fenghua crossed his arms, a look of disdain in his eyes, finally realizing that this was the reigning emperor. A gaggle of fools, only Jiang Songhai observed silently, glancing at Qin Fenghua and then at the ministers kneeling in the air. Jiang Songhai stroked his chin, lost in contemplation, sensing an imbalance in the information between the two parties. Hey, is there a misunderstanding here? The empress spoke indifferently. The ministers made no complaints. Instead, a tinge of excitement welled up within them, their eyes aflame with gossip. The empress truly had a young lover. The evidence was irrefutable. Meng Qin was indeed the empress's little paramour. The emperor had been cuckolded, moreover. The empress held Meng Qin in high regard, her affections for him presumably surpassing those for Emperor Meng Qingzhou. As a result, a group of ministers on the brink of facing severe punishment began to discreetly communicate, excitedly discussing the scandal involving the empress and Meng Qin. Qin Fenghua watched this scene, utterly bewildered, scratching his head and muttering, "Have they lost their minds? Is being struck by lightning this exhilarating?" Finally, the empress could no longer tolerate the situation. She waved her hand to disperse the clouds, standing against the sun like a deity descending to the mortal realm, her voice cold and authoritative. "Am I interrupting your good fortune?" On Qingliang Mountain. Meng Qingzhou looked up in astonishment, recognizing the voice. "Huh? The empress?" Wu Dai hastily pushed Meng Qingzhou aside. Wiping her tears, her gaze cast downward as if she had been caught in an illicit affair. Her fingers anxiously twisting her hair. She was aware that Dongfeng Liuli had concealed her identity as the empress, while in reality, she was Meng Qingzhou's devoted wife. Running off to a remote area to embrace another's husband and weep, regardless of her inner thoughts, left her feeling guilty. "I have met your majesty." Meng Qingzhou bowed respectfully. "I have met your majesty." Wu Dai followed suit, curtsying. However, to outsiders, this scene appeared as a harmonious display of a couple in sync. Qin Fenghua's eyelids twitched, drawing in a sharp breath. "Your majesty, what is going on here? Are you provoking the empress? Caught in the act, should you not feel ashamed and kneel to confess your wrongs? Why do you appear so nonchalant, almost displeased, as if blaming us for interrupting you? This is utterly audacious. Do not forget, the emperor was unaware of the empress's true identity or his own." Jiang Songhai discerned Qin Fenghua's thoughts and transmitted a message. "The initiative lies with Her Majesty. If she suspects Wu Dai's identity, she will question it. The emperor will certainly provide an explanation. As long as he admits to the affair, Her Majesty will surely emerge victorious." Qin Fenghua immediately chimed in. "Then Her Majesty can reclaim her identity as Lady Ming, asserting that the empress revealed the truth to her, and the emperor will be in dire straits." The two old men suddenly found themselves reveling in the unfolding drama, thoroughly engrossed in their discussion. Ultimately, they concluded, "None of us can foresee how Her Majesty could possibly lose. The emperor is destined for punishment. May I inquire, Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Meng Qingzhou asked. Dongfeng Liuli narrowed her phoenix eyes, brewing a tempest, and replied coolly, "I have received intelligence that the sixth-grade official of the Ministry of Rites, Yu Dai, has been impersonated, and I suspect foul play. Why are you with her?" Meng Qingzhou responded, "In deference to Your Majesty, Miss Yu Dai was once a subordinate of the rebel Wang Zhao Yuhuan. Due to her brother's abduction, she had no choice but to comply, but she recently learned that her brother was killed 3 years ago. Thus, she seeks revenge against the rebel Wang Zhao Yuhuan. She has infiltrated the capital to bring intelligence regarding the rebel, hoping to assist Your Majesty." Wu Dai blinked her large eyes, though she understood Meng Qingzhou's intentions to help her. She had no information to offer. The location of Zhao Gou's hideout changes every 7 days, and calculating the timing, just 2 days ago was indeed when Zhao Gou relocated. Had it been a few days earlier, she might have served as a guide to capture the heir Zhao Gou Dado? "Please elaborate," Dongfeng Liuli said, her indifferent gaze fixed on the couple below. Meng Qingzhou bowed and proclaimed, "Yu Dai's real name is Wu Dai. She is an assassin under Zhao Gou, and she brings vital intelligence. Before she speaks, I hope Your Majesty will grant me a favor. Spare Wu Dai's life, and I shall take her in." The empress's eyes grew colder, a light laugh escaping her lips. "You still wish to take her in?" "Indeed." Meng Qingzhou remained resolute, refusing to rise. He had long desired to exploit Zhao Guo. Since this old fool had delivered himself to his doorstep, he would gladly accept. Surely the loss of such a significant ally would greatly diminish Zhao Guo's fortune. Wu Dai, oblivious to Meng Qingzhou's thoughts, gazed at the blindfolded youth standing before her, willing to confront the empress for her sake. Recently bereaved, Wu Dai suddenly felt as though she had found a sense of belonging. Sir, Wu Dai's gaze grew dreamy, her enchanting eyes becoming even more captivating. No, I cannot agree. The empress cast a glance at Wu Dai's infatuated expression. Decisively rejecting the proposal, Meng Qingzhou declared, "If your majesty does not agree, I shall remain silent. Let me remind you, the intelligence Wu Dai carries concerns the location of the rebel Wang Zhao Yuhuan." At these words, Qin Fenghua was the first to lose his composure. He was exhilarated, hastily inquiring, "Is it true? When it comes to hating traitors and wanting to eliminate Zhao Yuhuan, apart from the Empress Dongfang Liuli, Qin Fenghua ranks second." "Indeed," Meng Qingzhou affirmed. "Your Majesty, the overall situation is paramount." Qin Fenghua urged Dongfang Liuli. "After all, he is the emperor. It seems he has not wronged you and has even been of great assistance. Look at you, involved with a young paramour and neglecting your duties. What right do you have to refuse?" Dongfang Liuli questioned. "Are you bargaining with me? I am curious, did you not profess your undying love for your wife? Why then are you entangled with another woman, going so far as to risk your life to protect her?" Chapter 26. The Nameless Sword. Saint shakes the imperial capital. Meng Qingzhou chuckled lightly. "Your Majesty has no grievances with Wu Dai, not to mention she has rendered a significant service. Even if I do not protect her, would your Majesty truly execute her?" He nearly added, "I calculated that you would not act rashly, prompting me to have the audacity to challenge you." The empress pressed her lips together, her cold gaze dimming. "How then do you explain your betrayal of your wife, entangled with another woman?" She understood she ought not to ask. Regardless of which identity they held, neither had the right. The empress represented a sovereign-subject relationship, while Dongfang Liuli was merely a hired companion, playing the role of a false couple. Torn between her feelings, Dongfang Liuli recalled the sight of Meng Qingzhou and Wu Dai in each other's embrace. A pang of pain shot through her heart, and a sour feeling welled up within her. Meng Qingzhou replied, "What is there for me to explain to you? In deference to your Majesty, this matter rests entirely on Wu Dai. Upon learning of her brother's death, she was overwhelmed with emotion, seeking solace, yet I assure you, my intentions toward her are pure." Wu Dai stepped forward, taking responsibility. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Liuli pondered carefully, recalling that the scene indeed did not resemble a clandestine romance, and for some reason, she felt a sigh of relief. A heavy weight lifted from her chest. "What has come over me? I should have noticed sooner." The empress rubbed her forehead, realizing her impulsiveness had led to a loss of composure. "I understand now." Dongfang Liuli nodded. "I grant it. If the intelligence proves true, I shall concede to your request. Spare Wu Dai's life and allow her to serve as your maid." Meng Qingzhou, maintaining his composure, bowed and replied, "I thank your Majesty." As their discussion neared its conclusion, Jiang Songhai cleared his throat and added, "Moreover, return the genuine Yu Dai." "Yes, the real Yu Dai is unharmed. She merely fell into an illusion and has been hidden by me." Wu Dai exclaimed joyfully, casting a radiant smile at Meng Qingzhou. This scene did not escape Dongfang Liuli's notice, and she instantly sensed impending trouble, feeling a twinge of regret. Meng Qingzhou turned aside, his blind staff pointing south, and calmly stated, "The rebel Wang Zhao Yuhuan has amassed an army of 100,000, lying in ambush in the Zhongshan Mountains, while the remaining 50,000 troops remain in Shu, guarding against any attempts to sever supply lines." Jiang Songhai frowned, perplexed. The Zhongshan Mountains, situated adjacent to the borders of the Great Jin, are an ancient forbidden ground. Throughout history, countless practitioners have ventured in search of treasures, with few emerging alive. How could 100,000 troops possibly be concealed there? Meng Qingzhou replied, "Wang Zhao Yuhuan possesses the audacity of a hero, often undertaking ventures others would not dare to conceive. 100,000 troops would attract too much attention, so he devoted several years, sparing no expense or manpower, even personally traversing the Zhongshan Mountains to cultivate the land, ultimately establishing an area sufficient to accommodate 100,000 troops. Zhang Songhai pondered for a long while, calculating the feasibility of such a scenario. After some time, he turned to Dongfang Lieli, "Your Majesty, I believe the likelihood is at least 90%. The Forbidden Lands, which instill fear and trepidation in the hearts of men, are precisely those sanctuaries that the average person would never conceive of. Otherwise, how could the Empress dispatch countless practitioners to patrol the vast expanse of the great Jin Empire day and night, yet fail to uncover even a trace of Zhao Yuhuan, as though he had vanished from the mortal realm? If he were indeed concealed within the burial immortal mountains, it would all make sense." Qin Fenghua, Dongfang Lieli decisively commanded, stating, "Immediately proceed to the burial immortal mountains. You have 3 days to uncover Zhao Yuhuan's hiding place." In an instant, Qin Fenghua was exhilarated, clasping his fists in acknowledgement. "Understood." With that, he rent the fabric of space and vanished. "Let us return to the court." Dongfang Lieli turned around, only to suddenly furrow her brows, casting her gaze towards a particular spot on Qingliang Mountain. Subsequently, she waved her delicate hand, drawing forth a strand of temporal sword intent from the air. This thin filament, akin to a hair's breadth, burrowed into her body like a maggot, instantly embedding itself within her. "Your Majesty!" Zhang Songhai exclaimed in alarm. "It is of no consequence." Dongfang Lieli raised her hand, tilting her head to observe a strand of glimmering red hair on her shoulder fade to transparency. Her expression grew solemn as she remarked, "The sword intent pertaining to the path of time, judging by its power, suggests the practitioner's realm is likely around the moonlight realm. Merely the remnants of a trace of sword intent are sufficient to inflict harm upon me. This individual's strength is perhaps not beneath my own." Zhang Songhai inquired with confusion. "Sword intent associated with the path of time has never been heard of throughout history, and all practitioners above the mountain-moving realm within the Great Jin are accounted for. Where did this person emerge from?" At this point, both fell silent. Wu Dai, having overheard the entire conversation, realized she had underestimated Meng Qingzhou's formidable prowess. Even the Empress deemed him a formidable adversary, a sword saint capable of rivaling a sovereign, yet remarkably unassuming, warm-hearted, and family-oriented, who does not flaunt his talents, and his appearance is nothing short of exceptional. How could such a perfect man exist in the world? Wu Dai's eyes sparkled, gazing intently at Meng Qingzhou, rendering his only flaw, blindness, into his greatest virtue. After all, beings of flawless perfection are akin to deities. Only those with imperfections can be deemed human. "Qingzhou, have you encountered a swordsman? He should have passed through Qingliang Mountain." Dongfang Lieli stated gravely. Meng Qingzhou remained unperturbed, replying calmly, "I have not, for I am merely a blind man with no cultivation." "That is indeed so," Dongfang Lieli sighed, increasingly aware of the dire situation at hand. With numerous nations embroiled in chaos, the world is ablaze now, with the king of Shu raising a banner of rebellion. An unknown sword saint has also surfaced. The path to unification is fraught with obstacles. Dongfang Lieli, wearied by it all, waved her hand dismissively. "Let us proceed. There is no need to delve deeper into this matter. We shall act as though we have never encountered that nameless sword saint." Zhang Songhai sought to advise further. "Your Majesty, if the nameless sword saint lingers near the capital, it may pose a threat. If the nameless sword saint desires anonymity, then our unilateral investigation could provoke enmity, drawing unnecessary adversaries upon us," Dongfang Lieli interjected. Meng Qingzhou nodded silently in agreement. "Qiao clan, should you dare to investigate, this sword saint shall pay you a nocturnal visit, and we shall see if you retain your mischief." Moments later, Qingliang Mountain was unsealed. The Empress returned to court, while Meng Qingzhou, accompanied by Wu Dai, unleashed the true 6th-grade Master Rain Butterfly, sincerely apologizing until she calmed her ire. Subsequently, Meng Qingzhou bestowed upon her an Earth-grade sword pill, which finally soothed her temper. From here, they awaited Qin Fenghua's inquiry into the burial immortal mountains to confirm the veracity of their intelligence, after which Wu Dai would attain her freedom on the journey home. Wu Dai inquired curiously, "Sir, have you divined the whereabouts of the king of Shu?" Meng Qingzhou smiled enigmatically, embodying an aura of inscrutability. In truth, it was merely a significant chapter within a novel's plot. In the original text, Zhao Yuhuan's initial plan succeeded, plunging the Great Jin into turmoil. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yuhuan led a million-strong army to the capital, laying siege and advancing with relentless momentum. In the latter part of the narrative, the empress's power waned, yet she discovered the king of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan, who personally ventured to the burial Immortal Mountains, ruthlessly traversing the entire forbidden region, nearly delivering a fatal blow to the hidden king of Shu. At a critical moment, the protagonist, Long Outyin, made a dramatic entrance to rescue Zhao Yuhuan, transforming the empress into a solitary figure, morphing into an evil archvillain, vowing to eradicate the Zhao family. The so-called burial ground for immortals was single-handedly breached by the empress. How terrifying, Meng Qingzhou muttered to himself. With Qingliang Mountain sealed, the empress, incensed, led her troops out of the city, accompanied by the Grand General and the Prime Minister. The commotion from this incident was considerable, as 3,000 imperial guards soared through the air, imposing a blockade around Qingliang Mountain, witnessed by innumerable citizens within the city. Some rumors, naturally, could not be contained and began to circulate. However, various interpretations emerged. Some claimed the empress had betrayed the emperor, leading to retaliation, while others alleged that the newly appointed third-grade minister Meng Qin was the empress's favored consort, having been caught in the act of infidelity. Among the myriad rumors, the most prevalent spoke of an anonymous sword saint making an appearance at Qingliang Mountain. This tale spread widely, particularly as witnesses recounted how a strand of the empress's glimmering red hair transformed to white, serving as undeniable evidence of the nameless sword saint's presence. In no time, the streets and alleys of the capital buzzed with discussions of the nameless sword saint's renown. A multitude of sword practitioners congregated at the base of Qingliang Mountain, kneeling in unison, beseeching, "We implore the sword saint to reveal himself and bestow his teachings. Please, sword saint, demonstrate the divine arts of swordsmanship." Chapter 27. A royal decree to silence the forbidden zone in the southern expanse of the Great Jin's territory. Adjacent to the Shu region lies a mountain range perpetually shrouded in mist. Once, a practitioner of the mountain-moving realm attempted to disperse the fog with grand magical prowess, only to be engulfed by it. Leaving his fate unknown, in a radius of hundreds of miles, life was extinguished and practitioners dared not approach. Zhao Go, alone and resolute, followed a treacherous path, even though it was a safe route established by the king of Shu. Peril was still inevitable. Along the way, he encountered numerous bizarre phenomena, vanquishing countless demons and monsters. At last, Zhao Go beheld a grand teleportation array. Nearly moved to tears, with a flash of light, he traversed the array, arriving within the inner sanctum of the burial Immortal Mountains, where he spotted the resting black armored army and the king of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan, standing at the precipice of a cliff. Calculating the time, the sword elder should have already dispatched Meng Qingzhou. With this thought, Zhao Go convinced himself that, while this mission may not have been a resounding success, at the very least, he had eliminated a significant threat. Moreover, with the empress dead, the Great Jin's political landscape would undoubtedly descend into chaos. "Father, your son has returned," he declared. The process had been fraught with challenges, but the outcome appeared promising. He assumed the empress, Meng Qingzhou, was likely dead. Zhao Go chuckled. The mere thought of Meng Qingzhou ignited a seething hatred within Zhao Go. Not only had this scoundrel snatched away his beloved, but he had also plotted against him time and again. To kill him so easily would be far too lenient. Once the Great Jin dynasty crumbles, I shall scour the lands, summon Meng Qingzhou's 3 souls and 6 spirits, and imprison them in the soul-refining furnace to torment him through eternity. Thus quelling my profound ire, Zhao Go mused darkly. Zhao Yuhuan, who had remained silent, suddenly turned, his fury manifesting as he struck Zhao Go across the face with a resounding slap. The sound echoed like thunder, shaking the entire forest. Zhao Go was sent flying, crashing into the adjacent mountainside. Coughing blood, he struggled to rise from the rubble, hastening to kneel before the king of Shu, trembling with fear. "Father, why?" He could not fathom why. Upon his triumphant return, he was met not only with silence but also with violence. Zhao Yuhuan's countenance was dark as storm clouds, his voice icy as he reprimanded. "Who informed you that Ming Qingzhou was dead?" Zhao Go was taken aback, exclaiming, "I dispatched the Sword Elder to assassinate Ming Qingzhou. It should not have failed." The Sword Elder was a practitioner of half-step, sea-covering realm, and even the young master Zhao Go would not dare to show him disrespect, addressing him with utmost reverence. Furthermore, the Sword Elder was a trusted general under Zhao Yuhuan. Zhao Yuhuan's expression turned cold. "The Emperor remains alive, yet the Sword Elder is dead. You shall explain yourself." With that, Zhao Yuhuan flung a shattered life jade tablet, now in 2 pieces, inscribed with the character for sword. "What?" Zhao Go's face drained of color as he sprang to his feet, only to crumble back to the ground in agony. Proclaiming, "The Sword Elder excels in concealing his presence, never leaving survivors, nor revealing himself before others. The great Jin court is unaware of his existence. How could he have been slain?" Seeing the unfolding scene, Zhao Yuhuan realized that questioning would be futile, waste. Incompetent to achieve anything, yet adept at causing ruin. Zhao Yuhuan's hair stood on end, his eyes ablaze with fury. "I entrusted such an important task to you. And this is how you repay me?" Now, the situation has utterly reversed. The roles of offense and defense have shifted. After years of careful planning, you have undone it all in an instant. From this moment forth, we shall bear the brunt of the Empress's wrath. Zhao Yuhuan's face flushed crimson, and he spat a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning, strands of his dark hair turning white, instantly aging him by decades. The soldiers under the king of Shu gasped in shock, rushing to support him. Zhao Go was left utterly stunned, collapsing to the ground, drained of strength. The roles have shifted. The rebellion has ended before it even began. All the soldiers present turned their gazes towards Zhao Go, their eyes filled with disappointment and disdain, their prior respect and admiration extinguished. What step had gone awry? Why had it come to this? Zhao Go stared vacantly at the sky. "Unforgiving heavens, how unjust you are!" Zhao Go gazed heavenward, his voice a thunderous roar. Ever since he had raised the banner of rebellion, he felt as though the heavens themselves conspired against him, thwarting his every endeavor, at the outset of his plans, before he could even set them into motion. An unexpected figure, Ming Qingzhou, emerged, pointing an accusatory finger and declaring the Shuang's treachery. Within mere days of the insurrection's onset, the Empress swiftly grasped the full extent of the situation, unleashing her wrath upon the traitorous officials and summoning her armies to quell the uprising. She dispatched Woody to assassinate Ming Qingzhou. Yet in a moment of folly, Woody defected. Subsequently, she sent Jian Lao, who was immediately slain. In sheer frustration, Zhao Go coughed up blood and fell back, overwhelmed. At that very instant, a centurion of the Tungyun realm rushed forth, kneeling in alarm and exclaiming, "This is dire. Scouts have observed the great Jin army converging upon the Zhongshan Mountains, led by dozens of mount-moving realm practitioners and 5 sea-covering realm masters, with the commander being the renowned Qin Fenghua." Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering, akin to the sound of a pin dropping. Panic ensued. The Shuti soldiers were thrown into disarray, and an atmosphere of terror permeated the military ranks. Why had the great Jin court summoned their forces to the Zhongshan Mountains, with none other than Qin Fenghua at the helm? Could they possibly be hunting us down? Absolutely not. We have established a secure zone within the Zhongshan Mountains. Who could have foreseen this? Indeed, they must be embarking on an expedition against a neighboring nation, merely passing through the Zhongshan Mountains. Even the so-called strategist Jiang Songhai could not fathom that we dared to conceal a 1,000,000-strong army within a forbidden zone. Regardless of the reassurances from the soldiers, laughter was absent among them. As the army exhibited signs of cowardice before the battle had even commenced, a resolute figure stepped forward. Shuang Zhao Yuhuan. "Calm yourselves." Zhao Yuhuan suppressed his fury, striving to project an air of composure. The Zhongshan Mountains are easily defensible yet difficult to assail. Even if the great Jin court were aware, we have no cause for fear. Of course, they could not possibly know. The Zhongshan Mountains were Zhao Yuhuan's greatest source of confidence. Over the years, he had devoted the majority of his efforts to fortifying these mountains, exhausting both manpower and resources. If such information were so easily divulged, it would signify his utter failure. Behold, what is that? Suddenly, someone pointed skyward, their voice trembling. With a collective gasp, the million-strong army raised their heads to witness an unforgettable spectacle. A towering giant, 1,000 feet tall, loomed above, its eyes like twin suns, its mouth and nostrils resembling mountain ranges, wielding a colossal spear that seemed to pierce the heavens, radiating apocalyptic lightning. The giant, positioned outside the Zhongshan Mountains, bent down, its solar-like gaze scanning every inch of the forbidden zone. Suddenly, a ferocious avian beast unfurled its wings, plunging towards the giant with a deafening roar, its wings cloaked in darkness, unmistakably a demon lord. Die! The giant's fingers, as if resembling a mountain, effortlessly grasped the demon bird's neck, snapping it with a single motion, while the cataclysmic thunder obliterated the creature's corporeal form and soul. A resounding echo reverberated across the heavens, resonating throughout the Zhongshan Mountains, awakening ancient beings in the depths of the Forbidden Zone. In an instant, an eerie mist enveloped the Zhongshan Mountains, an aura of foreboding and desolation settling in, as if a primordial behemoth had awakened. The great general of the Great Jin dynasty, Qin Fenghua, had been commanded to capture the treasonous king, and any being daring to obstruct his path would be met with merciless execution. Qin Fenghua produced a resplendent imperial edict, proclaiming, "Hear ye, all beings within the forbidden zone, kneel and listen." Harnessing the celestial and earthly powers, Qin Fenghua planted his spear into the ground, unfurling the edict, and with authority recited, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, the treasonous king Zhao Yuhuan of Shudi has raised an army in rebellion, a crime unforgivable. This proclamation is made known to the world. Those who harbor or protect him shall be deemed guilty alongside the traitor. Those who obstruct shall share in his fate. Those who provoke shall share in his fate. Those who incite shall share in his fate." Thus pronounced, as Qin Fenghua's voice rang out, characters detached from the edict, soaring into the wind and transforming into golden runes the size of buildings. A total of 60 to 70 golden characters filled the sky, their formidable power overshadowing the entire Zhongshan Mountains. Countless beings were struck with terror, their spirits shattered. In that moment, the previously tumultuous Zhongshan Mountains fell silent. Pairs of eyes, akin to torches in the dark night, closed without a sound. The mighty demon lord retreated to its lair, and human cultivators sheathed their weapons. An imperial edict subdued the ancient forbidden zone. Qin Fenghua, with the edict's runes suspended above him, brandished his spear, gazing down upon the desolate zone, scoffing, "What nonsense is this Zhongshan Mountains? A realm of living beings?" Chapter 28 Protagonist: How did I become a fugitive? Qin Fenghua was the first to arrive at the Zhongshan Mountains, with hundreds of golden runes clearing the way. Some audacious beings of the Forbidden Zone attempted to launch a surprise attack, only to be obliterated by the edict's runes. A sect's leader of the Mount-moving realm emerged from his cave, gazing at the floating runes in the sky, exclaiming in awe, "Truly, she is an unparalleled genius of the ages." The Empress's cultivation has grown unfathomably deep. Beside him, a transformed demon, bare-chested with arms crossed, remarked, "Just moments ago, a peak Mount-moving realm aberration was slain by a single rune. Such potency in the script can suppress the Zhongshan Mountains. The Empress must be nearing that realm." When discussing that realm, the eyes of human cultivators glimmered with hope. Filled with yearning, in the realm of cultivation, the sea-covering realm can command a region, becoming a dominant force, while the moonlight realm may rule a nation or stand undefeated in a territory. The dawn realm is a level beyond imagination. Among the great sects of the Great Jin, only that realm is spoken of with reverence. An imperial edict suppressing the Forbidden Zone is a display of such might. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the Empress is poised to inscribe an invincible legend. Many great beings express their sentiments. At such a tender age, her demeanor is no less than that of a celestial being, rivaling ancient youthful deities. A leader of a foreign race commented. After a span of half a day, the army gradually converged upon the Zhongshan Mountains. 33 aerial divine ships hovered in the skies, and hundreds of thousands of cultivators donned golden armor, wielding spiritual treasures, forming an ancient array that enveloped the entire Forbidden Zone. Additionally, dozens of mount-moving realm and 5 sea-covering realm practitioners led elite squads deep into the Forbidden Zone to investigate. Qin Fenghua, meanwhile, employed his celestial powers to monitor the Forbidden Zone vigilantly, prepared to suppress any disturbances with his spear at a moment's notice. Simultaneously, deep within the Zhongshan Forbidden Zone, atop an ancient divine mountain, a million-strong army stood poised, the banner of Zhao fluttering in the wind. Zhao Yuhuan teetered on the brink of fury, peering through the concealed array. Fixating upon the colossal figure that seemed to fill the heavens, his teeth gritting as he uttered 3 words. Qin Fenghua. Who can explain why Qin Fenghua has encircled the Forbidden Zone with an army and brought forth the Empress's edict? What went awry? It feels as though unseen eyes have been watching them, every scheme laid bare before that gaze. Otherwise, how could the Empress have discovered their plans? This atmosphere hardly resembles a mere pursuit. It feels as though someone has betrayed them. Meng Qingzhou. It must be him. Zhaogo clenched his teeth, seething with rage. So, the rumors of him being the contemporary sage are true? Zhao Yuhuan's expression turned icy. Zhaogo lowered his head, murmuring, in the past, I dismissed it, but now, I cannot help but believe. Who would have anticipated that the sage, said to foresee the affairs of the world, to unravel the secrets of heaven, to glimpse the past and future, truly existed? How infuriating! Zhao Yuhuan, consumed by rage, laughed bitterly, uttering each word with venom. Heaven treats this king unfairly, allowing the sage to descend beside the Empress. I refuse to succumb to fate. If heaven seeks to take my life, I shall battle against it. Whether sage or Empress, none shall hinder me. Observing the frenzied Shuang, Zhaogo's expression turned grim as he gazed upon the vast array of golden-armored divine soldiers. His heart was beyond description. How has it come to this? I, who was destined for glory, should have triumphed over the great Jin and returned with the beauty of my dreams, vanquishing my rivals. Unifying the realm, how did I become a fugitive? The bitterness within Zhaogo was overwhelming. His plans shattered. The Shuang and the Empress were poised for a life-and-death battle within the Zhongshan Forbidden Zone. With his Tungyun realm cultivation, he had insufficient time to mature. He could not withstand the fierce clash between these 2 formidable figures. The future appeared bleak. Meanwhile, in the capital of the great Jin dynasty, the Qin residence, Meng Qingzhou leisurely sipped tea, listening to Su Qingqiu's report. According to the latest intelligence, General Qin had already arrived at the Zhongshan Mountains, and an edict had been issued to suppress the Forbidden Zone. All nations were abuzz with speculation that the Empress was likely on the verge of attaining the Dawn Realm. The golden-armored divine army, comprised of 300,000 cultivators, had also arrived and was currently searching for the whereabouts of the treasonous king Zhao Yuhuan. Su Qingqiu clutched a stack of envelopes, all containing messages from the border. Upon tearing open the last letter, Su Qingqiu exclaimed with delight, Master, there is good news. A general under the treasonous king Zhao Yuhuan has been discovered attempting to ambush the golden-armored army, but was slain by General Qin with a single strike. Meng Qingzhou turned to glance at Woody, who was kneeling by his side, peeling an orange, and said, The discovery of the traitor's trail indicates that Zhao Yuhuan is indeed within the Zhongshan Mountains. You may remain by my side. Henceforth, do not practice poison arts, as they may backfire. Woody smiled radiantly, her heart elated, as she presented the peeled orange to Meng Qingzhou's lips, saying, Thank you, Master. Meng Qingzhou opened his mouth to take the orange, unaware that Woody's finger had brushed against the corner of his lips. Hee. With a playful smile, Wu Dai playfully held onto his fingers. Observing this, Su Qingqiu became indignant, casting a glance at the alluring assets of the vixen, and exclaimed, My lord, she is trying to seduce you. Oh, Meng Qingzhou waved his hand dismissively, saying, Exaggeration, you are being overly sensitive, my young comrade. Wu Dai provocatively lifted her chin and pinched a grape, gently offering it to Meng Qingzhou's mouth. Su Qingqiu stamped her foot in frustration, retorting, as a subordinate of the treacherous king, You still have unanswered doubts about your integrity. Do not be so arrogant. Where am I being arrogant? Wu Dai replied in a tone of feigned innocence. Pouting in grievance, I am grateful for your great kindness, sir, and willingly serve as your maid. I do not understand why Sister Su wrongfully accuses me. Meng Qingzhou stifled a chuckle, maintaining a calm demeanor as he said, Qingqiu, do not bully my younger sister Wu Dai. She is new here and unfamiliar with many customs. Please show some leniency. Yu Qingqiu's face turned a deep shade of anger, and she turned away in a huff. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that leaving without a retort would be akin to admitting defeat. That green tea must not triumph over me. With this thought, Su Qingqiu followed suit, kneeling beside Meng Qingzhou and presenting a strawberry. My lord, eat my strawberry. Wu Dai, unwilling to be outdone, offered a grape. My lord, eat my grape. Su Qingqiu glared at Wu Dai and presented a cherry. My lord, eat my cherry. Eat my orange. Eat my banana. Eat my bitter melon. Initially an amused observer, Meng Qingzhou finally recognized the absurdity of the situation, his mouth stuffed with fruit. He waved his hands in dismay. Stop! I am about to choke. Just then, Dongfang Liuli returned, entering to find the two women kneeling beside Meng Qingzhou, vying to present fruits. With arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe, Dongfang Liuli sneered, Meng Shilang is truly fortunate. Do you require my service as well? After all, your position is even higher than mine. It seems rather beneath you to be merely a son-in-law. Wouldn't you agree? Meng Qingzhou was not a dense man. He immediately discerned the cold undertone in Dongfang Liuli's voice, promptly pushing the two women aside and sitting up straight, calmly replying, there is no need for such services. You have worked hard all day. Let me offer you a massage instead. Chapter 29 Meng Qingzhou. You are being outrageous. The deity of the sun opened a narrow slit in his eyes, glancing at the faux couple. Rolling his eyes, despite the great yellow dog spending his days merely eating and sleeping, he was aware of most affairs in the world. This included the day on Qingliang Mountain when Meng Qingzhou showcased his extraordinary prowess, slaying Sword Old with the intent of the Time Sword. He had witnessed it all firsthand. Since then, the deity of the sun had formed a vague assessment of Meng Qingzhou's strength. Undoubtedly, he ranked fourth in the Grand Jin dynasty. Under the realm of the moon's radiance, he was unmatched, capable of clashing head-on with early practitioners of the moon's radiance under extreme conditions. The rankings of the first and second positions remained uncertain, but they were certainly between Qin Fenghua and Qin Liuli. The third rank naturally belonged to the deity of the sun himself. The fourth was Meng Qingzhou. Wu Dai felt a bit deflated, not daring to continue her antics, lowering her gaze and refraining from looking at Dongfang Liuli. These two couples were each more formidable than the last, having recently made headlines across the world. One was the enigmatic nameless sword saint, while the other was even more formidable, issuing a decree to suppress the tomb of immortals. It was puzzling that both seemed keen on presenting themselves as novices. Wu Dai did not wish to expose them. After all, this was far more entertaining than watching a play. Massage. What is that? Dongfang Liuli tilted her head, inquiring in confusion. In simple terms, it is to relieve your muscles and alleviate fatigue. Meng Qingzhou replied with a sincere smile. Intrigued, Dongfang Liuli responded, then let us give it a try. How does it work? Meng Qingzhou instructed. It's simple. You lie on the lounge chair, and I will take care of the rest. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Liuli, without suspicion, obediently lay on the lounge chair, resting her chin on her arms, saying, I'm ready. Subsequently, Meng Qingzhou placed his hands on Dongfang Liuli's back, beginning to massage gently. Over the years spent traversing this world, he had not mastered much, but he had certainly learned a variety of techniques. Wu Dai and Su Qingqiu stood to the side, curiously peeking in. As Meng Qingzhou applied more pressure, moving from the shoulder blades down to the spine, and then to the pelvis, Dongfang Liuli found herself overwhelmed. This was the first time she had been touched so boldly by a man. In an instant, her fair face turned crimson, her earlobes resembling gleaming rubies. Wisps of steam rising from her head. Stop! Dongfang Liuli scolded, attempting to rise. Yet, Meng Qingzhou firmly pressed down on her shoulder, his soft voice urging, do not move. It is not finished yet. Dongfang Liuli, feeling both embarrassed and furious, wanted to smash her head against the wall, yet feared that resisting too forcefully might inadvertently harm the fragile Meng Qingzhou. She could only plead gently, I do not want a massage anymore. Please let me up. The initial experience was indeed somewhat painful, but it would become comfortable once accustomed. Meng Qingzhou reassured her, fully focused on the massage. Dongfang Lieli wished to argue further, but as she opened her mouth, what came out were only uncontrollable gasps. Instinctively, she covered her mouth, glaring at Su Qingqiu beside her. However, unbeknownst to her, both Su Qingqiu and Wu Dai wore expressions of curious intrigue, bashfully covering their faces while peeking through their fingers at Meng Qingzhou's massage techniques. Entirely oblivious to the silent signals from the empress, even the seasoned deity of the sun was taken aback by the scene. What an impressive fellow! I have indeed underestimated you. You are the first to forcefully press the empress onto a lounge chair and take liberties with her. I, the deity of the sun, have never met a young man as refreshingly unique as you. Gradually, Dongfang Lieli fell silent, her cheeks buried in her arms, steam continually rising from her head, occasionally shuddering. After a good half hour, Meng Qingzhou shook his arms and patted Dongfang Lieli's shoulder, confidently stating, "All done. Isn't it particularly pleasant? I trust you feel a significant reduction in pent-up frustration, and your sore muscles have eased considerably? To be honest, I have great confidence in my massage techniques. Ordinary masters would need decades of practice to catch up with me." As he spoke, Meng Qingzhou turned to Wu Dai and Su Qingqiu, asking, "So, would you two like to experience it as well?" Su Qingqiu, frightened, took a step back, shaking her head vigorously. "No, no." Wu Dai, however, raised her hand excitedly. I want to. You want nothing." Su Qingqiu quickly grasped Wu Dai, covering her mouth. Just as Meng Qingzhou remained absorbed in his own techniques, he was unaware of a figure looming behind him. Meng Qingzhou rubbed his fingers together, marveling at the delightful sensation of his faux wife's hand. He felt as though he could squeeze water from it. Suddenly, an indignant voice came from behind. "Is the sensation truly that delightful?" "It's all right," Meng Qingzhou honestly nodded, unable to lie. The sensation was simply exquisite. Suddenly, Meng Qingzhou realized something, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. This world seemingly lacked the concept of massage. His faux wife wouldn't he think he was taking advantage of her, would she? Unjust? Let me explain, Meng Qingzhou shouted as he turned and fled. Dongfang Lieli was swift, grabbing Meng Qingzhou's ear and dragging him towards her chamber, all the while stating, "There is nothing to explain. The family law must be upheld." Soon, anguished cries echoed from the empress's chamber, in the courtyard. Wu Dai quietly asked, "What punishments are included in the family law?" Su Qingqiu counted on her fingers, saying, "Whipping with bamboo strips soaked in salt water, hitting with a sandbag, striking hands with a whip inscribed with thunderous symbols, despairing illusions. Isn't my lord doomed?" Wu Dai murmured, a hint of worry in her voice. Su Qingqiu also felt a pang of sympathy, saying, "Who could stop my lord from taking liberties with the young lady? We are too insignificant to die in the Qin residence." The night was brightly lit. The sound of someone screaming like a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the night. Until noon the next day, Meng Qingzhou appeared in the courtyard, completely unharmed, going about his usual routine of feeding and walking the dog, watering plants, and tending to vegetables. Wu Dai watched in astonishment. Didn't they say the family law would be upheld? My lord seems fine. Su Qingqiu was equally puzzled, recalling how she had been punished under the family law before, her face swollen for 3 days, unable to rise from bed. Could it be that a special form of family law was executed? Wu Dai wore a peculiar expression, revealing a mischievous grin. "What do you mean?" Su Qingqiu inquired. Wu Dai leaned close to Su Qingqiu's ear and whispered for a moment, causing the latter to retreat several steps in embarrassment. "Spitting, you woman! How can you speak such filthy words?" "Humph, I just guessed correctly, didn't I?" Wu Dai replied. Meng Qingzhou rubbed his back. In truth, last night, Dongfang Lieli had only given him a symbolic lesson, lightly striking his palms with the bamboo strips, and seemingly feeling pity, had applied some medicinal ointment. The reason for his screams was that Dongfang Lieli, unwilling to accept such a light punishment, sought to return the favor, forcibly pressing Meng Qingzhou down on the bed and delivering a vigorous massage that nearly dislocated his bones. Just then, a delayed system notification finally sounded in Meng Qingzhou's ears. Ding! Chapter 30. Imperial Level Reward, Heavenly Fortune Body, Ding. Successfully suppressed the fated protagonist Zhao Go, reducing his fortune value by 1,000. Fated protagonist Zhao Go's fortune value, 2,700 to 1,1700. Reward obtained, the Emperor Level Physique, the Heavenly Tao Fortuitous Body. Classification of techniques, physiques, weapons, etc. Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Immortal, Emperor, Great Emperor, Supreme. Note: if the fateful protagonist Zhao Go's luck value drops below 1,000, he will lose the protection of the Heavenly Tao. Meng Qingzhou's robust frame trembled, and instantly his bones echoed. The power of his bloodline surged like a torrential ocean, his body's acupoints whirling frantically, as if a black hole devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even the sunlight was intercepted and forcibly transformed into cultivation energy. The Heavenly Tao Fortuitous Body. For the first time, Meng Qingzhou displayed a look of astonishment, his excitement beyond words. An Emperor-level physique, exceedingly rare throughout the ages. The Heavenly Tao Fortuitous Body not only significantly enhances combat prowess, allowing one to easily battle above their level, but also aids in cultivation. Even while lying still, his body continuously absorbs spiritual energy, converting the powers of the sun and moon into cultivation. In essence, Meng Qingzhou would only need to bask in the sun and bathe in moonlight, and his cultivation would effortlessly rise. Coupled with the system-bestowed passive skill of becoming stronger through blindness, the combination was unimaginable. Meng Qingzhou could scarcely fathom how swiftly his cultivation would advance. All my efforts were not in vain. Deliberately keeping Wu Dai by my side, risking the exposure of the hiding place of the King of Shu, was worth it. Meng Qingzhou's spirit soared as he clenched his fist. For the first time confronting the protagonist Long Outyin, he achieved a significant victory. It seems this so-called protagonist is not all that impressive after all. No wonder he has been repeatedly aided by some unknown benefactor, frantically acquiring equipment. The reason Zhao Go could become the protagonist Long Outyin, defeating all formidable enemies of past and present, was entirely reliant on the Heavenly Tao Fortuitous Body. However, Zhao Go only awakened his Heavenly Tao Fortuitous Body on his coming-of-age day, which is why he has only barely reached the peak of the cloud-riding realm to this day. But, if given another 3 years, he would become the youngest giant of the Dawn realm in history. I must not be reckless. Meng Qingzhou immediately calmed himself, repeatedly reciting the mantra of survival. He remained ever mindful of the painful lesson that fortunes can shift in 30 years. Perhaps heaven noticed Meng Qingzhou's excessive caution and decided to reward him with a little motivation, to inflate his ego, to drive him to madness, ultimately leading to his downfall. With Zhao Go possessing the Heavenly Tao Fortuitous Body, I have it too. Why should I fear him? A direct confrontation is unwise. A strategic maneuver is prudent. A hint of a smile graced Meng Qingzhou's lips, especially since he had aligned himself with the great villainess, Empress Qin Liuli. Whenever the opportunity arose, he could leak a bit of information to hinder Zhao Go. Once his luck value drops to 1,000, losing the protection of the Heavenly Tao, he would become no different from an ordinary cultivator. Meng Qingzhou could then comfortably mingle with the Empress. He could clearly sense the surge of his cultivation. If he maintained this pace, he would undoubtedly break through to the Moonlight Realm within half a year. Delightful, exhilarating. Meng Qingzhou's spirits soared as he hummed a tune, pulling out a bag of dog food to treat his big yellow dog. Then, under the terrified and bewildered gaze of the sun god, a large bag of dog food filled the dog bowl, piling high. Eat up, Meng Qingzhou said with a smile, gently stroking the dog's head. The sun god glanced at the mountain of dog food towering over it, then at Meng Qingzhou's eerie grin, and its canine face instantly fell. Did I commit some grave error? Is this my last meal? The dog was in a panic. Who would save it? The blind one seemed different. It felt as though its life essence was undergoing a leap, transforming into a higher dimensional existence. The sun god looked at the seemingly ordinary young man before it, devoid of any fluctuations in cultivation, yet felt a chill run down its spine. Memories surged from ancient times, awakening the era of the gods, when true dragons soared beyond the skies, stars amassed into palatial structures, and even the laws of heaven and earth bowed in submission. Faintly, the sun god sensed a resemblance between the young man before it and the ancient true dragon. a similarity in the traits of higher life forms. Could it be? I've never seen this fellow cultivate. Why is his progress so astonishingly swift? The sun god was perplexed, having initially assessed Meng Qingzhou as the fourth strongest of the great Jin dynasty. Now it was uncertain. Could I truly defeat him? The sun god fell into deep self-doubt. After a while, Meng Qingzhou finally integrated the heavenly Tao fortuitous body. His cultivation remained at the late stage of the oversea realm, yet his overall combat power had increased several-fold. Previously, he could barely contend with cultivators at the early stage of the moonlight realm. Now, he could effortlessly crush them. As for those at the mid-stage of the moonlight realm, it was hard to ascertain. But escaping should be no problem. Alas, even with the emperor-level physique, he could not utilize divine sense, remaining no different from a mere mortal. Meng Qingzhou shook his head and sighed. Meanwhile, at the borders of the great Jin dynasty, the burial immortal mountain range, Qin Fenghua unleashed his divine powers, leading the army to breach the outer perimeter of the burial immortal forbidden zone. Hundreds of thousands of troops, imbued with cultivation, swept through like divine soldiers, slaughtering everything in their path, whether strange creatures or hidden masters. Any who opposed them met death. For an entire day, the outer perimeter of the burial immortal forbidden zone fell completely, with the golden decree sealing the ancient restrictions being almost a fish in a barrel. Hidden within a secret area of the inner circle, a teleportation array suddenly shone with radiant light. Zhao Guo, drenched in blood, was pierced through the chest by a long spear, his organs nearly shattered. What happened? Zhao Yuhuan turned, seeing the situation, and hurriedly took out an extremely expensive pill, administering it to Zhao Guo. Zhao Guo's breath was feeble. With the aid of the healing elixir, he felt somewhat better. His life no longer in peril, he said with difficulty. Father, my unparalleled physique seems to have. Zhao Yuhuan, puzzled, urged him to continue. Zhao Guo's eyes blazed with fury, his eyelids nearly bursting, he exclaimed, "My physique has vanished." As commanded, I led the troops to intercept the enemy, to delay the court's advance. During the battle, my heavenly Tao fortuitous body, which awakened when I was 20, simply disappeared. In an instant, his combat power was halved, and he was severely injured, leading his troops to annihilation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuhuan was utterly flabbergasted. In all his years, he had never heard of such a bizarre occurrence as a gifted physique disappearing into thin air. Zhao Yuhuan's expression was strange as he remarked, "You aren't trying to cover up your defeat with a fabricated excuse, are you?" In the past, Zhao Yuhuan would have unconditionally believed Zhao Guo. However, now, after Zhao Guo's repeated failures, he had already labeled him as incompetent. Fabricating lies to save face was something he could easily envision. Zhao Guo's eyes widened, sensing the doubt in Zhao Yuhuan's gaze. He immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, yelling, "Am I truly so unworthy in your eyes?" Zhao Yuhuan fell silent, casting him a sidelong glance filled with suspicion and scrutiny, as if assessing whether Zhao Guo was lying. "I cough." Zhao Guo's eyes bulged as he spat out 3 liters of blood, collapsing in rage. His cultivation plummeted rapidly, from the peak of the cloud-riding realm to the mid-stage. That day, news spread like wildfire among the Zhao family rebels. The heir Zhao Guo is gravely ill. His cultivation has plummeted, suspected to have lost his supreme gifted physique. Zhao Yuhuan, frantic with worry, decided to lead the army to battle against the court, fighting to the death, sending Zhao Guo away from the great Jin dynasty to seek renowned doctors. The king of Shu has decided to detonate the burial immortal forbidden zone 7 days after the empress's birthday banquet. In 7 days, the day of the decisive battle, the entire army shall rest and prepare. The war, which had been delayed for years, suddenly reached a turning point the moment Zhao Guo fell ill. Instantly, the rebel army from Shu erupted in uproar, yet no one felt fear. Each was filled with excitement, roaring to the heavens, vowing to dethrone the emperor and allow the people of Shu to settle in the lands of the great Jin. Chapter 31, TCH. All trash. A day later, the birthday banquet of the first female emperor of the great Jin dynasty, Qin Lieli, commenced as scheduled. Resources of all kinds were distributed nationwide. Every citizen of the great Jin received a share. From cultivation techniques and resources to food and clothing, A scene of joyous prosperity enveloped the nation. Moreover, the empress issued a decree stating that during the birthday banquet, except for the battle at the burial Immortal Mountain, executions and acts of war were to be postponed. Soldiers stationed at the borders returned home to visit family and friends, and salaries were distributed in advance to all active soldiers. Neighboring nations sent envoys, some riding flying vessels, others mounted on enormous beasts that obscured the sky, arriving at the Great Jin dynasty, hovering around the capital to congratulate the empress on her birthday. However, Ming Qingzhou, the empress's only consort and the rightful queen, was unable to attend due to illness. This left many scheming envoys from neighboring countries greatly disappointed. After all, who wouldn't want to see the rumored Ming Qingzhou, who possessed no cultivation or was even disabled, and yet managed to capture the empress's heart? In the capital, within the imperial palace, the Golden Dragon Hall. Today, the empress donned a majestic robe adorned with 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes, trailing on the ground like a fiery celestial staircase. Her long, fair legs ascending the throne with a calm elegance. She turned gracefully and sat down. With a sweep of her cold, beautiful phoenix eyes, she surveyed the officials kneeling in the hall and the group of envoys from neighboring countries kneeling at the center. Her red lips parting slightly, "You may rise." After scanning the room, she noticed Ming Qingzhou's absence and felt a twinge of confusion. Is he still asleep? How dare he miss my birthday banquet? But then again, Ming is just a lazy fish. Aside from Dongfang Liuli, he cares little for the empress or for me. Upon the mere thought of Ming Qingzhou, Dongfang Liuli inexplicably felt a surge of joy. The civil and military officials soon recognized the absence of the esteemed Deputy Minister Ming, yet none dared to voice their inquiries. They all averted their gazes, pretending not to notice. Some seasoned veterans of the court exchanged knowing glances and ultimately reached a consensus. Deputy Minister Ming had been thoroughly exhausted. After all, the emperor's favored consort had been bedridden on the day of the birthday banquet. When pieced together, the answer became glaringly obvious. Point one could understand. Indeed, the emperor's personal maid, Su Qingqiu, adorned in a pristine white gown, stood beside the throne and announced, "Ambassadors from various nations, please step forward to pay your respects to His Majesty. We humbly greet the Emperor of the Great Jin." The ambassadors, not daring to show any negligence, hurriedly bowed in reverence. The renown of the Great Jin dynasty had soared to unprecedented heights in recent years, all thanks to the emperor's martial prowess and wise governance. Many neighboring countries had been thoroughly subdued by the emperor's might. Known for her ruthless reputation, the emperor favored a strategy of waging war to sustain war. The Great Jin army was either engaged in battle or en route to one. What? You say the military funds are insufficient? Conquer a nation. Plunder the treasury. What? You say our soldiers have perished? Recruit the surrendering troops and send them back to the battlefield. What? You say our territory is too small to accommodate the displaced citizens of fallen nations? Continue to expand until the world is unified, and wherever the eye can see is our dominion, naturally ample enough. Such a domineering and formidable figure. Who would dare to underestimate her, let alone a mere gathering of ambassadors? The envoy from Yonghua announced, "By the emperor's decree, we present 10 celestial-grade spiritual treasures to the Great Jin Empress. 1,000 elite mounts for taming extraordinary beasts. Congratulations on your birthday," the envoy from Lingtua Kingdom proclaimed. "By the emperor's decree, we cede 3 cities and 1 spirit lake as a gift for the birthday celebration," the envoy from Wanqi Kingdom declared. "By the emperor's decree, we present 10,000 acres of provisions and 3,000 sets of earth-grade armor. Congratulations on your birthday." The court was filled with continuous expressions of congratulations. The officials of the Great Jin looked down upon these neighboring states, deeming their gifts unworthy of attention, let alone the exalted empress herself. However, at that moment, the sunlight above the capital was suddenly obscured, casting the world into shadow as people gazed up in bewilderment. Countless powerful beings ascended from various parts of the capital, resembling meteors shooting upwards. Glaring at the sky, there, a colossal beast, the Zhenhai Tuo, broke through the clouds, revealing a monstrous head. Its mere skull was the size of a city, while its body stretched infinitely, concealed within the void, fragments of the surrounding space clinging to its neck. This is the Zhenhai Tuo. According to records, It possesses a trace of the Xuanwu bloodline, but wasn't the Jinhai Tuo clan long since extinct? A terrifying creature of the oversea realm. Look, a person stands atop the Jinhai Tuo's head. Who is it that commands the oversea realm's demon king with such authority? The Jinhai Tuo, known for its pride and ferocity, would not allow just anyone to stand atop its head without possessing genuine prowess. Countless powerful beings who had ascended were blasted down by a single breath from the Jinhai Tuo. Falling like raindrops, a young man in black stood atop the head of the oversea realm demon king. Jinhai Tuo, and with a calm smile, declared, "Do not blame me that I am Wang Cheng, deputy minister of the military department of the Great Qian dynasty. Hearing of the Great Qian Empress's birthday banquet, I have come to extend my congratulations." At these words, the previously indignant ministers fell into silence, and the powerful beings who were prepared to strike halted their actions. The Great Qian dynasty, equally a formidable nation, had, in certain respects, subtly surpassed the Great Jin dynasty. However, due to the vast distance between the two nations, there had been no conflict or trade for many years. It was rumored that the ruler of the Great Qian had recently achieved a breakthrough to the half-morning radiance realm right before his lifespan was to conclude. Half-morning radiance, equivalent to the Great Jin's pillar general, should not be underestimated. Yet you are mistaken. The Great Qian dynasty is said to have more than one individual at the half-morning radiance level. It is rumored that the last two rulers have not perished and are also at the half-morning radiance level, secluded in some hidden location. 3 individuals at the half-morning radiance level. This far surpasses the Great Jin dynasty. The ambassadors from various nations whispered among themselves, their tones filled with reverence. Standing atop the Jinhai Tuo's head, Wang Cheng's gaze pierced through the void, landing directly on Dongfang Liuli upon the throne. He then waved his hand and proclaimed loudly, "The Great Qin dynasty also brings lavish gifts. May Her Majesty the Empress graciously accept them. A blueprint of the ancient forbidden divine array. A half-immortal grade ancient spear. 33 peak mountain moving realm beasts, and a vial of qi and vitality elixir." Wang Cheng's voice resonated throughout the capital, echoing in every corner. The city fell into silence, quickly followed by an uproar of astonishment. Madness! What is the Great Qian dynasty doing, presenting such extravagant gifts for a mere birthday banquet? Each item, chosen at random, would be considered a rare treasure in the world. Yet they are being given so casually? The qi and vitality elixir, Jiang Songhai murmured, casting a glance at the airborne Wang Cheng, and remarked nonchalantly, "What exactly does the Great Qian dynasty intend to achieve?" A minister exclaimed, "The qi and vitality elixir is an invaluable treasure, immeasurable in worth, capable of extending one's lifespan. The reason the 3 rulers of the Great Qian have not truly passed away is precisely due to this elixir. How could such a foundation be given away so freely?" Nevertheless, the Empress, Dongfang Liuli, seated upon the throne, regarded Wang Cheng with cold, piercing eyes, locking her gaze with his from afar. Then, Wang Cheng suddenly grunted, blood seeping from his eyes. How could one be so blind to such simple reasoning? Dongfang Liuli declared icily, "If you dare to gaze again, I shall not show mercy." Wang Cheng wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes, maintaining a composed expression, and slightly bowed, stating, "I shall heed the Empress's command." Dongfang Liuli waved her hand, her voice resounding through the golden Luang Hall. "The gifts are accepted. Come into the hall. Also, have your turtle retract its head. Do not frighten my subjects." Soon, the chaos was quelled. The Jinhai Tuo's massive head withdrew into the void, and Wang Cheng descended into the capital, entering the golden Luang Hall. Within the hall, Wang Cheng, with a smile, stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said nonchalantly, "I trust Her Majesty has seen the sincerity of the Great Qian dynasty. I have come not only to convey birthday wishes but also," before he could finish, a surge of sword intent shot into the heavens, seemingly splitting the sun in two, disrupting the very fabric of reality. A bronze ancient sword, stretching 100 feet, lay across the heavens, and a white-haired middle-aged man announced loudly, "I am Jian Wentian, a direct disciple of the sword concealment forbidden land. I present to Her Majesty a handwritten calligraphy of a morning radiance realm sword cultivator as a birthday gift." Before the echoes of his voice faded, another commotion arose from the edge of the world. A powerful blood energy surged from thousands of miles away, resonating throughout the capital. Prince Mo Wui of the Blood Sea Empire presents 10 initial stage blood puppets of the Oversea Realm, celebrating the Empress's birthday. Approximately a minute later, a young man with long, flowing hair and a bare chest arrived in the skies above the capital, exuding an overwhelming aura of blood. But that was not all. The arrival of Wang Cheng, deputy minister of the military department of the Great Qin dynasty, seemed to trigger a chain reaction. From all four directions of the capital, 4 young sovereigns descended simultaneously, each hailing from various powerful nations or great factions. The 4 late arrivals, with terrifying auras rivaling those of the Sword Cultivator and the Blood Sea Prince, were none other than General Sun Baixing of the Aolai Kingdom, presenting Head Elder Duan Wuho of the Ya Heavenly Sect, presenting Huang Hao, the 3rd head of the 5 Spirits clan, presenting. In an instant, the skies above the capital became suffused with overwhelming auras, powerful forces arriving one after another. 7 young sovereigns, the eldest not exceeding 50 years of age, the youngest only 30, were all exceptionally gifted, each possessing the Oversea Realm cultivation. They could undoubtedly be described as prodigies, in the capital, at the Qin residence. Meng Qingzhou, reclining in a chair and leisurely sipping tea, disdainfully spat out the leaves, scoffing, "Humph, a bunch of trash in my homeland. 50-year-olds should be grandparents already. What a bunch of young sovereigns." He was well aware of their intentions. They were merely coveting the beauty and talent of the Empress Qin Liuli, a 20-year-old powerhouse of the Moonlight Realm. Recently, a decree had sealed the Forbidden Zone, and there were whispers that she had touched upon the threshold of the Morning Radiance Realm. The most crucial factor was that Qin Liuli was a woman. An alliance through marriage would undoubtedly be the best choice. If they could form a union, the gifts presented today would be repaid manifold in the future. Seeking to marry the Empress, they should save their breath. The texts clearly state that the Empress despises pretentious fools. Yet here they are, each one exerting pressure upon the capital, scaring the common folk into locking their doors. It is likely that the Empress harbors thoughts of eliminating you all right now. Ha ha ha! As Meng Qingzhou indulged in gossip while reminiscing about the unfolding events, he couldn't help but break into a wide grin. Chapter 32. The Arrival of the 7 Sovereigns in the Great Jinwu Dai. Standing nearby with a fan, caught wind of Meng Qingzhou's mutterings and gazed at him with a peculiar expression. She pondered in her heart. If the gentleman were to discover that the reigning empress is his own wife, would he not be enraged enough to slay all the young sovereigns? After much deliberation, Wu Dai silently dismissed the thought. Given the gentleman's decisive nature in matters of life and death, it was uncertain whether he might unleash his fury for the sake of beauty, resulting in calamity for the great Jin dynasty. Scraps, the sun god, having shed his lazy demeanor, arched his back, baring his teeth, exuding a murderous intent. With a resounding slap, Meng Qingzhou struck the sun god's forehead, admonishing, "What are you whining about?" The deity of the weekdays, with a face resembling that of a dog, sighed helplessly as he cast a glance at the former, before quietly laying down. Very well, very well. This divine being wishes to avenge your wife, yet you, as her husband, do not consent. Regardless, if the heavens were to collapse, you tall ones would bear the burden, and this divine being shall continue to slumber. On this rare occasion of inspired elegance, Meng Qingzhou poured himself a jug of wine and drank alone. Though his eyes were blind and his divine senses dulled, he could still perceive the rampant aura of the visitors from above. In the novel, on the day of the Empress's birthday banquet, various young supremes arrived, scheming to usurp the unmatched power of the Great Jin dynasty and the Empress, aiming to coerce her into a marriage alliance. In the original storyline, the Empress granted permission for the 7 young supremes to participate in a contest during the birthday feast. The 7 young supremes overwhelmed the prodigies of the Great Jin dynasty, showcasing their prowess at the banquet while declaring that no man in the Great Jin was worthy of the Empress, subsequently proposing marriage one after another. Just as the ministers and the Empress found themselves troubled, the protagonist Zhao Go made a stunning entrance, demanding the 7 young supremes to suppress their realms and duel with him, resulting in their utter defeat. However, now the plot had unraveled, with Zhao Go and the king of Shu trapped in the forbidden land of the immortal's grave. Who could possibly rescue the Empress, Qin Liuli? Meng Qingzhou mused inwardly. In the original narrative, Zhao Guo's victory over the 7 young supremes of the same realm earned him the empress's favor, garnering admiration from the ministers and establishing a foundation for his future path to supremacy. Yet now, with the plot in disarray, Zhao Guo felt like a stray dog, unable to save anyone, let alone himself. Meanwhile, at the general's residence, a pillar of light shot into the heavens, a terrifying and oppressive aura enveloping the capital. When the radiance dissipated, a figure stood tall in the sky. This individual, towering at 9 feet, had disheveled hair gathered with a hairpin, a rugged appearance that could not be concealed by the loose imperial robes that failed to hide his explosive muscles. Upon seeing the newcomer, the 7 young supremes' expressions shifted dramatically. Qin Fenghua, did you not head towards the immortals' grave mountains? What brings you to the capital? Qin Fenghua snorted coldly, his tone lethal. While I am away. A band of clowns seeks to meddle in the affairs of the great Jin. Have they grown weary of life? Wang Cheng, the deputy minister of war from the great Qin dynasty, squinted slightly and chuckled. It appears to be merely an avatar. At best at the initial stage of the moonlit realm. Upon hearing this, the other young supremes relaxed. An insignificant avatar was hardly a concern. They believed their exceptional talents could allow them to fight above their weight class. Huang Hao, the 3rd leader of the 5 Spirits clan, with his pair of golden horns gleaming, was a transformed golden ant demon beast of the late stage of the oceanic realm. He sought to marry the empress and invade human territory. We come bearing gifts to celebrate the birthday of the human empress. Why must General Qin be so enraged, appearing small-minded? Huang Hao said with grace. Sword Wenshent's ancient sword beneath him trembled, its cold voice cutting through the air. An avatar dares to act ferociously? Have you forgotten the sword concealment master, who once wielded a sword to conquer the world, reducing nations to submission, with no strong man daring to defy? General Sun Baixing of the Aolai Kingdom stroked his beard and laughed heartily. As a commander, it is unwise to let anger cloud one's judgment. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the oppressive aura emanating from Qin Fenghua solidified, causing the very space to tremble. The spiritual energy of the entire imperial capital became chaotic and violent due to Qin Fenghua's fury. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent as he coldly declared, "You 7 wretched rats, under the guise of celebration, wish to engage in nefarious deeds. Do you truly think this old man a fool? If war is your desire, let it be. This avatar is also invincible." The 7 young supremes exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Each one of them commanded forces surpassing the great Jin. They had traveled thousands of miles solely for the empress. Would the empress be foolish enough to offend all 7 top-tier forces at once? The chief elder of the Endless Sky sect, Duan Wujiao, sneered. Just then, a light reprimand resonated from the Golden Luang Hall, transforming into a barrier that sealed the frenzied spiritual energy of the imperial capital, instantly suppressing everyone. The expressions of the 7 young supremes changed dramatically. They witnessed Sword Wuming's ancient sword slipping from control, tearing through the barriers of space to flee. No. Why has my life sword lost control? Sword Wenshent's face turned pale with alarm, losing all composure. Imo Wui's blood surged through his veins, his face flushed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The flesh and blood are incompatible. Years of hard training have been shaken. Empress, do you dare to harm me? Huang Hao, in agony, clutched his head, his golden horns ringing ominously, nearly shattering his form. Stop! Stop! Huang Hao screamed. One by one, the young supremes bled, the oppressive aura enveloping the capital gradually dissipating until it vanished. The clear reprimand from the empress in the Golden Luang Hall was enough to suppress the 7 formidable beings. The ministers and officials of the great Jin dynasty, as well as the citizens of the capital, gasped in astonishment, filled with fervor, chanting for the empress's longevity. Everyone, immediately remove your armor and return to the hall to meet the empress. A eunuch announced loudly. The 7 young supremes reigned in their arrogance, no longer daring to act recklessly. Wang Cheng's eyes flickered as he murmured to himself, "It seems the rumors are true. The empress has reached that level, half a step into the morning dawn realm." Wang Cheng promptly knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing. Wang Cheng, envoy of Great Qin, pays his respects to Her Majesty the Empress of Great Jin. Rise, the Empress replied indifferently as Wang Chung lowered his head. The other 6 young supremes also shed their lofty airs, dispersing their spiritual energy and walking into the hall like ordinary people, respectfully kneeling before the Empress. As for the gifts they had brought, the Empress did not even glance at them, directly instructing the Ministry of Internal Affairs to take them into the National Treasury. Qin Fenghua's avatar followed closely to the Golden Long Hall. Standing at the forefront of the martial generals, Your Majesty, I have traveled thousands of miles not only to celebrate your birthday, but also to seek a discussion with the younger generation of your nation. If I were to achieve an unblemished victory, I hope Your Majesty will grant me one wish. Wang Chung said with a beaming smile. Dongfang Liuli, lazily reclining behind the curtain, narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly and said, You wish to participate in the birthday banquet? The young supremes chimed in. We too share this desire. Su Qingqiu, who stood beside the Empress, shook his head and transmitted a warning. Your Majesty, these individuals harbor ulterior motives. Do not agree? Dongfang Liuli furrowed her brows. She was well aware of the intentions of Wang Chung and the others. The desires hidden within their eyes revealed much. They were merely acting on behalf of their respective factions, seeking marriage alliances. And upon seeing Dongfang Liuli's breathtaking beauty, they would all become exhilarated. I grant it. Dongfang Liuli said calmly, Thank you, Your Majesty the Empress of Great Jin. Wang Chung could no longer suppress his smile, hurriedly bowing in gratitude. The 7 young supremes exchanged glances. In their hearts, the younger generation of the Great Jin dynasty was of little concern. The truly formidable ones were among them. However, Dongfang Liuli continued, An unblemished victory? I can grant a request to the undefeated. But if any among you lose, you must offer 10 million top-tier spirit stones, allowing exchanges for items such as cities, lands, or precious artifacts. Upon hearing this, the 7 young supremes felt a chill in their hearts. The Empress of Great Jin was indeed shrewd. Only one can emerge victorious. Regardless of who wins, the Great Jin stands to gain immensely. I accept, Wang Chung said without hesitation. The other young supremes nodded in agreement, each confident in their abilities, unwilling to refuse such a proposal. Then, Dongfang Liuli began. Suddenly, Qin Fenghua stepped forward, interrupting, Your Majesty, I have a request. Please allow the Deputy Minister of Rights, Meng Qin, to enter the hall and attend the birthday banquet. Qin Fenghua's lips curled upward. Little Meng Qin dares to disrupt the relationship between the Empress and the Emperor. Let us see how I shall skillfully mend the bond of the newlyweds. Chapter 33. Is Deputy Minister Meng the Emperor's disguise? In the Golden Long Hall, Dongfang Liuli remained silent, her fingertips lightly tapping the dragon-headed armrest. Her expression unchanged, yet a flicker of anxiety crossed her brow. Why must the old general create such chaos? Allowing Deputy Minister Meng to enter the hall would surely be an intentional difficulty. A mere mortal, even if hailed as a once-in-a-millennium sage, would struggle to withstand the 7 young supremes. Deputy Minister Meng's cultivation was meager. He was unfit for such a task, and thus not permitted. Dongfang Liuli stated firmly. Qin Fenghua was resolute in his desire to cleanse the inner court and uphold a monogamous system, firmly clutching the Emperor's leg. He immediately knelt, speaking solemnly. Your Majesty, Deputy Minister Meng was appointed without warning to the esteemed position of third-rank minister. Even if he possesses some ability to unearth the evil cultivator of the Longsheng King, he cannot command respect. I too do not yield. I request Your Majesty to summon Deputy Minister Meng to the hall to meet and participate in the birthday banquet, competing with the envoys from various nations. The words male and female were emphasized heavily by Qin Fenghua. How dare a pretty boy contend for the Emperor's affection? I shall not rest until I deal with you. Should the Qin character be reversed, it would be written as Qin. A smile uncontrollably spread across Qin Fenghua's face. Once I have resolved the issue with Deputy Minister Meng, the Empress will surely rejoice. I need not claim credit for it. If the Empress is pleased, she may even reveal the sage's prophecy once more. Qin Fenghua's heart, leading the Great Jin dynasty to rise, was of utmost importance above all else. Undoubtedly, the sage Meng Qingzhou shall prove to be an indispensable cog in the grand machinery of the Great Jin's quest for unity. A brief silence enveloped the court. as the civil and military officials exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes brimming with confusion. Why, as the esteemed General Qin, the right hand of Her Majesty the Empress, did he choose to openly defy her will in front of the envoys from various nations? One loyal military officer, unable to contain himself, discreetly transmitted a message, urging him to consider the Empress's dignity. The envoys are watching. Do not make a fool of yourself. Enough of this talk. For the sake of the Emperor and Her Majesty's relationship, and for the prophecy of the sage, I would risk my life to rid us of that pretty boy. Qin Fenghua exclaimed, his eyes wide with determination. Upon hearing this, the loyal officer was taken aback. But without hesitation, he knelt and proclaimed loudly, Your Majesty, I too protest. Let Minister Ming enter the court to pay his respects. The Empress's face darkened, her cold gaze fixed upon the assembly, remaining silent. Qin Fenghua sighed softly, lowering his head, too afraid to meet her eyes. Alas, Your Majesty, do not blame this old minister. If blame is to be cast, let it fall upon your fickle heart. It is not enough to have the emperor. You must also secretly keep a pretty boy. The military officials, arranged in 3 rows, drew courage from the sight of their unwavering leader. Resolute in their defiance, as vigorous warriors, they held no regard for the pretty boy. Having long harbored disdain for him, having followed the Grand Minister, I have faced troubles of great magnitude. Your Majesty, I too protest. Your Majesty, I too protest. Your Majesty. In an instant, the entire assembly of military officials knelt in unison, their expressions grave, ready to face death. The civil officials hesitated, glancing towards Zhang Songhai, uncertain whether to join in the fervor. Zhang Songhai shook his head silently before closing his eyes and letting out a long sigh. Witnessing this, the civil officials who had intended to kneel straightened up, gazing at the ceiling, as if the matter were of no concern to them. Old Qin, in the future, remember to consult me on such matters. The voice of Zhang Songhai echoed in Qin Fenghua's ears. Confused, Qin Fenghua looked up at Zhang Songhai, silently forming a question mark in his mind. What does that mean? Zhang Songhai cast a sidelong glance at the enraged empress, gently shaking his head and ceasing to transmit further. At this juncture, the emotions of the officials had been stirred, and before the envoys from various nations, it was imperative that Ming Qin made an appearance today. How perplexing! Qin Fenghua rolled his eyes, transmitting, the harem is ablaze. The bond between the empress and the emperor is fraying. Yet you, as the strategist of the great Qin, do nothing, while I am left to salvage the situation. What rubbish! Just watch. I am about to showcase my prowess. Zhang Songhai turned, a mirthless smile playing on his lips as he cast a pitying glance at Qin Fenghua. The envoys from various nations, like weasels in a melon patch, secretly transmitted messages to their hidden operatives within the great Qin, investigating the deeds of Minister Ming. To their astonishment, they uncovered startling revelations. Remarkably, within a single day, a mere commoner transformed into a dignitary of the 3rd rank. On his very first day in office, he publicly denounced the nobles and purged the court. Rumors swirled that he was inseparable from the empress, suspected to be her favored consort, deeply cherished, Wang Cheng. The Minister of War from the Daoqian dynasty received this news, his eyes turning green with envy. Your Majesty, the one said to possess the ability to decipher celestial mysteries, why not summon him for an audience? Is he unworthy of your gaze? Wang Cheng chuckled dryly. Huang Hao, cold and cutting, replied, the great Qin is truly in decline. The empress favors a blind man, while both the emperor and the pretty boy remain mere mortals, laughable. As one of the 3 heads of the 5 Spirits clan, Huang Hao felt emboldened to challenge the empress, for he was not of the human race. Though the empress's exquisite beauty was captivating, Huang Hao valued her prodigious talent even more. Just over 100 years of age, he was considered young among the 5 Spirits clan and yearned for an equally gifted partner to bear stronger offspring. Thus, he showed no regard for the empress's dignity, openly mocking her. Impudent! Qin Fenghua bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, forcefully suppressing Huang Hao. The officials of the great Qin seethed with indignation, unleashing their own pressures to teach the arrogant young sovereign a lesson. Huang Hao's expression shifted slightly, Caught off guard, he was forced back several steps, a trickle of crimson escaping the corner of his mouth. Is this truly how the great Jin treats its guests? Huang Hao grasped the air, conjuring a celestial-grade spirit blade from nothingness. Wang Cheng, with a smile that grew colder, calmly stated, "You all must think carefully. This is the capital of the great Jin. Should a battle ensue, the entire city may be reduced to ashes in an instant. Moreover, our backing is no less formidable than that of the great Jin, perhaps even exceeding it." Enraged, Qin Fenghua immediately retrieved his weapon from his storage ring, ready to personally dispatch these so-called young sovereigns. Arrogant. The great Jin fears no adversary. You provoke us first, thus I have every reason to act. Even a mere avatar could vanquish you all. The atmosphere grew tense. The court divided into 3 factions. The envoys from weaker neighboring nations cowered in corners, trembling, while the 7 young sovereigns united in solidarity, and the officials of the great Jin brimmed with murderous intent. Dongfang Liuli's lovely visage turned icy as she prepared to take action herself, ready to swiftly eliminate Wang Cheng, Huang Hao, and their ilk. Just then, outside the Golden Lawn Hall, a gatekeeper eunuch spotted a tall figure, leaning on a blind stick, approaching step by step along the royal path. The gatekeeper squinted, recognizing the newcomer as the newly appointed Deputy Minister of Rights. Meng Qin, Deputy Minister of Rights. Meng Qin has arrived. The eunuch announced loudly. The previously heightened tension in the air dissipated instantly, as all turned to gaze at the figure outside the hall, clad in blue garments, with a black satin veil concealing his gaze. The dignified Meng Qingzhou finally made his entrance. Meng Qingzhou clasped his hands in a bow, bending slightly as he declared, "I, Meng Qin, pay my respects to your majesty." Meanwhile, upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Fenghua's mind went blank. After a long pause, he gaped, turning to meet Jiang Songhai's gaze, his expression one of despair. Have I made a grave mistake? Deputy Minister Meng is, in fact, the Emperor's alter ego? Chapter 34. The Great Demon of the Oversea Realm. The Golden Lawn Hall fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. The 7 young sovereigns regarded the black satin-clad youth with scrutinizing eyes. A mere mortal, the indifferent Fan Renma remarked. He is not even worthy of my blade. Jian Wentian added, shaking his head. Only Wang Cheng maintained his composure, smiling as he said, Deputy Minister Meng is indeed handsome. No wonder the Empress favors him so. As he spoke, a deep-seated malice flickered in Wang Cheng's eyes. Ever since witnessing the Empress's breathtaking beauty, Wang Cheng had become utterly infatuated. Even if it were not for the sake of the Daqian dynasty, he would pursue her with all his might. Are you truly the Minister of War from the Daqian dynasty, or merely the chief steward of the palace? Sun Baisheng scoffed. The officials of the Great Jin were equally astonished, exchanging glances and whispering amongst themselves. Meng Qin is truly unfortunate. He likely has no idea that the Grand Minister and the envoys from various nations are targeting him. I have long said that a third-rank official with no foundation will sooner or later lose his head along with his hat. Meng Qin has lived long enough. He can enjoy the Empress's favor and die without regret. Everyone believed that Meng Qingzhou was destined for misfortune, blissfully unaware of the situation. The majority reveled in his predicament. Relying on his appearance to win the emperor's heart would inevitably become a liability, one that should be swiftly eliminated for the benefit of the great Jin dynasty. Qin Fenghua internally lamented. Hissing, silence, all of you. It's all gone awry. Meng Qin is Meng Qingzhou. What a blunder. Why did you not warn me, old man? Qin Fenghua glared at Jiang Songhai, transmitting his frustration. Jiang Songhai rolled his eyes. You never informed me that this would unfold. Who could have predicted it? Qin Fenghua slapped his forehead, recalling the expressions of the officials at Qingliang Mountain, who had wanted to laugh yet dared not. It all made sense now. You fools, get up. All of you. Qin Fenghua glared at the throng of kneeling military officials, scolding them in exasperation. The officials were confused, unable to comprehend why Qin Fenghua was in such a rage, yet they obediently stood up. No need for formalities. Dongfang Lieli was taken aback, not expecting Meng Qingzhou to arrive under the guise of Meng Qin. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Meng Qingzhou, the murderous intent that had surged within the Empress gradually subsided. Dongfang Lieli cast a sidelong glance at Huang Hao, one of the three heads of the Five Spirits clan, then turned her head to give Jiang Songhai a meaningful look. Jiang Songhai nodded, his gaze icy. The Empress's birthday banquet was a day of national celebration, unsuitable for bloodshed. Post-event, she could settle the scores. Whoever dared to insult the Emperor of the Great Jin, regardless of their identity, would meet their demise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Meng Qingzhou, leaning on his blind stick, strolled toward the ranks of civil officials, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Reflecting on his journey since his arrival, he had strived diligently to avoid entanglement in the main storyline. Yet, it seemed he could not escape his fate. Half an hour prior, Meng Qingzhou had employed a seldom-used eavesdropping technique, only to discover that he had unwittingly found himself on the blacklist of Grand Minister Qin Fenghua. Moreover, he had been slandered by officials and common folk alike, accused of having an affair with the Empress. Let me find out who is spreading these rumors, or I shall ensure they pay dearly. Meng Qingzhou silently seethed as if I would consort with the Empress. What nonsense! Who knows if the Empress is perhaps a bit misguided in her judgments? She traveled a great distance, arriving in Jinqiao village aboard her imperial carriage, and insisted on bringing him back to the capital, swiftly bestowing upon him the title of a third-rank official. And what of those oblivious young supremes? Do they truly believe the Empress is a pushover? Someone they can easily bully? Pray, let it be known. The Empress of Dajin is the most formidable antagonist in the middle chapters of this tale, and you mere side characters, mere passers-by, would not suffice as worthy adversaries for her. Aware that escape was futile, Meng Qingzhou reluctantly departed from the Qin residence and made his way to the palace. Are you Meng Qin? Huang Hao inquired, arms crossed, casting a disdainful glance at him. Scoffing, indeed, a blind man, devoid of any aura of spiritual power, merely a commoner. How could the Dajin dynasty place such trust in someone so lacking? It is truly destined for decline. Turning back, Meng Qingzhou offered a polite smile and asked, Might I inquire who you are? Huang Hao raised his chin proudly and declared, I am Huang Hao, the third leader of the Five Spirits clan. To know my name is a privilege you shall cherish for a lifetime. Ah, so it is you? Meng Qingzhou realized with a start. I once traversed the realms and chanced upon a rumor regarding a notorious figure from the Five Spirits clan. Greedy, lecherous, and particularly fond of the wives of his friends and kin. For decades, he was pursued by his clan, with his younger brother cruelly severed by inferior celestial treasures, unable to be restored even by heavenly elixirs. Meng Qingzhou reflected, that great figure transformed his sorrow and rage into strength, severing all emotional ties, devoting himself to cultivation, and thus began his unstoppable rise. He gradually became the third pillar of the Five Spirits clan, regaining the respect of his people. Coincidentally, this individual bears the same name as you. Huang Hao Dao sever ties with his younger brother as a declaration of intent. Indeed a true hero, I admire him. As he spoke, Meng Qingzhou gave a thumbs up, a teasing glint in his eyes as he raised an eyebrow at Huang Hao. Young man, you have countless ways to engage with me, yet you chose the path of torment. When it comes to verbal sparring, I have always been unmatched across the lands, seeking only the strongest challengers. You are spouting nonsense, the young one retorted. How could Huang Dagyu possibly be? Yet, before Duan Wuqiu could finish his reprimand, he caught a glimpse of Huang Hao's disconcerted expression, and the words lodged in his throat. Clearing his throat, Duan Wuqiu turned to Huang Hao, tentatively asking, Could it be? Shut up. Nonsense. Huang Hao interrupted vehemently, You dare to slander me. Do you think I would hesitate to take a life? Duan Wuqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Chuckling, Huang Daoyu, a hero of unmatched caliber, your power unfathomable, how could you be compared to a mere scoundrel? Sun Baixing, with a sharp tongue, did not hold back. Is the Dajin dynasty truly so desperate? This mere child dares to be entrusted with significant responsibilities? The other young supremes remained silent, their eyes filled with contempt eyeing the vast expanse of the Dajin dynasty. The only one who truly captured their respect was the Empress. Dongfang Lieli, a civil official from Dajin, felt a flush of embarrassment, unable to restrain himself as he said, Lord Meng, be mindful of the occasion. Uttering such drivel could incite conflict. Meng Qingzhou smiled. about to respond when suddenly, a figure as swift as lightning appeared before Huang Hao, bending down and seizing Huang Hao's groin with a dragon-claw grip. A thunderous laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, the esteemed great demon of the oversea realm. The third leader of the Five Spirits clan has no manhood, and you dare to call yourself a hero? Bah! Everyone stood in shock, the 7 young supremes gaping, utterly taken aback. Even the empress struggled to suppress a twitch at the corners of her mouth, torn between laughter and maintaining her regal composure. Huang Hao, in stunned silence, looked down to find a robust hand gripping his empty trousers, and before him stood the imposing figure of General Qin Fenghua. Chapter 35. One Qi transforms into 3 clears. The sword saint of time and space makes his entrance. Such humiliation, such indignity. Huang Hao's forehead glimmered with golden horns emitting mystical light, resonating with the sounds of Buddhist chants. His eyes bled, veins bulged at his neck, and his skin cracked as if he were on the verge of revealing his true form. Having his dark history exposed and suffering such an indignity was an unbearable humiliation for a young supreme. Blood must be shed to cleanse this affront. Want to fight? Come forth. Qin Fenghua, brimming with eagerness, was ready for battle. Knowing that Meng Qin was indeed Meng Qingzhou, Qin Fenghua placed his unwavering trust in him. Since the sage had declared Huang Hao lacked manhood, it must be true, and indeed, it was proven to be so. The other young supremes regarded Huang Hao with peculiar, disdainful eyes. No manhood, yet you come seeking a marriage proposal? Sun Baixing bluntly mocked. Duan Wuqiu's eyes twitched as he remarked, Huang Dagyu, your gallantry shines bright. Cast aside your burdens, focus on your path of cultivation, and you shall be worthy of your reputation. Taking a deep breath, Huang Hao glanced at the red-robed sovereign upon the throne, suppressing the fury within him. Causing a scene here would be unwise. All this humiliation would fall squarely on Meng Qin's shoulders. Do you dare to participate in the birthday banquet competition? I shall teach you what it means to be a person. Huang Hao glared icily at Meng Qingzhou, his eyes filled with malice. The 7 supremes turned their gazes toward the empress, teasingly mocking. Surely you wouldn't be reluctant? Sun Baixing chuckled. Your Majesty, the officials of your nation and the Great Pillar Nation have just requested that Lord Ming participate in the grand competition to compete against us. Qin Fenghua, drenched in sweat, hurriedly interjected, Old man, that is not what I meant. Dongfeng Lily's cold gaze fell on Qin Fenghua. Then what do you mean, Your Majesty? Qin Fenghua stammered, casting a pleading glance at Jiang Songhai. Old friend, please save me. The sage's reputation must not be tarnished. It was crucial for the rise of the Daijin dynasty, and now it was time for you to shine. Jiang Songhai cleared his throat. Your Majesty, I believe that Lord Ming possesses no martial prowess, and it would be unjust for him to compete in a test of strength. Perhaps we could engage in a literary exchange instead, which would serve to compare our abilities. Qin Fenghua was overjoyed, nodding vigorously, yes, that is precisely what I meant. Even when faced with the surrounding nations and formidable foes, single-handedly suppressing the burial of immortals and eliminating the rebel king. Qin Fenghua had never panicked like this. This time, he truly was flustered, soaked in sweat, his emotions swinging wildly. The civil and military officials were bewildered, unable to comprehend why the Great Pillar Nation had suddenly changed its stance so drastically, as if an entirely different person had taken their place. Meng Qingzhou, taken aback, struggled to gauge Qin Fenghua's temperament. The text had mentioned that Qin Fenghua was inherently hot-headed, placing national affairs above all else. But now, he seemed to resemble an old fool. Dongfeng Liuli relaxed slightly, nodding, agreed. The 7 young supremes furrowed their brows, yet they were powerless. They could not bring themselves to demand a contest of strength from a frail scholar who could barely lift a chicken. Wang Cheng smirked. I have never been skilled in poetry and prose, only in the art of killing. Having us engage in literary pursuits with a scholar is equally unfair. Qin Fenghua, eager to regain favor in the empress's eyes, immediately raised his hand. I shall fight on behalf of Lord Ming. The envoys from various nations and the officials of the Daijin dynasty stared in astonishment. Some could not help but lament. Lord Ming has truly stumbled upon good fortune. A desperate situation has been transformed into chaos. Qin Fenghua, who had vowed to eliminate Ming Qin, suddenly defected, fiercely protecting him, as if he had taken leave of his senses. Even Jiang Songhai spoke in defense of Ming Qin, and the empress herself seemed to favor and protect him. Truly, it was difficult to seek death. To cultivate for a lifetime is less rewarding than to cultivate a fine exterior. A second-rank official sighed. Huang Hao was incensed, declaring, Ming Qin, I do not know how you have come to learn of my past, but if you dare to make it public, you must be prepared to bear the brunt of my wrath. How long will you cower like a turtle? If you have courage, step up and fight. Ming Qingzhou, leaning on his cane, lightly tapped the ground, causing the air to tremble and the earth to resonate in rhythmic harmony with an inaudible thunderclap. I crave a battle, and I shall grant your wish. I have a disciple, fiercely combative and bloodthirsty. At the peak of the overlapping realm, a swordsman merely in his early 20s. Who among you can withstand 10 strikes from his blade? I shall extend my neck for you to cleave. At that moment, Ming Qingzhou silently activated the celestial technique. One chi transforms into 3 clears. Clone, arise. Ming Qingzhou's lips curled into a warm smile. So, do you dare to battle? Huang Hao answered resolutely, of course I dare. Let your disciple come to meet his demise. The other young supremes showed no fear, their confidence soaring. Go boldly claim oneself a swordsman before the forbidden grounds of the hidden sword. What audacity! Jin Wentian declared haughtily. I will endure 10 strikes. Let us see if he can withstand even one of my blows. Sun Baixing shouted defiantly. Wang Cheng chuckled with mirth. Your disciple. What could a mere commoner possibly teach? How absurd! The officials of the Dejin dynasty exchanged glances, their minds filled with uncertainty, questioning the veracity of Ming Qingzhou's claims. Could a commoner devoid of power truly instruct a swordsman at the peak of the overlapping realm? Absurd! Did he truly believe that the oversea realm was as common as cabbage? Lord Ming, perhaps you should let General Qin fight on your behalf. There is no need to go so far. Some offered well-meaning advice. Others shook their heads in disappointment, thoroughly disillusioned with Ming Qin. Time and again, he had swollen his face to appear larger, sacrificing the dignity of the nation and his own life for the sake of pride. What could the empress possibly see in him? Could it be that he excelled in certain aspects? You old fool, daring to embarrass yourself before the empress, do you not fear for your life? Even Su Qingqiu, standing beside the emperor, could not help but murmur softly, Your Majesty, you must find a way to rescue the empress. He has no disciple at the oversea realm, if we count ourselves. We are but half disciples, having received blessings, techniques, and powers. However, we are all cultivators of the ascendant cloud realm. It would be preposterous to send me merely to put on a show. The more Su Qingqiu contemplated this, the more plausible it seemed. Wasn't the queen's disciple none other than her, Su Qingqiu? She had been bestowed with countless swordsmanship tomes and the profound insights of sword masters. Sending me forth would likely lead to nothing but demise. Su Qingqiu furrowed her delicate brows, lost in a tangle of thoughts. After a long while, clarity dawned upon her as she smacked her forehead. Could it be that the queen intends for the 7 young supremes to suppress their realms and engage in a fair duel with me, transforming them into stepping stones for my rise to fame? Seated on the imperial throne, Dongfang Liuli could not help but cast a glance in her direction, silently conveying, Take a look at the sky above the capital. Confounded, Su Qingqiu scratched her head and focused her gaze on the heavens outside the Golden Dragon Hall, her expression turning momentarily blank before her. The sky over the imperial capital was an endless expanse of azure, unmarred by clouds. Suspended in this pristine blue were countless long swords, forming a celestial pathway that led directly to the imperial palace. A young man clad in black, standing with a sword on his back and a smiling mask obscuring his face, advanced step by step along this path of swordsmanship toward the Golden Dragon Hall in a grand tone, devoid of emotion. The black-clad youth proclaimed, I, Meng Shilong's second disciple, known as Qian Yuan, a late-stage cultivator of the oversea realm, have come to attend the gathering. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a sword in tint of time and space, gently presenting it before the empress, a strand of this time-space sword in tint, as delicate as a hair, floated gracefully into the empress's palm. Congratulations on the empress's birthday, a strand of supreme sword law of celestial quality, to honor your majesty, the black-clad youth stated. The empress gazed at the time-space sword intent resting in her hand, suddenly recalling the day on Qingliang Mountain when she had been injured by a strand of temporal sword intent, inexplicably losing some of her lifespan. On that day, Meng Qingzhou had also been present. Is this your intention? The empress's phoenix eyes turned thoughtfully toward Meng Qingzhou below. Chapter 37. Will you confront me together, or one by one? Seeking urgency, seeking completion, the gathered crowd was astounded. The officials in the Golden Dragon Hall fell into silence, as if they were ducks with their necks grasped. The entire capital erupted in an uproar, countless gazes converging upon the black-clad swordsman, Ian de Jin's Chongwu. Whether nobility or commoner, all had a fair understanding of the cultivation world. The formidable aura emanating from the black-clad swordsman, with strands of time-space sword intent warping the fabric of space and disrupting the flow of time, testified to his immense power. The rumors of Meng Shirlang, who had risen through charm, teaching a cultivator of the oversea realm, were astonishing. How could one so ordinary be favored by the empress? Time-space sword intent. Could he be the sword saint who had wounded the empress with a strand of sword intent on that day at Qingliang Mountain? It must be him. The renowned nameless sword saint was indeed Meng Shirlang's second disciple. The capital was in a frenzy. Hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators took to the skies, actively wielding their treasured swords to serve as stepping stones for the black-clad youth. To bear the title of sword saint, one must possess not only strength but also profound insights into sword intent. Undoubtedly, the black-clad sword saint's time-space sword intent was among the pinnacle of sword arts. In the Golden Dragon Hall, the officials were struck with incredulity. Compared to ordinary folk, these cultivators felt the terror of the newcomer more acutely. Though he was a cultivator of the oversea realm, the overwhelming pressure he exuded was on par with the formidable Qin Fenghua, sword saint. The visage of the grotesque and ugly-faced Duan Wu bore a solemn expression, sensing the gravity of the situation. Wang Cheng's smile froze on his face, disbelief widening his eyes as he croaked, "How is it possible for a mere mortal to produce a sword saint?" The black-clad sword saint was undeniably powerful, rivaling any of the young supremes. The term young supreme referred to the leading figures of the younger generation, heralded as invincible within their realm, possessing absolute dominance. Such prodigies were exceedingly rare, even if one were to exhaust an entire forbidden land. It would be challenging to nurture many. One could only imagine the immense value and weight of a young supreme. They could not be casually cultivated. Truly, the sage possessed an unparalleled vision and knowledge. Though he could not cultivate himself, he could teach a remarkable disciple. Qin Fenghua unconditionally trusted the queen, exclaiming in astonishment. Jiang Songhai's brows knitted tightly as he contemplated, regarding the black-clad sword saint. The most agitated was Jian Wentian from the Tsangjian Forbidden Land. His jaw dropped wide enough to fit an egg, his expression frozen. Time-space sword intent. The highest sword path that even the master of the Forbidden Land could not comprehend. This person. Jian Wentian's heart was in turmoil, his eyes vacant, as if thunder rumbled in his mind. The terror of the supreme sword path was vividly clear to Jian Wentian. The master of the Tsangjian Forbidden Land had lived for thousands of years, achieving the half-step morning dawn realm. The master had once secluded himself for centuries, pursuing the highest sword path, hoping to break through to an even higher realm. Yet, after 300 years of seclusion, he suddenly fell into madness, suffering a devastating blow from the Tao, damaging his foundation. From that point on, he could no longer aspire to the morning dawn realm, enduring the agony of the Tao's backlash for the rest of his life. Thus, the master of the Tsangjian Forbidden Land had set aside his pride as a swordsman, sending Jian Wentian to propose marriage, hoping the empress would become the successor of the Tsangjian Forbidden Land and safeguard it. "I do not believe it." Jian Wentian closed his eyes, suddenly opening them again to unleash a divine light that illuminated the black-clad sword saint. "I have created a divine ability that allows me to discern a person's bone age. I do not believe you are merely 20. After a lengthy pause, Jian Wentian's complexion gradually darkened, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression despondent as if he had faced a setback. No deception. He truly is only 20. Jian Wentian murmured in anguish. How can there be such a monster? In that moment, Jian Wentian's pride crumbled to dust. The sword saint, at the tender age of 20, while Jian Wentian had already reached 53, having yet to even touch the essence of the supreme sword path, let alone comprehend and integrate it. The others, witnessing Jian Wentian's reaction, were equally startled. The esteemed disciple of the master of the Tsangjian Forbidden Land, merely gazing at the black-clad sword saint's bearing, was so profoundly impacted. Hu Qingqiu gazed in admiration at Meng Qingzhou, who leaned on his staff with an unperturbed demeanor in the hall, whispering, "Your Majesty." The emperor is truly remarkable. With a single word, he has summoned the sword saint. Moreover, it is the nameless sword saint who once injured you with a strand of sword intent on Qingliang Mountain. The emperor is indeed unfathomable, Dongfang Liuli. The empress cast a silent glance at Su Qingqiu, somewhat speechless. Be grateful that I am a wise sovereign. Had it been previous emperors, for such a remark, I could have punished you with 60 lashes. You would be bruised all over. Su Qingqiu shrank her neck, sticking out her pink tongue and making a face. Hee. Dongfang Liuli face-bombed, exasperated, saying, "Which fool bestowed upon you the title of the cold and elegant sword immortal, spreading it throughout the world?" At this point, the empress paused, casting a profound gaze at Meng Qingzhou, murmuring, "However, my husband has become increasingly extraordinary." Meanwhile, the black-clad sword saint traversed the celestial path composed of 100,000 spirit swords, ultimately being sent forth by numerous sword cultivators of the imperial capital, forming a throne of swords as he smoothly entered the Golden Dragon Hall. My name is Chen Yuan, a hidden swordsman. I left home as a child and encountered my master by chance, who enlightened me and has supported me to this day. Me, Master Ming has bestowed upon me a grace akin to rebirth, and no amount of my efforts can repay it. Chen Yuan walked through the ranks of officials, carrying his long sword with a steady gait, his voice unassuming yet resonant throughout the imperial capital, echoing in the ears of all present. Now, if anyone dares to bully Master Ming, I cannot tolerate it. As he spoke, Chen Yuan's tone turned grave, as cold as the depths of winter, akin to the autumn winds of September sweeping away fallen leaves. Time-space sword intent enveloped him, entwining around Chen Yuan. Within a radius of several dozen meters, all colors faded to shades of gray, the flow of time slowed, even appearing to reverse. Chen Yuan approached Meng Qingzhou, bowing respectfully. "Disciple arrives late. Please chastise me, master." Meng Qingzhou chuckled. "Not late, not late. It is just that someone has been itching for a fight. And knowing you to be naturally combative, I specifically called you here." Chen Yuan nodded, his smiling mask concealing his emotions, yet all could sense his intense killing intent. Having met the Empress of Dejin, Chen Yuan also offered a slight nod to the Empress upon the throne, not expressing much further. The Empress did not mind, waving her hand to indicate he could proceed freely. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The black-clad sword saint slowly turned to face the 7 young supremes. "Gentlemen, do you wish to confront me together, or one by one?" Chen Yuan grasped the sword on his back, inquiring, "What difference does it make?" Qin Fenghua's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly interjecting, relishing the moment as a sidekick. "This is the sword saint. I didn't expect the queen to have such a trump card. We must recruit him to serve in the Dajin dynasty." Chen Yuan smiled, an icy demeanor enveloping him. "The difference lies in the fact that if the 7 of you come at me together, I shall easily topple you all with a single sword strike, bringing you shame and endangering your lives. However, if you come one by one, though the process will be painful, at least your pride will remain intact. P.S. Seeking completion, please do not skip chapters. I implore you." Upon reviewing the data, I notice some are skipping chapters. Each chapter contains content and highlights, so please do not skip. Moreover, I beseech the esteemed elders to expedite their updates and bestow some complimentary gifts. Chapter 38. This sword splits heaven and earth arrogant. Huang Hao laughed in fury as the dark chapters of his past were unveiled by this fellow's master, tarnishing his reputation, and yet he dared to spout such nonsense. Chen Yuan replied indifferently, "Do you wish to duel with me?" Huang Hao, confident in his prowess, immediately retorted, "Let us fight." A eunuch led the two towards the grand golden lawn hall, where a towering structure, several dozen meters high and entirely dark golden, stood majestically on the vast imperial road, a point command platform. Qian Yuan's eyes flickered with astonishment. The ancient point command platform. It was constructed at the dawn of the Great Jin Empire by the first emperor. Utilizing considerable resources, and sealed within it was the soul of a half-step Chaohui realm demon emperor, possessing an astonishing quality of pseudo-immortal grade. Unless a Chaohui realm powerhouse intervened, it would be exceedingly difficult to leave any trace upon it. It was remarkably resilient. Moreover, the ancient point command platform generated its own realm, and upon entering, one would find themselves in an entirely different world, free to unleash their abilities. Qian Yuan and Huang Hao entered the point command platform in succession. In an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed, and Qian Yuan surveyed his surroundings, witnessing vast mountains and rivers stretching infinitely. A silver river flowed in the sky, with countless stars bobbing in its waters. The profound heritage of the Great Jin was indeed impressive. It was worth my personal visit, Huang Hao remarked, increasingly exhilarated. The other 6 young supremes, envoys from various nations, and numerous officials from the Great Jin observed from a considerable distance. The empress, sitting languidly, slightly straightened her posture. Her fingertips swirling with a strand of temporal sword intent, her gaze fixed intently on the point command platform. Your Majesty, the sword Saint Qian Yuan has made a grand gesture, directly presenting a strand of immortal sword intent. Su Qingqiu gazed longingly at the temporal sword intent, her large eyes filled with desire. This temporal sword intent held an irresistible allure for any sword cultivator. Even Jian Wentian, the chief disciple of the sword-hiding forbidden land, occasionally glanced back at the temporal sword intent, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. The empress chuckled lightly. Immortal sword intent is an invaluable treasure for sword cultivators. Anyone who can comprehend even a fraction of it will benefit for a lifetime. Yet it is of no use to me. Saying this, the empress flicked her fingertip, sending a wisp of temporal sword intent before Su Qingqiu. Su Qingqiu was taken aback, although she yearned for it. She firmly shook her head. No, this is a gift from the sword saint to your majesty. The empress replied nonchalantly, you are mistaken. This is a gift from the emperor to you. I do not cultivate swords. It is of no use to me. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqiu's delicate face was filled with confusion and disbelief. The empress continued, Meng Qingzhou wishes to overshadow the 7 young supremes in every aspect. His entrance, birthday gifts, momentum, and strength must all comprehensively dominate them. However, it appears that Meng Qingzhou is reluctant to present gifts personally, opting instead to send a rare yet utterly useless gift through his sword saint disciple. Su Qingqiu suddenly understood but was still perplexed, asking, why does the emperor not wish to present gifts to your majesty? The empress shook her head, closing her eyes in contemplation for a long while. Before suddenly opening them, a hint of suppressed amusement gracing her red lips, a narcissist, fearing the Great Jin Emperor might be swayed by his charm, thus resorting to such a tactic. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqiu was momentarily stunned, then widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, the emperor does not realize he is the emperor, nor that your majesty is his own wife, and thus would rather provoke your majesty's displeasure than validate the rumors of the empress's consort? Su Qingqiu's beautiful face blushed crimson, as she murmured dreamily, the emperor is quite the charmer. The empress, Dongfang Liuli, trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed, and with a feigned sternness, she admonished, what nonsense are you spouting? The temporal sword intent is exceedingly precious. So hurry and comprehend it. Inside the ancient point command platform, a small world. The sword Saint Qian Yuan, or rather, Meng Qingzhou, manifested a 3-clearing incarnation, possessing 70% of his original strength. I hope the empress does not misunderstand this gift as one from my true self. My recent prominence is ultimately due to the empress's excessive reliance. Next, I plan to slack off at work, arrive late, leave early, and indulge in the pleasures of the brothels, forgetting to bring gifts for my own birthday. Just to see how vexed she becomes, it would be best if one day she becomes so incensed as to exile me. The sword Saint Qian Yuan stood tall, resembling an ancient divine sword. His aura fully unleashed, sword intent ringing through the skies, yet his mind wandered far away, contemplating his leisurely plans. The escape plan from the Empress was being meticulously arranged. Qin Fenghua's projection took on the role of the referee, loudly proclaiming, "The Great Jin Emperor's Birthday Banquet, the first match of the observation event, Martial Duel. It officially begins." The ancient point command platform would suppress the participants' realms to a uniform level, ensuring absolute fairness. This martial duel tournament invited countless powerful beings and prodigies from various factions, who would engage in one-on-one battles through a drawing system. Those who achieve a complete victory would be permitted to make any request within the Emperor's capacity. The 7 young Supremes were particularly drawn to this point, traveling great distances to reach the Great Jin imperial capital. As long as they could triumph over everyone, they would propose a marriage alliance, specifically naming the Empress, backed by a top-tier force, confident that the Empress would not refuse. Naturally, the 7 young Supremes and the Sword Saint Qian Yuan were exempt from the drawing duel, as they possessed absolute dominance within their realm. The reward for complete victory would not extend to anyone else. It could only emerge from among the 8 of them, while the remaining participants either sought to join the excitement or wished to make a name for themselves or capture the rewards for the top 10. "Master, do you think the Sword Saint Qian Yuan can win?" A venerable elder from the Holy Land inquired of the Holy Land's leader. The Holy Land leader shook his head. "The Sword Saint is indeed formidable. But these 7 young Supremes are far from ordinary. Take Huang Hao from the 5 Spirits clan, for instance. He possesses the bloodline of an ancient divine beast and has cultivated the 4 Directions divine beast technique, enabling him to summon the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, drawing upon a sliver of their essence to aid him in battle. Not to mention, there are others like Duan Wuho, who has slain 3 Moonlight Realm adversaries, and Wang Cheng, who bears the fortune of 10 nations, as well as Jin Wentian, who forged the 10,000 Spirit Sword in the extreme South Sea, and Sun Baisheng, who practices the Combat God technique. It would be a challenge for the Sword Saint Qian Yuan to achieve complete victory. Many speculated eagerly, their eyes glistening with anticipation, eager to witness the clash among the young Supremes. What a fierce contest it promised to be. Even though the Sword Saint Qian Yuan was extraordinarily formidable, many remained skeptical of his chances. The reason was simple. The past achievements of the 7 young Supremes were too dazzling, overshadowing their contemporaries, resembling a towering divine mountain pressing down upon the younger generation. Soon, the battle commenced. Huang Hao's body flowed with golden liquid, a pair of golden horns shimmering on his forehead as he roared. "For Directions divine beasts, bestow your power upon me, descend upon the world, and intimidate the cosmos." As his voice fell, wisps of pure energy manifested, igniting like incense, coalescing into the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger. The 4 divine beasts howled towards the heavens, sending countless spectators into a state of shock. Even some Moonlight Realm experts furrowed their brows, sensing the threat. In a one expected Huang Hao had mastered the 4 Directions divine beast technique. If the Sword Saint were given another 20 years, he would undoubtedly secure victory with ease. Yet he was too young, his experience still shallow. What a pity! Some shook their heads in sorrow. Everyone was aware that even Qin Fenghua, who had always been confident in Emperor Meng Qingzhou, now felt a flicker of doubt, worrying for the Sword Saint. Qin Fenghua's body tensed, prepared at any moment to breach the point command platform to rescue him. The invincibility lay in the prophecy of the saints, not in the Sword Saint Qian Yuan. "My confidence stems from the Emperor, not a mere sword. I have been too blind," Qin Fenghua sighed. But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A resounding sword cry pierced the air. The Sword Saint Qian Yuan had drawn his sword. Then, an astonishing sword light cleaved through heaven and earth. It was neither an illusion nor a mere phenomenon. It genuinely severed the fabric of the universe. Chapter 39. I cannot be bothered to speak with the illiterate who has not received 9 years of compulsory education. You are not worthy of listening. The sword light illuminated the night sky of the capital, dimming the stars and moon in an instant. The bustling imperial capital's night shone as brightly as day, as millions gazed upwards, looking towards the palace. Gradually, some began to sense that something was amiss, letting out exclamations of astonishment. Heaven and earth have split apart. They beheld the entire night sky engulfing the moon and stars as if fleeing, gradually contracting until it became distant. The sky vanished. A chasm separated heaven and earth, as if severing the ages, instilling fear in all. Inside the small world of the Point Command platform, the sword light ruptured the barriers of this realm, forcibly carving a wide and long opening, from which the illuminating sword light poured forth. The mastery of the spatial aspect of temporal sword intent was astonishing. The depth of the sword Saint Qian Yuan's cultivation far exceeded our imagination. Jiang Songhai remarked, with his hands clasped behind his back. Some were utterly astonished, questioning, can the sword Saint Qian Yuan truly split heaven and earth with a single sword? Is this something a revered sea realm cultivator can achieve? Jiang Songhai, of ordinary cultivation, merely at the initial stage of mountain-moving realm, yet possessing an extraordinary perspective, replied calmly, no, the sword Saint Qian Yuan's strike does not literally sever heaven and earth. Rather, it has bisected the spatial laws of this region. A visitor from a forbidden area wore a solemn expression, closely observing the sword Saint Qian Yuan, murmuring, where on earth did this person emerge from? A mere 20-year-old sword saint, given time, may well reach the Chaohui realm and behold the vistas beyond. Even the Empress Dongfang Liuli, seated within the Golden Luan Hall, stood upright with an expression of solemnity, her gaze piercing through the dome as she beheld the spectacle that seemed to divide heaven and earth. Initially, she believed that the sword intent of the Qianyuan sword saint was predominantly governed by the laws of time. However, it has now become evident that his mastery encompasses both space and time. Achieving a pinnacle of supremacy, Dongfang Liuli could not help but glance at the strikingly handsome youth, Ming Qingzhou, who leaned upon a blind cane within the hall. Such extraordinary talent could rival my own. How exactly did you nurture and guide him? Could it be? Dongfang Liuli's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, her heart unsettled. Are you truly a sage? In the past, regardless of how astonishingly Ming Qingzhou spoke or the incredible feats he accomplished, Dongfang Liuli had remained skeptical of his status as a sage. According to the records of the royal archives, there exists only one sage, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, who traverses the mortal realm to preach and impart wisdom. Enlightening the masses, the sage is not, as the rumors suggest, lacking in cultivation. Rather, he requires no cultivation, for his every action embodies the laws of the heavenly Tao. Who could withstand a single strike from such a force? With the sage's death, the heavenly Tao falls silent, and henceforth, the emergence of another sage is rendered impossible. Huang Hao gaped in disbelief, his eyes wide as he witnessed the disintegration of the 4 elemental divine beasts he had summoned. Once dominant, the 4 elemental beasts could be invoked with a mere thread of vital essence, sufficient to forge an invincible path. Yet, he had erred in one regard. He was but an ant. How could a mere insect summon the divine? The Qianyuan sword was sharp, and its tongue sharper still, annihilating the 4 elemental beasts with a single stroke while simultaneously shaking Huang Hao's resolve with verbal assaults. I am a golden ant. Having once battled dragons and Qilins in ancient times, not inferior to the 4 elemental beasts, it is their honor to be summoned by me. Huang Hao felt a mix of shock and fury. Yet his resolve remained steadfast. With that, he tore at his own flesh with determination, his form swelling, his face contorting into a terrifying visage, towering at several dozen feet, his body aglow with a golden hue, exuding an aura of formidable might. Each movement caused tremors in the fabric of space, his combat prowess soaring, inciting frenzied cheers from countless spectators. Golden celestial horned ant, let us fight again, Huang Hao roared. Vanishing from his original position in an instant, his fist arriving before Qianyuan without warning. Qin Fenghua's heart clenched tightly, holding his breath, poised to intervene and halt the duel. It was inconsequential if Qianyuan faced peril, but he must not implicate the emperor. Previously, Ming Qingzhou had proposed a wager. If Qianyuan were to lose, he would meet his demise. The Golden Celestial Horned Ant clan is renowned for its unparalleled strength, claiming invincibility among equals, capable of battling beings at the Moonlight Realm even in the Oversea Realm. Qin Fenghua muttered to himself. Beside him, Lin Lu, standing with a sword in hand, heard the words and exhibited a look of astonishment. Such high regard from the great Pillar Kingdom for Huang Hao. Does this not place Qin Yuan in jeopardy? Lin Lu expressed his concern. Qin Fenghua nodded, about to speak, when a piercing scream shattered the air. All eyes turned to witness a chilling scene. Qin Yuan drew his sword, executing a slow, deliberate stroke through the air, devoid of wind or wave, causing no ripple. Yet in the next moment, Huang Hao's arm swelled violently. Veins bulging, golden scales shedding. With a thunderous explosion, Huang Hao's arm burst apart, blood and flesh suspended in midair, appearing to possess a life of their own as they drifted. Veins, blood, bones, and tissue seemed to harbor an immense hatred. Separated by a great distance, Huang Hao clutched the side of his severed arm, struggling to articulate. What is this technique? My arm feels as if it is rejecting something. Our golden celestial horned ant clan is innately sanctified in flesh. How could this be? The Qin Yuan sword saint, his garments billowing, effortlessly sheathed his sword and replied with indifference. Space sword intent. Within the cosmos, space exists everywhere, including within living beings. It merely varies in scale. My sword intent infiltrated the layers of space, stealthily entering your body, manipulating the laws of space to amplify the minuscule spaces within you, such as the gaps between cell walls, the channels of capillaries, and so forth. As he spoke, the Qin Yuan sword saint suddenly sighed, resting his forehead in exasperation. How foolish of me to explain this to someone like you, who has not undergone 9 years of compulsory education. In simple terms, Meng Qingzhou's space sword intent magnifies the gaps between particles within the body, for instance, the spaces between cells, expanding the minuscule spaces, such as blood vessels, to the thickness of an arm. Naturally cannot be accommodated by the body. The intricacies of time-space sword intent extend far beyond this. The Qin Yuan sword saint chuckled lightly. Next, I shall conduct experiments upon you one by one. Huang Hao's pupils dilated in terror, an overwhelming dread seizing his heart. He could not comprehend the Qin Yuan sword saint's words. The unknown was the greatest horror. I shall not fight anymore. Huang Hao attempted to concede, opening his mouth to speak. Yet, as the words left his lips, he realized he could no longer utter a sound. Upon touching his mouth, it was gone, dispersing into motes of light in the air. All living beings are composed of matter. My space sword intent can grant matter freedom, the Qin Yuan sword saint stated coldly. Wishing to concede, apologies, but it is too late. A tear trickled down Huang Hao's cheek, and at that moment, he finally awakened to the truth. The black-clad, masked youth before him was not someone he could contend with. This was an unequivocal prodigy. You are still able to think. This is unacceptable. The Qin Yuan sword saint murmured softly, extending a finger. Silently and without warning, the space sword intent penetrated Huang Hao's mind, severing a portion of his brain. Huang Hao's body stiffened, his gaze becoming vacant, a foolish grin spreading across his face. His mouth awry, eyes askew, exhibiting signs of madness. Clearly, Huang Hao, hailed as the supreme among the younger generation, had become a fool. Please, spare me. A quick end. Huang Hao clung to the final vestiges of clarity, filled with regret and anguish. Pleading earnestly as a young supreme, he held his own pride. Better to die than endure humiliation. Alas, who could blame me for being handsome and kind-hearted? I shall grant your wish, the Qin Yuan sword saint sighed. With a single stroke of his sword, the blade pierced through the skull, golden and white substances dripping. The golden celestial horned ant, a rare entity renowned for its invincibility among equals, thus fell, leaving behind a fleeting smile of liberation and death. Meanwhile, within the Golden Lawn Hall, the Empress Dongfang Lieli leaned forward, her gaze fixed intently upon the Qin Yuan sword saint, addressing Su Qingqiu. Do you not find this Qin Yuan sword saint to be remarkably familiar? His flippant tone, the enigmatic words, and an indescribable air of tranquility. Su Qingqiu blinked her large, innocent eyes, stealthily observing the Empress. Your Majesty, did you not declare that you would never marry, dedicating your life solely to the pursuit of unifying the realm? Wielding your sword alone, without the need for a man by your side. Yet, now you seem to understand this man so deeply. You are finished. You are about to fall in love. What are you talking about? Dongfang Liuli's crimson gaze turned to Su Qingqiu, noticing her prolonged silence and the furtive glances cast her way, prompting her to inquire with curiosity. Su Qingqiu hurriedly composed herself, stating, "Ahem. This servant also finds that the Qianyuan sword saint bears a striking resemblance to the emperor. Perhaps it is due to the emperor's teachings from a young age, resulting in some similarities in their habits." Dongfang Liuli fell into contemplation, murmuring, "Is that so? Why do I feel as though they are fundamentally the same person?" Su Qingqiu queried, "Your Majesty, why do you believe this? The emperor possesses no cultivation, as you have repeatedly confirmed. Otherwise, he would not have been made emperor in the first place." Dongfang Liuli was rendered speechless. Unable to respond, Dio not inquire. "It is simply a woman's intuition." Author's note. I seek encouragement for updates, gifts, and completion rates. Do not skip chapters. Do not skip chapters. Gentlemen, Neil. Chapter 40. It turns out we have all misunderstood Lord Ming. The Qianyuan sword saint, clad in black, wielded a 3-foot sword, its blade dripping with golden blood, his expression cold as he stepped from the point of assembly, surveying the remaining 6 young supremes. Who shall be next? In an instant, the thousands of spectators fell silent, their faces pale with shock. Huang Hao's demise was far too sudden. One moment, the golden celestial horned ant had displayed its might, and the next, it was already lifeless. Even the 6 young supremes were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the revelation. The hallmark of mastery in time-space sword intent had touched upon the threshold of celestial-grade sword intent. No, this is celestial-grade sword intent. Jian Wentian's lips drained of color as he staggered back a few steps. Jian Wentian's pride was shattered, his conviction shaken. The sword path he had steadfastly believed in now wavered. He'll falter before the battle even begins is a catastrophe for a sword cultivator. Jian Wentian's heart for the sword path lay in ruins. Wang Cheng's complexion turned ashen, dark as water, a 20-year-old sword saint, his sword intent having reached such heights. Could this prodigy have begun cultivating from the moment of birth? At 20, a sword saint at the overseas realm cannot merely be considered young. It is more accurate to say he is still but a child. A practitioner who breaks through to the first-grade realm extends their lifespan by 100 years. Upon advancing to the cloud-treading realm, they formally enter the cultivation world, their lifespan extending to 500 years. In the mountain-moving realm, one may become a core member of a sect, living for 800 years, while the overseas realm is regarded as a mighty figure, with a lifespan of 1,500 years. Thus, a mortal of 30 equates to a practitioner of the overseas realm at 500 years. When converted, the Qianyuan sword saint of the overseas realm is akin to an infant in swaddling. Wang Cheng had assumed that such a young sword saint at the overseas realm would possess a shallow understanding of sword intent, with a cultivation foundation that must surely be tenuous and insubstantial. Yet reality proved otherwise. The Qianyuan sword saint not only possessed a foundation as solid as iron, but also an understanding of sword intent that surpassed the vast majority of sword cultivators in the world. I cannot believe that such a prodigy could be the result of a mere mortal's teachings. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth and exclaimed. The dignitaries of the great Jin dynasty exchanged glances, whispering among themselves, "Indeed, Deputy Minister Meng Qin is utterly lacking in cultivation and has never engaged in the path of practice. How could he possibly offer guidance? Could it be that Deputy Minister Meng has sought external assistance? Masquerading as a disciple merely for appearances, he is capable of living off others, flaunting his charm to seduce His Majesty. What is it that he cannot do? I find this highly plausible, such a prodigious talent. Effortlessly annihilating a young sovereign, without a doubt, the sword saint of Qianyuan is a veritable cultivation genius worthy of the empress. Go think that a person of such caliber could have a mere mortal as a master? Who would believe such a tale? However, at that opportune moment, Qin Fenghua stepped forth, laughing heartily. Young Wang Cheng, you underestimate Deputy Minister Meng far too much. Although he lacks personal cultivation, his understanding of the realm of practice, the various mystical texts, and the hidden secrets of the world is profound. Ever since learning that Meng Qin is indeed Meng Qingzhou, Qin Fenghua immediately altered his demeanor, comprehending why His Majesty has forsaken his wretched wife to lavish affection upon an enigmatic blind man. Since he is Ming Daijing, everything falls into place. A sage, no matter how formidable, is deserving of respect. A sage ought to blaze forth with brilliance. Otherwise, how could they be called a sage? Ha! What true capabilities could a spineless courtesan possess? Wang Cheng scoffed at present. No one is willing to confront the sword saint of Qianyuan directly. Wang Cheng merely seeks a pretext to eliminate this variable. The truth holds little importance. Qin Fenghua smiled enigmatically and began to speak slowly. Observing this situation, Jiang Songhai felt a sudden tightness in his chest, sensing impending doom. He wished to intervene but found it too late. Qin Fenghua, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, "You are unaware, but Deputy Minister Meng possesses knowledge of the past, present, and future, able to gaze upon the river of time. Recently, when bandits plagued the Great Jin, the court swiftly quelled the unrest, a feat attributed to Deputy Minister Meng's guidance. The rebellion of Zhao Yuhuan in the northwest region of Shu was likewise predicted by Deputy Minister Meng's astute calculations. Foreseeing every detail of the old rogue's plans, including the recent attempts by Zhao Yuhuan to infiltrate the capital with ill intent at that time, Deputy Minister Meng, accompanied by the sword saint of Qianyuan, arrived just in time to eliminate the assassin. Furthermore, Deputy Minister Meng assisted the Prime Minister of Great Jin in evading a deathly peril, remedying a hidden ailment for the empress, and with just a few words, he enabled a first-grade practitioner to break through to the Cloud Ascension realm. Qin Fenghua declared proudly, "Tell me, does Deputy Minister Meng not possess the qualifications to be the master of the sword saint of Qianyuan?" Upon utterance of these words, the world fell silent. The entire imperial palace became eerily quiet, and the various factions stood in astonished disbelief. The murmurs of the civil and military officials of Great Jin abruptly ceased. Until now, apart from officials who had briefly played roles in the present court and the traitorous Zhao Yuhuan, Zhao Go, and others, nearly everyone remained oblivious to how the Great Jin court had repeatedly turned peril into safety. Time and again, they had anticipated Zhao Yuhuan's schemes, as if aided by the heavens. General Qin, known for his obstinate nature, would never willingly play second fiddle unless Deputy Minister Meng had genuine talent. Thus, could it be that the extraordinary figure who had consistently pointed the way forward for Great Jin, orchestrating plans from the shadows, is indeed Deputy Minister Meng Qin? We have long misunderstood Deputy Minister Meng. I am truly to blame. No wonder His Majesty, despite the opposition of his ministers, resolutely promoted Deputy Minister Meng, offering various favoritism and protection. With such merit, it is no mere trifling matter for a third-grade minister. Even a second-grade position would be more than sufficient. We have been slandering the one who loves us most, unwittingly feeding our sincerity to the dogs. Deputy Minister Meng, we have wronged you. Why has Deputy Minister Meng never explained? How could he endure to toil for the nation and its people, only to be spurned by the populace, walking alone in darkness, igniting a beacon of hope for Great Jin? The righteousness of Deputy Minister Meng shines through the ages. We are barely better than beasts, unworthy to be called children. I shall build a temple for Deputy Minister Meng. Daily, I shall repent. The civil and military officials of Great Jin erupted in an uproar. Soon moved to tears. Some older ministers even had tears streaming down their faces, their eyes reddening. In an instant, the reputation of Deputy Minister Meng Qin experienced a dramatic reversal. Yet, some remained skeptical, turning to Jiang Songhai and inquiring, "Prime Minister, is what General Qin says true?" Only Jiang Songhai nodded in affirmation. With the assurance of two great pillars of the nation, these claims gained credibility. Jiang Songhai felt an overwhelming burden, glaring furiously at Qin Fenghua, his murky old eyes burning with the desire to incinerate this loose-lipped old rascal. Jiang Songhai yearned to deny it, unwilling for Meng Qin to be thrust into the limelight and targeted by those with ulterior motives. Yet, Qin Fenghua spoke the truth. These accomplishments belonged to Meng Qingzhou, and equally to Meng Qin. If Jiang Songhai were to deny it today, he would find it impossible to later retract and acknowledge these merits. As no one would believe him to falsely malign the emperor's reputation, after much contemplation, Jiang Songhai sighed deeply, reluctantly nodding, stating, "Qin Fenghua speaks no lies. All is indeed true. Wow, Jiang Songhai has confirmed it. Solid evidence. The one who has ignited the beacon for Great Jin and walked alone through the dark alleys is Deputy Minister Meng Qin. Qin Fenghua, hands on his hips, beamed with pride, provoking Wang Cheng with a raised eyebrow. As for the safety of Meng Qingzhou, would he be harmed in the shadows? Qin Fenghua's thoughts were simple. Swiftly subdue the various factions, sweep away the nations, and allow Great Jin to unify the realm as quickly as possible, leaving no room for opposition. Should anyone be ignorant enough to attempt to assassinate Meng Qingzhou, it would be tantamount to provoking Qin Fenghua's wrath. They would be dealt with swiftly. After all, Qin Fenghua sought to vindicate Meng Qingzhou, to let the people of Great Jin know just what contributions the scorned pretty face had made. However, Meng Qingzhou, who had remained silent, was utterly bewildered. Huh? So I am this great? Why am I the last to know about my own greatness? Meng Qingzhou was engulfed in confusion, feeling the tide of the world's malice crashing upon him. Old rascal Qin, I have no connection with you, no grievances, yet why do you persistently target me? You deliberately cultivated animosity, leading to the attention on the false identity of Meng Qin. After finally creating a sword saint of Qianyuan to draw all eyes, Qin the old rascal now roared, thrusting me back into the spotlight. Old rascal, I shall battle you. The sword saint of Qianyuan suddenly turned, drawing his sword and pointing it at Qin Fenghua, his words infused with enough fury to ignite the sea. Damn. Since you refuse to let me live, I shall first cleave you down. Chapter 41. My son Wangcheng possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Qin Fenghua. Old man, I am helping your master clear his name. Why are you still displeased? Meng Qingzhou, seething with anger, retorted. You call this helping me? You are clearly harming me. Do you not understand the principle that the tall tree attracts the wind? Nor do you know why supporting characters meet their demise so quickly? Because you are too outstanding, the protagonist must step on your head to achieve fame. Cough, cough. I do not recall performing any such great deeds. You must be mistaken. Meng Qingzhou coughed lightly and spoke. I merely walk my dog, water my plants, and sip tea. Where do I find the time to quell banditry or outsmart Zhao Yuhuan? Moreover, I am but a commoner, unversed in cultivation. It is utterly absurd to claim that I could enlighten a first-grade practitioner to break through to the Cloud Ascension realm. Meng Qingzhou hastily waved his hands, vehemently denying it. He spoke with conviction, devoid of any hint of guilt. Obviously, he could not admit to something unfounded. Qin Fenghua, with an inscrutable smile, said, Deputy Minister Meng, do not be modest. I, along with the Prime Minister, stand as witnesses. How could there be any falsehood? Your Majesty, one day you will thank me, at that time. You will comprehend just how great you are and the numerous tribulations you have navigated for the Great Jin dynasty. I am utterly incensed, Meng Qingzhou cursed, filled with the urge to strike someone. The sword saint of Qianyuan spoke sternly, admonishing. I respect you as a senior. That is why I have spoken to you so politely. But if you dare to impose these baseless claims upon my master again, let me ask whether my sword will comply. Had it not been for our shared service in the court, Meng Qingzhou would have long since struck him down with the sword. The old rascal is undoubtedly doing this on purpose, seeking to entrap him. The sword saint of Qianyuan then turned to Jiang Songhai, saying, And you, as the prime minister of this court, the nation's strategist, how can you follow along with Qin Fenghua's nonsense? Jiang Songhai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the sword saint of Qianyuan, and after a long pause, inquired, Then how can you be so certain that your master has not accomplished these deeds? Your last appearance was 2 days ago on Qingliang Mountain. You should not have been by Deputy Minister Meng's side prior to that, or else you would certainly have been discovered. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou was taken aback and hurriedly interjected. Well, my disciple is good in every way, but rather single-minded. Whatever his master says is gospel. Never questioning it, please excuse him. After saying this, Meng Qingzhou rebuked. Qianyuan, why are you not quickly silencing yourself? The sword saint of Qianyuan, exasperated, huffed in discontent and sheathed his sword, lapsing into silence. The farce came to a hasty conclusion, resulting in Qin Fenghua and Jiang Songhai, 2 great pillars of the dynasty, unveiling the remarkable past of Deputy Minister Ming, which had been hidden from the public eye. Meanwhile, Deputy Minister Ming, reluctant to accept hollow fame, repeatedly declined, fitting the image of a sage perfectly die in an instant. The gazes of officials and commoners alike transformed. When they looked at Ming Qingzhou, a hint of respect and admiration glimmered in their eyes. Deputy Minister Ming is virtuous and immensely talented. I once submitted a memorial criticizing you, and now, reflecting upon it, I am filled with shame. A second-grade minister clasped his hands together, bowing respectfully. Please allow this old minister to pay his respects, to apologize for my previous actions, and to express my admiration for Deputy Minister Ming's virtue. Ming Qingzhou jolted upright, startled, just as the sound of a mountain shaking, sea-surfing cheer echoed in his ears. Respect for Deputy Minister Ming. Respect for Deputy Minister Ming. Esteemed Minister Ming. The court is filled with esteemed officials, all bowing deeply, unable to rise from their prostration. The scene is exceptionally grand and magnificent, rendering the various factions watching in utter silence. Indeed, Ming Qingzhou discreetly employs his eavesdropping skills, overhearing a certain leader from a sacred place speaking to an elder beside him. Document this. Elevate Ming Qin's threat level to match that of Qin Fenghua and Jiang Songhai. He must be closely monitored. Furthermore, a compiler of a certain list conveys to his subordinate, stating, the sage list has been updated. Ming Qin ranks 11th, just behind the Prime Minister of Great Jian. Jiang Songhai, a certain assassination guild leader, with a grave expression, declares, adjust the bounty. Raise Ming Qin's reward to 100 million lower-grade spirit stones, 5 pieces of supreme heavenly treasures, and 1 heavenly-level divine ability. Ming Qingzhou, with a helpless hand on his forehead, sighs deeply. The currents are turbulent. I initially intended to cast aside an inconsequential Qianyuan sword, saint to distract the various factions and protect Ming Qin's identity. How did it backfire so spectacularly? The Qianyuan sword saint is indifferent. At worst, he could vanish forever. The wondrous ability of turning one into 3 allows for the manipulation of one's appearance and aura. He could simply change his visage and adopt the name of the Qioming Mountain Sword Saint, becoming unrecognizable in the world once more. However, Ming Qin's identity is different. It has been conferred by the formidable antagonist, Empress Qin Liuli, and many are aware of it. It is evident that after today, the entire Great Jin dynasty will recognize Ming Qin, elevating his fame to its zenith. In a fantastical world, survival is paramount. Thus, a plan must be devised to ensure Ming Qin meets his demise. Ming Qingzhou strokes his chin, lost in contemplation. The expressions of the 6 young supremes are grim. The current circumstances effectively solidify the master-disciple relationship between Ming Qin and the Qianyuan Sword Saint. Any subsequent doubts would merely appear as feeble excuses. They disdain such underhanded schemes. What to do? To fight is futile, yet to concede would be disgraceful. As the farce concludes, time is of the essence. Perhaps it is best for you all to join forces. The Qianyuan Sword Saint lightly brushes his sword's edge, his voice emanating a chilling resonance beneath his smiling mask. The Qianyuan Sword Saint coldly states, make a decision swiftly. My mood is quite foul. You, who claim to be young supremes, must possess considerable resilience. I kindly request you to relieve my frustration. Once my anger subsides, I shall grant you a swift end mid-sentence. The Qianyuan Sword Saint hesitates momentarily, turning his gaze toward the direction of the Golden Luan Hall, proclaiming loudly, Your Majesty the Empress, should I slay this group, I, the Qianyuan Sword Saint, shall bear any ensuing troubles, ensuring that Great Jin does not face calamity. Rest assured, those who must die shall indeed perish. Since the decision to act has been made, it is imperative to eliminate all roots of animosity, lest they encounter misfortune in the future. The Empress smiles playfully, casting a deep glance at the Qianyuan Sword Saint before turning her gaze toward Ming Qingzhou, chuckling lightly. No need. I shall take responsibility. Any trouble shall be extinguished by my own hand. Dominant, straightforward, and utterly confident. If the forces behind the 7 young supremes dare to seek revenge, I shall eradicate them all. As an empress, one must be grand and imposing. The Eastern Liuli, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, harbors an unspoken thought. If her suspicions hold true, The Qianyuan sword saint and Ming Qingzhou are one and the same. Then it becomes a family matter. Who bears the responsibility becomes inconsequential. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Qianyuan sword saint, filled with bravado, points his sword at the six supremes, reproaching. Have your legs turned to jelly? Where has your previous arrogance gone? The Qianyuan sword saint cleaves the sky with his sword, tearing a jagged rift across the vast night, from which torrential blood rain cascades, staining the realm of great Jin red. Then, a massive, grotesque tortoise head crashes down, obliterating a mountain range. Wang Cheng's eyes instantly redden, and he lets out a piercing howl. No! The Zhenhai beast, the national guardian beast bestowed upon me by the sovereign of the great Qin. How dare you slay it? Wang Cheng, consumed by rage, exclaims with a twisted visage. You boy, you are doomed. Since you demand death, I shall oblige. I once siphoned the fortunes of 10 nations, reaping the destinies of countless beings. My blessings are boundless, capable of overwhelming the seas. Each word and action resonates as though decreed by the heavens. Today, you shall experience it. In an instant, the winds and clouds shift, the stars shining with an unprecedented brightness, their hue transforming from white to a regal purple representing fortune. It appears as though countless Z-Way stars weave into a veil, suspended behind Wang Cheng. The aura exudes authority, sacred and inviolable, as if the sun of the heavens were personally descending to the mortal realm, vowing to stain the mountains and rivers with blood. The Qianyuan sword saint feels a sense of gratification, clapping and laughing. No wonder, after the illustrious Zhao Go, the second most formidable ruler, my son Wang Cheng possesses the demeanor of an emperor. P.S. Please read to completion. Do not skip chapters, I implore you. Each chapter holds substance and highlights. Do not skip. Additionally, I kindly ask for some encouragement for updates. Send a few free gifts my way. Chapter 42. 3 Incense of World Obliteration, sending you to the afterlife. Let us all join forces. I am eager to return home. The Qianyuan sword saint proclaimed, exuding simplicity and dominance, casting a disdainful glance at the 6 young supremes. The third prince of the Blood Sea Empire, Imo Wui, possessing a refined appearance and a charmingly sinister demeanor, remarked nonchalantly, killing but an ant, and you already feel elevated? How dare you stand against 6 young supremes alone? The Grand General of the Aolai Kingdom, Sun Baixing, brandishing a coiling dragon staff, declared with fervent zeal, comparable to the offspring of celestial beings, a top-tier prodigy of the supreme generation. I was just pondering how strong you might be. You shall serve as my whetstone. The Qianyuan sword saint, unperturbed, steps forward onto the point of generals, turning back to point his sword at the assembly of young supremes. Come forth, meet your demise. The 6 young supremes exchanged glances, momentarily setting aside their pride, resolved to unite against the temporal sword saint. With this thought, they cast aside hesitation and entered the point of generals one after another. The chief elder of the Waiatian sect, Duan Wuho, with a haggard visage and dark energy swirling around his brow, held 3 incense sticks in his hands, his voice low and feeble. From your visage, I perceive the signs of early demise. Since fate has decreed you cannot live long, allow me to escort you on your journey. In his hands, the 3 incense sticks are named. The first, life-burning incense, which, once ignited, extinguishes life. The second, soul-sending incense, which opens a bridge between life and death, guiding souls to the depths of hell, never to be reborn. The third, God-burial incense, also known as the land of God-burial, once encountered calamities in the twilight of the ancient deities, leading to the demise of the gods, and you shall experience the terror of the deities' final moments. Duan Wuho's gaze is frigid, as if regarding a corpse, and he states indifferently, I have lived for 300 years, ever cautious. These 3 incense sticks have been stored for over a century, and I have yet to encounter a worthy adversary to use them against. You are fortunate. You are the first to make me feel the threat of death. These 3 incense sticks shall send you to the afterlife. Upon uttering these words, everyone gasps in horror, their faces revealing shock as they gaze at the incense in Duan Wuho's hands. Qin Fenghua's expression shifts dramatically, and he gravely states, World Obliteration Incense. Such a forbidden object has been lost for over 10,000 years. How can it still exist? Jiang Songhai swiftly moves to Qin Fenghua's side, inquiring, "Is it not said that a certain wicked cultivator of immense power crafted 3 sticks of world obliteration incense from the ashes of hundreds of great worlds?" Qin Fenghua's demeanor grows colder, and he nods. Indeed, however, the legacy of the world obliteration incense spans millennia. Many calamities in history have arisen from its use. Countless have wielded it, significantly diminishing its power. It is likely usable only once. Qin Fenghua asserts, "Even once is unacceptable. The Empress's command is at stake in this battle. A saint cannot afford to falter. Immediately halt the contest." Without further hesitation, Qin Fenghua prepares to forcefully terminate the battle when suddenly, a voice resounds in his ear. "The world obliteration incense is inconsequential. With me here, the Qianyuan sword saint shall be unharmed." Qin Fenghua's expression transforms in an instant, and he turns towards the direction of the Golden Luan Hall, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. "Your Majesty, could it be that you have taken that step?" In the transmitted message, the Pillar State General's voice trembles, unable to contain his excitement. The Empress offers no response. Qin Fenghua's throat tightens, his fists clenching, and he glares fiercely at Jiang Songhai. "Did you know all along?" "Know what?" Jiang Songhai feigns ignorance, blinking innocently. "Your Majesty, the Dawn Realm." Qin Fenghua emphasizes 2 keywords, barely able to contain his excitement. Jiang Songhai rolls his eyes, continuing to play the fool. "Sorry, I am uneducated and do not comprehend." In the observation area, several ancient figures rise abruptly, their gazes sharp as they fixate on the incense in Duan Wuho's hands. The legend of the world obliteration incense is too distant. Only the undead royal tortoises or the long-established top-tier powers possess scant records of it. This moment, the emergence of the world obliteration incense shocks many titans. The 3 sticks of world obliteration incense in Duan Wuho's possession are likely the last in existence, a waste to use against a mere sea-covering realm cultivator, an ancient monster hidden among the crowd laments. There are also supergiants harboring enmity toward the great Jin dynasty, their gazes icy, sneering. Though it is regrettable, with the world obliteration incense's emergence, no matter how gifted the Qianyuan sword saint may be, he is destined to meet his end. Great Jin will suffer the loss of a top-tier prodigy. How splendid! Within the small world of the Point of Generals, Jin Wentian, Mo Wui, and others are startled, quickly distancing themselves from Duan Wuho, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of the world obliteration incense. Yet Wang Cheng remains unmoved, standing firmly beside Duan Wuho, bearing the weight of myriad Ziwei stars. Resembling the god of fortune, laughing, "Excellent! With this, the Qianyuan sword saint is undoubtedly doomed." Duan Wuqiu cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, "Aren't you afraid?" Wang Cheng, with a nonchalant smile, replied, "I am blessed with an abundant fortune, and there exists a divine providence that protects me, as long as you do not directly unleash the boundary-extinguishing incense upon me. I have nothing to fear." Upon hearing this, Duan Wuqiu ceased his hesitation and ignited 3 sticks of boundary-extinguishing incense with the blood from his heart. Holding the 3 offerings, he bowed deeply before the Qianyuan sword saint. As he bowed, he uttered, "May you meet your end in peace." With these words, the Qianyuan sword saint's raven hair turned white, his skin instantaneously wrinkled, and his back hunched, instantly aged. He had unwittingly burned away over 1,000 years of his lifespan. Truly formidable. "There are countless heroes in this world, and one must not underestimate them," mused the Qianyuan sword saint, gazing at his withered hands in contemplation. The novel had not mentioned that Duan Wuqiu possessed 3 sticks of boundary-extinguishing incense, primarily because the plot revolved around the protagonist, Long Outyin, merely defeating 7 young supremes, without escalating to life-and-death confrontations. Ultimately, it was the author who forcibly lowered the intelligence of the characters, allowing a supporting character to encounter the protagonist and willingly engage in a fair fight, without seeking further conflict thereafter. Following this incident, Meng Qingzhou's resolve to survive grew even stronger. Simply encountering a random passerby, a minor character briefly mentioned in the story, who possessed 3 sticks of boundary-extinguishing incense was astounding. After bowing a second time, he proclaimed, "May your soul return to the bridge of reincarnation, ascending to the halls of Yama." Duan Wuqiu bowed once more. The Qianyuan sword saint trembled, frozen in place, his entire being stiffened as if all his 7 souls and 6 spirits had vanished. The young supremes exchanged glances, revealing relaxed smiles. Jin Wentian, overflowing with excitement, could hardly contain his joy, grinning widely, thinking, "Die, die. Once you perish, I shall dissect your corpse, examining your temporal sword intent, and inherit all that you possess." Qin Fenghua's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly unable to restrain himself from tearing through the barriers of the platform to rescue him. The observation platform fell into a profound silence, everyone holding their breath, their eyes unblinking, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Could it be that the sword saint was about to fall? A sword cultivator who idolized the temporal sword saint trembled as he spoke. His expression filled with sorrow. Thousands of sword cultivators from Dajin erupted in furious indignation, vocally condemning, cheating, utilizing forbidden items. This is not a fair victory. The sword saint has not been defeated. It is you deceitful rats who have cheated. Your Majesty, please slay them and avenge the Qianyuan sword saint. We cannot tolerate this vengeance. In the Golden Lawn Hall, Dongfang Lili cast her gaze towards Meng Qingzhou, who was leaning on a cane. Softly calling, "Meng Aiqing," Meng Qingzhou, dazed and lost in thought, offered no reply. "Meng Aiqing?" Dongfang Lili's tone became urgent, her eyes widening slightly. Could it be that her suspicion was correct? The Qianyuan sword saint is Meng Qingzhou, the boundary-extinguishing incense, crafted from the sacrifices of countless great worlds, is classified as an ancient forbidden item. Its power is beyond question. Even a mere avatar could trace back to the source, following the threads of causality to eliminate the main body. Meng Qing. Dongfang Lili slammed the table, exclaiming. Meng Qingzhou jolted awake, as if emerging from a dream, hastily stepping forward, clasping his hands in apology. "Your servant is here. I was just dozing off. My sincerest apologies." "You can even sleep while standing?" Dongfang Lili queried skeptically. The courtiers cast peculiar glances at him, their expressions incredulous. "Your disciple is engaged in a life-and-death battle on the platform, yet you, as his master, are merely standing there asleep?" Such a relaxed demeanor. Dongfang Lili grew increasingly perplexed, secretly troubled. Am I overthinking this? The power of the boundary-extinguishing incense is indisputable, having historically caused catastrophes that obliterated billions of lives. A testament to its might. Yet here stands Meng Qingzhou, appearing as if he has just awakened, unaffected in the slightest. Indeed, I possess extraordinary talent. I can even sleep while standing. Meng Qingzhou nodded. Dongfang Lili's gaze remained deep, still filled with suspicion. The sudden emergence of the Qianyuan sword saint was too abrupt. His character mirrored that of Meng Qingzhou, but most importantly, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth. A sensation she had only experienced with Meng Qingzhou, yet the Qianyuan sword saint also possessed. "Your Majesty, we cannot delay any longer. Please take action," Qin Fenghua urgently transmitted. The Qianyuan sword saint, his hair now completely white, gripped his sword with trembling hands, vitality rapidly waning. Dongfang Lili slowly rose, internally resolving. "Very well, once I have eliminated them, I shall personally unmask you." Chapter 43. The Qianyuan fakes his death. The sword slays the 7 supremes. With the Qianyuan now deceased, the outcome was predetermined. Duan Wuqiu exhaled a sigh of relief. One stick of boundary-extinguishing incense remained, sufficient to deter those with ulterior motives. Wang Cheng laughed heartily. The Qianyuan sword saint is but this. Brother Wuqiu alone can overcome him. There is no need for our assistance. The young supremes exchanged knowing smiles, yet their gazes lingered greedily on the remaining stick of boundary-extinguishing incense in Duan Wuqiu's hand. Duan Wuqiu remarked indifferently, "Allow me to remind you all, this stick of boundary-extinguishing incense is called the God Burial Incense, possessing the greatest power. Even after the ravages of time, it can slaughter ordinary moonlit realm practitioners as easily as slaughtering pigs or dogs." Wang Cheng chuckled awkwardly, replying, "Brother Wuqiu, what are you saying? How could we covet the boundary-extinguishing incense? No need for pretense, Duan Wuqiu scoffed. Jin Wentian stepped forward, stating, I shall take this corpse. I will no longer partake in the ensuing battle. Wang Chang and the others nodded, saying, Brother Wentian, please proceed. Everyone present understood Jin Wentian's intentions. He merely coveted the Qinyuan Sword Saint's temporal sword intent, hoping to glean insights from his corpse. However, Wang Chang and the others remained cautious, fearing that the Qinyuan Sword Saint might not be truly deceased and could rise again, allowing Jin Wentian to approach first to ascertain the situation. Jin Wentian was well aware. He concentrated all his sword intent and cast a layered sword formation to envelop the Qinyuan Sword Saint's corpse. Cautiously approaching, the 99-layer god-slaying sword formation enveloped the standing Qinyuan Sword Saint, rendering it impenetrable. It should be safe now, Jin Wentian muttered to himself. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Qinyuan Sword Saint, who had seemingly severed his spirit and breathed his last, suddenly lifted his head. With a sharp thrust, his sword pierced through Jin Wentian's crown. The boundary-extinguishing incense truly lives up to its reputation as a forbidden item that once dominated an era. It took considerable effort. The Qinyuan Sword Saint chuckled lightly. In the next moment, his white hair turned black. His skin regained its vitality, becoming fair and radiant, akin to jade. Jin Wentian's primordial spirit detached from his body, and the spirit appeared terrified, incredulously exclaiming, You are not dead? The boundary-extinguishing incense cannot kill you? The Qinyuan Sword Saint merely smiled enigmatically. In truth, at the moment Duan Wuqiu activated the boundary-extinguishing incense, Meng Qingzhou's main body severed its connection with the avatar of the three purities. Fortunately, the avatar of the three purities was of exceptional quality. Once the connection was broken, unless it was a freshly forged boundary-extinguishing incense, it would be impossible to trace back to his main body. Subsequently, Meng Qingzhou condensed a second avatar, replacing the deceased Qinyuan Sword Saint. In full view of everyone, he executed a flawless switch, achieving perfect damage transfer. A mere inconsequential avatar had blocked 2 sticks of boundary-extinguishing incense, a most advantageous transaction. Now, it was my turn. The Qinyuan Sword Saint manipulated the space, extending his hand to seize the trapped primordial spirit, crushing it mercilessly. Jin Wentian, perish. Time itself slowed. The Qinyuan Sword Saint commanded. The entire platform world instantaneously transformed into monochrome. Resembling an old-fashioned photograph, each frame stuttering. Vibrant leaves hung suspended in the air, descending at an excruciatingly slow pace, the flapping of birds' wings akin to a slow-motion performance. The young Supremes, invincible in their realm, felt their thoughts dull, the flow of spiritual energy within them sluggish as if crawling. The temporal domain of the Qinyuan Sword Saint could encompass an entire small world. Duan Wuqiu's countenance turned pale. He sought to ignite the god-burial incense, but the flow of time was too slow. You? No, cannot kill us, Duan Wuqiu struggled to articulate, enunciating each word with difficulty. The forces behind us will not spare Dajin. The Qinyuan Sword Saint sauntered over, taking the god-burial incense from Duan Wuqiu's hand, casually tossing it into his storage ring. It was only a matter of time. The Qinyuan Sword Saint replied indifferently. In the middle of the novel's plot, the young Supremes backing forces would, under various pretexts, attempt to invade Dajin, seeking to usurp its territory and the Dajin empress, and no matter how much they yield, it would yield no result. The ultimate goal of the Waiatian sect should be the ancient treasures left behind by the first emperor of Dajin, the imperial true dragon pool. The Qinyuan Sword Saint approached Duan Wuqiu, whispering in his ear. Duan Wuqiu's pupils constricted violently, cold sweat dripping as he bore an expression of sheer terror. This was the highest-level secret of the Waiatian sect. How did the Qinyuan Sword Saint come to know? The Qinyuan Sword Saint continued, Moreover, I am aware that the Dacian dynasty covets the fortune of Dajin, while the Blood Sea Empire desires the bloodline of Empress Qin Liaoli. They all harbor ulterior motives, proposing marriage to the Empress, which, although utterly audacious, pales in comparison to your true ambitions. Duan Wuqiu was utterly terrified. To him, the Qinyuan Sword Saint appeared as a manifestation of Yama. Do you still believe threats hold any weight? The Qianyuan sword saint chuckled softly, tapping Duan Wuqiu's brow. The essence of temporal sword intent penetrated, shattering his 3 souls and 6 spirits. Duan Wuqiu, the chief elder of the Waiatian sect, perished, the 3rd prince of the Blood Sea Empire, a bast child of the Blood Sea Emperor, whose mother had passed away, was unappreciated in the palace, awakening his blood god body on the day of his coming-of-age ceremony. Rising from obscurity, a quintessential protagonist template. The Qianyuan sword saint strolled through the void, lifting his sword with indifference, stating, "Such a pity. You were ultimately just a passerby, perish." With a flick of his sword, a breathtaking sword intent was unleashed, sweeping through like a tornado of blade energy, utterly pulverizing Mo Wui's corporeal form into nothingness. Had there been even the slightest remnant, not even a drop of blood, this invincible young sovereign would have been capable of resurrecting through his blood. The 3rd prince of the Blood Sea Empire, Mo Wui, lay slain. Sun Baisheng, might I have the honor of observing your combat prowess? The sword saint of Qianyuan paused, casting his gaze upon Sun Baisheng. The one known to fear neither heaven nor earth, Sun Baisheng, now displayed an expression of terror, his face contorted in sorrow as he slowly uttered, "Then, could you spare my life?" The sword saint of Qianyuan smiled warmly, as gentle as a kind neighbor, and replied softly, "Of course." Sun Baisheng was overjoyed, activating a concealed space at his brow. A tome, shimmering with golden light, was produced and presented to the sword saint of Qianyuan. "Thank you, but my words remain unspoken. Sparing you is simply out of the question," the sword saint of Qianyuan remarked nonchalantly, as countless swords pierced through Sun Baisheng, turning him into a veritable porcupine in an instant. The small world of the command platform was left with only Wang Cheng. Arriving amidst a tempestuous display of power, 7 sovereigns were now reduced to 6, with only Wang Cheng remaining. To plunder the fortunes of 10 nations, to siphon the destinies of countless beings, and to scheme against the heavens. How intriguing, the sword saint of Qianyuan mused. This method of defying the heavenly decree was not inherited from anyone. It was a product of Wang Cheng's own painstaking research. Alas, how many heroes roam this world, and Wang Cheng undoubtedly stands as a prodigy among them. Yet, how unfortunate that you have crossed paths with me. The sword saint of Qianyuan expressed his deep regret, preparing to end Wang Cheng's life with a single stroke when, suddenly, the space of the command platform began to tremble. Beneath Wang Cheng, a rift in space tore open, and chaotic currents of space ensnared the immobilized Wang Cheng, whisking him away. Before his departure, Wang Cheng left a parting declaration. "I have said, my fortune is boundless. No, one can kill me one day. I shall return to reclaim my honor." The sword saint of Qianyuan stood aghast, exclaiming, "Is this even possible? Such outrageous luck!" In a situation where death was certain, the chaotic currents of space intervened and carried Wang Cheng away. The sword saint of Qianyuan attempted to reverse time several times, only to discover, to his dismay, that this small world had been thrown into disarray, with myriad forces of law entangled in a chaotic swirl. With his current strength, he was unable to force a rewind. Zhao Guo? Oh, Zhao Guo, do you dare to claim the title of the protagonist? You are nowhere near as formidable as Wang Cheng. Meng Qingzhou could not help but lament. Chapter 44. I shall fulfill your every request. The supreme battle concluded, with the sword saint of Qianyuan turning the tide against the 6 young sovereigns, leaving one to flee. This feat sent shockwaves through the world, prompting various factions to extend olive branches. Young friend, you are unaffiliated, a mere wandering cultivator. Why not join my Qing Tian Dao Xian sect? We possess a stone tablet of swordsmanship left by our ancestors of the Morning Radiance realm, which you may study, and I shall appoint you as the master of the sword peak, standing alongside the sect leader as equals. What say you? A sword cultivator from the Moonlight realm communicated. The sword saint of Qianyuan politely declined. My sword path is a grand road, unprecedented and unparalleled, and no one can teach me. The Moonlight realm sword cultivator sighed in disappointment, ceasing further persuasion. A visitor from a forbidden land transmitted a message. Sword saint of Qianyuan, my master is a formidable figure on the cusp of the Morning Radiance realm. wishing to take you as his disciple to inherit his legacy. Would you be willing? Not interested. The sword saint of Qianyuan shook his head, calmly stating, Give me time, and I shall surpass the morning radiance realm. Ascending to greater heights, I have no need to take anyone as my master, especially since I already have a mentor. The visitor from the Forbidden Land snorted coldly, displeased. You are ungrateful. Various guests from top-tier factions conveyed their offers to the sword saint of Qianyuan, all of which he declined. The Grand Eunuch of the Great Jin Court bellowed. His Majesty summons Meng Qin's disciple, the sword saint of Qianyuan, to the palace for an audience. The sword saint of Qianyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Finding the fervent invitations from these ancient beings more exhausting than a bloody battle in the Golden Luang Hall, the assembled ministers turned to behold the sword saint of Qianyuan, clad in black and adorned with a smiling mask. As he strode confidently into the court, I have met the empress. The sword saint of Qianyuan inclined his head slightly, standing tall and straight. Being neither a subject of the great Jin nor lacking in remarkable strength and unparalleled talent, he did not bow before the emperor, and none dared to speak ill of him. Previously, I made a promise. Whoever can achieve an undefeated victory shall have one wish granted. What is your desire? The Empress Dongfang Liuli asked, her long, delicate legs crossed, her crimson eyes radiating both allure and authority, holding a hint of scrutiny. The sword saint of Qianyuan replied calmly, I have merely slain a few audacious rogues. Today, many heroes are present, and I have not fought them all. How can I be deemed undefeated? The Empress's reward would undoubtedly equate to a contract, and to accept it would mean becoming a pawn in her scheme. Regardless of his willingness, at least in the eyes of the world, that would be the perception. Meng Qingzhou did not wish to place all his stakes in the Empress, well aware that one should not place all eggs in one basket. Oh? Dongfang Liuli's enchanting voice echoed throughout the capital, proclaiming, Who dares to challenge the sword saint of Qianyuan in the same realm? Step forward. If no one dares to respond, it shall be considered a surrender. Who dares? The last two words were delivered with emphasis, tinged with an unmistakable threat. Those who had previously considered stepping forward were suddenly struck with clarity. Good heavens, what an overt threat! Meng Qingzhou pondered briefly. Grasping the Empress's intentions, she coveted the sword saint of Qianyuan's exceptional talent and was resolute in her desire to claim him. The wicked villain seeks to seize both my avatar and my true self. How selfish can one be? Exclamation point. For a long moment, the entire imperial capital fell silent, each individual afraid to make a sound, lest they be mistaken for volunteering to fight, only to be subsequently beaten to death by the sword saint of Qianyuan. Dongfang Liuli smiled softly, saying, The sword saint of Qianyuan truly commands respect. In this vast imperial capital, with visitors from all directions, none dare to accept your sword. Does this not signify your undefeated status? The sword saint of Qianyuan sighed in resignation, stating, I suppose so. Then, it is your turn to make a request. Within reason, I shall grant it, Dongfang Liuli declared. Meng Qingzhou ground his teeth in frustration, his head throbbing. What do I desire? I wish to pin you down and spank you. Suddenly, Meng Qingzhou had a flash of inspiration, seizing control of the sword saint of Qianyuan, and said, I implore your majesty to allow my master to leave the great Jin and wander the world with me. My master is free-spirited and enjoys a life of leisure, preferring not to be confined to one place. I ask your majesty to grant this humble request. The sword saint of Qianyuan spoke earnestly. His heart laid bare, a testament to his filial piety. Having endured life and death trials and battled with several young sovereigns, even withstanding 2 devastating blows, he ultimately made but one modest request. The ministers murmured among themselves, a sword cultivator, indeed, is magnanimous, clear-cut in matters of enmity and affection, willing to pay such a price to accompany his master in wandering the world. Although Meng's actions were not without personal interest, he had nonetheless been loyal to the great Jin. And the sword saint of Qianyuan, having slain numerous foes, bore no ties to the empire, yet he had taken on the animosity of the 7 top-tier factions. This request was hardly excessive, not just reasonable. It was exceedingly modest. The empress, with her vast heart, would surely respond favorably, perhaps even feeling indebted enough to offer a generous gift, Qin Fenghua's lips twitched as he struggled to find words. Damn it. You foolish officials. Meng's disciple is the empress's consort. If someone were to abduct your beloved wife, would you gladly send her off and prepare a lavish gift? Would you even offer a heartfelt warning, saying, I've packed protection, please take good care of her? Qin Fenghua was infuriated, his rage boiling, yet he could not voice his thoughts. Lao Jiang, for heaven's sake, speak up, Qin Fenghua nearly roared in his transmission. Jiang Songhai rubbed his ears, shrugged, and replied, There's nothing I can do. The Sword Saint of Qinyuan's request is reasonable, and to refuse would make the great Jin appear petty. Tio agree, is simply out of the question. A deadlock? Useless. What good are you? Qin Fenghua seethed in the court. A few informed individuals exchanged glances, noting the empress's darkening expression and Meng Qingzhou's calm demeanor, leaving them at a loss for words. The Sword Saint of Qinyuan listened intently, and after a long silence without a response from the empress, he could not help but remind, Your Majesty? Your Majesty. Dongfang Lieli clenched her delicate fists, her chest heaving with rising anger. Good, good, good. What a Sword Saint of Qinyuan. I grant you the opportunity to make a request, and you come forth to take my wife away. You truly are remarkable. The empress was at a loss, her frustration mounting, as if she were a small cat whose beloved toy had been snatched away. Ready to explode. Change your request. Whether it be an immortal-grade treasure, a title of nobility, an ancient divine relic, or celestial bones. I can't fulfill any of these, Dongfang Lieli said, doing her utmost to suppress her emotions and speak calmly. The Sword Saint of Qinyuan decisively shook his head. I do not want any of that. I merely wish to take my master away, to live far from the mundane world. Dongfang Lieli's white teeth clenched, her smile stiffening as she remarked, Sword Saint of Qinyuan, I am not negotiating with you. Do not be ungrateful. I come today solely to take away my master, even if it means death. I will fulfill his wishes, the Sword Saint of Qinyuan declared resolutely, his tone resonating with authority. Dongfang Lieli furrowed her brow, 3 dark lines appearing on her forehead as her delicate fingers massaged her temples. What on earth is happening? Initially, she intended to gauge the Sword Saint's ambitions and discern what wishes he might articulate. If he were to demand excessively, it would surely indicate that Meng Qingzhou was not his true objective, and any further speculation would be futile. Conversely, if the Sword Saint displayed a lack of desire, appearing as a mere slacker, the empress would be compelled to unmask the smile that adorned his face. Now, it seemed he had indeed made a request. Could this be deemed excessive? If one were to argue it wasn't, he was attempting to abduct the emperor's wife. Yet, if one were to concede that it was excessive, it must also be acknowledged that the Sword Saint was entirely unaware that Meng Qin, the minister, was the emperor himself. His request was thus entirely reasonable. Chapter 45. Your Majesty, I, Meng Qingzhou, resign from office. Meng Aiqing, do you have nothing to say? Do you truly wish to resign and retreat into seclusion? Dongfang Lieli suppressed her urge to lash out, forcing a smile that barely concealed her frustration. Meng Qingzhou, holding a jade tablet, clasped his hands together and stated, My abilities are meager, and I fear I would struggle to bear such a significant responsibility. I humbly request your Majesty to select a more capable candidate and allow me to return to the countryside. Having served in the capital for merely a month, Meng Qingzhou had nearly been unmasked several times. If he did not flee soon, exposure was inevitable. It was not difficult to imagine that after today, the reputation of Meng Qin and the Sword Saint of Qinyuan would spread throughout the realm. Countless eyes would scrutinize him, various factions would delve into his past, and certain secrets would prove challenging to conceal. The events surrounding the birthday banquet only solidified Meng Qingzhou's resolve to resign. A whirlwind of doubts plagued Meng Qingzhou's mind. Why were the pillars of the Jiang Songhai and Qin Fenghua dynasties so adamant in attributing unfounded merits to him? What had compelled the empress to travel such a distance to personally extend an olive branch? And why was it that the empress could fulfill any wish of the Sword Saint, yet clung to him with such reluctance, willing to pay a substantial price to keep him from leaving? What purpose did my position in the Great Jin serve? These questions weighed heavily on Meng Qingzhou's heart. Yet he had never sought answers, merely allowing them to linger in his thoughts. Furthermore, he sensed an ambiguous attitude toward him from Jiang Songhai, Qin Fenghua, and the empress, the pinnacle figures of Great Jin's power. Qin Fenghua, notorious for his fiery temper, would typically resolve grievances with a single stroke of his sword, yet before Meng Qingzhou, he resembled a kind and amiable neighbor. Jiang Songhai, known for his cunning, would not resort to machinations against him. As for the empress, she embodied ruthless dominance, a veritable tyrant in a past life. Yet this formidable woman sheltered Meng Qingzhou, and although their interactions were scarce, she would unhesitatingly choose him whenever presented with options. Had my charm and handsomeness reached a level where I could captivate all, regardless of age or gender? I cannot fathom when the narrative began to spiral into such disarray. Meng Qingzhou felt profoundly lost. Since arriving in the capital of Great Jin, he experienced an unsettling sense of losing control over the helm of his life. Upon hearing Meng Qingzhou's response, Dongfang Liuli felt an abrupt void in her heart, her expression faltering as she gazed at him, unable to restrain herself from asking, "What of your wife? She serves the court, and your family has thrived on the emperor's grace for generations. Can you truly abandon her?" Su Qingqiu also expressed her anxiety, stamping her foot in frustration. "Your Majesty, why must you ask the Sword Saint about his desires, effectively stepping on your own toes? With the Sword Saint's extraordinary talents, had he merely stood at the gate of any faction, the sect leader would have rushed forth, eager to entice him. If he declined, would you still insist? This is disastrous. Your wife may leave with someone else." Meng Qingzhou furrowed his brow. This was indeed a dilemma. Although he and Dongfang Liuli were merely contractual spouses, their prolonged interaction had inevitably fostered a bond that was difficult to articulate, of course. "I cannot bear to abandon my family. I cannot bring myself to do it," Meng Qingzhou replied resolutely. "The adorable Su maid, my spirited big yellow dog, the painstakingly nurtured fish in the pond, the flowers and plants in my courtyard, and the sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted nature of my beloved wife. All these I cannot part with." Taking a deep breath, he bowed deeply, his back bending as he spoke. "Therefore, I humbly request your Majesty's grace to allow me to take my family with me into seclusion." At this declaration, Qin Fenghua was left speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. Jiang Songhai's brows twitched, his typically serious demeanor faltering. "What? Not only does the emperor wish to escape, but he also wants to take the empress with him. How can the two main stakeholders of the group flee, leaving behind a legion of workers?" Suddenly hearing the endearing description of Su Qingqiu, her cheeks flushed crimson as she discreetly glanced at Meng Qingzhou, pouting. "You at least have a bit of conscience." Not forgetting the maid's kindness, Dongfang Liuli stood in shock, her vacant eyes regaining their brilliance, a mixture of surprise and joy flooding her being as she savored the phrase about my beloved wife's sharp tongue yet tender heart. "So, he does not despise me, nor does he harbor thoughts of escape. He wishes to take me along on his journey." With this realization, an overwhelming sweetness surged within Dongfang Liuli, filling her heart. Humph, that detestable Meng Xianyu. Speaking as if he were gasping for breath. "Be clear. Who has a sharp tongue and a tender heart? I, the emperor, declare that tofu is tofu, and a knife is a knife." Meng Qingzhou remained bowed, stating, "Your Majesty, I, Meng Qin, resign from my office." Dongfang Liuli's lips curved into a smile, her beauty behind the red curtain becoming even more radiant as her voice took on a lighter, more cheerful tone. "I can only grant one request. You may either resign and retreat into seclusion, never to return to the capital, and thus never see your wife again in this lifetime. Or you may continue serving, and I promise that within a year or 3, I will ensure you and your wife can retire together to the countryside." Upon hearing her words, Meng Qingzhou pondered briefly before resolutely deciding, "I shall continue to serve. Yes, a year and a half should pose no issue. I shall wait for the Sword Saint to meet his demise in public, then adopt Sima Yi's tactics of feigning illness to take a paid leave. Life, after all, must hold some aspirations. Navigating through the mundane world, the only ties that bind me are the small courtyard of the Qin residence and the quaint tile-roofed cottage in Jinqiao village. To sever these bonds is no easy feat." Dongfang Liuli's mood instantly lightened, akin to a kitten rewarded, brimming with satisfaction. She deliberately offered two choices to probe Meng Qingzhou's true intentions. Choosing immediate seclusion would indicate he regarded her, Dongfang Liuli, and the child, Su Qingqiu, the god of the sun, as inconsequential. Opting to remain as an official would signify their immense importance to him, akin to true family. After all, Meng Xinyu would only abandon the idyllic life of a recluse if the world were to end. This request is considered Meng Aiqing's. I shall grant it as an exception. Dongfang Liuli was not yet satisfied, turning her gaze towards the sword saint of Qianyuan. Qianyuan, think of another wish, and I shall fulfill it for you. She had not forgotten the myriad of suspicions surrounding the sword saint. Today, she must validate or refute them, or she would find no peace in slumber. The sword saint of Qianyuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat pained. Your Majesty, you are being too generous. Who chases after a gift that is refused? I desire nothing. I merely wish to conclude this birthday banquet and return to walk my dog. I have no further requests. The sword saint spoke aloofly, his demeanor cool and proud. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Liuli's crimson eyes suddenly sparkled with interest, straightening her posture as she fixed her gaze on the sword saint. What a slacker personality, so much like Meng Qingzhou. Show me your true self. Dongfang Liuli sprang up, reaching for the smiling mask on the sword saint's face with her long, fair hand. With a resounding crack, the mask shattered, and amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the sword saint slowly raised his head, revealing his true visage. Chapter 46. Goodness, Your Majesty is harassing employees. The sword saint of Qianyuan, bewildered, lifted his head, his cultivation in the late stage of the oversea realm having left him completely unprepared for the Empress's successful ambush. The mask is broken. The sword saint gazed at the shattered mask on the ground, touching his cheek, his expression subtly shifting. Your Majesty, what does this mean? Dongfang Liuli regarded the sword saint, her eyes reflecting a strikingly handsome face. If any villagers were present, they would undoubtedly gasp in astonishment, exclaiming, Wow! The ancient Yugu version of Tianpong. Did I guess wrong? Dongfang Liuli was momentarily stunned, then probed the sword saint with her spiritual sense, finding no anomalies. The officials, diplomats from various nations, and representatives from all factions silently memorized the sword saint's features, with some even sketching his likeness in secret. Everyone was astonished by the sword saint's handsome appearance, only slightly inferior to Meng Qian's, while simultaneously questioning the Empress's inexplicable actions. Your Majesty, what are you doing? The sword saint is not a citizen of Great Jin. Your behavior is highly inappropriate. Su Qingqiu was taken aback, whispering her discontent. Dongfang Liuli thought, Am I too indulgent with this girl? She seems to regard me as inconsequential. The sword saint's brows furrowed, his anger surfacing as he spoke. Your Majesty, please provide me with an explanation. In the depths of Dongfang Liuli's eyes flickered a hint of embarrassment. She first scrutinized Meng Qingzhou's expression, sensing that he seemed unconcerned and secretly sighed in relief. With her graceful figure lazily reclined, she stated nonchalantly, I do not favor those who wear masks in my presence. Is this reason sufficient? Yet, no one noticed that beneath the seemingly unperturbed exterior of the Qianyuan sword saint, his eyes bore a hint of emptiness. The blind but powerful system had proven excessively tyrannical, not only sealing his true form but rendering even his avatar sightless. Meng Qingzhou donned the mask out of concern for arousing suspicion. After all, it was indeed a remarkable coincidence that both master and disciple were blind. During their previous battle, his avatar was compelled to unleash all of its sword intent without reservation, weaving it into a web that enveloped the entire miniature world, allowing the movements of anyone within its grasp to be sensed. Qianyuan, do not be disrespectful, Meng Qingzhou admonished. Upon hearing this, the Qianyuan sword saint repressed his anger, waved his hand to restore the smiling mask, and respectfully replied, Yes, master. Meng Qingzhou inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, his anger completely forgotten. Fortunately, he had remained cautious and did not mold his avatar's face to resemble his own. Indeed, the appearance of the Qianyuan sword saint had aroused the Empress's suspicion, and many seasoned observers present must have harbored doubts. Furthermore, with the supreme technique of one qi transforming three purities, It was exceedingly difficult to discern whether it was an avatar or not. It was perilously close. It was time to send the Qianyuan sword saint back to rest, as this identity could not linger for long. As this brief interlude concluded, the empress, having failed to grasp any incriminating evidence against Meng Qingzhou, chose not to pursue the matter further. "Let us continue," she gestured, speaking with indifference. With the battle between the Sword Saint and the Seven Supremes drawing to a close, the Empress's birthday banquet officially commenced. The gathered ministers and guests took their seats, enjoying the songs and dances while savoring exquisite delicacies. The toasts flowed freely, with the Qianyuan Sword Saint being the most celebrated, followed closely by Jiang Songhai and Meng Qingzhou. As for the Empress, no one dared to raise a toast to her. Qin Fenghua's brutish demeanor was well known. Those of lower standing feared him, while those of equal power and status dismissed him, thinking he was merely an avatar of Qin Fenghua and thus ignored him. "What a lively scene," the Empress mused, holding a jade goblet and swirling the wine made from the concoction of fake dragon blood, her intoxicated gaze drifting below. "Unfortunately, it seems I am out of place. This merriment does not belong to me." Meanwhile, Su Qingqiu, who was surreptitiously indulging in fruits from the table, with her mouth stuffed full of crystal grapes, mumbled, "Your Majesty, are you perhaps drunk?" Dongfang Lieli cast a sidelong glance at Su Qingqiu and shook her head slightly, saying, "Silly girl, thy tea is merely intentional. At my level, becoming inebriated is exceedingly difficult. Let us take this opportunity to relax a little." As the wine flowed and the guests became pleasantly tipsy, the next event was a martial competition for cultivators below the oversea realm, vying for rewards among the top 10. Those who performed exceptionally could even be promoted and receive honors from the emperor. Countless spirited youths, emulating the style of Minister Meng and Empress Meng, donned blindfolds and wielded long swords, presenting themselves with flair. A youth clad in a green robe leaped onto the stage, his eyes covered with black silk, shouting, "Blind sword, mid-stage of the cloud-soaring realm, I seek your guidance." Opposite him stood a burly man, muscles straining against his robe, his face an angry shade of purple, also wearing a blindfold, responding, "Blind fist, mid-stage of the cloud-soaring realm, I seek your guidance." However, someone in the audience raised a question. "Hey, aren't you that 1,000-mile I Lu Ming? When did you go blind?" The burly man exploded with rage. "Get lost. I was born blind. Do you understand what a blind fist king is?" A comical scene unfolded, as over 10,000 participants included nearly half of them being blind, all trying to show off on stage. Many, while sparring, had their blindfolds slip off, revealing their large, bell-like eyes. Many bewildered guests were left scratching their heads, unable to comprehend. Is the great Jin dynasty truly revering blindness and celebrating disability as beauty? No. There are rumors that the Empress has peculiar tastes, favoring handsome blind men. The contestants hope to catch her attention, but I believe it is merely wishful thinking. They should consider their own pitiful appearances rather than dreaming of emulating Minister Meng and the Emperor, a mysterious voice replied. Qin Fenghua's face darkened, his fists clenching and unclenching, his teeth grinding audibly. "What a disgrace, Your Majesty! Should I go down and impose some order?" Qin Fenghua's temper flared as he conveyed this to the Empress. Dongfang Lieli, her eyes hazy with intoxication, smiled lightly. "There's no need. It's not hosting a birthday banquet meant to amuse me. I find it quite entertaining." As the wine intoxication set in, Dongfang Lieli's delicate tongue licked her lips, her almond-shaped eyes becoming even more enchanting as she gazed at Meng Qingzhou, who was still voraciously indulging in food. "Come here, drink with me." The whisper reached Meng Qingzhou's ears, causing him, who was proudly showcasing a large beast's leg, to shudder. Which woman dares to disturb a respectable man with such a soft tone? So blatantly seductive? Who is it? "My dear minister, come drink with me." Meng Qingzhou's pupils dilated sharply. "Me? The Empress?" The imposing and formidable Empress Qin Lieli displayed such a side? Facing the supreme throne, he pointed at himself, silently mouthing, "Me? Yes, indeed. It is you. Come forward and drink with me." Dongfang Lieli, growing somewhat impatient, extended her hand, grasping Meng Qingzhou from a distance and directly pulling him through the red drapes to stand before the emperor's seat. There, the empress's flushed face, Her languid and alluring figure reclined in her chair, head resting on the armrest of the dragon throne, her silken hair trailing on the ground like an exquisite painting, her attire barely concealing her captivating allure. Meng Qingzhou found himself unable to see, rendered completely oblivious, and could only feel bewilderment. What is happening? Good heavens, the empress is harassing her subordinate. Chapter 47. The Helpless Noble. Retreating from the mortal realm, the alien space existed between the layers of the world, filled with fragmented spatial currents capable of tearing apart cultivators of the moonlit realm. It bore the legacy of historical calamities, with the bodies of ancient, powerful beings wandering aimlessly. Only those of the Dawnlight realm could freely explore this alien space without being affected. Wang Cheng was bloodied and ragged, his hairpins lost and his long hair in disarray, resembling a beggar. Meng Qin. Wang Cheng suddenly opened his eyes, bloodshot, waking from a nightmare, and found himself floating in the boundless void. The alien space, he murmured, his lips devoid of color. Despite bearing overwhelming fortune, Wang Cheng felt that merely drifting in this alien space and surviving to this point was already miraculous. Had he not seized the fortunes of 10 nations, he surely would not have lasted this long. With a final surge of strength, Wang Cheng punched through the barrier of space, not bothering to look back, and directly dove through. In the buried immortal Forbidden Grounds, the Zhao clan's rebel forces surged forth from various corners of the Forbidden Land, a million-strong army clashing with the pacification forces led by Qin Fenghua. The sounds of battle echoed like thunder, with thousands of cultivators perishing every moment in the battlefield of the buried immortals. The weak were akin to dogs, and the lives of those in the mountain-moving realm were as insignificant as grass. Guer, break through. I will hold them off. Zhao Yuhuan wielded a heavy halberd, his gaze sharp as lightning, his aura astonishing enough to shake the entire forbidden ground. Zhao Gu, disguised as an ordinary soldier, had long lost his previous vigor, his face pale and haggard as he murmured, "No, don't. The Empress's birthday banquet was supposed to be my stage to make a name for myself, yet now I find myself in such a disgraceful escape. I will follow you to the imperial capital and personally take Meng Qingzhou's head," Zhao Yuhuan shouted. "Fool! The situation has turned against us. With your meager cultivation in the cloud-soaring realm, you are of no use in this battle. You must preserve your life and wait for the right moment." Zhao Yuhuan's tone turned cold as he admonished. "And you?" Zhao Gu questioned. Zhao Yuhuan paused, his tone turning grim as he said, "The banner of rebellion has been raised. I have no way back to become an emperor. There can be no retreat. Either the heavens and earth will be transformed, and the great Jin will change its ruling family to the Zhao clan, or I shall perish, allowing Qin Liuli to rise from the ashes." Zhao Gu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He knew his father was resolved to die, and this decisive battle would likely end in disaster. Without Zhao Yuhuan, he, Zhao Gu, would lose his title as heir, left to live like a stray dog under the shadow of Meng Qingzhou, perpetually anxious. Zhao Yuhuan gazed deeply at Zhao Gu, seemingly imprinting his son's visage onto his soul. "Go." Zhao Yuhuan turned indifferently, stepping forward as if covering 1,000 miles in a single stride. The king of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan, advanced towards the pillars of the empire, taking the initiative to confront Qin Fenghua, who was subtly considered the strongest in the great Jin. "Ha ha ha, the coward finally dares to show his head." Qin Fenghua laughed heartily. Dressed in black, Zhao Yuhuan's deep eyes remained unusually calm as he replied, "Qin Fenghua, after all these years, you still have not progressed." Qin Fenghua scoffed, uninterested in further conversation. "You may not wish to listen, but I care not to say much. Today, you shall witness history. The great Jin will change its name to Zhao. I am the one destined to carry the heaven's fortune." Zhao Yuhuan's aura surged, a half step into the Dawnlight realm, sweeping across the surroundings. The heavens trembled, the laws of nature distorted, as the space beneath his feet shattered like glass. Standing before the towering giant, Zhao Yuhuan appeared smaller than an ant, yet the terrifying pressure he emitted was akin to the rising sun. Qin Fenghua was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Half step into the dawnlight. Were you not in the mountain-moving realm? When did this happen? Otherwise, do you think I would dare to rebel?" Zhao Yuhuan spoke, and as his voice faded, he suddenly launched a fierce attack. The Fangtian Huaji grew exponentially, almost piercing the heavens with a single thrust aimed at Qin Fenghua. The surrounding area of the Burying Immortals Forbidden Zone was torn asunder by the resulting shockwave, creating a seemingly bottomless abyss. Subsequently, Zhao Guo, who had been hiding at the edge of the battlefield in a desperate escape, chanced to glance back and beheld an unforgettable scene. The invincible pillar of the realm for 3 centuries, Qin Fenghua, was sent flying horizontally, as if the very laws of nature had been shattered by a single strike. His feeble father, like a descending demon, tore the battlefield apart, providing Zhao Guo with a fleeting chance of escape. "Go," Zhao Yuhuan silently commanded. "Your Highness, we must leave at once." The 4-peaked death warriors of the oversea realm guarded Zhao Guo as they carved a bloody path through the chaos. It was impossible to tell how long they had been running. Zhao Guo felt as though he had traversed from dawn to dusk, his life force nearly extinguished. Initially, the deafening sounds of battle echoed in his ears, accompanied by Qin Fenghua's wrathful roars after coughing up blood. Soon after, the rebels of Shu erupted in a chorus of triumphant cheers. It seemed that Qin Fenghua had met his match. The once derided prince of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan, looked down upon by the empress and mocked by the world, had forced back Qin Fenghua. "Father!" Tears blurred Zhao Guo's vision, his heart aching painfully, his throat constricted as if choked by some unseen force, making it difficult to breathe. He understood that even if Zhao Yuhuan triumphed over Qin Fenghua, the chances of him succeeding were slim. History taught that the fate of one who attempted a coup was invariably death. "The Prince of Shu will surely succeed," affirmed the 4-peaked death warriors resolutely. "Heh!" Zhao Guo laughed through his tears, too exhausted to say more. He surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "Where are we now?" A diminutive elder respectfully replied, "Your Highness, we are several tens of thousands of miles from the Burying Immortals Forbidden Zone, situated on the borders of the Great Jin." The elder gestured ahead and continued, "Your Highness, please look forward." The stars twinkled faintly in the night sky, surrounding them in darkness, but amidst the endless mountain ranges, a magnificent city loomed. This city, known as the Ancient Divine City, was occupied by an ancient beast of the Dawn realm, which even the empress dared not provoke and had allowed to remain undisturbed. The Ancient Divine City originated from the era of creation, forged from the first breath of the cosmos, possessing unfathomable powers. Yet, the ancient beast of the Dawn realm had some unknown reason for never leaving the Ancient Divine City, prompting Empress Qin Liuli to leave it be for the time being. A flicker of hope ignited in Zhao Guo's eyes as he repeated, "The Empress dares not provoke it. The Ancient Divine City, the ancient beast of the Dawn realm." Seeing the expression of the prince, the elder death warrior chuckled softly and remarked, "Currently, the Ancient Divine City is home to countless alien races, all of whom are pitiful souls who have lost their homes due to the massacres of the Great Jin dynasty, eking out a survival there." At this point, the elder ceased speaking, quietly observing Zhao Guo, awaiting his response. A smile crept onto Zhao Guo's lips as he said, "A group of pitiful souls harboring hatred for the Great Jin dynasty. Are they not akin to me? If I can sway these alien races, even enlist the ancient beast of the Ancient Divine City, how could I fear Qin Liuli?" The 4 death warriors immediately bowed, proclaiming, "Your Highness is indeed wise." Zhao Guo regained his confidence, striding towards the Ancient Divine City, declaring, "There is no time to waste. We shall enter the city at once." Yet, before his confident steps could take flight, a sudden disturbance in the void caught his attention. A figure fell from the sky, landing squarely atop Zhao Guo's head, and with 2 exclamations of "ouch," their gazes locked. The air hung heavy for a moment before gasps of surprise erupted. The son of the traitor. Zhao Guo, Wang Cheng, clutching his head, recognized the figure beneath him and exclaimed in astonishment, "Wang Cheng, the deputy minister of war of the Great Qian dynasty. Get off me!" Zhao Guo gritted his teeth, seething with anger. Please seek updates, urge for more chapters, and leave a 5-star review. Chapter 48. The traitor Zhao Yuhuan comes to slay the emperor. In the imperial capital, the palace. "Your Excellency, the esteemed empress of the Great Jin, I have a question that I wish to ask for clarification." A foreign envoy rose to speak. From behind the crimson silk curtains came the empress's cold voice. "Speak," the envoy respectfully inquired. "Why is it that during the grand birthday banquet of your esteemed empress, we do not see the presence of Emperor Ming? Did he not bring a congratulatory gift?" The crowd exchanged curious glances, directing their attention towards the high dais of the Golden Lawn Hall. Shadows flickered within the drapery, with the figure of Su Qingqiu standing guard beside the empress, who reclined casually, her hand propping up her chin. Yet, there was also a man seated beside the empress, appearing rather reserved, Deputy Minister Meng Qin. Many quickly connected the dots, confirming the rumors of the empress's favorites. The emperor is unwell and unable to receive guests. As for the congratulatory gift, the empress cast a sidelong glance at Meng Qingzhou, who sat rigidly, beads of sweat dotting his brow, and smiled. "The emperor's gift has long been delivered. Why, family matters need not trouble you all." The emperor's gift was none other than his willingness to confront the seven supreme beings head-on, commanding the sword saint of time and space to vanquish formidable foes. He did not cower or hide beneath the empress's skirts. Had he done so, Dongfang Lieli might have remained silent, but deep down, she would have felt disappointed. As the empress's sole and legitimate consort, he could not be a coward. "I am quite satisfied with your performance today," Dongfang Lieli remarked to Meng Qingzhou. Meng Qingzhou scratched his head, grinning awkwardly. "Me? Did I do anything? I seem to have done nothing at all." Dongfang Lieli smiled and chose not to respond further. Just then, a cry of alarm echoed through the Golden Lawn Hall. "The great pillar of the nation! What is wrong?" The lively atmosphere abruptly fell silent as all eyes turned toward the corner, where Qin Fenghua, who had been drowning his sorrows in drink, suddenly coughed up blood, his pallor stark as he knelt on the ground. The great pillar of the great Jin dynasty, known as the invincible force for 3 centuries, Qin Fenghua, had inexplicably coughed up blood. Thousands of imperial guards swiftly mobilized, surrounding the palace in an instant. "Activate the 9-tripod Shinkuan formation," commanded Lin Lu, the leader of the imperial guards, as he initiated the protective formation for the palace. In a moment, the atmosphere turned tense, with a chilling aura enveloping the area, as thousands of guards exuded a murderous intent. Guests and envoys alike wore grave expressions, silently setting down their cups. Great pillar. Was it an ambush? Lin Lu rushed forward to assist Qin Fenghua, inquiring urgently. Qin Fenghua wiped the blood from his lips, gesturing dismissively. "It's of no concern to these people. I have suffered a severe injury to my main body, which has affected my avatar." Upon hearing this, Lin Lu's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming in shock, "Your main body has sustained a severe injury? But Great Pillar, your main body was supposed to be engaging the traitor Zhao Yuhuan in the Burying Immortals mountain range. Could there be a powerful being intervening within the Forbidden Zone?" Even Empress Dongfang Lieli could no longer remain seated, parting the curtains to approach Qin Fenghua, gently placing a finger on his brow to assess his injuries, before retrieving a premium heavenly-grade elixir and offering it to him. Qin Fenghua's expression darkened as he shook his head, declining the Empress's goodwill and, with a thud, knelt before her, speaking solemnly, "I have let your majesty down. Please punish me." Sensing an ominous premonition, Dongfang Lieli urged, "Speak." Qin Fenghua's head hung low, as if all spirit had been drained from him, and he lamented, "It was Zhao Yuhuan. He has been hiding his true strength, deploying troops to confront the imperial court's suppressive forces, and then he confronted me. Who would have thought that the so-called cowardly vassal king, the ruler of the desolate borders of Shu, whom everyone believed to possess only the meager cultivation of the mountain-moving realm, would turn out to be an unparalleled powerhouse on the verge of the Dawn realm? This battle nearly shattered the Burying Immortals Forbidden Zone. I was defeated, my main body pierced by a spear and pinned at the center of the Forbidden Zone." In just a few sentences, the information was overwhelming. Everyone's minds momentarily froze, including the visiting guests and powerful figures from various factions, all stunned by Qin Fenghua's revelation. The officials of the Great Jane turned pale. Disbelief etched across their faces. The king of Shu is a half-step Dawn realm unparalleled powerhouse? What else has he hidden? Does he seek to overturn the heavens? Impossible. If Zhao Yuhuan were indeed a supreme being, how could I have publicly mocked him as a rat in a rice jar years ago? Why did he not strike me down then? This individual is terrifying. A true, unparalleled powerhouse, yet he has endured in silence for so long. Meng Qingzhou had also come over, eavesdropping on the entire conversation. Even he could not help but marvel at Zhao Yuhuan's heroic stature, fit to be the male lead or the villainous boss in any tale. Terrifyingly composed, reflecting on the plot of the book, Meng Qingzhou sighed, suddenly realizing that the narrative had completely unraveled. In the novel, Zhao Yuhuan's schemes had succeeded without him lifting a finger, ultimately seizing the throne. Afterwards, the empress fled, transforming into an evil antagonist, secretly cultivating until she reached the peak of the Dawn Realm before emerging, immediately arriving at the Great Jin Palace to slay Zhao Yuhuan, who was draped in the dragon robe and seated on the throne, shattering both him and the imperial seat of the Great Jin. Due to the immense disparity in strength, the author had not even mentioned Zhao Yuhuan's cultivation level. Looking back, it seemed that reaching the initial stage of the Dawn Realm within 3 or 4 years was possible for the extraordinarily gifted empress. But for the ordinary Zhao Yuhuan, whose character was more cautious, 3 to 4 years felt too brief to transition from half-step Dawn Realm to the initial stage of the Dawn Realm. Dongfang Lieli furrowed her brows slightly and inquired, "What of the imperial decree I composed?" "Ripped to shreds by Zhao Yuhuan," Qin Fenghua remarked. Dongfang Lieli closed her eyes, pondering for a moment, then opened them to gaze towards the northwest. Her crimson pupils radiated immeasurable divine light, penetrating the void to gaze 100,000 miles away. After a lengthy pause, Dongfang Lieli retracted her gaze and, with an air of indifference, stated, "Zhao Yuhuan is not as formidable as you imagine. He must have recently broken through to the semi-Taoist realm, relying on some supreme divine ability or a method of hastily augmenting his cultivation to swiftly defeat you." The empress smiled coldly. Her eyes filled with murderous intent and declared, "The world claims that I look down upon Zhao Yuhuan, yet does he truly regard me with any respect? He believes that our great Jin lacks capable individuals. Relying solely on 2 pillars of the nation, thus swiftly defeating Qin Fenghua while merely injuring him, preserving his strength to slay me. Does he think I can be trifled with?" No sooner had her words left her lips than a resonant, devilish laughter echoed from the horizon, its sound preceding the arrival of its owner, shaking the very universe and sweeping across the 9 heavens. "Your Majesty, the sinner Zhao Yuhuan defies the imperial decree to attend this gathering. Congratulating the empress on her birthday and wishing her ascension today. The sinner Zhao Yuhuan has come to slay the monarch." Countless eyes in the imperial capital turned toward the northwestern sky, where a figure stood silhouetted against the twilight, the overwhelming demonic aura darkening the fiery sunset. King of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan. He has truly arrived. As Zhao Yuhuan approached, he took a moment to survey the vast lands of the Great Jin, occasionally letting out a wistful sigh. To this day, I have exhausted all my trump cards, helplessly arriving alone at the gates of the imperial capital, destined to either perish here or witness the sun and moon renew. Reflecting on his life, the late emperor had scorned him for being a son of a concubine, refusing to acknowledge his royal status, even stripping him of the Qin surname, forcing Zhao Yuhuan to follow his mother's family name. His mother, overwhelmed by sorrow, passed away prematurely, while his father, the late emperor of Jin, held him in disdain, leaving him without the affection of his aunt or the care of his uncle. While other children beseeched their parents for love and protection, Zhao Yuhuan, in his youth, bore a crude long knife and resolutely enlisted in the military. After a century of military service, from an inconspicuous soldier, he carved his way through the ranks with a single blade. Achieving his current status as King of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan's life has been precarious, lacking extraordinary talents in cultivation or a mind as cunning as a demon. I have relied solely on meticulous strategies, concealing my strengths for a decade to reach this point. If I cannot don the dragon robe and ascend to the throne, how can I prove to the late emperor that the offspring of his concubines are worthless? And that I, Zhao Yuhuan, am not inferior to anyone? A wild smile danced upon Zhao Yuhuan's lips, as if liberating his true nature, exuding an arrogance unrestrained, with demonic flames soaring high. This was the authentic Zhao Yuhuan. The black star descends. Zhao Yuhuan opened his arms, closing his eyes in anticipation. In the next moment, a shadow appeared before the sun suspended in the heavens, and a black solar orb was born from the darkness. As the black sun descended, it dissolved into a liquid form, permeating through the pores of Zhao Yuhuan's body. How delightful! Zhao Yuhuan opened his eyes, the whites consumed by darkness, his gaze now an enchanting abyss. His aura surged violently. The ground beneath him cracked, the rippling waves of energy crashing against the defensive array of the imperial capital. The formations creaked and groaned, fissures spreading like a spider's web. In the Golden Lawn Hall, a powerful figure of the moonlit realm trembled, cold sweat soaking his garments, exclaiming, "Approaching the Taoist realm? No." At this moment, Zhao Yuhuan has truly become a formidable master of the Taoist realm. The guests were thrown into chaos, fear gripping their hearts. Zhao Yuhuan had concealed his strength so deeply. The great Qin dynasty lacked a master of the Taoist realm, yet Zhao Yuhuan had the capability, all while maintaining an unsettling composure. The Black Star secret technique, an ancient forbidden divine art. Is Zhao Yuhuan courting death? It is said that once the shadow secret technique is unleashed, it cannot be interrupted until the caster meets their demise. The summoned Black Star will explode, its released energy capable of annihilating even those of the moonlit realm. What does Zhao Yuhuan intend to do? Bring about mutual destruction? Meng Qingzhou's eyelids twitched, unable to suppress a gasp. What sorcery is this? The Black Star secret technique can explode, and even those of the moonlit realm cannot withstand it. Does this not mean that Zhao Yuhuan intends to drag the entire imperial capital down with him? Who has been meddling with fate, forcing Zhao Yuhuan into such a corner? Now, he has enraged the honest man to the point of death. Meng Qingzhou shook his head helplessly. After 3 years of blind wandering, he retained a portion of his accumulated experience, along with the 10 years of blind experience gained from the last encounter with Zhao Gou's treasure fish, suppressed within him. This was enough for him to break through to the moonlit realm. System enhance. Panic spread through the Golden Lawn Hall, fear taking hold of everyone. Yet no one noticed that Meng Qingzhou was slowly retreating behind the crowd. In mere moments, he successfully broke through to the moonlit realm. Although Meng Qingzhou still could not see, he could distinctly feel that he had become different. The spiritual energy in his dantian surged like an ocean, gradually solidifying, its quality growing denser, resembling an inverted full moon. The temporal sword intent spanning his consciousness had deepened, becoming boundless and elusive. If one were to observe Meng Qingzhou closely, they would find that he radiated an aura akin to an untouchable deity. The obscuring black satin adding an air of mystery and sanctity. 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure forms, the threefold avatar merging. Meng Qingzhou concealed a divine seal within his sleeve. Suddenly, the Qinyuan sword saint, standing in a corner of the crowd, trembled slightly as 2 identical shadows merged with him. The true marvel of the 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure forms revealed itself as 3 avatars, each possessing 70% of his original strength, combined, elevating their realm beyond that of the original. Moreover, if I so desire, can the threefold avatars merge back into the original, allowing me to directly slay Zhao Yuhuan. Meng Qingzhou fell into contemplation. In truth, the true application of 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure forms is to condense 3 avatars and then merge them back into the original, temporarily enhancing strength without any side effects. However, Meng Qingzhou had engaged in so many convoluted maneuvers that he had not considered this direction. Of course, even if he had, he could not use it for the time being, until he was truly invincible. He must not expose himself to the light of day. He must learn from Zhao Yuhuan's mindset and surpass him, enduring through the ages, until the seas dry up and the rocks crumble. Let us see if the empress has a solution. If all else fails, I can only have the Qinyuan sword saint intervene, conveniently lacking a suitable reason for him to perish once. Meng Qingzhou nodded slightly, finding this idea quite agreeable. Outside the city, Zhao Yuhuan grasped at the void, forging a halberd from the power of the Black Star. Aiming at the imperial capital, his arms stretched wide like a bowstring drawn to its limits. Then suddenly released, boom! The grand halberd shot forth, shattering the defensive array of the imperial capital. Qin Liuli, come forth to battle. Zhao Yuhuan soared into the air, crashing down before the gates of the imperial capital. Grinning widely. In an instant, countless meteors ascended from the ground within the imperial capital, the hidden cultivators of the Great Gene emerging. After hundreds of years, the imperial capital of Great Gene faced a crisis once more. Alarms blaring, the Imperial Guard and the Forbidden Army mobilizing to protect the residents as they rushed to shelters. Qin Liuli, are you perhaps afraid of this king? Zhao Yuhuan laughed heartily. I alone can suppress an entire city. You cannot escape. Dongfang Liuli's delicate face remained cold, her silence betraying the murderous intent in her eyes. Your Majesty, you must not. I am willing to face the rebel king in battle. We shall obey your command. The martial generals of the Great Gene knelt, their resolute faces filled with determination to die. Dongfang Lily waved her hand, snapping her fingers lightly, as her dragon robe transformed into a suit of armor. There is no need. A guest has arrived, and as the host, how could I not extend my hospitality? With that, Dongfang Liuli stepped forward, instantly arriving outside the city, standing in a standoff with Zhao Yuhuan. Zhao Yuhuan, I have allowed you to linger for many years, ultimately nurturing a tiger to bring calamity. You have imparted a great lesson to me. It is time to confront the fate that has been overdue for years. Zhao Yuhuan scoffed. Oh, I am most curious to hear what this fate entails. Dongfang Liuli no longer restrained her oppressive aura, the supreme fluctuation unique to the Taoist realm emanating, contesting Zhao Yuhuan's shadow of the Black Star. Your fate is death. Please continue reading, and kindly leave a 5-star review. Outside the imperial capital, Zhao Yuhuan's expression darkened in an instant as he fixed his gaze on Dongfang Liuli, speaking each word with emphasis. Impossible. You have actually broken through to the Taoist realm? A moonlit realm cultivator at merely 20 years of age is already sufficiently alarming, even attracting the 7 young supreme beings to propose marriage to the empress. Now, this myth has been shattered once more. A peerless master of the Taoist realm at the tender age of 20 has emerged. Dongfang Liuli donned a crimson armor of agate, exuding an extraordinary aura. Resembling a celestial being, indeed, I too find it unbelievable that I could break through to the Taoist realm, all thanks to the assistance of the emperor. Dongfang Liuli no longer referred to herself as I. Her tone devoid of grandeur. In her eyes, Zhao Yuhuan was already a dying man, and also her blood-related uncle. Bidding farewell to her uncle on the brink of death, the mundane address seemed trivial. The emperor, Zhao Yuhuan mumbled softly, a bitter smile crossing his face. Once again, it is he. I have fallen to this plight not due to you, Qin Liuli, but because I have been defeated by the emperor. I am most curious about the identity of this emperor, for I am a stranger to him, having never met him, yet he seems to grasp my every move, systematically dismantling my plans. Dongfang Liuli smiled gently, her demeanor serene. Reflecting on her marriage, she recalled the myriad surprises Meng Qingzhou had brought her. A Jiuyangji Xianlian, which he lovingly boiled into porridge each day, gradually curing her lingering ailment, rendering her whole again. His companionship, akin to that of family, his tranquil demeanor, and the occasional whimsical musings and tender words had all served to dissipate the bitterness within her heart. It was this nurturing that enabled her to seamlessly break through into the Chaohui realm. Otherwise, without the Jiuyangji Xianlian and the alleviation of her inner turmoil, countless years of relentless effort might have yielded no success. Dongfang Liuli declared, Zhao Yuhuan, I concede that I underestimated you. Had it not been for the emperor's repeated reminders, I would likely have been the one to lose in this long-awaited struggle for imperial power. You aspire to crown yourself king, to seize the eternal fortune of the Great Gene. I presume you would not wish to witness the capital's ruin. Come, let us engage in battle in the other realm. The victor shall return, while the vanquished shall perish. Zhao Yuhuan laughed heartily, responding, that is precisely my intention. In an instant, both vanished into the void, entering the other realm. Zhang Songhai quickly produced a Tiankai mirror, projecting the battle in the other realm onto the skies of the imperial capital. This confrontation was pivotal to the ownership of the Great Jin's imperial power and was intrinsically linked to the welfare of its citizens. They had the right to know the outcome. The other realm, a place where even those of the ordinary Yue realm dared not tread lightly, posed no discomfort to Zhao Yuhuan and Dongfang Liuli. The chaotic currents of the shattered space crashed upon them, yet they remained unaffected, a great fissure in the void resembling a sword of judgment extending towards them, but unable to breach the 3 zhang radius surrounding their bodies. The battle unfolded almost as if it were under scrutiny. One could only faintly observe the vast void fracturing and stars plummeting, a terrifying sight that inspired dread. The powerhouse from the Chaohui realm could effortlessly pluck stars and seize the moon. A single roar could obliterate nations. When 2 Chaohui experts fought with all their might, the grandeur of the scene was unimaginable. "Zhao Yuhuan is bleeding," someone exclaimed, pointing at a specific moment within the Tiankai mirror. There, Zhao Yuhuan staggered back, his chest caved in from a punch, blood pouring forth uncontrollably. Truly a prodigious talent surpassing our ancestors. "Qin Liuli, you are remarkable," Zhao Yuhuan, filled with unwilling rage, roared, but suddenly his manic expression subdued. His gaze became clear, devoid of any prior madness. "You have not been corrupted by the Black Star. Rather, you have perfectly integrated with it. The Black Star and you are now like the duality of yin and yang. Mutually dependent, it no longer consumes your lifespan nor seeks to kill you in a self-destructive explosion. The Black Star has become tranquil." Dongfang Liuli halted, her brows furrowing as she regarded him intently. Zhao Yuhuan snapped his fingers and chuckled. "Qin Liuli, you are still too young in the struggle for imperial power. Where is the notion of a fair fight? Do you think this is a novel? Behind every emperor lies filth and bloodshed. Do not blame me." A series of formidable presences emerged from thin air, surrounding Dongfang Liuli in the other realm. These figures were all half-step Chaohui experts, the 4 ancestors of the Dacian dynasty, the master of the Cangjin Forbidden Land, the head and second of the Wuling clan, and 2 esteemed elders of the Waiatian sect. All were rare guests. Dongfang Liuli surveyed them with cold eyes and spoke. The crowd ignored her, instead directing their gazes towards Zhao Yuhuan. "Zhao Yuhuan, do not forget your promise. All imperial treasures left behind by the late emperor of the Great Jin belong to me. A quarter of the Great Jin's fortune shall be ceded to the Dacian. 3 celestial-grade spirit stone mines shall belong to my Wuling clan. The bloodline of the empress shall belong to my Blood Sea Empire." Zhao Yuhuan replied with a smile, "Gentlemen, regarding the promises, once Qin Liuli has perished and I ascend to the throne, I shall surely deliver." Only then did the crowd nod in agreement, their gazes returning to Dongfang Liuli. Their murderous intent unmistakable. A mere 20-year-old in the Chaohui realm was far too terrifying. If not swiftly eradicated in her cradle, she would inevitably pose a threat to them, potentially leading the Great Jin dynasty to devour various factions. Even without Zhao Yuhuan's assistance, they would have come today at a tremendous cost. Dongfang Liuli's brows furrowed in anger as she admonished, "Zhao Yuhuan, what are you doing? You allow outsiders to meddle in the affairs of the Great Jan? And you would cede the late emperor's treasures and fortune to wolves?" Zhao Yuhuan retorted with a cold laugh, "And what of it? Once I achieve greatness, all that has been ceded will eventually return to their rightful owners. Qin Liuli, watch closely that I shall ensure you are the last to perish. I will first flay the emperor of the Great Jin, then sever Qin Fenghua's head, and tear Jiang Songhai apart, flaying Ming Qingzhou. The traitorous scoundrel is a crime that cannot be forgiven." Dongfang Liuli's murderous intent peaked, and without restraint, she unleashed an attack that shattered the heavens and earth, engulfing everything in a torrent of flames. All present watched the battle unfold in the Tiankai mirror, instinctively worrying for the empress. Numerous hidden powers of the Great Jin emerged from their seclusion, tearing through the void to assist the empress. Qin Fenghua's avatar also joined the fray, seething with fury. "Zhao Yuhuan, I swear I will slay you." However, the enemies were too numerous and far too powerful. Even though Dongfang Liuli was invincible within her realm, her time in the Chaohui realm had been too brief, with no foundation to fully realize her potential. Dongfang Liuli was injured. Her armor lay in tatters, and a sword had pierced her shoulder. "Qianyuan, let us go as well," Ming Qingzhou sighed softly. The Qianyuan sword saint remained silent, enveloping Ming Qingzhou in the intent of time and space, allowing him to enter the other realm unobstructed. "Minister Ming, you mustn't," Jiang Songhai exclaimed in alarm, attempting to dissuade him. The ministers were taken aback. "Minister Ming, you possess no cultivation. You cannot aid Her Majesty by entering. Indeed, Minister, trust in Her Majesty. She will surely prevail, Minister Ming. Ming Qingzhou turned back, a radiant smile gracing his face. As a loyal subject, it is my duty to serve the Empress, who has treated me well in this time of peril. How could I stand idly by? Each word came from the depths of his heart. A month prior, he would never have uttered such words that contradicted his original intentions. Through their time together, he had gradually developed feelings for the Empress, unable to bear the thought of her demise. Given the disruption of the narrative, indulging once would be of little consequence. Seek to continue reading, and please leave a 5-star review. Chapter 51. The couple's combined assault. Zhao Yuhuan can no longer hold on. A momentous event unfolded in the imperial capital, and the related news could not be concealed. Someone utilized a communication jade tablet to summarize all that transpired today, broadcasting it to the world. Expose, Ming Qing, the Minister of Civil Affairs, has a glorious life unknown to many. Cease the slander against him. He is undoubtedly a loyal subject. 7 young supremes exert pressure upon the imperial capital. Ming Qing's disciple, the Qianyuan Sword Saint, slays the 7 supremes. The great pillar nation's Qin Fenghua, grievously injured, was pinned in the burial immortals' forbidden land. The rebel forces have achieved a preliminary victory. Explosive news. Zhao Yuhuan, having concealed his talents for years, is actually a peerless powerhouse at the half-step Chahui realm. Zhao Yuhuan knocks on the gates of the imperial capital. The Black Star secret technique reveals itself. The Empress is also at the Chahui realm. The Empress accepts the challenge. Each piece of news sent shockwaves through the Great Jin and even the neighboring nations. Countless individuals were left dizzy by the revelations, feeling as though the world had turned upside down. Everything rendered surreal. Within a single day, 7 young supremes had perished. The Qianyuan Sword Saint showcased his might. Zhao Yuhuan confronted the imperial capital, and the Empress was injured and bleeding. Upon hearing the news of the Empress's injury, reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others were filled with sorrow. The hearts of the Great Jin citizens tightened with concern for their sovereign. The Empress's achievements during her reign were evident. One could argue she was tyrannical, autocratic, or excessively bloodthirsty, yet her contributions could not be denied. In just 3 short years, she had brought prosperity and flourishing vitality to the Great Jin. Neighboring nations, however, were filled with anxiety and fear, dreading that the victor would be the Empress. This ruthless woman had already broken through to the Chahui realm, sufficient to crush the surrounding nations. Even the Great Qin dynasty would be unable to compete with the Great Jin. While Zhao Yuhuan could also be considered a half-step Chahui, his temporary enhancement through the Black Star secret technique could not equate to a full Chahui. However, Zhao Yuhuan's cautious and steady demeanor meant he would not act recklessly, yet once he did, it would be earth-shattering. This battle was truly a spectacle, drawing the attention of all. Countless formidable experts gazed across the miles, their sights fixed on the battlefield in the other realm. Yet, the unfolding events were unexpected. The martial generals and cultivators from the Great Jin who came to aid the Empress found their paths blocked by a multitude of individuals from the Great Qin dynasty, Blood Sea Empire, Waitian sect, and other factions who had long been waiting in ambush. Having anticipated that your loyal subjects would be many, how could I not make arrangements? Zhao Yuhuan laughed heartily, brandishing his Fangtian Huaji. Today, with the combined might of 7 top-tier factions, let us see how you escape, Qin Lioli. Your end is nigh, the ancestor of the Great Qin dynasty said indifferently. Dongfang Lioli remained silent, her long, jade-like leg sweeping sideways in a powerful kick, sending Zhao Yuhuan flying. Unfortunately, there were too many foes, all seasoned warriors, and they danced around her like monkeys. They engaged in a war of attrition, refusing to confront her head-on. One would retreat upon injury to recover, while others would take their place, withstanding the Empress's ferocious assaults, repeating this cycle solely to deplete her strength. Impressive. The elder of the Waitian sect coughed blood, retreating from the battlefield while clutching his chest. He took out a healing elixir, declaring, a full 12 half-step Chahui experts, along with Zhao Yuhuan, who has temporarily ascended to the Chahui realm through the Black Star secret technique, can barely withstand Qin Lioli, the Prime Minister of the Blood Sea Empire. Coldly stated, the more formidable she is, the sooner we must eliminate her. Should Qin Liuli stabilize her position in the Chaohui realm, even our old bones will be unable to withstand a single slap from her. Qin Fenghua, leading a group of martial generals, was in a state of desperate anxiety, unable to breach the defenses. The coalition of 7 major powers had stationed no less than 30 to 40 Moonlight Realm cultivators to obstruct their path. The audacity was intolerable. Qin Fenghua roared, extending his arms as he charged forward. In an instant, this avatar, nurtured over centuries, erupted violently amidst the enemy ranks. 3 early-stage Moonlight Realm cultivators perished on the spot, while over 10 others were injured. Yet, the defense remained as steadfast as a rock. Great Pillar Nation, the cultivators of the Great Gene were filled with rage. The atmosphere of despair thickened. If this continued, the Empress would surely be unable to hold out. One could alter the outcome. Qin Liuli must die, brutal and merciless. The Great Gene Empress was burdened with countless crimes, her elimination deemed necessary for the peace of the realm. The Moonlight Realm cultivators from the 7 powers began to speak in unison, as if reaching a verdict. At that moment, 2 figures appeared, like silhouettes from another time. The Qinyuan Sword Saint, accompanied by Meng Qingzhou, advanced steadily, the currents of time flowing beneath their feet, turning the surroundings into a monochrome tableau. The obstructing forces of the 7 powers, upon seeing the newcomers, attempted to strike and sever their path. "Halt! The way ahead is forbidden," someone shouted, swinging a blade that pierced through the star core, yet failed to strike the Qinyuan Sword Saint and Meng Qingzhou, the blade passing harmlessly through them, leaving no mark. Meng Qingzhou remained tranquil, showing no surprise at the commotion. "Having breached the Moonlight Realm, I have comprehended an even higher level of temporal sword intent. I have named this technique Temporal Shadow." The Qinyuan Sword Saint spoke softly. "What you see of me is not the present. I traverse the corridors of history, encompassing both past and future." The obstructors, in disbelief, bombarded the Qinyuan Sword Saint and Meng Qingzhou with a variety of attacks. Some, even adept in the laws of causality, attempted to fundamentally restrain the Qinyuan Sword Saint, a futile endeavor. While causality might influence temporal sword intent, their understanding of causality was far too shallow. The Qinyuan Sword Saint shook his head, raising his right hand, his fingers forming a sword gesture. This sword, striking from the future, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the next second, was inescapable and unpredictable. One could only endure it. "I shall only deliver 1 strike to each. Those who survive, survive." With that, the Qinyuan Sword Saint lightly tapped, sending dozens of temporal sword intents disappearing into the river of time. The obstructors scoffed, believing the Qinyuan Sword Saint was boasting. A mere cultivator of the oceanic realm dared to speak so brazenly? "No, wait. When did you break through? This aura is the Moonlight Realm." A cultivator from the Blood Sea Empire exclaimed in astonishment. Just as the words left his mouth, a sword intent suddenly struck from behind, severing his head and shattering his soul. Only then did the obstructors realize the gravity of the situation, falling into an eerie silence, all rendered paralyzed. How could they fight? The opponent could not be marked, could not be locked onto, and could not be attacked. Meanwhile, the Qinyuan Sword Saint nonchalantly released a sword intent that vanished into the river of time, ready to emerge from an unexpected location. With a series of sickening sounds, lives were harvested without warning, the scene grotesquely surreal. Even the seasoned Moonlight Realm cultivators, accustomed to tumultuous storms, were struck with terror. "A demon, a devil, flee! We must escape." Gradually, some began to flee in panic, believing that by distancing themselves from this anomalous space and avoiding direct confrontation with the Qinyuan Sword Saint, they would be safe. But escape was futile. The temporal sword intent had already woven itself into their future, waiting for a moment yet to come. The only way to evade it was to become stronger than me immediately, to withstand the next strike, or to take their own lives now, thereby avoiding my blade. The Qinyuan Sword Saint shook his head, offered a few words of explanation, and then disregarded them, following closely behind Meng Qingzhou as they advanced further in the distant expanse. Terrifying waves of energy surged, repelling ordinary Moonlight Realm cultivators before they could even approach. The heart of the battlefield. Dongfang Liuli remained formidable, requiring no weapon, her fists unleashed in a grand display. akin to an invincible goddess of war. Your Majesty, I have arrived late to your aid, Meng Qingzhou said, bowing respectfully. His calm and serene voice reached Dongfang Liuli's ears. Her visage, capable of driving any being to madness, was overshadowed by a fierce aura. Her eyes devoid of emotional color, cold as though ready to slaughter countless lives. Yet, upon hearing Meng Qingzhou's voice, she shuddered, her eyes regaining clarity. Qingzhou. Dongfang Liuli murmured to herself in a tone only she could hear. Incredulous, momentarily disregarding the surrounding attacks as she turned to look back, before her lay a river of time, unfurling like a red carpet, advancing toward her. Meng Qingzhou walked above the river, drawing closer with each step. Why have you come? Hurry and leave. Dongfang Liuli, momentarily stunned by the sight, quickly regained her composure and urgently admonished. Zhao Yuhuan, following her gaze, saw Meng Qingzhou and furrowed his brow, asking, Are you Meng Qingzhou or Meng Qin? Meng Qingzhou scratched his head bewildered, blinking in confusion. What do you mean? Both Meng Qin and Meng Qingzhou are me. Are you talking nonsense? He shrugged. Regardless of who you are someone I wish to kill. Zhao Yuhuan grinned menacingly. In a critical moment, Zhao Yuhuan was desperate, wishing to eliminate Dongfang Liuli in a flash. With someone voluntarily presenting themselves, especially a key figure in the Empress's heart, it was an opportunity not to be missed. Whether it was the Emperor Meng Qingzhou or the Minister Meng Qin, both shared deep ties with the Empress. Thus, killing them would surely disrupt her resolve and sway the battle's outcome. Apologies, but you may not get the chance. Meng Qingzhou replied nonchalantly. His decision to risk entering the heart of the battlefield alongside his avatar stemmed from concern that his avatar alone could not withstand the assault of over a dozen half-step Dawn Realm cultivators. Only by coming in person, even without intervening, could he bolster the temporal sword intent from the sidelines. Qianyuan, draw them into the temporal domain and return the battlefield to the Empress and Zhao Yuhuan. Meng Qingzhou said playfully, raising an eyebrow at Zhao Yuhuan. Little brother, you are about to face the wrath of the greatest villain, the first female emperor in history, the unparalleled powerhouse of her generation. Qin Luli.it was truly unfortunate that he could not witness Zhao Yuhuan's expression in this moment. The Qianyuan sword Saint nodded slightly, arms spread wide, and then clapped his hands with force. The temporal sword intent transformed into a small world, enveloping the 12 half-step Dawn Realm cultivators. Enter the cycle, everyone, Meng Qingzhou stated calmly. A tributary of the river of time pierced through the void, encasing the 12 principal figures of the various powers. Under the shroud of temporal comprehension, these leaders were instantly trapped in a time loop, unable to escape a fragment of history or a segment of their lives. An awkward scene unfolded. Zhao Yuhuan, who had once led the charge against the Empress, was suddenly left alone to face her. A cold sweat streamed down Zhao Yuhuan's forehead, his expression stiffening. Dongfang Liuli's cold gaze darkened as she asked indifferently, How do you wish to die? Please continue reading, please give 5-star reviews, and please offer gifts. Chapter 52. The Sleeping Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Chick Empress. The Imperial Tao Code. The first grant of the Imperial Tao, Spirit Power Sealing. All laws returning to the void. Dongfang Liuli held a celestial tome forged from divine power, her eyes glowing with golden light, her 3,000 strands of hair dancing in the wind, her figure perfectly poised, floating in the air as she recited the incantation. Suddenly, Zhao Yuhuan realized in terror that the flow of spiritual energy within his meridians had become sluggish and obstructed. His once expansive divine sense shrank to less than 10 meters. Even the black star, fused with him, lost its connection. The Imperial Tao Code, is this your path? Zhao Yuhuan struggled to speak, barely holding back the chaotic energies of the anomalous space. Without the black star's secret techniques and spiritual energy, he was rendered a lamb to the slaughter, no longer able to be arrogant. Indeed, Dongfang Liuli replied calmly. From a young age, I sensed in the void that I would be the one true sovereign of all ages, destined to govern the mountains and rivers, reclaim the nations, and pacify the forbidden lands. I shall not only rule over the myriad lives of the universe, but also command the 3,000 paths. Thus, I have named this path, which belongs solely to me, the Imperial Tao. This Imperial Tao Code is the manifestation of my path. This marked the first time the Empress truly unleashed her wrath. The first instance of utilizing the Imperial Tao Code. Prior to this, everyone understood it was akin to a nuclear bomb, its power potentially immense, yet none anticipated its sheer terror. All laws returned to the void. Ha ha ha, what a magnificent concept. Even without spiritual power, without the Black Star's secret techniques, I can still fight. Zhao Yuhuan tore his garments, his body radiating a luminous glow, revealing countless acupoints within him brimming with vitality. The signs of a physical body nearing sanctification, dual cultivation of body and technique. You are but a step away from achieving physical sanctification. You truly surprise me, Dongfang Lioli acknowledged, a hint of admiration creeping into her tone. Even Meng Qingzhou could not help but be astonished. This fellow's hidden cards were simply too numerous, like a layered pastry, each layer unfolds to reveal another beneath. Initially, he incited rebellion among half of the officials of the Great Jan, stealthily harboring millions of elite soldiers, deliberately placing their hideout in the forbidden grounds of the fallen immortals. Yet, even this did not quell his trepidation. He sent his own son into the capital to sow discord, ensuring that the Empress would remain unsuspecting. When the scheme unraveled, Zhao Yuhuan suddenly transformed into an unparalleled powerhouse. At this juncture, one would reasonably assume that victory was within grasp, for the Empress, Qin Lioli, was merely a young woman in her 20s, who had only recently reached the pinnacle of the Moonlight Realm. Who would dare believe that she could transcend to the Dawnlight Realm? Zhao Yuhuan was resolute and unhesitating in rallying the leaders of the 7 great factions to encircle her. Even Meng Qingzhou believed that having achieved this step, seizing the throne was assured, as Qin Lioli would undoubtedly be unable to prevail. However, the Sword Sage of Qinyuan summoned a host of ancient beings at the threshold of the Dawnlight Realm into a time loop. While Zhao Yuhuan faced the devastating blow of the 10,000 laws returning to ruins, yet he had a hidden trump card. He was, astonishingly, a practitioner adept in both physical and spiritual cultivation, on the verge of sanctification. A prodigy indeed. Meng Qingzhou was filled with a profound sense of kinship, recognizing a kindred spirit in Zhao Yuhuan, feeling a mutual admiration for one another. In the path of survival, only Zhao Yuhuan stood beside him as an equal. Alas, unbeknownst to him, someone had thwarted his plans, leading to the premature demise of all his schemes. Die. Zhao Yuhuan's fist pierced through the galaxy, akin to a meteor striking the earth, hurtling towards Dongfang Lioli. With an icy gaze, Dongfang Lioli quietly observed the rapidly approaching Zhao Yuhuan, then parted her lips to utter a few words. Second decree of the Sovereign Path, all 3,000 paths are subjects. The Sovereign Path reigns supreme. The physical path is also one of the 3,000 paths. Submit to me, kneel. In an imposing, demonic demeanor, Zhao Yuhuan, who had been charging forward, instantaneously altered his trajectory without a hint of hesitation. Crashing to his knees, sliding several hundred meters in midair due to his excessive speed. Stunned, Zhao Yuhuan stared blankly at his perfectly executed kneeling posture, filled with existential doubt. What kind of broken path is this? Whatever is said becomes law. Is there no limit? Zhao Yuhuan exclaimed in anger. Hearing this, Meng Qingzhou nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was exceedingly abnormal, rivaling even his own mastery of time-space sword intent. In truth, there were limitations. Dongfang Lioli hesitated for a moment, glancing at Meng Qingzhou, her fair face blushing with embarrassment as she confessed. The activation conditions for the Sovereign Path Codex are excessively stringent. It can only be employed against practitioners of equal or lower realms, and during this period, I can only recite the Codex, unable to take action. Could you summon the Sword Sage of Qinyuan to deal with Zhao Yuhuan? Zhao Yuhuan? Meng Qingzhou, Your Majesty, do you not wish to consider what you are saying? Please be mindful of Zhao Yuhuan's feelings. To be honest, Your Majesty, the Sword Sage recently broke through to the Moonlight Realm and can barely maintain the time-space domain to hold off 12 half-step Dawnlight practitioners. It is already a tall order, and he cannot take action either. Meng Qingzhou shook his head. Moreover, those 12 half-step Dawnlight practitioners were merely trapped in the time loop and would eventually find a way to break free. Your Majesty, perhaps you could recite a few more edicts from the Codex, like the heavenly extermination or the immortal slaying sword array? Dongfang Lieli scratched her forehead, exuding a hint of naive charm, and replied, "This might not work either. The Sovereign Path Codex currently only has 4 decrees. One for the 10,000 laws returning to ruins, one for all 3,000 paths being subjects, and the other 2 are of auxiliary nature." Meng Qingzhou was taken aback. "No edict for slaughter?" "None, for I have yet to decide what kind of slaughter edict to compose, from the cloud-riding realm onwards. I can only add 1 edict for each major breakthrough with a maximum of 5. If absolutely necessary, I can come up with one on the spot," Dongfang Lieli replied honestly. This, Meng Qingzhou felt at a loss. "Your Majesty, your persona is crumbling. The formidable evil empress, leader of the slaughter realm, and yet your paths contain no means of bloodshed? Quickly tell me, are you not attempting to cleanse your image?" Zhao Yuhuan, in a state of utter despair, knelt in midair, silently uttering, "I have a suggestion. Since none of us can do anything to the other, the sword sage of Qianyuan is trapped in the loop. And Qin Lieli cannot take action. My legs are sore from kneeling. Shall we declare a truce and choose another day to fight?" Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. "A truce? Not a chance. If I let this old tortoise escape, I will never forgive you. I will change my surname to yours. No need. As for slaughter, I indeed have a means." Meng Qingzhou suddenly had a flash of inspiration and pulled out an incense stick from his robe. Yes, indeed. It was the 3rd incense of the world destruction. Acquired from the body of Duanwuho.it, is said that this incense was crafted from the sacrifice of hundreds of great worlds, absorbing the calamities that led to the ancient god's twilight disaster. Meng Qingzhou ignited the incense with his heart's blood, holding it aloft as he bowed towards Zhao Yuhuan from a distance. "1 stick of the god burial incense to send you off. King of Shu, may your journey be smooth." As the god burial incense released curling black smoke, it seemed as though vengeful spirits roared within, yearning to break free from the haze. Among those apparitions were some of the most renowned deities in history. The black smoke from the burning incense gradually drifted towards Zhao Yuhuan, seeping into his pores, even penetrating his spiritual core, eroding his very soul. "No!" Zhao Yuhuan let out a shrill cry of agony, as if he had glimpsed something, foreseeing a certain fate that left him pale with terror. His Dao fruit was being corroded by the black smoke, and his realm plummeted relentlessly in the blink of an eye. He was reduced to a mere mortal, centuries of arduous cultivation reduced to ashes, his soul riddled with black particles, akin to tiny insects incessantly gnawing at his essence. Zhao Yuhuan's soul then morphed into an irregular shape, its surface pockmarked and eerily grotesque. "Grant me a swift end," Zhao Yuhuan wailed, rolling on the ground without dignity, reaching out towards Meng Qingzhou in plea. Meng Qingzhou shook his head. "Apologies, I am but a mortal, lacking the cultivation to kill you. Then, Your Majesty, I implore you, end my life," Zhao Yuhuan screamed. Dongfang Lieli grew increasingly awkward, declaring, "I cannot intervene either. I must constrain you, lest you regain your strength. For a being of the Dawnlight realm, this expired god burial incense would be easily dealt with." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuhuan momentarily forgot his pain, halting his cries, and let out a hollow laugh. "How could this pair of dragon and phoenix not fall into my hands? I refuse to accept this fate." With that, Zhao Yuhuan bellowed, "Black Star, explode. I shall take this pair of dog men and women with me." Until his last breath, Zhao Yuhuan finally recognized the identity of the blindfolded youth before him. With such a glaringly foolish trait, he must be the emperor of the Great Jin. The man behind the empress. Zhao Yuhuan's downfall to this day was entirely due to the emperor's machinations. How could he not harbor resentment? "Emperor, Empress, let us embark on this journey together." The black star began to swell, then erupted with a thunderous explosion. A resounding boom reverberated through the 9 heavens, in an alternate space. A great earthquake ensued, with stars plummeting, and the spatial barriers crumbling like paper, shattering across millions of miles in an instant. In mere seconds, Dongfang Lieli, without any hesitation, began to recite aloud, casting her gaze towards Meng Qingzhou, while she herself remained unprotected, vulnerably exposed at the epicenter of the black star explosion. Fourth decree of the sovereign path. Where the king's gaze falls, no law may intrude. Meng Qingzhou's expression shifted slightly as he hastily summoned the sword sage of Qinyuan. Dissolving the time loop, the time-space domain shields your majesty. A stream of time flowed from the void, enveloping Dongfang Liuli. He was unaware that, in this moment of peril, the empress was singularly focused on protecting him. The empress, too, was oblivious to the fact that this lazy subject and contractual husband of hers, in a moment of crisis, thought first of safeguarding her. As for the sword sage of Qinyuan, naturally, he was overlooked by the empress. A mere disciple who knew only to follow his master's commands, unworthy of her concern. I am the empress, not your wife. In a moment like this, thinking of protecting the empress, do you wish to betray your own spouse? In this critical moment, Dongfang Liuli suddenly pondered, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Meanwhile, Meng Qingzhou contemplated. The empress is so formidable. I must perform well, striving to leave a good impression. After all, this blasted black star explosion cannot harm me. At worst, I can hide within a segment of the river of time, waiting for the explosion to subside before emerging. Boom! The 12 faction leaders opened their eyes in confusion, still disoriented from the time loop. When they heard a deafening noise, turning around, they were engulfed by the explosion of the black star. Chapter 53. The Emperor's disappearance, the Empress's long search for her husband in the autumn of September. The maple leaves carpeted the ground, ablaze with fiery hues. The reigning Empress of the Great Jin, Qin Liuli, stood in the Tai Chi Hall, before the quaint green-tiled abode of Jinchao village, gazing vacantly into the horizon. Her expression hollow and devoid of vitality, Xu Qingqiu, donned in a simple white dress, held her sword close, quietly trailing behind the Empress, having lost her former vivacity and charm, remaining silent. Has the Emperor been located? Dongfang Liuli's voice was slightly hoarse. Reporting to your majesty, during the recent battle at the capital's gates, the traitor Zhao Yuhuan committed suicide, detonating the Black Star, after which the Emperor and the sword sage of Qinyuan vanished without a trace. Presumably caught in a spatial node and transported to a distant realm, Yu Qingqiu remarked. Since Zhao Yuhuan's untimely demise 2 days ago, the rebellion in Shu has gradually subsided, rendering the Empress's birthday banquet impossible to hold. And thus it was hastily concluded. Dongfang Liuli's gaze momentarily dimmed, and a trace of bitterness curled at the corners of her lips. Indeed, that fool, that idle dreamer, has vanished for 2 days and nights. Despite exhausting every means at her disposal, she has been unable to locate him. It is akin to that rain-soaked night 3 years ago, when Meng Qingzhou abruptly intruded into her life, only to now disappear just as suddenly. At that time, Dongfang Liuli was not yet the Empress of Dejin, but merely a rebellious little princess fleeing to witness the world, fortuitously encountering the extraordinary Meng Qingzhou clad in a blue robe. On a whim, Dongfang Liuli had asked, "Do you believe a woman can ascend to the throne?" To her surprise, Meng Qingzhou had answered resolutely, "Of course, I have great faith in Her Highness the little princess. She will undoubtedly claim the imperial seat in the future." The little princess, Meng Qingzhou, referred to Dongfang Liuli at that time. The woman reigning as an emperor was unprecedented. It was a thought too audacious for most to entertain. During the early days of Dongfang Liuli's rise, even those closest to her remained oblivious to her ambitions, save for Meng Qingzhou, who boldly declared that Dongfang Liuli would indeed become an empress. That singular proclamation has sustained her thus far, and was the very reason Dongfang Liuli made a 3-year pact with Meng Qingzhou. How is Qin Fenghua faring? Dongfang Liuli sighed softly, counting the drifting maple leaves, and casually inquired. Yu Qingqiu replied respectfully, "The Grand Pillar State is in good health, yet he has persistently sought an audience with the Emperor. Should I reveal the truth to the Grand Pillar State?" Dongfang Liuli responded, "There is no need. Qin Fenghua has a fiery temperament, and informing him might incite complications." Qin Fenghua had sacrificed his doppelganger, his true form pinned in the Burying Immortals forbidden ground. And it was only upon the Empress's victorious return that he was rescued. He was unaware that Meng Qingzhou had gone missing. Your Majesty. Xu Qingqiu hesitated, but upon seeing the newly ignited hostility in the Empress's eyes, she quickly swallowed her words. Suddenly, Dongfang Liuli declared, "In the span of a single day, The dynasty has endured the rebellion of vassal kings and the encirclement by 7 formidable factions. Their insatiable ambition and the relentless chaos of this world have caused Qingzhou's disappearance. Leaving her fate unknown to this day, I seek vengeance. I shall eradicate the 7 factions involved in the encirclement. Su Qingqiu's pupils constricted as she bowed her head silently, not daring to speak. In this moment of loss, the empress, having lost Ming Qingzhou, the one solace in her life, seemed to have rekindled her wrath. Summon Qin Fenghua, Zhang Songhai, and all officials of the 3rd rank and above. I shall initiate war. I shall leave no trace of the 7 factions. Blood will flow like rivers. I want them to feel pain, to experience fear. As she spoke, the air was thick with the scent of impending conflict. The empress paused to glance back at the chaise lounge once favored by Ming Qingzhou, her gaze lingering for a moment before turning with a surging intent to kill. The blueprint for war against the 7 factions was swiftly drawn amidst the fervent discussions among Zhang Songhai and the advisors. Time frame: 15 days. Objectives: annihilate nations, obliterate sects. 15 days? That is far too long. I suggest we mobilize troops northward immediately, targeting the 7 factions, Qin Fenghua asserted. Zhang Songhai stroked his beard, saying thoughtfully, the dynasty has recently endured turmoil. It requires time to recuperate. We cannot act in haste. Qin Fenghua retorted angrily, wait for what? The 7 factions will suffer significant losses in this battle. Many high-ranking officials perished in the Black Star explosion. We must seize this opportunity, for the immutable truth remains. To take life while it is in peril. At this, Zhang Songhai fell silent and turned to the empress. Among those present, only the empress and Zhang Songhai understood the reason for delaying the offensive. It was because the emperor was missing. The empress allowed for a grace period of 15 days solely to spare no effort in locating the emperor. Are you concealing something from me? Qin Fenghua asked suspiciously. Dongfeng Liuli replied nonchalantly, I am injured. Is that reason not sufficient? Qin Fenghua was momentarily speechless, his anger dissipating as he accepted her words, hastily bowing and saying, that is enough. Your Majesty should rest well. Very well, Zhang Songhai, remain. The others may disperse once all had departed. Dongfeng Liuli produced a jade talisman and handed it to Zhang Songhai. This talisman is known as the long-distance teleportation talisman, a treasure left by the former emperor. In the event of great peril to the nation, shattering this jade will summon me back. It is a one-time use talisman. Unless it is a matter of life and death, do not call for me lightly. Zhang Songhai accepted the talisman, gazing at the empress, and inquired, Your Majesty, are you planning to search for the emperor? Dongfeng Liuli remained silent for a long moment, casting a sidelong glance at him before nodding. Nothing escapes your notice. Zhang Songhai, with his fingers gently tracing the talisman, spoke solemnly. I must report that this morning, over 10,000 scouts have tirelessly pursued the fragmented spatial nodes following the Black Star explosion. And they have finally made some discoveries. Upon hearing this, the empress's previously calm eyes, now concealing a tempest of rage, instantly brightened, and she eagerly pressed. What news? Have you found the emperor? Not yet. However, I have identified several locations where the emperor most likely vanished. With that, Zhang Songhai produced a sand table map, setting it upon the table. The meticulously crafted sand table illustrated the terrain of the entire Dejin, detailing each mountain, river, and ancient landmark with precision. This was Zhang Songhai's life's work, a map of the landscape he had traversed, measured, and ultimately refined into this spiritual treasure. Your Majesty, please observe. To the extreme north, near the borders, lies an ancient divine city. To the southeast is a gathering place for sects, bustling with activity. To the west, the flourishing Buddhist realm, known as the 10,000-mile Buddha Kingdom. Zhang Songhai elaborated. Currently, these are the only 3 suspected locations. I shall not impede your Majesty. All I can do is this. Dongfeng Liuli nodded. I understand. You may withdraw. Remember, do not disclose my departure. As you command. That afternoon, under the brilliance of the sun, a woman clad in a red garment and wearing a wide-brimmed hat stood alone at the city gates. Passers-by cast curious glances her way. Despite her meticulous concealment, her unique charm was undeniable. The woman sighed softly, then turned her gaze toward the far north. The ancient divine city, Is it in the second volume? The protagonist's identity is revealed, and the third volume begins to converge the timelines, entering an exhilarating mode. Chapter 54, Master of the Divine City, Lowly Cheongmei. The ancient divine city, originating from the era of creation, boasts towering walls that reach over 10,000 feet, bridging the heavens and the underworld, exuding an aura of ancient grandeur. Countless exotic races traverse the city gates, beast-headed humanoids of the half-beast race, pure soul entities of the soul race, six-winged angels, and ethereal beings of the spirit race. A youth clad in a blue robe, his eyes concealed by black satin, leaned on a blind cane at the city gate. A gentle smile gracing his face as he engaged in friendly conversation with the soldiers guarding the city. Though I am of the human race, I too am a stranger in a foreign land. Much like you, let us share in our plight and allow me entry. This individual was none other than Meng Qingzhou, who, during the Black Star explosion, had leapt into the river of time and space. Unexpectedly transported near the ancient divine city, after wandering the wilderness for 2 days, listening to the birds and inhaling the floral scents, he inadvertently found himself before the gates of the ancient divine city. Initially confused and disoriented, he eventually learned that this was the ancient divine city, the lair of the primordial savage beast Cheong. In the later chapters of the novel, the ancient divine city shines brilliantly, possessing a sentient city that can unleash power surpassing the morning radiance realm in times of crisis, coupled with the ancient beast Cheong emerging from the late morning radiance realm, would undoubtedly cause a cataclysm. In the storyline, the protagonist Zhao Guo, after successfully aiding the Shu King in seizing the Dejin throne and fulfilling his desire to become the crown prince, begins to tour his realm, discovering the ancient divine city. With the halo of the protagonist, he forges an alliance with the city, becoming mutual allies in times of need. Yet, alas, the majority of the residents within the ancient divine city are exotic races whose homelands were ravaged by humanity, harboring animosity towards humans, forbidding any human from stepping onto this sacred ground. The soldier at the city gate, a six-winged angel, possessed a shapely figure and a melodious voice, eyeing the blue-robed youth with caution. She admonished in a sweet yet firm tone, "No, you human scum, full of lies, do not attempt to deceive me. Just 2 days ago, 2 human cultivators used the same excuse to gain entry. You human scum." Reusing excuses is an insult to my intelligence. Meng Qingzhou frowned. 2 human cultivators had indeed entered the ancient divine city using a similar pretext just days prior. However, Meng Qingzhou was not adamant about entering the city. He merely found it peaceful, an ideal place to conceal himself from pursuit. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Meng Qingzhou confirmed once more, if denied, he would return to Dejin, fulfill his agreement with the empress, serve in her court for 2 or 3 years, then journey the world with Dongfang Liuli. The six-winged angel was about to refuse when a sudden thought crossed her mind. Recently, a plague has swept through the city, infecting over half of the exotic races. If you possess medical skills, you may stay as a physician, with compensation set at the royal physician's rate. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou suddenly recalled something significant. The plague of the ancient divine city seemed to be intertwined with a rather crucial plot. The primordial beast, Cheong, a being born of divinity, possessed an enduring lifespan yet progressed exceedingly slowly, unable to be compared with human cultivators. Every century, it faced a divine calamity. To survive, it must navigate through the ordeal. Failure meant death. The emergence of the plague in the ancient divine city was, in fact, Cheong undergoing this divine tribulation, inadvertently releasing its source of contamination, which infected the city's inhabitants. I possess a modicum of medical knowledge. I can give it a try, Meng Qingzhou remarked with a smile. What a fortuitous coincidence, just as I wish to experience the texture of the primordial beast. An opportunity has presented itself. He vividly recalled the descriptions in the book portraying the primordial beast Cheong. After millennia, Cheong transformed into a human form, a delicate and soft little girl with white stockings and a black dress. Exuding a proud demeanor, complete with a pair of fluffy beast ears, her solitary nature made her difficult to approach. However, once a bond was forged, she would cling to you like a loyal pup. In the original text, Cheong was depicted as so haughty that even the protagonist, Long Aotian, deemed her unworthy. Meng Qingzhou did not seek much. He merely desired to forge a friendship with an ally. Given Xiong's reclusive nature, she disliked enmity with others. If I could heal the city's residents, I would undoubtedly gain her friendship. Should the Empress dare to renege on her word and attempt to detain me, I would have a fallback, calling upon Xiong for assistance. With this thought in mind, Meng Qingzhou resolutely accepted the task. Thus, utilizing his identity as a physician, Meng Qingzhou successfully entered the ancient divine city. However, prior to this, the six-winged angel girl closely followed him to prevent any malevolent actions from rogue human beings. Human, I need to assess your medical skills. If you dare deceive me, I shall bury your head in the soil. The six-winged angel girl threatened with a sweet yet fierce tone. How will you assess me? Meng Qingzhou responded nonchalantly. I fully mastered the art of medicine 3 years ago. Traversing the martial world without medical skills is simply inconceivable. Moreover, he did not require particularly extraordinary medical expertise, for the plague in the city was not a disease, but rather a manifestation of divine calamity. After breaking through to the moonlight realm, Meng Qingzhou's grasp of the temporal and spatial arts deepened, providing him with numerous methods to eradicate the dispersed divine calamity. Follow me, the six-winged angel girl said disdainfully. Meng Qingzhou, oblivious to the contemptuous glance she cast, smiled and nodded. Very well, lead the way. The six-winged angel girl guided Meng Qingzhou to a rundown street clinic. The clinic was dilapidated, covered in cobwebs, the air thick with the odor of decay and mildew, and the sign was rusted. Please assist in cleaning this place, Meng Qingzhou requested. Human, do you not have hands? The six-winged angel girl retorted without hesitation. Meng Qingzhou pointed to his eyes, cloaked in black satin, and said, Please forgive me. I am blind and unable to perform such menial tasks. The six-winged angel girl paused, peering closer. Oh, is that not just an ornament? She then expressed her confusion. A blind person can be a physician? Human, are you trying to deceive me? Surely you must be, rest assured. I am but a powerless doctor, residing in a city filled with beings who harbor animosity towards humans. Would it not be courting death to deceive you? Meng Qingzhou replied with indifference. The six-winged angel girl reconsidered. That makes sense. This is her domain. If a blind human dared to deceive her, she would simply have him cleaned and sent to the spring pavilion, where the alien women who fancied human men could indulge. Wait here, the six-winged angel girl commanded, then spread her 3 pairs of wings radiating a holy light, gently flapping them while reciting, Holy light, please cleanse the filth and the old. In an instant, the clinic was transformed. Meng Qingzhou inhaled, noting the pungent mildew had vanished, replaced by a refreshing fragrance. His fingers glided over the tables and benches, smooth and free of dust. Excellent, let us proceed to the matter at hand, Meng Qingzhou stated calmly. How shall you test my medical skills? The six-winged angel girl puffed her chest, her strikingly white and proud assets particularly dazzling, and declared, It is quite simple. I too am infected with the plague. Heal me, and it will prove your capability. Meng Qingzhou nodded slightly. Indeed, this was straightforward. She possessed considerable cultivation at the early stage of mountain-moving realm, indicating she was not merely an ordinary city guard. She resembled an angelic retinue of the primordial beast Xiong, a battalion of formidable women composed of angelic warriors. When Xiong faced her tribulation, the first to be infected were her angelic guards. Extend your hand, Meng Qingzhou instructed. The six-winged angel girl hesitated, casting a disdainful glance at Meng Qingzhou, but ultimately extended her fair, jade-like wrist. Meng Qingzhou pressed 3 fingers against her wrist, a thread of temporal sword intent penetrating her body, exploring inch by inch. In that instant, the six-winged angel girl felt as though a man's coarse hands were caressing her entire body. She shivered, her soft white skin erupting in goosebumps. Ah, human, what are you doing? The six-winged angel girl exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment, quickly retracting her hand. As she spoke, she drew the angelic great sword from her waist, glaring fiercely. I see now, you are a filthy pervert, taking advantage of me under the guise of a physician. I shall bury your head in a dung pit. Meng Qingzhou remained unfazed, calmly stating, I have identified the cause of your ailment. Now remove your trousers. I shall administer an injection. Upon hearing this, the six-winged angel girl's sword clattered to the ground as she stood frozen in disbelief. Remove my trousers? The city lord was indeed correct. All humans are scoundrels. I shall shove your head into the backside of a wolf. Meng Qingzhou shrugged helplessly, saying, Your condition is quite complex. The source of infection has eroded from your shoulder down to your posterior. To thoroughly eradicate it, you must either receive an injection or I can deliver a strike. Besides, I am blind, unable to see. Calling me a pervert is rather unfounded. The six-winged angel girl's face flushed crimson, her pale cheeks alternating between shades of blue and red. After much internal conflict, she ultimately resolved herself, biting her lower lip, her eyes a mix of shyness and disdain as she glared at Meng Qingzhou. Her voice barely above a whisper. Scoundrel! Just as the angel girl's trembling hand grasped her waistband and began to lower her trousers, Meng Qingzhou suddenly raised his hand. Forget it. I shall strike you instead. It is more convenient and quicker. As his words fell, a thread of temporal sword intent coalesced at his fingertips, shooting into the six-winged angel girl's body, extracting the divine calamity's contamination through her shoulder and into another space. The sword intent pursued relentlessly, shattering the contamination along her meridians until it reached her posterior. The six-winged angel girl had no time to react, her body trembling uncontrollably, her legs instinctively clenching together. Scoundrel! You shall pay for this! Tears welled in her golden eyes as she felt utterly humiliated. Don't rush to condemn me. Take a moment to reflect. Do you not feel a sense of relief? As if the torment of a persistent pest has gradually subsided. Meng Qingzhou remarked calmly. Upon hearing this, the six-winged angel girl paused, her anger transforming into delight as she exclaimed, It truly is. Just moments ago, I was unbearably itchy, as if insects were gnawing at my bones. Had it not been for the astonishing perseverance of the angelic race, I would hardly have been able to stand. The two humans who previously deceived their way into the ancient divine city opened a clinic nearby, claiming to be able to eradicate the plague. Yet, after several days, there was not a hint of progress. Physician, you are truly remarkable. The six-winged angel girl was instantly filled with admiration, plucking a white feather from her wings and presenting it to Meng Qingzhou with both hands. I have no other reward to offer you. This is a sacred feather I have refined, capable of warding off the bizarre and nightmares. Wearing it grants clarity of mind, ensuring one remains alert. Please, I implore you to accept it. Meng Qingzhou did not decline, gladly accepting the feather and storing it in his ring. The six-winged angel girl was in high spirits, elated not only by the removal of her affliction and her recovery, but also relieved that she had not turned away Meng Qingzhou. Lest she lose a skilled physician. Physician, what was that technique of yours? It felt as if something was thrust into my posterior, and then I experienced a tingling sensation, initially uncomfortable, but soon it transformed into sheer comfort. The six-winged angel girl inquired, her innocent eyes brimming with curiosity. Meng Qingzhou could only face-palm, silently repeating to himself, Children say the most unrestrained things. Though the angel girl was not young, estimated to be at least a century old. Her mental maturity resembled that of a 10-year-old human child. It is a proprietary secret, not to be disclosed. Meng Qingzhou waved his hand, refusing to answer. The temporal sword saint is renowned across the realm. The sword intent of time and space is a hallmark of the Qinyuan sword saint, and must not be divulged. Oh, very well, the six-winged angel girl replied, somewhat disappointed. Meng Qingzhou then asked, Am I now qualified to remain in the city? The six-winged angel girl nodded vigorously. Of course, of course. I shall return immediately to report to the city lord and announce it throughout the city, vouching for you. In response, Meng Qingzhou offered a slight smile. How convoluted. Is it not simply a medical license? Once the six-winged angel girl departed, Meng Qingzhou familiarized himself with the layout of the clinic, tidied up the place, and retrieved some flowers and herbs from his storage ring, placing them at the entrance. Well, let me take this opportunity to experience the culture and customs of the ancient divine city, and I shall remain here for at least half a month. Meng Qingzhou retrieved a cherished reclining chair and comfortably settled into it. Ah, this is the sensation. The long-lost solitude of living alone has commenced once more. However, just as he reclined, the arrival of an uninvited guest shattered his tranquility. In front of the apothecary, a woman clad in red stood at the entrance, silently gazing at Meng Qingzhou, and suddenly spoke. Meng Shilang, what exquisite taste, upon your arrival in the ancient divine city. You encounter a maiden of the angelic race. I could not quite grasp the topic of your previous discussion. Might you elucidate it for me? Dongfang Lieli, leveraging her cultivation in the morning radiance realm, swiftly arrived at the ancient divine city within a mere span of minutes. Within the entire city, apart from the reclusive beast named Xiongmei, there were scarcely any individuals whose cultivation surpassed hers, allowing her to navigate freely. After aimlessly searching the city for half a day, just as Dongfang Lieli was about to lose hope and consider venturing westward to the Buddhist realm, she heard a familiar voice in front of an apothecary. Then she heard the six-winged Angelus uttering words that were utterly scandalous, something akin to a sudden thrust, initially uncomfortable, then transforming into a sensation of ease. Dongfang Lieli had perused forbidden texts, and inevitably, her imagination began to run wild, coupled with the sight of the six-winged Angelus emerging with trembling legs and a flushed face. It was almost conclusive evidence. At this moment, the joy that had surged through her upon hearing Meng Qingzhou's voice mere moments ago had dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of bitterness that surged within her heart, her eyes reddening, gaze icy and filled with wrath, fixed intently upon Meng Qingzhou. Even in the midst of this clandestine affair, Dongfang Lieli did not forget to use a false tone, that is, to maintain the pretense of their contractually bound marital status. Lieli? Meng Qingzhou, startled as if awakening from a near-death experience, sprang up as though springs had been installed beneath him. Seeking continued readership, requesting 5-star reviews and gifts. Chapter 55. Meng Qingzhou confesses to Lieli, Zhaoguo's defenses crumble. In the apothecary, Meng Qingzhou sat at a table, having brewed a cup of tea which he pushed toward Dongfang Lieli, who sat opposite him. She glanced at the rippling surface of the tea, her eyes dimmed with melancholy. Lieli, did you come specifically to find me? Meng Qingzhou inquired, his face alight with joy. There is no greater surprise in life than encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land. And now, having unexpectedly found himself in an alien city devoid of humanity, even amidst the tranquility of solitude, a tinge of regret lingered. That regret was now mitigated, for his wife had arrived. Dongfang Lieli, unable to contain herself, parted her lips to exclaim, "Indeed, I was quite worried about you, fearing you might perish, searching the world for you. You must return home with me." Yet, upon witnessing the earlier scene, Dongfang Lieli hesitated once more. In a moment of introspection, she questioned whether her unilateral decision to bring Meng Qingzhou back to the Great Jin, appointing him as the Deputy Minister of Rites without his consent, truly brought him happiness. The moniker Meng Xinyu aptly embodied his character. Furthermore, Dongfang Lieli was acutely aware that the ancient divine city harbored no welcome for humans. Since Meng Qingzhou had managed to infiltrate this realm, it must have been his heartfelt choice to remain here, whether to seek solace or to escape. From whom, she pondered, herself, the empress, or the burdensome affairs of state. Reflecting on the image of the gentle, commanding six-winged Angelus, Dongfang Lieli shook her head and declared, "No, it is not that I come at the behest of the empress to execute a mission in the ancient divine city. Our meeting is merely a fortuitous encounter." Meng Qingzhou, with his dark satin eyes unable to conceal his crescent-shaped brows, responded gently, "Then it is indeed a celestial arrangement, a matter of fate, which brings me even greater joy." These words, Dongfang Lieli's heart quivered violently. Her hand trembled as she lifted the teacup, and she took a sip to momentarily regain her composure, unable to suppress her inquiry. "Have you always been so adept at enticing young women? Do you say such things to all girls?" Meng Qingzhou frowned, a hint of displeasure in his tone. "Whose slander have you been listening to? In this world, the one who knows me best should be you. If I were a scoundrel a rogue in matters of the heart, a thief of affections, then let a great truck from another world transport me to the realm of the anime." In truth, Meng Qingzhou had long regarded Dongfang Lieli as more than a mere contractual spouse. He had come to see her as a genuine wife. Yet, he remained uncertain of her feelings and thus hesitated to allow their relationship to deepen, never daring to cross any boundaries. Now, upon hearing Dongfang Liuli's questioning tone, he instinctively recalled his past life's friends who advised against reconciliation. Could Dongfang Liuli be in a similar situation? Dongfang Liuli bit her crimson lip, grappling with thoughts of he and I are but a sham couple. I have no ties to him, so what right do I have to interfere in his life? Meng Qingzhou is a normal man. Desiring a woman is only natural. Yet the words that escaped her lips involuntarily transformed into accusations. I witnessed with my own eyes you and that six-winged angel exchanging scandalous words. Saw her emerge from the apothecary, her complexion, clearly not normal. Meng Qingzhou smacked his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "Ah, you mean her." He then recounted the events that had transpired earlier, downplaying the details regarding his true identity and cultivation level. After a prolonged silence, Dongfang Lily's gaze cleared, her chin resting on her hand as she stared at the ever-handsome Meng Qingzhou, saying, "So, you are implying that after the Black Star explosion, you were sheltered by the Qinyuan Sword Saint, emerging unscathed, only to inadvertently be transported to the ancient divine city, thus avoiding being devoured by the monsters of the deep mountains, and were compelled to infiltrate the city to assist the alien race in alleviating their plague." Acting as a physician, Meng Qingzhou nodded, affirming, "Precisely, that Angelus and I share no connection. She was merely assessing my medical skills." Dongfang Liuli remained skeptical, replying, "Really? You're not deceiving me?" Gathering his courage, Meng Qingzhou seized the opportunity to gauge Dongfang Liuli's feelings and took 2 steps closer, unguardedly grasping her delicate hand. "Whether you believe it now or not, time will reveal the truth. Just as 3 years ago, when I was destitute, it was you who extended a lamp in the darkness. Coincidentally, I am a lamp that will never extinguish, forever illuminating your path." The dark satin obscured his eyes, preventing him from seeing the depths of her feelings, yet he could sense the warmth radiating from her palm. Akin to a fervent heart, the voice of the dashing youth resonated deeply, as though he were making a solemn vow. Having never experienced romance or flirtation with men, Dongfang Liuli's eyes, filled with resentment and murderous intent, now glimmered with moisture, her gaze becoming misty. Dongfang Liuli remained in a stupor, unable to respond. Her exquisite features flushed a deep crimson. What do you mean by that?" she stammered, attempting a token struggle to withdraw her hand. Sensing her mild resistance, which seemed merely an attempt to preserve a modicum of modesty, Meng Qingzhou felt a surge of confidence and tightened his grip. He gently pulled Dongfang Liuli closer, then whispered softly against her delicate ear, "Now that we are bound as spouses, we are destined to share our lives together." "What do you think I mean?" Of course, it was the intimate secret shared between husbands and wives. In a flash, Dongfang Liuli's thoughts went blank, her mind entering a state of overload, wisps of steam rising from her hair, and her fair skin flushed a vivid hue. The steam maiden. Alas, Meng Qingzhou was unable to witness this scene. As he pressed on, tightening his grip and interlocking their fingers, "We are merely a sham couple. We agreed not to interfere in each other's lives," Dongfang Liuli murmured, burying her head in his chest. Her voice barely audible. Meng Qingzhou laughed heartily. "A sham couple? Then let us make it a genuine performance." Dongfang Liuli was left utterly speechless, allowing Meng Qingzhou to play with her small hand, her mind a tumult of emotions, elation mingled with panic, and above all, a nervous flutter that made it difficult for her to breathe, nearly causing her to faint. After a lengthy pause, Dongfang Liuli finally composed herself, gazing earnestly at Meng Qingzhou, saying, "Is this your declaration of love?" Meng Qingzhou tilted his head with a smile, replying, "Is it not sufficiently clear? Allow me to be more candid. Miss Liuli, I harbor feelings for you. I wish to share my life with you, to hold your heart and never part ways. In the simplicity of one afternoon, amidst the backdrop of a foreign land, under the warm glow of the setting sun." Meng Qingzhou, typically passive, took the initiative with remarkable boldness. In contrast, Dongfang Liuli, shedding her former imposing demeanor, transformed into a bashful girl. Taking a deep breath, Dongfang Liuli adopted a serious expression, stating, Are you certain you are not merely toying with me or seeking to manipulate my emotions? Meng Qingzhou, I advise you to reconsider while there is still time. Should I discover that you are spinning lies and toying with hearts, Dongfang Lily's voice dropped several degrees in chill. I will truly kill you. Meng Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. For reasons unclear, he felt a strange familiarity in that moment, reminiscent of the murderous intent that had erupted when the empress confronted Zhao Yuhuan. Just an illusion, Meng Qingzhou dismissed the thought. Focusing on the critical moment, refusing to be distracted by another woman, he spoke gravely. I, Meng Qingzhou, harbor no grand ambitions. My greatest aspiration in life is nothing more than world peace and the well-being of the populace, allowing another to bear the burdens while I rest in peace. You and I are but small figures, thus we require only a little warmth, and you, precisely, can fulfill that role for me. The gaze of Dongfang Lieli, once icy as the spring snow dissolving, regained warmth, her eyes shimmering like rippling water that mirrored the countenance of Meng Qingzhou, rendering her momentarily spellbound. In that instant, the empress ceased to ponder national affairs. Relinquishing all hesitation and concern, a lifetime of rational wisdom must occasionally yield to folly. Otherwise, how regrettable it would be to find myself utterly defeated, both body and soul surrendered to you. Suddenly, Dongfang Lieli wrapped her arms around Meng Qingzhou's neck and initiated a kiss. Their lips meeting in an uncoordinated frenzy, both novices lost in a fervent embrace. Meng Qingzhou was initially taken aback but quickly matched her fervor, grasping Dongfang Lieli's flowing hair, her tongue prying open his lips like a wild dragon invading and entangling. Dongfang Lieli, eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide, her shock fading into a fervent obsession, her body growing limp. Outside the clinic, a young man with an exhausted expression and hollow eyes passed by, and upon a sudden glance back, he caught sight of a woman in red engaging in a passionate kiss with a veiled youth, the Empress of Dejin, and Meng Qingzhou. Zhao Gou's mouth fell agape, his jaw dislocating with a crack. Eyes bulging as strange sounds escaped his throat. What is happening? Just as he spoke of the emperor, here he is. Could this fellow be a ghost? Moreover, I must inquire, how could the illustrious empress appear to have completely succumbed to Meng Qingzhou? In a foreign land, with the clinic's doors wide open, they engage in such a fervent French kiss. Zhao Gou, overwhelmed, let tears and snot flow freely, covering his mouth in fear of revealing any noise that might attract the empress's attention. He ran to a corner, collapsing in despair. Frigid fury coursed through him. That detestable Meng Qingzhou is too close for comfort. How I loathe him. My father indirectly perished because of you. The woman I admired most has become your plaything. Are you my nemesis? Zhao Gou lamented, banging his head against the ground. His earlier life had been nothing short of glorious, a path illuminated by a powerful and ambitious father, endowed with the strongest physique in the realm. Yet, a month ago, while posing as a vegetable vendor in Jinchao village, he encountered that man, and since then, his brilliance had vanished, leaving him in a state of perpetual misery. Zhao Gou peered cautiously from his corner, tears of blood streaming down his face as he painfully spied on the scene. But as he watched, he became frozen in disbelief. An unexpected and astonishing revelation struck him like lightning, leaving him stunned. Is that the heavenly fortune body? Isn't that my heavenly fortune body? Zhao Gou watched in astonishment as strands of nearly invisible sunlight shifted into wisps of purple energy upon nearing Meng Qingzhou's body. Infusing his every limb. One of the defining traits of the heavenly fortune body is its ability to absorb the essence of all things. Both the sun and moon could be transformed into cultivation, perpetually enhancing the host's abilities. Days prior, Zhao Gou's heavenly fortune body had mysteriously vanished, plunging him into deep sorrow as he believed the heavens conspired against him, even contemplating self-harm. Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. Zhao Gou's nostrils flared with rage. Even the death of Zhao Yuhuan could not induce such fury in him. To usurp another's foundation of cultivation is graver than the murder of one's parents. Once I gain the trust of the ancient wild beasts, the days of reckoning will come for you two wretched souls. An hour later, their lips parted. Dongfang Lieli breathed softly, her body languid as if melted into a puddle, resting in Meng Qingzhou's embrace. Her slender fingers gently caressing his cheek. My first kiss is gone. You must take responsibility for me, dare to change your heart, and I shall first slay you, then take my own life to accompany you. Listening to Dongfang Lieli's tender threat, Meng Qingzhou showed no reluctance, lifting her chin and, without finesse, forcefully kissing her once more. There was no other reason. It was simply too delectable, sweet and tender, soft and silky. More exquisite than any delicacy in the world. The beings of the cultivation realm are indeed incomparable to mere mortals of the past. Rest assured, I have received the Empress's promise. As long as I serve Dejin for 2 or 3 years, she will allow us to depart, free to roam the vast world, Meng Qingzhou declared. At these words, Dongfang Lieli was instantly awakened. I am the Empress of Dejin. He will inevitably discover this, but will he be able to accept it? Meng Xinyu has always feared complications. Wishing only for a simple life together, yet I am destined for battles, steeped in blood and fire. If Xinyu were to learn of my true identity and grow repulsed, wishing to flee, I would have no reason to retain him, for it would be my fault from the outset. Dongfang Lieli was caught in a dilemma. Having just fallen in love, she felt a chilling splash of cold water. Not only her, but Meng Qingzhou also contemplated a matter. I am the sword saint of time and space, destined to emerge in the future, and when that time comes, it will certainly stir the world. Does Lieli truly love Meng Xinyu? Or is it Meng Qingzhou she adores? These two titles carry different meanings. Meng Xinyu represents a personality of indolence, while Meng Qingzhou embodies the essence of the person, a love that remains unchanged regardless of transformation. A headache. Meng Qingzhou furrowed his brow. Then, an odd scene unfolded. The passionate couple, locked in a fervent kiss just a moment ago, now fell into a tacit cold war. Please continue reading. I implore you, dear readers, do not skip chapters. The Little Cucumber bows in gratitude. The decision to continue this book hinges on your support. There remains but one final week in this new book phase. Mr. Chihuahua, please lend your assistance. Chapter 56. A creepy illusion. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, and a solitary oil lamp illuminated the clinic on the western edge of the city. Dongfang Lieli donned a plain coarse cloth garment, removed her gold and silver adornments, placing them into a storage ring, and styled her hair into a bun, securing it with a wooden hairpin, transforming herself into a seemingly ordinary woman. She understood that Meng Qingzhou cherished a simple life, and to avoid complications, she willingly accompanied him in playing the role of the Meng family matron in Jinchao village. Uve always cooked. Today, let me take over, Dongfang Lieli declared confidently, tying on an apron and rolling up her sleeves. Heh! The culinary skills learned secretly from the royal kitchen's chef would finally come in handy. All right, then I shall assist you with the chopping, Meng Qingzhou replied with a faint smile. However, at that moment, a chorus of footsteps approached, resonating with the clashing of armor. The two halted their tasks in unison. Dongfang Lieli glanced towards the door while Meng Qingzhou strained to listen. Outside the clinic, dozens of soldiers from foreign lands formed 2 lines, a 6-winged angel standing at the entrance. Doctor, the city lord wishes to speak with you. The 6-winged angel stated. The city lord, the wild beast Qiong? Meng Qingzhou frowned, replying coolly, I have no time. I shall not go. My profession is to aid the city's residents in exchange for entry, not to dine with your city lord. This day marked 3 years since he met Dongfang Lieli, and 1 month after their marriage, a significant moment in their relationship. Moreover, did Qiong not understand her own situation? She was nothing short of a walking plague. Meng Qingzhou felt unaffected. A mere trace of divine calamity posed no threat to him. Yet, with Dongfang Lieli present, he could not leave her behind. She was prone to jealousy, and he feared she would stew in her thoughts, quietly shedding tears under the covers if left alone. But bringing her along posed a risk. Dongfang Lieli had no cultivation and could not withstand divine calamity. The 6-winged angel's smile faltered, but her tone remained unchanged. The city lord wishes to host a banquet to express gratitude for your invaluable assistance. After the feast, there will be generous gifts. Please make an effort to attend. Meng Qingzhou shook his head resolutely, his response unwavering. I will not go. Even though he desired an alliance with Qiong, the rationale was simple. In the narrative, Qiong was nearly invisible, a mere background character, spending her days eating and sleeping, occasionally emerging for show. Such a being did not intertwine with any plot lines, free from entanglements, making her the ideal ally. Yet, for the sake of his wife, Meng Qingzhou chose to forego this opportunity to go ahead. I, too, wish to meet the legendary lord of the divine city. Dongfang Lieli suddenly spoke, seamlessly wrapping her arm around Meng Qingzhou's, her eyes sparkling as she scrutinized the six-winged angel, particularly fixating on her conspicuous charms. You cunning vixen, Dongfang Lieli scoffed disdainfully. Meng Qingzhou pinched her cheek gently, whispering, do not cause trouble. Your man is engaged in serious matters. Very well, as you wish, Dongfang Lieli conceded, stepping back and no longer insisting. It was only then that the six-winged angel noticed the woman nestled beside Meng Qingzhou. Who are you? I don't believe we've met, she squinted, scrutinizing Dongfang Lieli. This woman was so stunning she seemed almost unreal, like a celestial beauty from a dream. Even dressed simply to conceal her breathtaking visage, she could not hide the allure that captivated every man. Did the heavens, when bestowing beauty upon the world, leave a tap running for 7 days and nights, drenching this woman while merely sprinkling the rest? Dongfang Lieli leaned her cheek against Meng Qingzhou's shoulder, a provocative smile gracing her lips. Is it not evident enough? I am Dr. Meng's wife, Madame Meng. Thump. Meng Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat, the title of Madame Meng striking a tender chord within him. Unable to restrain himself, he encircled Dongfang Lieli's delicate waist with his palm and said, Indeed, my wife is quite possessive. She cannot bear to share a room with another woman. Please convey my apologies to the Lord of the Divine City. The six-winged angel girl, increasingly perplexed, regarded him with suspicion. There are only 3 humans in the city, and all are male. Where did you come from? Dongfang Lieli's smile faltered. I don't know. In a moment of triumph, she had forgotten she was an undocumented immigrant. Meng Qingzhou was taken aback, gently pinching the soft flesh at her waist, expressing his inner confusion. Did you not say you were sent by the empress to carry out a mission? Did you not enter the city through proper channels? After a brief silence, the expression on the six-winged angel girl's face shifted. Her hand gripping the angelic sword at her waist as she exclaimed, I understand now. You are an illegal immigrant, despicable human. What do you intend to do by sneaking into the ancient divine city? In an instant, dozens of alien soldiers drew their weapons. The entire street fell into an eerie silence, their gazes converging, filled with hatred and murderous intent. The alien beings were exceedingly sensitive to humans. Those who congregated in the ancient divine city were, without exception, rare protected creatures that had narrowly escaped the annihilation of their kind at human hands. They were acutely aware of humanity's terrifying nature. Hence their overwhelming reaction. Meng Qingzhou's smile faded, his expression turning grave. It seemed Dongfang Lieli had indeed entered the city illegally. According to the rules of the ancient divine city, any human who sneaked in was destined for one fate, death. This matter falls upon me. Some time ago, I left home and my wife, filled with concern, searched everywhere, and then I found the ancient divine city, sneaking in merely to search for my husband. There are no ulterior motives whatsoever. With no other choice, Meng Qingzhou had to concoct a story. Otherwise, claiming that the Empress of Dajin had dispatched Dongfang Lieli would only escalate the situation. It was clear that if the human emperor set his sights on the ancient divine city, it would spell trouble. Liar. The six-winged angel girl scolded. Meng Qingzhou could only sigh in resignation. This was a disaster. It was no longer easy to deceive them. In this situation, even the most innocent girl would become exceedingly sensitive. However, Meng Qingzhou felt no fear. If a peaceful resolution proved impossible, he would fight his way out of the city alongside Dongfang Lieli, pursuing his cultivation. After all, was it not for the sake of the phrase, I roam freely, unbound by heaven and earth? As for the exposure of his identity as a sword saint, he could not concern himself with how Dongfang Lieli would perceive him, whether she would think him a smooth-talking deceiver, leading to a rift in their feelings. He had no time to dwell on that. Dongfang Lieli quietly gazed at the figure shielding her behind, standing resolutely before dozens of blades. You are the first person in my life who has no ulterior motives and actively protects me. A mere mortal devoid of any cultivation, yet unflinching in the face of dozens of first-tier warriors and a mountain-moving expert, is willing to shoulder the blame on his own shoulders, it seems. I have not misjudged you. Dongfang Liuli smiled, her warmth radiating. If a peaceful resolution proved impossible, she would protect him at all costs, even if it meant exposing her identity as the empress today. Should this matter lead to a parting of ways, then the ancient divine city would be utterly unforgivable. At the same time, a time and space sword saint and a formidable empress were both preparing to reveal their powers and force their way out of the city. Unbeknownst to them, two lethal intentions silently locked onto the six-winged angel girl and a group of alien soldiers. A sense of foreboding began to creep in. The six-winged angel girl muttered to herself, rubbing her goosebumps, thinking it was merely an illusion. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with the sword saint and the empress unable to contain their desire to strike first, a voice rang out, "Wait." Chapter 57. Beware of the illness. It might be contagious. The voice of the newcomer was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The crowd turned, following the direction of the voice. Only the six-winged angel girl did not turn her head, directly kneeling on one knee, saying, "Lian Yu greets the Lord of the City." As a member of the Angelic Guardian Corps, Lian Yu was all too familiar with the voice of the Lord of the Divine City. Lian Yu grew excited, clasping her fists. "Lord of the City, I have discovered a human who has illegally entered the city. Please, let justice be served." Upon recognizing the newcomer, all the alien residents of the city knelt in unison, their gazes fervent, exclaiming, "We bow to the Lord of the City." For the aliens within the city, Cheong represented the heavens, the divine. As long as Cheong was present, no one, no force dared to offend the divine city. Nor would they dare to harm the aliens within. Dongfang Liuli cast a sidelong glance, seeing a girl in a purple-themed outfit. No, she could not be called a girl. She was more accurately described as a slender maiden with a somewhat flat chest. The maiden wore her hair in a high ponytail, her spirited eyes fixated on Meng Qingzhou, her delicate brows furrowed, as if contemplating something. "Hey!" Dongfang Liuli interposed, blocking the maiden's gaze, her expression a mix of amusement and coldness. "Is it not rather impolite to stare so intently at someone else's husband?" The girl was none other than the master of the ancient divine city, the ancient beast Cheong. Cheong glanced at Dongfang Liuli, her lips slightly parted, transmitting a thought. "Empress of Dajin, I know you. Your reputation is quite renowned, though not for the best reasons. I presume you would not wish to expose your identity to let your husband know you are a tyrant with blood on your hands and a cruel disposition. Do keep your distance. I am not here to cause trouble." Dongfang Liuli's gaze sharpened. This was the first time she had encountered such a formidable woman. In a wonder, she was an ancient relic who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. A peerless expert at the late stage of the Chaohui realm, who could see through her secrets with a mere glance. "What do you intend?" Dongfang Liuli inquired telepathically. "That should be my question to you. Human Emperor, why have you infiltrated the divine city?" Cheong responded, "To find my husband." Dongfang Liuli replied succinctly. Cheong nodded slightly, transmitting, "Interesting. The Grand Emperor of Dajin seeks a mortal as her husband, and I find it amusing." "Do you not?" Dongfang Liuli retorted without reservation. "I take pleasure in it. Do you have an issue with that?" Even Cheong could not discern Meng Qingzhou's cultivation level as a moonlight sword saint. Concealed by the system, even if a being of the legendary Qingtian realm were present, they would be unable to uncover Meng Qingzhou's prowess. Cheong ceased addressing Dongfang Liuli and remarked, "I wish to invite the two of you to a banquet." "Why does Dr. Meng refuse?" "I have no desire to attend," Meng Qingzhou replied indifferently. Cheong's expression remained impassive as she continued, "If you join me for a meal and answer a few questions, I shall absolve your wife of her transgressions for sneaking into the divine city." "How does that sound?" The angel girl Lian Yu could not help but interject, "Lord of the City, humans are treacherous and cunning. Do not let them off easily." Cheong's cold gaze pierced through her, eyes flashing like lightning. "Since when did it become your place to instruct me?" Lian Yu immediately fell to her knees in fear, saying, "I stand guilty." Witnessing this, many aliens who had intended to intervene fell silent. "I accept your terms, but on one condition." I will dine with you alone. My wife cannot accompany me, Meng Qingzhou stated. As you wish, Qiong nodded in agreement. Dongfang Lieli was taken aback, blinking in disbelief, staring at Meng Qingzhou, seizing his soft spot, her tone stiff. What do you mean? Do you find me a nuisance, interrupting your romantic rendezvous with the beautiful lord of the divine city? Meng Qingzhou lamented, hastily explaining. By heaven's grace, I mean no offense. The lord of the divine city is unwell. I fear you might catch her illness. Upon hearing this, not only was Dongfang Lieli bewildered, but even the aliens gathered in the street were left dumbfounded, and the angel girl Yanyu stared in shock. Qiong, who had remained silent, now wore an expression of confusion, saying, Dr. Meng, may I interpret your words as an insult directed at me? Dongfang Lieli had not anticipated that Meng Qingzhou would possess such audacity. It was commonly said that the empress harbored boundless ambitions, with the courage to conquer the world. It seemed this evaluation ought to be attributed to him instead. You are no longer Meng the Guppy. You are Meng the Bold. No, it was a misunderstanding. Meng Qingzhou hastily waved his hands, saying, Lord of the divine city, forgive my lack of candor. Are you not aware of your own condition? At this point, Meng Qingzhou's voice turned calm and composed. Neither my wife nor I possess any cultivation. We cannot withstand the encroachment of calamity. I attend the banquet to make amends for my wife. There is no need to involve another person. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Qiong's expression abruptly changed, her gaze fixated on Meng Qingzhou. The secret of divine calamities had always been a closely guarded secret. How did this mortal know? Moreover, he seemed to know quite a bit, for in a few short words, he had not only exposed his knowledge of divine calamities, but also inferred that they occurred once every century. Otherwise, why would he be concerned about his wife being affected by divine calamity? You are indeed intriguing, Qiong said with a slight smile, but rest assured, the calamity has been suppressed and will not be released in the near term. Meng Qingzhou relaxed, awkwardly laughing. Oh, why did you not mention this sooner? My dear wife, let us attend the banquet together. Dongfang Lieli tilted her head, asking, What does my dear wife mean? It means my wife. Oh, by the way, what were you and the Lord of the Divine City playing at with your cryptic exchanges earlier? It sounded like lovers speaking in a language others cannot comprehend. Can you share it with me? Dongfang Lieli revealed a dangerous smile. Meng Qingzhou felt a sense of foreboding and chuckled nervously, saying, I'll tell you when we get home. We must consider the dignity of the Lord of the Divine City in public. It would be unwise to speak so freely, you understand. Dongfang Lieli feigned surprise, raising her voice. Are you referring to that scandalous ailment? I never imagined the Lord of the Divine City to be so debauched. Startled, Meng Qingzhou quickly covered her mouth, whispering, My dear, you mustn't say such things. Others can hear us. The couple remained closely entwined, engaging in casual conversation as they followed the darkly enigmatic Qiong towards the Lord's residence. Neither of them felt particularly intimidated by Qiong, even if they could not defeat him. Escaping would be relatively simple. They were confident that Qiong would not dare to unleash chaos within the city, for it would spell doom for all its inhabitants. Meng Qingzhou, possessing greater insight into Qiong, was aware that during the divine calamity, Qiong's strength would wane significantly, rendering him quite vulnerable. Thus, their conversation was rather bold. Qiong's delicate face darkened with irritation as they finally arrived at the banquet hall of the Lord's residence. The table was laden with exquisite dishes, showcasing rare ingredients that even the imperial palace of Dejin would seldom see. Ladies and gentlemen, let us cease our chatter and partake in the meal. Qiong said with a stiff smile. The ancient traditions of the Taiku Divine City dictated a formal dining etiquette. The city's decision-makers were all present, though they were puzzled as to why the Lord would personally host a mundane physician. Yet, each bore a warm smile, their conversations devoid of arrogance. To Meng Qingzhou's left sat Dongfang Lieli, and to his right, Qiong. According to the city's customs, guests were required to sit at the sides of the host, flanking the chair of honor. Naturally, Dongfang Lieli refused to part from Meng Qingzhou and, opting for his side instead, disregarded the suggestion to sit with the peculiar foreign guest. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the atmosphere at the table was lively. Meng Qingzhou suppressed his discomfort. As a modern individual, he found the elaborate customs of the dining culture quite irksome. Fortunately, the wine produced in the divine city was not harsh. It was brewed from a fruit known as Cheongyuzhu, which was sweet and smooth. However, Cheongyuzhu was exceedingly rare, reserved for banquets honoring significant figures, with rumors claiming that a mere cup could elevate an ordinary person to the realm of a first-tier cultivator. Meng Yisher, Cheong said, delicately holding a petite wine glass, her fair complexion slightly flushed. No. One should address you as Sir Ming, the esteemed second-rank official of the Dejian dynasty. There are tales that you ascended from humble beginnings to your current rank in just a day. On your first day in office, your ability to perceive the heavenly mysteries revealed the dark history of the king of Longshan, leading to his execution at the hands of the empress. A single decree determining the fates of nobles. On the day of the empress's birthday banquet, the 7 great powers young supremes were present, and your disciple, the sword saint of Qianyuan, emerged, slaying the 7 supremes. Subsequently, the traitorous king Zhao Yuhuan, in a desperate gamble, besieged the imperial capital, seeking to challenge the empress to a duel. Unbeknownst to him, the empress was betrayed, and at the critical moment, it was you, Sir Ming, who, alongside the sword saint, ventured into another realm to assist her in vanquishing Zhao Yuhuan. Am I mistaken, Sir Ming? As her words settled, a heavy silence enveloped the table. The decision-makers of the divine city exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they regarded Meng Qingzhou. Initially perplexed by Cheong's grand invitation to a mere mortal physician, they now understood the significance. The renowned paramour of the empress, Meng Qin, Sir Meng, was indeed this very man. But soon, their confusion returned, as they pondered the identity of the woman beside him. The divine city was isolated, akin to a hidden paradise. Had it not been for the numerous recent events in Dejin, none would have known the empress's true visage. Some high-ranking foreign figures exchanged uneasy glances. Could it be that the empress's lover is a married man? What peculiar taste the mighty empress possesses. Meng Qingzhou maintained his smile, raising his glass and downing its contents, wiping his mouth nonchalantly as he said, "Indeed, I have only been in the city for half a day, and my background has already been thoroughly investigated by the Lord." Truly impressive. Cheong's revelation of Meng Qingzhou's identity was merely a subtle retaliation for his earlier mention of the divine calamity, having slightly unsettled her. This seemingly carefree girl bore a heavy heart for vengeance. Propping her elbow on the table, supporting her chin with her palm, Cheong declared, "I have 3 questions for you, Sir Ming. Once I have my answers, you may return to rest." "Please, ask away." Meng Qingzhou nodded. Cheong continued, "How did you come to know of the divine calamity, and how could you accurately ascertain the timing of its onset?" As Meng Qingzhou prepared to deflect with the excuse of perceiving heavenly mysteries, confident that it had served him well in the past, he was interrupted. "What? You do not believe me? Then ask the heavens. After all, it was the heavens that revealed the answer to me. Do not invoke the heavenly mysteries. I am a born divine being, and the heavenly mysteries cannot discern my fate," Cheong added. Meng Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, falling into silence. Done? He had never considered this aspect. Could he possibly say he was well versed in the plot? Even knowing the color of your underwear, which you insist on binding into an A cup despite it being AB? Observing Meng Qingzhou's troubled expression, Cheong's eyes glimmered with a hint of anticipation. "Was it the sword saint of time who informed you?" Meng Qingzhou was taken aback, scratching his head unconsciously, thinking, "What does this have to do with the sword saint of time?" "Yes, it was my disciple who told me, though I am uncertain how he learned of it," Meng Qingzhou replied, deftly shifting the topic. Cheong's eyes brightened immediately, her languid posture straightening as she fixed her gaze on him, continuing to inquire, "For my second question, is the sword saint of time truly your disciple?" Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou felt a surge of anxiety. He was uncertain of Cheong's intentions behind this question. However, he sensed that if he answered incorrectly, she would realize he was deceiving her. Yes and no, Meng Qingzhou shook his head. Regardless, since Cheong had posed the question, it indicated she was seeking verification, believing that the sword saint of time had no connection to Meng Qin. As the exchange unfolded, all present at the table held their breath, listening intently. Even Dongfang Liuli became unusually docile, refraining from interrupting, instead burying her small hand in Meng Qingzhou's embrace, gently squeezing his fingers. "Could you elaborate?" Cheong pressed, her urgency palpable. Meng Qingzhou felt an increasing sense of dread, his right eyelid twitching incessantly. Yet, given the circumstances, he had to muster the courage to fabricate a tale. When I encountered Qianyuan, he was already an adult, but it seems he had forgotten his past and only remembered having learned swordsmanship. I found him somewhat pitiful, so I took him in, and we referred to each other as master and disciple. With me teaching him sword techniques well, Qianyuan is quite exceptional. Of course, his innate talent is extraordinary, and in just a decade, he became a sword saint. Suddenly, Qiong's breathing quickened, her lips murmuring, "Indeed, indeed." Meng Qingzhou perked up, listening intently, but his expression was blank as he failed to grasp the meaning. "Hey, please finish your thought." "Indeed what? Is it indeed better to take a deep breath?" With a weighty tone, Qiong reiterated, as though confirming an important revelation. Her voice tinged with urgency, "Tell me, where is the sword saint of Qianyuan?" Meng Qingzhou's right eyelid twitched violently, his foreboding finally validated. This was a disaster. Qiong was indeed after the sword saint of Qianyuan. But Qianyuan is me, and I am Qianyuan, which means, my dear, are you here for me? Observing her eagerness, one could easily mistake her for someone who had heard news of a long-lost enemy. An enemy, or perhaps a rival coveting the sword intent of time. A cloud of heaviness settled in Meng Qingzhou's heart. He had been deftly avoiding the main plotline, and so far, he had successfully eluded the attention of both the protagonists and antagonists, perfectly playing the role of a transparent individual. Yet, unexpectedly, due to a mere alias, he had caught the eye of Qiong, who was also a peripheral figure in the narrative. Contemplating this, Meng Qingzhou donned a sorrowful expression and lamented. Qianyuan has passed away. The glimmer of hope in Qiong's eyes extinguished instantly, replaced by a profound emptiness as she repeated, "Dead?" Chapter 59. Release Meng Qin, lure the sword saint. The news of the sword saint of Qianyuan's demise profoundly shocked many present. The sword saint of time, the first to intertwine the paths of time and space with sword intent, destined to stand at the end of time and gaze upon the world's vicissitudes, had quietly perished. Several decision-makers of the Taiku Divine City exchanged silent glances, a subtle smile emerging among them. It is for the best. Prior to this, some radical factions within the city had been deliberating on how to eliminate the sword saint of time to prevent the emergence of another invincible being. Who would have thought that before they could act, the sword saint of Qianyuan had already departed this world? How did he meet his end? The sky opened its mouth to inquire. Meng Qingzhou sighed deeply, pounding his chest and lamenting. Those who were killed by Zhao Yuhuan's Black Star explosion could have left unscathed, but they met their unfortunate fate while protecting me. Qiong seemed to have lost all vitality, her head drooping in despair as she murmured, "I understand now. You may withdraw for the time being. Meng Shirlang, do take your leave and rest early." Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou let out a long breath, quickly rising to clasp his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, City Lord, for your generous hospitality. My wife and I shall take our leave now." With that, he eagerly took hold of Dongfang Liuli's hand and slipped away with great haste. Unbeknownst to Meng Qingzhou, at the moment he turned, the vacant expression on Qiong's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a teasing smile that danced upon her lips. After the high-ranking officials of the Divine City and the Meng couple departed, only Qiong and the six-winged angel, Lianyu, remained in the banquet hall. How intriguing, Qiong mused, crossing her long, jade-like legs, her skirt parting to reveal a captivating sight beneath, her smooth back resting against the chair as she chuckled softly. "This Meng Shirlang is quite remarkable. In just 2 questions, he deduced my intentions, realizing I was after the temporal sword saint. Thus, in his final inquiry, he chose to deceive, deliberately concealing the fact that the temporal sword saint is still alive." Lianyu gasped in astonishment. "City Lord, do you mean to say that the temporal sword saint is not dead?" Qiong cast a sidelong glance at Lianyu, her demeanor unfazed as she replied, "Of course he isn't dead. The temporal sword intent lingering on your posterior serves as irrefutable evidence." Lianyu's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment as she hastily covered her rear, stammering, "City Lord, how can you be certain that this is temporal sword intent? Perhaps it is a mistake." Qiong did not argue but nodded in agreement, saying, "There is likely no one in all the realms who can identify temporal sword intent, as long as the temporal sword saint chooses to conceal it. Nearly no one can discern it. This is precisely why he feels so secure, carelessly leaving behind traces. At this point, Qiong's eyes sparkled with mischief as she continued, but regrettably, there is one exception, and that is me. No one understands the temporal sword saint better than I do, nor the essence of temporal sword intent. Lian Yu scratched her head in confusion, seemingly not quite grasping the implications, and could not help but inquire. City Lord, do you know the temporal sword saint? Moreover, it was Meng Yishir who treated my plague, not the temporal sword saint. Could there be some mistake? Qiong shook her head, confidently retorting, there is absolutely no mistake. Tonight's banquet was to ascertain whether Meng Qin possesses the requisite cultivation. I in close proximity. Unless one is a legendary Qingtian realm cultivator, it is impossible to evade my perception. Since Meng Qin is merely a mortal, then who could possibly have used temporal sword intent to assist you in your healing? The answer can only be the temporal sword saint, who must be hiding beside Meng Qin and will only intervene at a critical moment. Qiong, convinced of her accurate deduction, grew increasingly exhilarated. If only she could uncover the temporal sword saint, she could untangle the divine calamity that had ensnared her for hundreds of thousands of years, thus finding a resolution and no longer enduring the torment. Furthermore, there was the paramount matter of fulfilling the promise made 30,000 years ago with that person. Suddenly, Qiong's eyes brimmed with crystalline tears, allowing them to cascade down her cheeks as her voice remained eerily calm. 30,000 years have passed. You and I meet again. This time, I shall not let you escape. I in the recesses of her memory. Qiong recalled that 30,000 years ago, she had still been an untransformed wild beast. Though born a divine being with the cultivation of the cloud-ascending realm, by the time she encountered him, her power had reached the sea-covering realm. The lifespan of a divine being was nearly infinite, yet every gift came with a hidden price. The cost of immortality was to endure the divine calamity once every century, resulting in excruciatingly slow progress in cultivation. The details of her memories had grown hazy. She vaguely remembered a magnificent man with long, flowing hair, gazing up at the heavens with his back to her. A river of time, as wide as a great river, lay submissively at his feet, and he was about to depart with the flow of time to an unknown era. Before leaving, he had uttered a prophetic phrase, 30,000 years hence, a temporal sword saint will emerge. At that time, your affliction can be resolved with his assistance. Ha! If you are fortunate enough to survive until that day, farewell, Xiong Dasong. Qiong silently wiped away her tears, her smile radiant, her eyes gleaming with a hint of madness and intoxication. A charlatan. What a farcical notion of a temporal sword saint emerging. Do you take me for a fool? The path of temporal swordsmanship has always been singular, allowing only one to walk its path. There cannot be a second unless you perish to vacate your position. But I do not believe you will die. So, Qian Yuan Sword Saint, it must be you. Qiong recalled Meng Qingzhou's response to her second question. When she had met Qian Yuan, he was already an adult. Yet, it seemed he had forgotten the past. Qiong's spirit surged, and she suddenly grasped everything. So that is it. So that is it. You lost your memory and cultivated, akin to reshuffling the deck and living a second life. But you are still you. Your spirit has yet to awaken, and your past has been shrouded in dust. As long as the dust is brushed away, everything will return to its origin. As for 30,000 years ago, how that man knew of events to come. Qiong reasoned that since he was a master of temporal swordsmanship, foreseeing some aspects of his own future should not be difficult. Xiongda, what does it truly mean? Qiong choked on her tears, yet laughed aloud. Lian Yu stood nearby, observing the city lord's mixed expressions of laughter and tears, her spine tingling with unease. What is wrong with the city lord? Has she gone mad? Lian Yu, I need your assistance to compel the temporal sword saint to reveal himself. Qiong suddenly declared. Lian Yu, perplexed, asked, me? But I barely possess the cultivation of a mountain-moving realm. What right do I have to compel a moonlight realm sword saint? Qiong smiled reassuringly. Fear not. The temporal sword saint's Achilles heel is Meng Qin. We merely need to apply pressure on Meng Qin, and the temporal sword saint will naturally appear. The next morning, Meng Qingzhou, as usual, rose early to prepare breakfast but heard the sounds of clattering dishes emanating from the kitchen. "Get up, wash your hands, and come eat," Dongfang Liuli said, smiling gently as she donned an apron, presenting 2 bowls of porridge, the dining table laden with breakfast. Meng Qingzhou, momentarily taken aback by the aroma of the steaming dishes and buns, finally came to his senses. "Why are you up so early? You could have slept a little longer." Meng Qingzhou chuckled softly. 3 years ago, on that rainy night, he had never imagined that today, a girl masquerading as a wanderer would shed her pride to wash clothes and cook for him. Becoming a devoted housewife. To marry such a woman, what more could one desire? He mused. What nonsense is this talk of immortality? Sitting idly in a cave for a century cannot compare to a bowl of simple porridge in the mortal realm. They ate in silence, and after the meal, Meng Qingzhou took the initiative to wash the dishes. Although they had confirmed their relationship and torn up their false marriage agreement the day before, a barrier still lingered between them, prompting them to sleep in separate rooms without advancing further. Point 1 was the formidable empress with authority over the realm, her sword poised to strike down countless lives. The other was the one and only temporal sword saint, destined to become an invincible being surveying all existence, provided he did not meet an untimely end. Both harbored hesitations, unsure of how to express their feelings. Caught between hope and fear, Qian, Dongfang Liuli opened her mouth, intending to inquire about the truth behind the death of the Qinyuan sword saint, whether Meng Qingzhou was truly a saint, and why he chose to remain in the ancient divine city. Among other questions, after a moment's contemplation, she ultimately refrained from voicing her inquiries. If he wishes to share, he will do so in due time. If he remains silent, there must be his own considerations. Simultaneously, Meng Qingzhou pondered how Dongfang Liuli had learned of his presence in the ancient divine city. The ancient divine city was thousands of miles from the capital, even if she knew he was here. How had she managed to arrive? Well, Meng Qingzhou shook his head, fully aware that Dongfang Liuli harbored many secrets. From her hasty departure 3 years ago, randomly selecting a wandering blind man as her future husband on that rainy night, it was evident that Dongfang Liuli was not an ordinary person. One must ask, which imperial official's lady-in-waiting resides in a village 100 miles from the capital? Furthermore, which ordinary woman could evade the scrutiny of the ancient divine city's watchful eyes and infiltrate quietly? Moreover, Meng Qingzhou had held a position in the capital for over a month, yet had never heard of a lady-in-waiting by the surname Dongfang. Her disguise is riddled with flaws, perhaps at first. She did not care whether I would suspect her, hence did not make a concerted effort to conceal her identity. Meng Qingzhou chuckled, dismissing such thoughts from his mind. One must never let genuine feelings be tainted by suspicion, nor allow kindness to be doubted, a principle Meng Qingzhou had always understood. That afternoon, a notice pinned by the city lord was posted throughout the streets and alleys of the ancient divine city. The content broadly described a recent outbreak of plague within the city, prompting the city lord to summon 2 human physicians, inviting the afflicted to come for treatment, assuring that the official would cover their fees. In no time, over half the city's diverse inhabitants flocked to the 2 neighboring medical establishments, which were merely a few dozen meters apart. Meng Qingzhou swung open the doors to the clinic, only to find lines of people already formed outside, thousands of beings of various shapes and forms calling out in unison, "Physician, please save me. I can barely hold on. My flesh is rotting, and my soul is on the brink of collapse." What a terrifying plague, one that lies beneath the mountain-transcending realm, rendering survival nearly impossible. What remedies can physicians offer to save us? The pain is excruciating. My head feels as though it might explode, and my very flesh seems to possess a consciousness of its own, tearing itself apart. The wails of anguish are ceaseless, as the afflicted from other races, stricken by divine calamity, languish, their complexions pallid and spirits waning. Having endured unspeakable suffering, Meng Qingzhou is momentarily stunned, then lets out a soft sigh. He cannot help but reflect on the cruel reality of this world, where the fate of the weak can be trampled at any moment. Merely because of the calamity of the heavens, countless lives linger precariously between life and death. Is this not a profound sorrow? Please do not rush. Form an orderly line. For an entire day, Meng Qingzhou remains seated at his desk, Attending to each patient one by one, following the trial of the Qinyuan sword saint, he has become cautious, feigning traditional Chinese medical practices of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation, while preparing herbal remedies. Yet, throughout this process, he meticulously investigates the source of the divine calamity within each patient, unraveling it strand by strand until it is gradually extricated. Though this method is laborious and time-consuming, it leaves little trace of the sword intent of time and space. In essence, divine calamity is a plague from the gods, a culmination of countless disasters manifesting in a myriad of symptoms, sometimes causing headaches and fevers, sometimes resulting in a fall in cultivation level, and at other times leading to physical decay and a soul on the brink of shattering. Fortunately, the sword intent of time and space is nearly omnipotent. It can transfer the source of the plague from the patient's body through the spatial path, and then send it into a cyclical point in history via the temporal path. After all, divine calamity is nearly impossible to eradicate. It can only self-destruct with the passage of time. Affliction is actually beginning to ease. The soul that was on the verge of disintegration is gradually coalescing. This is astonishing, divine physician, our savior. They exclaim, "We are eternally grateful to divine physician Ming. In the days to come, should you require anything, command us, and we shall repay you with our lives." Among humanity, there are indeed virtuous souls. Divine physician Ming stands apart from the insidious and cunning rogue humans. In an instant, a throng of otherworldly beings kneel outside the medical hall, their heads bobbing like garlic being pounded. This scene leaves Dongfang Lieli utterly astonished. For the other races, humans are their natural enemies, a deep-seated animosity ingrained within their very genes, one that can never be reconciled. To witness a multitude of otherworldly beings bowing before a human is an utterly shocking spectacle. Dongfang Lieli gazes at Ming Qingzhou, who remains at his desk with a gentle smile, softly soothing the emotions of his patients while preparing herbal concoctions for them from dawn until dusk, never once displaying fatigue or impatience. This stands in stark contrast to Ming's usual demeanor. Is it compassion? Dongfang Lieli murmurs to herself, increasingly unable to discern the man before her. Indeed, you are becoming more and more like a sage. Meanwhile, just a few dozen meters away from the Ming Medical Hall, at another clinic, "Hey, dog air. Why do we have to wrap ourselves up so tightly? It's not like we're hiding from anyone," Wang Cheng grumbled, his face obscured by a black cloth and a hat, leaving only his eyes visible. Zhao Go took it a step further, donning a mesh mask that rendered his eyes invisible, resembling a bank robber. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you know who lives next door?" Zhao Go retorted in a hushed tone. "Who?" Wang Cheng inquired curiously. Zhao Go's teeth ground together audibly as he declared, "The Empress of the Great Jin and the Emperor Ming Qingzhou." The notice issued by the city lord refers to that physician Ming. Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng's expression shifted slightly, unable to suppress his exclamation. "How is that possible? The Emperor and Empress have traveled thousands of miles to the divine city. Could it be to capture us?" In that moment, Wang Cheng found himself engulfed in deep self-doubt. Ever since encountering Ming Qingzhou, his once favorable fortune seemed to have abandoned him. "I don't know. But what I do know is that it seems we are about to face a beating." Zhao Go's voice was low. Wang Cheng looked up, his face a picture of bitter resignation. "Damn it! Didn't you claim to be skilled in medicine, the legendary true legacy of the holy physician?" Zhao Go exclaimed in despair. "I don't know. I've exhausted all my efforts, but this plague seems impossible to eradicate. The more I treat it, the worse it gets, the stronger the backlash." Outside Zhao's clinic, thousands of otherworldly beings whom Zhao Go had treated writhed in agony on the ground. What began as mere headaches and fevers had grotesquely transformed into skin ulcerations, with eyes multiplying and filling their sockets with dozens of eyeballs. The once dying otherworldly beings were now teetering on the brink of death. Some began to voice their doubts, angrily accusing him. "That scoundrel of a doctor, is he not a human spy sent to eradicate us under the guise of healing? What are you wasting words on? Just look at their shifty disguises. It's clear they are not good people. Let's beat them up." The city lord had explicitly forbidden the killing of physicians, but he had not said anything about crippling them. "I intend to break their third leg." The crowd of otherworldly beings was incensed and prepared to act. only to find themselves weakened and powerless, their spiritual energy dissipating the moment they attempted to gather it. The more severely afflicted collapsed upon trying to harness their energy, their breaths ceasing. Even among the Soul clan, an otherworldly being whose form was formless and intangible suddenly manifested a physical body. A giant from the Diamond clan morphed into a muscular maiden. In an instant, thousands of otherworldly beings fell to the ground, some dead, others grievously injured. Such terrifying methods. This scoundrel must be a human spy. The medicine is laced with poison. Our mother was right. Humans are inherently cunning, and we have ultimately not escaped. Zhao Go stared numbly at the hellish scene before him, exchanging glances with the equally dazed Wang Cheng. Let us flee. Never mind trying to please the city lord. They might even be intent on killing us. Wang Cheng sighed. Zhao Go shook his head in a daze, looking up at the sky. The high-ranking officials of the divine city, all at the late stage of the moonlit realm, glared with fury, their hands waving. Seize these two treacherous humans. Back at the Meng Medical Hall, as dusk approached, Meng Qingzhou announced a temporary cessation of operations for the day, promising to continue consultations the next. All the otherworldly beings departed, satisfied and grateful. According to the original storyline, Zhao Go would discover the plague in the city, report it to his father Zhao Yuhuan, and the king of Shu, aware of the secrets at play, would recognize the gravity of the situation and advise against intervening. Zhao Yuhuan would then invite a master of formations to isolate the city lord's residence, thus alleviating the spread of divine calamity, garnering a modicum of goodwill from the heavens. Now, with Zhao Yuhuan deceased and Zhao Go's fate uncertain, the weighty responsibility of saving the ancient divine city has inexplicably fallen upon my shoulders. Meng Qingzhou sighed deeply. During dinner, Dongfang Lioli appeared unusually silent before suddenly asking, Qingzhou, how long do you plan to stay here? Meng Qingzhou was taken aback, recalling that Dongfang Lioli had hurriedly left home to search for him, clearly unable to remain away for too long. Though he did not fully understand what Dongfang Lioli was endeavoring to accomplish, it must be of great importance. Well, I shall stay until I have completely healed all the infected residents of the city, and then we can return to the Great Jin together, Meng Qingzhou replied. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Lioli hesitated, wanting to express that this was not her intention. She wished to hear him say he hoped they could spend more time together in this paradise free from the shackles of dynasties, familiar faces, and the empress and emperor. Unbeknownst to her, the empress, who had always prioritized her career, was gradually being transformed by Meng Qingzhou's influence, learning to savor life and slow down to relish the joys of existence. Very well, Dongfang Lioli managed a strained smile. The warmth of life is but a fleeting illusion. Ultimately, we must return to reality. Dongfang Lioli thought to herself as she poked at her rice with her chopsticks, muttering, foolish salted fish, rotten salted fish, stinky salted fish, blockhead salted fish, elm-headed salted fish. Meng Qingzhou, bewildered, scratched his nose, unsure of what to say. Each harbored their own thoughts as they returned to their respective rooms. That night, as Meng Qingzhou drifted into slumber, a system notification suddenly rang in his ear. Ding. Successfully suppressed the destined protagonist Zhao Go. Destiny protagonist Zhao Go. Fortune value 1700, 1200 stripped, remaining 500 fortune value. Rewards being calculated. Reward 1. Emperor grade breakthrough pill, capable of bypassing any realm obstacles and directly advancing to the next level. Reward 2. Emperor grade true phoenix physique, increasing cultivation speed by 300, combat prowess by 300. With a chance to dream back to ancient times and comprehend the true phoenix legacy of the ancient gods, can be inherited. Meng Qingzhou's breath quickened, a tempest stirring within him. Although the system's rewards had come late, their arrival was not surprising. After all, Zhao Go's father Zhao Yuhuan had failed at a critical moment and perished in the final battle, and Meng Qingzhou had played a part in that. However, he had not anticipated the rewards to be so bountiful. 2 Emperor-grade rewards. The Emperor-grade breakthrough pill could be saved for future use to break through to the sky-piercing realm, while the Emperor-grade true phoenix physique, though useless to him as he had already obtained the same heavenly Dao fortune physique as Zhao Go, could be passed on to others. Meng Qingzhou closed his eyes in contemplation, deliberating whom he should bestow the Emperor-grade true phoenix inheritance upon. Dongfang Lioli, appearing as an ordinary mortal with no cultivation, would derive little benefit from the true phoenix physique even if she were to acquire it. If she truly were immortal, her lifespan would barely reach a century, ultimately becoming a mere skeleton. The next moment, Meng Qingzhou made up his mind. If she does not cultivate, then I shall teach her. With the emperor-grade true phoenix physique, Dongfang Lieli's future achievements may well rival that of the empress. Perhaps I shall create a second empress. With this thought in mind, Meng Qingzhou ceased to hesitate, contemplating the clandestine bestowal of the imperial-grade true phoenix constitution upon her, followed by imparting the art of cultivation. As Meng Qingzhou's breathing gradually stabilized, he slowly drifted into slumber. Though cultivators do not require sleep, he had always maintained the commendable habit of retiring early and rising with the dawn. At that moment, the door to his chamber creaked open, revealing a pair of striking, crimson eyes peering inside. Before the door was fully pushed open, a stunning figure, clad in a sheer nightgown, stealthily slipped into Meng Qingzhou's bed. I seek updates, 5-star reviews, and gifts. Chapter 61. What's wrong with a slightly wicked empress? In the hazy realm of dreams, Meng Qingzhou vaguely beheld an ethereal beauty, an enchanting maiden who seemed to descend from the heavens. Suddenly, she shed her celestial aura and fell abruptly to the mortal realm, wrapping her arms around his neck and gently burying her breathtaking visage against his chest. He could faintly hear a shy voice. "Stinky salted fish. Your appearance without the blindfold is indeed much more pleasing." Meng Qingzhou awoke, inhaling a familiar, enchanting fragrance. "This is Dongfang Lieli?" He then sensed a warmth radiating from his chest and back, realizing that someone was embracing his waist. Burying their face in his chest, while a steady, tranquil breathing filled his ears, it seemed that Dongfang Lieli had already succumbed to slumber. Meng Qingzhou recognized that the transcendent beauty he had seen in his dream was indeed the manifestation of Dongfang Lieli in his heart. That phrase was likely uttered by her own lips. In this moment, as a vigorous male, he naturally experienced a reaction. His heart surged with emotions, and he struggled to regulate his breathing, barely managing to suppress the inner turmoil. Unable to resist the soft allure of Dongfang Lieli's form, Meng Qingzhou instinctively embraced her and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. As for why he refrained from pursuing further, to explore the origins of life and the physics of proximate distance under the cover of night. Meng Qingzhou thought that their relationship had only been confirmed for a day. To indulge so eagerly in Dongfang Lieli's enchanting figure would resemble a deceitful scoundrel feigning deep affection, with proclamations of eternal love merely serving to obtain her. Suddenly, Dongfang Lieli stirred in his embrace, her rosy lips accidentally brushing against his jaw. Sucking, Dongfang Lieli unconsciously parted her lips to draw in a breath, her arms tightening around Meng Qingzhou's waist. "Meng Qingzhou, is this a test for officials? I cannot endure this. I am no mere steward but a robust man of valor." As he reached for her alluring form, just as he was about to advance further, Dongfang Lieli let out a soft whimper, as if having a nightmare, and pushed him away to retreat to the side. "Coward! You are pretending to sleep, aren't you?" Meng Qingzhou's forehead throbbed with veins, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Dongfang Lieli curled up, offering no response, seemingly lost in a deep sleep. "You little demon, I will eventually confine you within my treasure tower. We shall see how long you can remain mischievous." Meng Qingzhou silently recited a calming mantra. Deciding to spare her this once, he would seek revenge on the petite Dongfang Lieli at a later date. "Brother, are you still sleepy?" "Big brother, I can't sleep anymore. My blood is boiling." A night passed without further incident. The following morning, Dongfang Lieli stretched languidly, having slept well, and turned to see Meng Qingzhou sitting at the head of the bed like a wooden statue. "Why are you in my bed?" Meng Qingzhou responded with a cold smirk. "Keep pretending? Go on." Dongfang Lieli surveyed the surroundings, astonished, and covered her mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wait! How did I end up in your bed?" As she spoke, she pointed her slender finger at her lower lip, then suddenly covering her chest. She questioned with a mix of shame and indignation. "Lecherous salted fish, did you sneakily carry me out of my room last night and engage in some unspeakable misdeeds?" Meng Qingzhou raised his middle finger, chuckling silently, refusing to reply. "Hee hee. A glimmer of mischief danced in Dongfang Liuli's eyes as she threw off the covers, sprang from the bed, and donned her garments from the bedside with grace, unperturbed by the fact that someone was blind to her state. Since you did not overstep your bounds and merely took a simple nap, I, being magnanimous, shall forgive you this once. Well then, it is time to open the door and welcome guests, to attend to the patients. Meng Qingzhou grimaced, his teeth aching, and remarked, Dongfang Liuli, I once thought you to be a gentle and virtuous wife, only to discover you are a temptress. Dongfang Liuli remained silent, rolling her eyes subtly. As the illustrious empress, what is wrong with being a little wicked? If a woman is not a bit mischievous, a man will not love her. Furthermore, if I do not take the initiative, with your dull-witted nature, when would you ever comprehend my intentions? Should I play the role of a lovesick fool for a lifetime? However, Dongfang Liuli recalled the previous night, when Meng Qingzhou had suddenly transformed into a fierce and wild presence. Breathing heavily like a beast. For reasons unknown, a flicker of fear coursed through her heart. Even when faced with the myriad nations surrounding her, amidst the blood-soaked battlefields, this empress had never flinched, yet now, her heart raced wildly. After breakfast, Meng Qingzhou did not rush to open the door for the patients, but instead inquired of Dongfang Liuli, Have you noticed any peculiar changes in your body? Reflect carefully and inform me. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Liuli's charming countenance turned serious as she focused intently on him, asking, What do you mean? Dongfang Liuli hurriedly placed her hands on her abdomen, her expression grave. Could it be that I am pregnant? Did you commit some beastly act while I was unawares? Then I am indeed more beastly than a beast. Meng Qingzhou rubbed his forehead. Feeling somewhat helpless, Demoness, quickly return the former Dongfang Liuli to me. Have you been possessed? How could you have transformed into this state? More beastly than a beast? Dongfang Liuli frowned, muttering to herself, Did it really happen? Why do I feel nothing at all? Could it be, Qingzhou, are you a king of instant gratification? Meng Qingzhou nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, regretting even more why he had not advanced further last night. Clinging to those notions of pure love, now, it seemed, he was utterly unable to move, entrapped by this demoness' relentless barrage of teasing. I shan't tease you any longer. Dongfang Liuli's face broke into a radiant smile as she closed her eyes to examine her body's changes. Initially, Dongfang Liuli approached this with a relaxed mindset, thinking Meng Qingzhou was merely overreacting, worrying that she might be infected by the plague in the city. However, her smile quickly faded, and her expression grew grave. What is happening? Why is there suddenly a legacy mark in my mind? Dongfang Liuli's consciousness sank into the deep crimson legacy mark suspended in her sea of awareness and the realm of Chao Hui. A cultivator's thoughts could process information as swiftly as the most advanced computers. In just a few breaths, Dongfang Liuli opened her eyes wide. True Phoenix Legacy. The legendary True Phoenix that commands myriad races. The complete legacy of the beings of the Ascendant Realm. A single legacy can lead directly to the Ascendant Realm? Moreover, Dongfang Liuli discovered that her cultivation speed had increased manifold, with the spiritual energy in her dantian surging significantly, indicating a remarkable enhancement in her combat prowess and endurance. Overnight, Dongfang Liuli had become a candidate for the Ascendant Realm. No one would believe such a tale, for it seemed utterly implausible, yet it had indeed transpired. To be frank, it could only be described with 4 words: a fantastic tale. What on earth have you done to me? Dongfang Liuli's emotions were tumultuous as she gazed at Meng Qingzhou. Does it feel as though your spirit has been rejuvenated, as if the world has transformed? Meng Qingzhou smiled at that moment. He was preoccupied with contemplating how to guide Dongfang Liuli step by step onto the path of cultivation, helping her gradually comprehend the true Phoenix legacy and unlock her potential. Little did he expect that the woman before him was none other than the strongest individual in the Great Gene. The Empress herself. Even more astonishing was that Dongfang Liuli had completely grasped the true Phoenix legacy and activated the enhancement of the Imperial-grade Constitution. It was 3 years ago, when I traveled the martial world and encountered an old man with a white beard, who gifted me a pill, claiming it possessed boundless wonders, capable of aiding one in enhancing their aptitude and embarking on the path of cultivation. Last night, I secretly administered it to you. Meng Qingzhou placed his hands on his hips, brimming with self-satisfaction. Humph, hurry and praise me, my wife. Chapter 62. Dongfang Liuli in tears, ready to lay everything bare. Dongfang Liuli crossed her arms, her beautiful face etched with mockery. Go on, keep performing. After a long pause, she uttered, I want to hear the truth. A legacy mark leading to the Ascendant Realm could incite chaos among the nations, igniting an era of bloodshed in which the mighty of the Chao Hui would emerge to vie for it. Yet now, it was casually bestowed upon her by Meng Qingzhou, a fact Dongfang Liuli found difficult to accept. Meng Qingzhou was taken aback, the scene he had anticipated, Dongfang Liuli being moved by the sudden surprise, did not unfold. Instead, she questioned him. This left him utterly perplexed. After all, there seemed to be no fault in the old man with the white beard who had gifted him the pill. Although the old man had made too many appearances, perhaps, Meng Qingzhou sighed, saying, in truth, I discovered an ancient seal within a relic, said to be the legacy mark of a significant figure. I understand that you lack cultivation, perhaps due to insufficient talent. Yet I do not wish to witness a century hence, when I am the only one left. Meng Qingzhou offered a gentle smile and said, Liuli, I wish to share the years with you. Each word spoken is heartfelt, an expression of deep sincerity. Yet, Meng Qingzhou skillfully employs the principle of evasion, subtly highlighting the causes while glossing over the significance and origins of the precious inheritance mark. Together we have shared the passage of time. Dongfang Liuli stands frozen, the few succinct sentences crashing upon her like thunder, reverberating in her ears. He is but a mortal, bound to a lifespan of merely a century. Yet he believes I am an ordinary being, bestowing upon me the invaluable inheritance mark, and I have always known him to be immortal, yet I never took it seriously. Suddenly, Dongfang Liuli's eyes brim with tears. Biting her lip until it bleeds, she struggles to suppress her emotions and declares, the preciousness of the inheritance mark is known to all. Those whose cultivation is beneath the moonlight realm lack the qualification to leave a legacy. Why then did you so readily gift it to me? Just as Meng Qingzhou is about to explain, he is interrupted by Dongfang Liuli. Her voice, tinged with a hint of sobbing, is neither gentle nor despondent, but rather filled with a sense of accusation. Moreover, you two are merely a mortal, relinquishing the precious qualification for cultivation to me. How can you share a lifetime with me? Meng Qingzhou, answer me. After a moment of silence, the multitude of prepared responses slips from his mind, coalescing into a single, light-hearted declaration. Because you are my wife. Is that reason sufficient? In an instant, it feels as though a barrier within Dongfang Liuli has been shattered. She gazes intently at Meng Qingzhou, her heart now harboring no room for anyone else, only this unkempt youth wrapped in black satin. A life spent on the battlefield, suppressing nations, now for the first time pursuing an empress. At this very moment, she suddenly realizes, perhaps, more than the entire realm, more than the ethereal path of cultivation. The person before her is of utmost importance. In this moment, Dongfang Liuli's heart is filled with regret, tears streaming uncontrollably. Why did I go to such lengths to fabricate a lie? Why did I not reveal it sooner? I am the empress of the great gene, and you are the emperor of the great gene. I do not require the inheritance mark. I can still pursue the path of immortality, even if it may be more arduous. At least there is a chance. Yet now, this sole true phoenix inheritance mark has been bestowed upon the one who needs it the least. Liuli, why are you crying? Meng Qingzhou reaches out to touch her cheek, gently wiping away her tears. Dongfang Liuli, her shoulders shaking slightly with sobs, looks at him with reddened eyes and says, Qingzhou, I regret it so much. I truly regret it. Meng Qingzhou tilts his head in confusion. Regret marrying me? Surely not, sir. Are you saying you would abandon me? PFF? Dongfang Liuli bursts into laughter, unable to resist playfully punching his chest. Pouting. What nonsense are you spouting then? Taking a deep breath, she states, I have a serious question for you. Do not smirk or jest, understand? Although Meng Qingzhou is puzzled, he nods and replies, Sure, go ahead. Dongfang Liuli inhales deeply, as if making a momentous decision, and articulates each word with care. What is your impression of the Great Gene and the Empress? Tell me your most genuine feelings. Initially, the construction of Jinqiao village and the concealment of the truth from the ministers were merely to prevent Ming Qingzhou from being manipulated by treasonous officials, thus allowing him to serve as a carefree scapegoat to silence the ministers on behalf of the Empress. By now, the Empress has come to understand Ming Qingzhou very well, considering him an important person in her heart, her true husband. The concealment of her identity seems less significant. However, before revealing her true self, she wishes to know Ming Qingzhou's impression of the Empress, lest their unveiling lead to an awkward situation, transforming the moment into a divorce scene, which would be quite humorous. Upon hearing this, Ming Qingzhou is taken aback. Well, has it finally arrived? While serving as the Minister of Rites in the Great Gene, Dongfang Lili has always been aware of Ming Qingzhou's new name and must have heard of the rumors regarding the Empress's consorts. Long ago, Ming Qingzhou worried that such rumors might affect their relationship and contemplated how to explain it. Now that Dongfang Lili has brought it up, shouldn't he make a good impression? Clearing his throat, Ming Qingzhou adopts a righteous demeanor and proclaims, "The Empress's reputation hardly requires my elaboration. She is a fierce and ruthless woman, a career-driven powerhouse, a nearly emotionless killing machine, a nightmare for the nations. The architect of a hell on earth. Were it not for the Empress's relentless pursuit of me, compelling me to come to the capital, I would hardly pay her any mind. Such a woman, even if completely stripped bare and laid before me, would not elicit even a flutter of my eyelids." As his words hang in the air, the room falls into silence. Ming Qingzhou reflects on his statements, finding no fault in them. Indeed, a perfect score in comprehension and composition. There is no need to overtly explain the rumors of the Empress's consorts. Simply expressing my disdain for her should naturally alleviate Dongfang Lili's concerns. "I am truly a genius," Ming Qingzhou muses, stroking his chin, regretting the absence of glasses that would have perfectly completed the moment. However, as Dongfang Lili hears his fierce response, her expectant gaze dims, her expression akin to a lightning strike. It appears that the Empress's image in Ming Qingzhou's mind is so utterly unappealing that even if she were laid bare before him, he would not spare her a glance. No, Dongfang Lili stubbornly retorts, her fair face flushed crimson, her voice trembling with insufficient confidence. There is no ruthlessness or cruelty. She merely employs a fierce demeanor to intimidate her enemies and subordinates as for her strong ambition. Does that not signify that the Empress is a hard-working individual? That ought to be a virtue. The notion of her as an emotionless killing machine, a nightmare for the nations, and the architect of hell is sheer nonsense. Absurd, ridiculous. At this point, Dongfang Lili's face turns beet red, and somewhat awkwardly she adds, "In truth, the Empress is quite gentle and virtuous, and she possesses a captivating figure." Chapter 63. The fated protagonist has died. Ming Qingzhou rubs his ears, convinced he must have misheard. Gentle and virtuous as descriptors for the Empress? The one whose hands are stained with blood, who has personally slaughtered over 1 million beings, commanded thousands of battles, and annihilated dozens of nations. Qin Liuli has a gentle and virtuous side? Nonsense! Surely she is not feverish, uttering such absurdities. Ming Qingzhou places the back of his hand against Dongfang Lili's forehead, bewildered. Dongfang Lili swats his hand away and scolds, "You blockhead of a salted fish! Once we return to the capital, I must enact changes to ensure that this salted fish develops a favorable impression of the Empress, at least to the point of being less resistant." Dongfang Lili silently resolves. Ming Qingzhou scratches his nose, perplexed, wondering what kind of attitude Dongfang Lili truly holds towards the Empress. I have made my disinterest in the Empress abundantly clear. Why is she still displeased? Surely she must have caught the underlying meaning of my words. Lili cannot be this dense. Just then, a rapid knocking at the door interrupts Ming Qingzhou's thoughts. "Dr. Ming, quickly open the door. A batch of plague-infected patients has worsened. Many of the foreign tribes have even died." The familiar voice belongs to the six-winged angel, Lianyu. Upon hearing this, Ming Qingzhou hastily opens the clinic door, his nostrils flaring as he is met with a pungent, overwhelming stench, accompanied by the sounds of agonized cries echoing in his ears. It feels as though he has stepped into a hellish realm, a group of foreign tribespeople, shrouded in black mist, their bodies in decay. Their souls dim and lifeless, some even sporting 3 heads and 6 arms, their faces a mass of countless eyes. Lianyu stands nearby, her expression one of anxiety and distress. What happened? Meng Qingzhou inquires. Lianyu, her face a mask of fury, replies. It's all the fault of that unscrupulous quack. Yesterday, he treated the citizens of the city, but instead of improving, their conditions worsened. A quack? Where is he? Meng Qingzhou asks, astonished. This was not mentioned in the original text. Although the plot has already deviated, the ancient divine city scarcely touches upon any main storyline, so it should not have affected this place. Lianyu recalls the 2 quacks who caused trouble in the divine city, her anger boiling over as she exclaims. They are both humans. A couple of days ago, they infiltrated the ancient divine city, claiming they could cure the plague, but they turned out to be frauds. They have been apprehended and incarcerated in the heavenly prison, awaiting execution. Meng Qingzhou is taken aback. Good heavens, to execute them for failing to heal anyone. I mean, they had no achievements, but at least they made an effort. And they came with goodwill. Moreover, the divine calamity is not even a plague. It is a divine tribulation. Is it really so unreasonable to be unable to cure it? After all, your city lord, Qiong Mei, is utterly powerless against the divine calamity, relying solely on her immense vitality to withstand In a wonder, they say the ancient divine city is a forbidden ground for humans. It seems the ancients did not deceive me. It feels less like a plague and more like a divine tribulation recorded in ancient texts. Dongfang Lieli furrows her brow, uncertain. Meng Qingzhou chuckles. You are overthinking it. If it were a divine tribulation, how could I, a mere mortal, possibly meddle in it? Fortunately, your understanding is limited, or else the identity of the sword saint might be at risk of exposure. Dongfang Lieli nods, saying, that may be true. Perhaps I was overthinking it. By the way, what were the names of those 2 human doctors? Dongfang Lieli suddenly inquires. The 6-winged angel furrows her brow in contemplation and replies. One is named Zhao Go, and the other is Wang Cheng. As soon as the words left her lips, Meng Qingzhou and Dongfang Lieli fell into a profound silence, both visibly shaken. What's wrong? Lianyu blinked, bewildered. Dongfang Lieli's star-like eyes suddenly turned icy, and she remarked indifferently, I was wondering how Zhao Go and Wang Cheng seemed to have evaporated from the mortal realm. It turns out they stealthily infiltrated the ancient divine city. The reasons behind their intrusion are easily surmised, merely to covet the terrifying heritage of the ancient divine city, hoping to harness its power to resist the great Jin dynasty and topple the empress. 2 fools, they have effectively sealed their own fates, she sneered disdainfully. Meng Qingzhou remained silent, his mind a tumult of thunderous thoughts. What? The destined protagonist is about to perish? And in such a pitiful, hasty manner, dragged to the execution ground by foreign races. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he stroked his chin, inwardly musing. If I recall correctly, Zhao Go's fortune value is merely 500. Once the fortune value drops below 1,000, one loses the protection of the heavenly Tao. The system alerted yesterday that the protagonist's fortune value had plummeted to 500, and today it announces a death sentence. If that's the case, it seems that the one who brought about the demise of Long Outyin is actually me and an unknown benevolent citizen? Meng Qingzhou's thoughts drifted, leaving him questioning his very existence. Long Outyin is on the verge of death. Will the apocalypse follow, dragging me down to accompany him in demise? No, surely someone will intervene at the execution ground. Or perhaps, in his final moments, Long Outyin will unleash a surge of power and fight his way out of the city. Falling into despair, he suddenly awakens, reminiscing about the bonds with his close friends, ultimately achieving a triumphant reversal that astonishes all. Yes, that seems plausible. At that moment, a messenger approached Lianyu, the 6-winged angel, whispering softly and handing her a jade slip. Lianyu nodded slightly and waved her hand to dismiss the messenger. She had just received news. 2 unscrupulous physicians had been executed, their souls crushed. Meng Qingzhou fell silent once more, his mind utterly short-circuited. What? They're dead? Lianyu opened the jade slip, revealing a visual recording. Explaining, This was a message left by Zhao Go and Wang Cheng just before their execution. Soon, Lin Yu projected the footage into the sky for the foreign races to witness. A group of foreign beings, severely harmed by Zhao Go, erupted in applause, proclaiming their delight. Dongfang Liuli glanced sideways at Meng Qingzhou, her gaze peculiar, torn between laughter and restraint in the projected scene. Zhao Go and Wang Cheng, disheveled and gaunt, clad in white prison garb, were dragged onto the execution ground by two towering foreign soldiers. The guillotine, resembling mountains, exuded a chilling aura of lethal intent. Its eyes fixated upon the two, booming, "State the names of the condemned." Zhao Go, Wang Cheng. Both were battered and on the brink of losing their souls, their expressions deranged, as if tortured by countless agonies. They were forcibly pressed against the guillotine, in the split second before the blade fell. Zhao Go's eyes turned crimson as he roared, "Emperor, Empress, I, Zhao Go, will not let you off even in death." Wang Cheng, utterly broken, wailed, "Sovereign, please save me. I am the Deputy Minister of War of the Great Qian Dynasty. You cannot execute me." Following this, with the guillotine's descent, their cries and pleas abruptly ceased. Meng Qingzhou focused intently, and upon hearing Zhao Go shout the names of the Emperor and Empress in his final moments, he exhaled in relief, murmuring to himself, "The unnamed kind soul who has consistently defied Long Outyen and ultimately caused his explosive demise is none other than the Empress and the Emperor. As I suspected, this has nothing to do with me. Look, this is irrefutable evidence. Zhao Go didn't even mention my name, Meng Qingzhou. Before his death I, a mere salted fish, have managed to maintain my status quite well." Dongfang Liuli couldn't help but glance at Meng Qingzhou, her expression a mix of hesitation and peculiar amusement. Chapter 64. The script of Sister Cheong Ding. The fortune value of the destined protagonist has reached 0. The host receives an emperor-level reward. A time corridor 1. Time corridor. Wander through the river of time. By randomly opening a door, one can enter a segment of history or the future. With a duration of 7 days. In the midst of assisting foreign patients in eliminating divine calamities, Meng Qingzhou's actions halted abruptly, his pupils constricting. The system officially confirmed that Zhao Go, the destined protagonist, was undeniably deceased, with no possibility of resurrection. The protagonist is dead, yet I receive an emperor-level reward. Could this be a form of bestowal? An emperor-level reward, allowing one to traverse back to a particular segment of history or the future, is simply unfathomable. Yet, I have done nothing significant, merely taken a butterfly for lunch, filed a small report, and assisted the Empress in a skirmish. Meng Qingzhou swallowed hard. Thus, for half a day, he remained in a daze, occasionally inquiring of Dongfang Liuli about the celestial phenomena, whether there were fierce winds or ominous clouds. As evening approached, the sun began to set. With an hour remaining before Meng Qingzhou's 6 o'clock departure, an unexpected visitor arrived, disrupting the peaceful bustle. There is no apocalypse. This implies that the death of the destined protagonist does not affect the world's normal operation, Meng Qingzhou silently contemplated. Suddenly, Lin Yu, the six-winged angel, rushed over, her expression frantic as she grasped Meng Qingzhou's hand tightly, weeping sorrowfully. "Dr. Meng, please save the city lord. She is on the brink of death." Dongfang Liuli's gaze turned frosty as she observed Lin Yu gripping Meng Qingzhou's hand. Her expression unfriendly, however, considering the urgency of the situation and recalling Meng Qingzhou's earlier assessment of the Empress. Her ruthlessness makes her unfit to be a wife. The Empress, determined to change, suppressed her rising fury. Meng Qingzhou questioned in disbelief. "Are you referring to Sister Cheong, the ruler of the ancient divine city?" "Yes." Lin Yu nodded vehemently, urgency evident in her tone. "Just a moment ago, the city lord suddenly fainted. Her heart has stopped beating, and even her soul has extinguished." Meng Qingzhou sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Isn't that tantamount to death?" Lin Yu paused, realizing her words may have been too blunt, hastily adding, "She should not be dead, right? Perhaps she is in a state of suspended animation." "Yes, that must be it." Weary, Meng Qingzhou waved his hand dismissively, stating, "If she has already passed, then she is certainly dead. I am merely a doctor, not a celestial being. The dead cannot be revived." You should prepare for her final rites. Exhausted, he concluded, let it all end. What is happening here? The protagonist, Long Outyin, who should not have died, has been cut down without even experiencing a grand battle, never breaking through the mountain-moving realm, nor stepping out of the novice village, taken down by a group of petty underlings. The seemingly invincible supporting character, Sister Cheong, has also inexplicably departed this world without warning. Please, you are a doctor. At least make an effort to revive her, Lian Yu exclaimed in desperation. Meng Qingzhou shrugged, replying helplessly. My abilities are limited. Instead of exhausting your efforts pleading for me to perform the impossible, why not whisper in your city lordess' ear that someone is plotting for power? Perhaps that will rouse her from the brink. Lian Yu gritted her teeth, frustrated by his stubbornness. However, the task assigned by the city lord was imperative. Failing to complete it could result in punishment. Recalling this, Lian Yu's tears streamed down her face, sobbing like a flower in the rain. Woo-woo, doctor. You are so heartless. The city lord acted out of goodwill. Yet you refused to help her. Had it not been for her desire to aid you, she would not have executed Wang Cheng and Zhao Go, merely seeking to relieve your grievances. Now, as the city lord lies dying, you stand idly by. Meng Qingzhou's brow furrowed as he caught a crucial detail. What do you mean by killing Wang Cheng and Zhao Go to relieve my grievances? Clarify your words, he demanded sternly. Through her tears, Lian Yu explained. The city lord investigated your identity and discovered that Zhao Go is the son of the traitorous king, intent on overthrowing the great Jin's imperial authority. Wang Cheng caused a commotion at the empress's birthday banquet. As you are the most loyal subject of the great Jin, you ought to feel humiliated. Furthermore, both Zhao Go and Wang Cheng have caused significant harm to many foreign races, which prompted the city lord to execute them. Surely, this means the city lord was avenging you. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou nearly lost his temper. You cannot moralize me like this. I have no connection with Zhao Go. We are complete strangers, with no enmity whatsoever. As for Wang Cheng, he merely had a confrontation with my esteemed disciple, the sword saint of Qian Yuan. What does that have to do with me? Meng Qingzhou? And being a loyal subject of the great Jin is absurd. It was Jiang Songhai and Qin Fenghua who falsely accused me, attributing a myriad of baseless merits to my name. However, he could not voice these thoughts aloud. Should they reach the empress's ears, she might misinterpret his feelings towards her. Forget it. Meng Qingzhou sighed heavily, feeling exhausted. I will take a look, but I cannot guarantee I can save her. After all, I am but a mortal. Lian Yu nodded repeatedly. That's fine. That's fine. Please, lead the way. Meng Qingzhou extended his hand in invitation. Hearing this, Lian Yu couldn't help but glance at Dongfang Lieli, who had been standing silently by. She opened her mouth, contemplating the city lord's script, and secretly transmitted a message. Madam Ming, won't you persuade your husband? He is about to be alone with a woman yearning for love. A stunning beauty with exceptional grace. Dongfang Lieli turned her head in bewilderment, her eyes filled with confusion, and transmitted her thoughts. Isn't it about healing and saving lives? When a person is on the brink of death, I would not be so narrow-minded. Moreover, wasn't it you who came seeking my husband for assistance? Could it be that this girl has a problem with her brain? Lian Yu recalled the mission's plot. First, she sought out Dr. Meng for help, then attempted to make Madame Meng jealous, stubbornly preventing Dr. Meng from proceeding. In a situation of limited options, Dr. Meng had no choice but to call upon his capable apprentice for assistance. However, now, Madame Ming not only showed no signs of jealousy but instead appeared unusually magnanimous, indifferent to the situation. Lian Yu gritted her teeth and continued to transmit. Since that is the case, I shall take Dr. Ming with me. I truly don't mind. It's just that I feel sorry for you. The lord of the city, born with a bewitching charm, could effortlessly ensnare the hearts of men. After treating the lord, Dr. Ming's heart would likely be captivated. Lian Yu feigned a casual demeanor and transmitted a final jab. Usually, the lord of the city, relying on her formidable cultivation, manages to control the allure of her charm. Now, in her unconscious state, the charm is unchecked. Even I, a mere woman, cannot withstand it. Dongfang Lioli's eyes widened in alarm, her breath quickening as she abruptly seized Meng Qingzhou's wrist, fixing him with an intense gaze, enunciating each word. Absolutely not allowed to go, Ming Qingzhou. Chapter 65. The cicadas sing in spring and autumn. Youth returns. Ming Qingzhou turned his head, his eyes obscured by dark silk, gazing at Lian Yu, his brow slightly furrowed. Sensing something amiss with her, though he could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong in the original novel, during the Divine Calamity, Qiong Mei had been ambushed by several enemies and, in desperation, could only fight while injured. Despite bearing the burden of divine tribulation, Qiong was able to slay all her foes and quickly recovered due to her immense vitality. Could there be another unforeseen circumstance? Ming Qingzhou's mind raced with doubt, heightening his vigilance. Whether fortune or misfortune, both he and Dongfang Lieli found themselves in the ancient divine city. Should there truly be something sinister afoot, a forceful refusal to treat could provoke an adverse reaction. If Ming Qingzhou were alone, it would be manageable. He could simply escape into the river of time. Yet, Dongfang Lieli was immortal, and for her safety, Ming Qingzhou resolved to take a look. Not worry. We are merely residing in the divine city and have received the Lord's grace. It is only right to repay it, Ming Qingzhou gently reassured, patting Dongfang Lieli's tightly clasped wrist. Dongfang Lieli bit her lip, remaining silent, yet she gripped Ming Qingzhou's sleeve with unwavering resolve. Her decisive and domineering nature made it impossible for her to utter sentimental words or directly express, "I fear you may be lured away by a vixen. You must stay by my side." Such jealousy-laden sentiments were beyond her. Ming Qingzhou attempted to pull back his sleeve but felt the strength of Dongfang Lieli's grip, and a sudden realization struck him. Could it be that Lieli was feeling jealous? Just imagine, a solitary man and woman in a room, a frail beauty resembling a fallen star lying on the bed, while Ming Qingzhou sat on the edge, diligently diagnosing Qiong Mei, who gazed at him with soulful eyes, their exchange resembling a tender conversation. "How about this? You accompany me. You could help me pass the tools," Ming Qingzhou suggested in a soothing tone. Ruffling Dongfang Lieli's hair, Dongfang Lieli hung her head, her cheeks flushed crimson, unable to meet Ming Qingzhou's gaze, merely responding with a faint This scene resembled a little girl reluctant to part with her elderly and disabled father. "No," Lian Yu interjected sternly, her tone serious. "During the Lord's grave illness, no one is permitted to visit except for the physician." Ming Qingzhou grimaced, feeling a sharp pang of frustration. "Not even my wife?" "No," Lian Yu replied decisively. At that moment, Ming Qingzhou found himself in a dilemma, perceiving the world around him as rife with malice. Why must honest individuals suffer? If this is not allowed and that is not allowed, one might as well let your lord fend for herself. Lian Yu, keenly aware of the flicker of irritation in Ming Qingzhou's brow, sensed he was ready to abandon the situation, and quickly added, "Actually, there is another way. If Dr. Ming is unable to leave, you could request a reliable colleague. The higher-ups in the Divine City will arrange for their transport. What do you think?" Ming Qingzhou pondered for a moment. A colleague? A physician? Not only did he not know any divine doctors, but even if he did, upon seeing the divine calamity surrounding your lord, they would likely perish before even attempting a diagnosis. Furthermore, healing the divine calamity with conventional methods, as mentioned in the known plot, entails 3 approaches. First, cultivate a technique known as the Eternal Rebirth Sutra, transcending through countless cycles to achieve the immortal body of eternal rebirth. Second, ascend to the higher realm of the sky-piercing realm. Third, utilize the path of time and space to gradually eradicate the source of the divine calamity. The Eternal Rebirth Sutra has long been lost. Likely impossible to find as for reaching the sky-piercing realm, it is akin to a patient asking you, "Doctor, I am afflicted with a terminal illness. What medicine should I take to prolong my life?" You would respond, "No need for medicine. First, you must become a cosmic superhuman, and only then will your powerful immune cells be able to vanquish the cancer cells." It is merely nonsensical chatter. In other words, the only one capable of treating Qiong Mei in this world is Ming Qingzhou himself. Wait a moment, Ming Qingzhou suddenly recalled the 3 queries posed by Qiong Mei at the banquet yesterday, which seemed to inquire indirectly about the Sword Saint of time and space. Coupled with today's circumstances, the truth began to surface that is it. Qiong Mei's target is the Qinyuan Sword Saint. Deliberately staging a play to lure him out, A knowing smile crept across Meng Qingzhou's mind. Little girl, you underestimate the wisdom of your older brother. Every strategy you employ falls within the predictive scope of your older brother. With that thought, Meng Qingzhou silently began to cultivate the qi transformation into 3 purities, erasing the version of the Qinyuan sword saint, and crafting a brand new persona. The youth, clad in flowing black attire, bore the semblance of both cool detachment and lived experience, alongside a steadfast longing for eternity. Amidst the desolate valley, the cold wind howled, and the cicadas of spring and autumn heralded the return of youth. The version of the great love immortal sovereign had just been born. Utilizing the path of time and space, he dispatched this persona to the lofty mountains outside the ancient divine city. With everything in place, only the final piece awaited. Let us see how the little girl responds. Meng Qingzhou spoke nonchalantly. Just so happens I know a friend, whose medical skills are on par with mine. He resides near the ancient divine city. I will summon him at once. A glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. It worked. Did she not already know if there were any humans residing near the ancient divine city? It was clear that Dr. Ming intended to have his apprentice, the Qinyuan sword saint, make an appearance. The lord of the city indeed possesses remarkable foresight, effortlessly maneuvering the sword saint and his apprentice. Lin Yu mused, her spirits lifted. After a moment, 2 soldiers of the guarding alien race led a cold-faced youth in a black robe before Meng Qingzhou and the others. Lin Yu stared blankly, pointing at the Meng Qingzhou's persona, exclaiming, "Who is he?" She had seen portraits of the Qinyuan sword saint, who was undeniably a refined and handsome gentleman, yet this black-robed youth exuded a chilling sense of emotional detachment. "My dearest friend and brother, his name is Fang Yuan," Meng Qingzhou said with a smile. "You think you can play with me? You are still too naive, brother Fang Yuan. The Lord is gravely ill. We are counting on you," Meng Qingzhou earnestly implored, patting the Fang Yuan version persona. Fang Yuan nodded, succinctly uttering 3 words. "Understood." Lin Yu fell silent for a while, her throat caught in a lump, unsure whether to speak. "No, this is a mistake. I meant to seek out the Qinyuan sword saint. Who is this Fang Yuan? Can he handle it? Perhaps you should summon someone else," she said with a strained smile, glancing at Meng Qingzhou. Unable to restrain herself, Fang Yuan's vacant gaze held a perspective that regarded all beings as mere ants, though in truth, he was blind, and he replied with an air of calm, "Do not worry." Just 2 words, devoid of any guarantees, yet they instilled a sense of reliability. Lin Yu felt a twinge of unease, but had no choice but to lead Fang Yuan toward the Lord's residence. Requesting 5-star reviews, seeking subscriptions, and gifts. Chapter 66. Words that cut to the heart. Awakening of the alien race. The Lord's residence in the ancient divine city stood at the heart of the grand city, with the magnificent city encircling it in a circular formation, leaving a vast expanse of misty void in the center, shrouding towers that reached toward the heavens. Lin Yu took Meng Qingzhou's persona, Fang Yuan, aboard a flying vessel, which glided through the air for a considerable time before gradually approaching the entrance of the Lord's residence. The grand entrance was no ordinary portal, but rather formed by the peaks of 2 majestic divine mountains. Creating a fan-shaped gateway, behind the divine mountain portal lay a suspended path leading to the tower, flanked by angelic beings clad in sacred armor, wielding broad swords, standing at attention along the route. These angelic maidens served as Qiong's royal guard, with the weakest among them reaching the mountain-moving realm, while the strongest were even-peak moonlight realm experts. They made no effort to conceal their overwhelming presence, resembling mountains pressing down upon anyone attempting to approach the Lord's residence. Indeed, the divine city exuded grandeur. Meng Qingzhou feigned to survey the surroundings. Although he could not see, it did not hinder his ability to feel the weighty aura of ancient majesty. What lay before him was merely the tip of the iceberg. The depth of the ancient divine city was far beyond what humanity could fathom. With a gentle smile, Lin Yu appeared to be imparting knowledge. Yet in truth, she was showcasing her prowess. Meng Qingzhou let out a silent sigh. The level of disdain that the foreign races held towards humanity far exceeded his expectations. He had presumed that, as a friend of Meng Qingzhou, the angelic kin like Lin Yu would exhibit a modicum of courtesy towards him. However, the moment he set foot on the path to heaven, he realized his misjudgment. The weight upon his shoulders felt as oppressive as mountains, and even the angelic maiden Lianyu regarded him with an unyielding demeanor. Lianyu, somewhat astonished, deliberately quickened her pace, seeking to ascertain the young man's strength indirectly. Having traversed more than half of the path to heaven, the tower of the city lord loomed ahead, and the angelic guards lining the route cast their gazes upon the cloaked youth. The accumulated pressure surpassing what even a cultivator of the oceanic boundary could withstand. Yet, the young man in black maintained a leisurely gait, his expression as serene as still water, as if he were merely enjoying a spring outing. To her surprise, Lianyu noted that despite his tender age, his cultivation was commendable. It was likely that few among humanity could rival him. Meng Qingzhou, hands clasped behind his back, remained unfazed, responding coolly, in this world. There are countless talents. Among my peers, there are those with superior gifts and greater strength than mine. Yet, you foreign races, confined to your corners, perceive the world through a narrow lens, rendering your understanding rather limited. Lianyu furrowed her brows, displaying a hint of displeasure as she retorted, "Are you insinuating that we are mere frogs at the bottom of a well? Then, pray tell, who among your kind surpasses you?" Meng Qingzhou chuckled lightly. How absurd. Just consider the time-space sword saint. Among the 7 young sovereigns who perished at his hands, who is not a dragon among men? The boundless heavenly sects Wangcheng. Rising from humble beginnings, comprehended the Tao at 10, forging an unprecedented path of fortune, claiming the destinies of nations and standing invincible from birth. The third prince of the Blood Sea Empire, Mo Wui, with a vitality as vast as the ocean, once fought against 3 early-stage moonlight boundary cultivators, defeating them with sheer iron fists. And Huang Hao of the 5 Spirits clan. As Meng Qingzhou's tone shifted to one of solemnity, he continued, each of them has carved out a path unparalleled in history and achieved extraordinary feats, yet none can rival the time-space sword saint's single strike. Let us not forget, he is merely 20 years old. The empress of the Great Jin, too, was only 20 at the onset of her reign. Lianyu's expression transformed, shifting from skepticism to contemplation, ultimately becoming one of astonishment. Indeed, despite the time-space sword saint's renown, he remained just a youthful Elidai in the angelic race. 20 years is scarcely more than infancy. Meng Qingzhou's voice grew increasingly piercing. Furthermore, do you ponder why the sword saint's name was not prominent in his early years? Had it not been for the persecution of his master, he would likely still be living in obscurity, for he understands that the world is replete with talents far beyond imagination, many of whom surpass him. Lianyu fell into a profound silence, her head bowed, her pride dissipated, the brilliance of her 3 pairs of sacred wings dimming as they hung limply. The angelic guards along the path grew somber. Sensing that this young man was indeed extraordinary, his demeanor and discourse far from mundane, I speak these words to caution you. The world is fraught with dangers beyond imagination. You must remain vigilant and avoid unnecessary trouble. Meng Qingzhou added as a final note. This concluding remark was, in truth, the essence of his message. Do not covet the time-space sword saint's path, lest you bring calamity upon yourselves. Lianyu, lifting her gaze, asked despondently, what does it mean to remain vigilant? To temper one's brilliance, to avoid provoking strife, to harbor no greed, to steer clear of disputes, and to bide your time until you amass sufficient strength to astonish the world. Meng Qingzhou replied, in his heart, he silently vowed, remember well, do not harbor greed, do not covet the path of time and space. He perceived that these brash youths and the celestial maiden were likely eyeing the path of time and space, and sharing such sentiments would serve to caution them. Yet, he remained unaware that Lianyu had grown increasingly taciturn and withdrawn, even displaying a hint of self-doubt. The angelic kin along the route silently retracted their oppressive aura, suddenly realizing that a lifetime spent within the ancient divine city might not be as advantageous as they had believed. True geniuses must immerse themselves in the tides of the era, battling with the myriad of heroes, honing their own unique path. Sir, please forgive my previous rudeness. I come to offer my sincere apologies. Lianyu halted her steps, obstructing Meng Qingzhou's path, and bowed deeply with utmost seriousness. Meng Qingzhou smiled in relief, softly responding, it is of no consequence. Acknowledging one's mistakes is a significant step toward improvement. Indeed, the most formidable weapon in the world is none other than the power of words. Observe. What could have escalated into a battle of wits, perhaps even a bloody conflict over the time-space sword intent, was deftly resolved through a few poignant remarks. With unwavering determination, Lien Yu continued, I understand your intention. Sir, once the plague in the city is eradicated, I shall depart the ancient divine city and venture into the true world. Even if it means facing the pursuit of human cultivators, I shall go. I will temper my brilliance, avoid trouble, and harbor no greed. But should anyone seek to harm me, I shall not shy away from confrontation.